the HCS store. So go on in, spend your hard-earned cash, get your Spartan kitted out, because my goodness, they look absolutely amazing. I've got to say, you know, I've talked about the skins for quite a few months now, and I still think that they are just absolutely gorgeous. The color schemes, it does look really, really good. And I've got to say, when you are lined up in a lobby and you see your fellow teammates, you know, in ranked, and they all have, you know, skins on, you're like, okay, this could actually be a good game.
You want to spend money on skins, just know one thing, it's going directly into my pockets. So you want to hear more of my voice, spend money on them skins.
There you go, Shez. I like that little, you know.
Disclaimer, that's not true.
No.
Just in case anyone like panics for a second.
It damn well could be.
Unless he's part of one of these organizations, ignore everything he's saying. But honestly, those skins, like, I mean, you say it. Like, I think I've bought like 3 or 4 of them, and I can't decide which one's best to have on. I'm looking forward to maybe some new ones coming out. Obviously, we've got Optic, who have not had their skin come in yet. I hope that's going to happen soon.
Yeah.
Really excited for it.
I'm really excited to see what that skin's going to look like as well. So I hope you guys are too. Let us know what you think of the skins. Let us know what your Spartan looks like in the skins. Get social with us on Twitter at HCS and the hashtag HCS Anaheim 2022. And let us know how you feel about bracket play starting today. Now, we need to talk about all of the matches that are coming your way on day 2 here in Anaheim. And we have this schedule. We have the first 3 games for you right now. But of course, we do have our rounds that are yet to be discussed. And those will then obviously channel in as we get through the day. But we have Sentinels versus XSET up first on the main stage. Optic versus E United. FaZe versus Sentinels or XSET. And actually, the second one is also whether or not it's going to be G1 as well. So we do have things to get through. The schedule on day 2 is always a little bit left
deterministic.
Yeah, it is. It is left for determination because we don't know exactly what's going to be happening. But I do know one thing: you can watch it in 4 different places because we have every single match streamed for your entertainment. So make sure you catch all the action. If your favorite team is not on Alpha, it'll either be on Bravo, Charlie, or Delta. So make sure you remember that one as well. But yeah, I'm really, really excited about all of the matches that we got coming this way and seeing how that bracket really does form by the end of day 2. Now, folks at home, I hope you're listening, and I hope you are listening to where you can watch, because if you do watch the stream, you guys can get your hands on Twitch drops. That is right, and you can also watch some of our streams through our also co-streamers, who are going to be streaming alongside us today as well. I mean, we have some favorites on there. I can see Maniac on there. I saw a couple
you say
people.
favorites. I'm just questioning the pick that he chose.
He did choose a pretty gangster pick, didn't he?
He thinks he's a gangster, but everyone just know I knew Maniac when he was 15, and that was no gangster.
Oh, hey, look, I'll leave that up for a discussion on social media. But we do have some absolutely epic skins and weapons and all sorts of things. But we also do have that grand final pose as well. So make sure you guys are watching the grand final tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And you can get your hands on some free stuff. Who doesn't love free stuff, right?
Absolutely.
We all love free stuff.
You like free stuff?
I like to pay for stuff. Lots of money.
There you go. He likes to pay for stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, if you are paying for stuff, Shozy, then listen up, because I have something for you as well as everybody at home. Again, you know, you can call me the Santa Claus of Halo if you want. You know, I'll take it. But I do have a discount code. I do have a discount code for the incredible HCS gear that you guys can get your hands on. Use the code HCS Anaheim 2022. It's obviously in celebration of this weekend, the Anaheim Regionals. You can get 15% off all of the gear at the Xbox Gear Shop during this tournament, so make sure you do use that code at checkout, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. The link is right down there. You can get your hands on some really, really cool stuff at a discounted price. What more could you want? And I also have a little extra, so I really do feel like I've earned the title of Santa Claus now. Come on, of Halo.
It's not Christmas, lot. Look, Christmas has been and gone.
Well, it is Christmas. Bunny. We're at LAN, aren't we? It's kind of like Christmas.
The Easter Bunny.
The Easter Bunny. That's the next
Halo.
thing that's up, isn't it?
I don't know if I want to be an Easter Bunny. I'd rather be Santa Claus with the beard.
You get a lot of candy with the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, that is true, and chocolate. But I tell you what, I've got PC Game Pass up my sleeve this time, folks. That's right, we're doing 33-month PC Game Passes for you guys. They're happening every single day, so make sure you guys are watching and look out for that chatbot as well, because you can get your hands on a PC Game Pass as well. You are very welcome. There you go.
Thanks, Easter Bunny.
You are very welcome. With that being said, you can get all your tabs open, get yourself situated with everything that I've just said and what we've talked about on the desk. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be lining up our first match of the day on that main stage. We have Sentinels versus XSET. It's the first match of day 2. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Good afternoon, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California. It is absolutely gorgeous in here. It's pretty good outside as well, but I've got to say I'm favoring inside this convention center right now, and it's because we are seeing some of the best Halo Infinite in the entire world. No cap. I honestly am so excited about getting underway with day 2 because obviously it means bracket play, and we get to see the bracket before our very eyes. And we've got to talk about first match of the day, which is happening right behind us on this main stage here. And it's Sentinels versus XSET. Let's talk about one of the first teams, and I think the first one that comes to mind is Sentinels, obviously coming off the back of a pretty devastating loss, honestly, against Cloud9 yesterday. And I don't think really, it was so much the loss. I think it was the fashion in which it happened that's more devastating for Sentinels at this point in time. Talk to me about this roster right now, Clutch. You know them very well. You know their ins and outs. What can we expect out of the gates for day 2?
Yeah, I expect them to come out swinging for day 2. I think that they're pretty disappointed in their performance against Cloud9 yesterday, and rightfully so. I think Cloud9 did a little bit of disrespect to them throughout the gameplay. Every single time we were on Cloud9 screen, they were just challenging over and over, and it was like ego challenging. And Cloud9 looked like the better team. Sentinels believes that they are in that same tier, that same bracket as Cloud9. But in order to really prove that to the rest of us, they're going to have to go off against the rest of this winner's bracket, make it back to a series against Cloud9. That's later on, potentially today. But XSET's going to be the first goal in front of them, and I think that they'll use this XSET series as an opportunity to get the ship right, get some confidence back that they may have lost yesterday.
Yeah, and it's been a rocky path for Sentinels, we know that, having to play with Formal instead of Royal 2 in tournaments, but then still trying to scrim with Royal 2. And that's just going to make for such a difficult scenario where you don't know what to practice, and you're practicing in an environment which isn't necessarily a competitive one at times, because people are scrimming you and they're probably not really playing to their full standard and their full capability. So for Sentinels, it's about just getting those reps in, getting used to what it's like to play in a competitive environment once more, especially for Royal 2 as well, because it's been a bit of a weird one for him for these months that he's been away. He hasn't had that competitive drive. He hasn't had that itch because he's had to just sit on the sidelines, but maybe we'll start to see the Sentinels run here today.
Yeah, for sure. I think that honestly at this point in time, I think, you know, you talk about confidence and, you know, it kind of having to be built back after Cloud9. I didn't think they played with confidence throughout the entire series with Cloud9. I didn't see that confident swagger from Sentinels that you're used to seeing from some of our top teams. And I think also they're just not on the same page, Jersey. Is that kind of what you'd be thinking looking at them?
Well, there was a moment yesterday on Recharge where I seen a member of Cloud9 repulsor up into the air, do a spin and try and no-scope Frosty. That's how comfortable that series was for them yesterday. They were not taking them seriously whatsoever. And then Frosty gets the kill and drops the bag, and I'm just to let them know that no, that's not happening here today. But if Cloud9 are doing that to you, how can you be confident?
Exactly. It is a mindset thing, and I think when you go up against teams, you really have to try and match the confidence that they're also exuding on the map as well. Let's switch the scales a little bit. Let's switch the thing and talk about XSET. So obviously XSET yesterday, I remember hearing the cries from Spartan when he was playing XSET on some of our side stations, and it was actually quite a close game with E-United yesterday for XSET, but they didn't manage to actually take the bag home. What are we expecting out of XSET today, especially going up against Sentinels for their first match of day 2?
Yeah, I expect this team to come out confident as well. I mean, being in winner's bracket right now is big for them. They did not want to come in last in their pool. And they also wanted to create some upsets yesterday that didn't quite happen, but they almost did, right? So in their heads, they're like, if we can play just a little bit better, we can compete with the second tier of teams, which is like the E-United through Sentinels teams that we have here in this tournament. And if they're able to just play a little bit better than they were yesterday, XSET can create upsets. Like Kratos and Suspector have beaten good teams before in the past. They paired themselves very well with Suppressed and Arctic. Suppressed is one of these guys that's coming up, has a lot of individual skill, will be a difference maker if they let him. This series against Sentinels is going to be a difficult one for this XSET team, but it's doable.
Yeah, I think it is doable as well. I think we could be getting a pretty decent game on our main stage. But I'll tell you what, confidence, you are definitely right. And there's one person that comes to mind when you think of confidence from this XSET team. That's Kratos. And we managed to catch up with him as well and see how he's feeling about his matchup on the main stage.
My name is Carlos Ciala Jr. I go by Kratos, and I play for XSET.
To 0, they get the reset onto B, so all of a sudden it looks a little bit different here.
Immediately convert 50 points and counting for this team. Now Kratos gonna do it again with Renegade. Takes a double for it, and that's the type of play you need to see from this man.
I think Cloud9 has been winning because I wasn't on a top team yet, and now that I've put a roster together, I think now we can have some competition towards them. I think I'm really good at getting under my opponent's skin because I just don't talk to anyone. I'm not friends with anyone. I don't want to, you know, I think everything's kind of weird when you're like in this sort of competition where it's, you know, winner takes all. Like, why am I telling you good luck? Like, why am I wishing you the best? It's like, no, I don't. No, it's just me and my team, always.
Win 3-1.
I'm top 10 in every category. No other player can say that. There's really good players better than me at certain things. But when you put it all together, I think I'm just simply the best player to have ever played.
anything is possible. One good round of slaves and the setup is going to be back in and locked for Kratos. Going in, taking out Boo Boo Doo Boo, getting the double kill on Sniped Out, almost able to get the triple, ends up getting the assist, and Exit have a setup of their own.
I think my teammate Spectre doesn't get enough respect. I think he's proven in 2016 that he was the best player in the game at the time. And I think, again, I don't think very many people can argue that he's not the best player in the game right now again. The fans and the players, you know, need to give respect where respect's due. Definitely to Spectre, he's such a humble guy, and he'll never speak on it, but you see the numbers for yourself. You see how much he elevates my team. Like he can hop on any of these other teams and do the same thing and be the star player on that team.
The sniper rifle in hands, and now we have 3 players for Exit. A 4v4 situation, but not for long, because 3 down go Exit.
To Spectre with 1. To Spectre, oh, he does get 2.
I think I learned from last event to this one that I just have to have some killers on my team.
Okay, well, there is a lot to unpack there, and I gotta say, Mr. Confident, Kratos. Mr. Confident, without a doubt. I mean, my goodness, some of the things that you were saying there was a lot to take in, Gaskin. Go for it.
I mean, I love it because I love players like this having this personality. I've always said that, like, I want players to sometimes be that bad guy. And Kratos has been that bad guy. He's the villain. He's the heel, if it was wrestling terms. Best player ever? Like, that is such a bold statement to make. And I mean, I love it. I love the confidence that he's... I want to see that. I want to see the best player come to this stage and beat Sentinels. And I want to see him getting triple kills, I want to see him get overkills, I want to see him getting those flag captures, doing everything. But I also love that he then gassed his team up to be like, well, Spectre's also one of the best players, if not the best player right now. So there is some real belief and some real confidence in this team that suggests that maybe Sentinels should be scared about who they're playing right now.
I think that's very true, and I think you make a really good point there. He's not just only confident about himself, and you know he's very able to do whatever he wants to do to whatever team, but it is about bringing his team together. He does have that team essence to him, and that can be quite dangerous when you have such a confident player wanting to play for everyone on his team.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here. I'm sorry. I'm kind of thrown off.
How much time do we have?
So I love the idea of what Kratos is going for. And I love the camaraderie that he brings with this team, us against the world. That mentality, it is amazing to have as a team because going into a tournament, you really want to have that cohesiveness, and that builds a bond with you and your team. And self-belief is the first step in getting this job done. There's a lot of misquotes in that from there on, where he says, I'm top 10 in every category, where you were top 24 at the last event. So top 10, I don't see your name in there. So I need to see results. I need to see performances that match the words that come out of your mouth in order for me to believe it. This is what happens when Jake Paul goes wild and makes a lot of money. People start to follow suit in that kind of mentality or like acting like it without the results to match. And that's when we run into this generation.
I think, very well said, Clutch. Very well said. There is a lot to unpack there, but I tell you what, I got to say, entertainment-wise, I love it.
It's good entertainment.
Kratos don't change. Absolutely love to see it. Well, let's actually talk about what these teams really think about one another, and I don't think we could really honestly go wrong with speaking to them themselves. Let's see exactly how they're both feeling about entering this main stage match on day number 2.
Okay, you can take the stats and throw them out the windows. With Royal 2 in the mix, everything changes. Royal 2 trying to get into position to maybe pick up the kill onto Renegade. Maybe get a little bit desperate there. There's a double kill for Royal 2.
It's probably my event to win just because obviously I missed the last event and I haven't been like a big tournament like this in like 3 years. And just kind of want to show everybody, what we're capable of and what we can do.
Feels good to be here in Anaheim. This is my city, Hollywood, the stars. I'm a star. Yeah, I would say I'm like one of the 6 best players in this game right now. But I think Suspector's better than me.
All up the Suspector to hit shots. Do it. Oh, are you kidding?
I've always known I was great at Halo since I first started. Now I'm with 3 other gunners that are as good as me, and it feels good.
The most dangerous player here, I can honestly say my teammate, Frosty. I think he is like one of the best.
Frosty's going to do something cool, at least at the end of this game. I can guarantee that, everyone. Ready? 47-38. Oh, there we go. Okay, fine. He finds it.
Rain is already on the offense on the opposing bridge, currently 17-9 with 7 assists. That's going to be a perfect kill.
I think it's a 50-50 chance we win, and I like those odds. I'll take 50-50 all day.
I think the advantages we have are probably just our slaying capabilities. We have probably like 4 of the best players in the world, and our talent, that's probably just the biggest advantage.
My message for the comp is that man, I'm coming for you guys again. I'm on a team that can win again, and I'm coming.
Love it. You got to love it. I mean, that's what you want. Like, this is the energy that I want to be heading into a match with. I mean, come on. You got to love it. Kratos is the villain. He's the villain, though.
You got to have results, though. Like, I love the talk. It's entertainment, but you have to at least create an upset. You have to win a series against one of these teams. You have to, like, put yourself in the conversation, and then when you act like that, you can get away with it. But it's just like, we have to see more from Xset. And this could be the series, right? They're up there. They're confident, obviously. They have a lot of skill. Sentinels coming off a loss might not have the most confidence. If you're ever going to beat them, this could be the series where Xset get back on the map.
I mean, he seems to think it's 50-50 odds. I would say don't take financial advice from him in the future, because that's not something.
That's enough from you, Dan. That's enough from you. Talk is cheap, Kratos. We need to see it on the floor, okay? We need to see you performing here and now. And no more words from you.
He's just muted him.
I've never seen that before, but that is awesome. Welcome to the desk.
Oh my gosh.
Get this guy a pay raise.
Oh my goodness. Right, do you know what? Let's bring up the series now. Let's see how this thing is going to go down. We do have CTF Bazaar up first. And my goodness, actually, you know what? This is going to be a really good map one because CTF Bazaar is very, very difficult to be good at. I mean, it's a very, very hard flag map to start with. So you're going to have to really bring your A game right now, especially if you're Xset with Sentinels. Honestly, vice versa, to be perfectly honest with you, Gaskin.
Am I allowed to speak now? Just double checking that I'm not going to get muted. Yeah, I'll do it quick. Right, this is a series layout. They did scrim each other not long ago, actually. It was only last week. I saw Halo Data Hive putting some stats up recently. CTF Bazaar went in favor of Sentinels, but both Slayer Aquarius and Opal Streets went in favor of Xset.
And they also
then Strongholds Recharge and Slayer Livefire in favor of Sentinels. So that is a pretty tight series when you consider that, because we have seen throughout this tournament already, even though scrim results, you don't take everything away from it, we have seen them actually develop into tournament quite accurately in terms of which are the better maps for these teams. And it seems like Xset have got two really strong maps in this series layout. So this is, you know, 50-50 was the odds that they suggested.
You could be onto something.
Yeah, maybe 75-25, but I still think there's a chance there.
75-25, we take that?
I think Vegas has this at minus 1,000 for Sentinels. So I don't know what odds you guys are giving out, but I will take every bet you can let me place on Sentinels going into this series. That being said, I do know that Xset has beat Sentinels multiple times on that Aquarius Slayer, so that showing up in the rotation as game 2 is a massive opportunity for them to get back in the series if they do fall short in game 1. And if they take game 1, you look at game 2 and you're like, hey, we're confident here too. So Xset could be in store for a long series here. And for Sentinels, you want this to be as short as possible because you're trying to build that momentum throughout the day.
I think Sentinels want to make an impact here, a statement, almost an exclamation point. We're going to brush these guys aside. We're going to go into the next round with our heads held high. I think they're not happy with how the groups and the pools went. Cloud9 made them look exceptionally average at times, so it's time to bounce back here and now. There's no better opponent.
Indeed. Well, let's see if the odds change for you gentlemen a little bit more when we look at our head-to-head on the main stage. Our two players versus one another. We have Royal 2 versus Suppressed here. Now you can see actually their KD performance is pretty similar right now, but I just want to quickly note, yesterday we had Royal 2 in a head-to-head as well. He had no stats to his name. He had a fresh page, and this is his stats after day 1. Clutch, I think that's quite interesting to note. So what did you make of his day 1 performance?
Well, he sure as hell didn't have a 1.16 against Cloud9 yesterday, so he must have been doing some work against those other teams in his pool. And maybe they're able to just scratch that Cloud9 series completely out. He is obviously playing very well to have that positive KD ratio after the Cloud9 performance that all of Sentinels had. So looking for Royal 2 to continue that kill death ratio. I mean, he's probably, I say this all the time, the most positive player in the history of Halo. And it's because every time I look at his stats after an event, it's over plus 100 every single time. It's like hands down, without a doubt, no matter who he played, no matter how many games he played, he's going to have massive stats to back it up.
I think my biggest takeaway, though, was the amount of assists that he was able to get. I mean, yeah, okay, he can be positive with the KD, but is he shooting with the rest of the team? Royal 2 has always been a huge damage dealer. So it's so important to have a player like that on your team. They tried to replicate that with Formal a little bit when he subbed in, but it didn't feel the same, even though Formal's an amazing player, don't get me wrong. It didn't quite click as much as Royal 2 has. And if Sentinels can do what they did with Formal at the previous event and rally and still get that far, then once Royal 2 is back into this mix, and once they are firing as a full squad you know, I do think that they could beat Cloud9. I know it didn't look... After yesterday's performance, you're probably thinking there's no way it's going to happen, but Sentinels on a Friday is very different to Sentinels on a Saturday and Sunday.
It's very true. I don't think that Sen roster really was the roster you're really going to be looking for at all. It didn't look like them in any means. And look, they got stuff to work on. Let's see if they can do it on the main stage. But on the other side of things, you know, I want to talk about Suppress. The fact that he's putting up stats pretty similar to Royal 2 right there speaks in volumes for itself. And I got to say, he's been popping off recently. And I think there's a lot of people who are questioning why maybe Suspector's not up there against Royal 2. Well, he didn't have the best day one yesterday. So I think, you know, if Suspector can actually step up here and Suppress can play like he is, that can be also a dangerous combination, Shows.
It's really good to do it in pools, but I think this is going to be your
Xset's
first
about to
test.
get
You're up against
waxed.
Sentinels now in the winner bracket.
Kratos,
so it's time to, you know,
you're a
shut
little
out
too
any of the
confident
haters.
there,
Do it here
wax
and now.
boy.
This is Suppress' opportunity to put himself on the map. He's a very young player, very new to the scene, very, very individually talented. I've had an opportunity to play against him multiple times in matchmaking. I'm like, who in the hell is this kid? Because he does not miss, and he plays very fast. You can tell that he has what it takes to compete against the likes of the best in the game. We'll see if he has any nerves here coming into our his first big series against one of these top teams at a tournament. This is a big moment for Suppress. I'm really looking at him to step up, embrace that, and honestly, here at Anaheim where we don't have a crowd, this could be the way he eases himself into the professional scene and has that big opportunity without some of the crowd noise and a little bit of the nerves that come with that as well.
Yeah, indeed. Now, gentlemen, it is time to make your prediction. So, Kosh, you at 100% right now?
200%,
Oh,
300%.
I'm also 100%.
500%.
I've been here once, but I'm still 100% as well.
Okay, well,
just
this is your
for the
chance
game.
to
Oh,
keep
you're
it
asking my predictions?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't miss predictions.
He thought he was asking how you feel. Yeah.
No, I
No one
thought,
cares.
How good
I thought
he
she
is.
meant how assured am I of my next pick.
Right, okay. You're still
Yeah,
100% on that one. The jib already spoiled mine because it came over and I have it here. But, you know, it's fine. You probably know by now.
All
but it's
right,
fine.
here we go. We're going to reveal in 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't get paid enough to predict.
He's got
Get out of
blank.
here.
Well, that's 3.
Just get
That's
yourself
3
a
across
point.
the
That's all-
desk for
that's all it is.
Sentinels
You
here.
deserve a point.
Yeah, I'll take a point.
So we're thinking Sentinels, that's going to be a desk wipe with one team. We're going to see if, you know, Sentinels can do the same to exit on the main stage, or if it's going to be a highly contested game. We'll have to find out. We're going to head on over, though, to our duo. Let's talk to Onset and Bravo right now. I hope they're ready to get into this one. There's a lot of conversation going on here, boys. I don't know if you managed to hear the Kratos tape.
We did.
But did that
We
put a
heard it
bit of
all.
confidence in you?
We heard it all. I think we had the same reaction you did.
Yeah, I think it's certainly confident. One thing I will say about Kratos is it's not just him talking about himself a lot of the time. He's always gassing up his teammates.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that you have to appreciate, right? He's the bad guy. We all know that, but he's got so much belief in his teammates that to team with him is probably an amazing experience because he's going to put you on that pedestal every single time.
Yeah.
He really is. He is the villain of this story. Well, you guys got to narrate it right now, so I'm going to hand it on over to you.
Thank you very much, Light. I tell you what, Andy, I've kind of got too much energy this morning. I've had a lovely sleep, I've had a lovely breakfast, I've
ready
had
to go.
17 coffees,
True.
and I'm ready to get into this first series. It's going to be a really, really interesting one as well. Sentinels taking on Xset, and we were looking at the stats, Andy, and a couple of things really jumped out to us about these two teams.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at here. One of the things that Royal 2 talked about in his video that you guys might have seen at home was talking about how Slay dominant this team is, what they could do. Right now, they lead Anaheim. They're #1 in slays per game. It's about 76.6 kills per game. Pretty telling. However, their record not as strong as it should be with the slays that they have.
Yeah, certainly interesting on the other side of things as well. You were looking at Xset, and it's kind of the opposite story, right?
Yeah, on the opposite, exactly. It's totally opposite. So you have them not as heavy in slays and assists per game. However, their record is a little bit better, showing that they have a little bit more objective efficiency, which is, or actually it's even, excuse me, and just shows a little bit more objective efficiency, which is great to see. But the question will be which of these two will come out on top. And I know you're one of the few who's gotten to talk to Royal 2. You got to sit down with them yesterday in an interview, which I'm sure we'll see later. But as a teaser, tell me what it's like in the Sentinels camp.
I mean, Sentinels, it's a very interesting mood in there right now. I spoke to Royal 2 yesterday, more about the Cloud9 series, understandably, right? That's kind of the bar that everyone's going to measure this lineup by at the moment. And he was like, it's just weird. It was just a weird series. Like, we weren't doing what we normally do. We weren't taking the fight to them. We were playing a little bit scared. We were sort of second-guessing how we wanted to approach certain things. And he was also kind of caveated it by saying, this is the first time we played Cloud9. You got to remember this as a roster, especially in tournament play. And it took us a little bit of time to adjust. And by the time we started to adjust, it was too late into the series. and it was gone. But I think the thing that really is telling is that statistic, right?
Yep.
Sentinels are still killing everyone. As you say, they are first. It's about finding that aggression and the objective efficiency to go alongside that. If that clicks,
yep,
we got a team in our hands.
Big thing to highlight for me is Clutch pointed out on the desk that Cloud9 was ego challenging Sentinels, and they were winning 1v1s. They were popping out to take BR fights that they maybe didn't need to take. When I look at these XSET players, these are also 4 players that will ego challenge you. I mean, Kratos especially, Suspector especially, maybe Kratos a little bit more on the ego side, Suspector more on the just simply a challenge side. But regardless, these are players that are going to jump out when you least expect it, and they'll hit you with a 4-shot. So I think if XSET can find that same groove in terms of being able to isolate 1v1s and win battles and continue to really rack up those kills that maybe other teams would be a little bit more afraid to get, XSET has a great chance in the series, and let's not forget the game types.
Yeah, not only that, it's a great point that you make there. The game types are so vital now in Halo Infinite, and I tell you what, XSET, when they saw that series layout, would have had smiles on their faces. We've seen the stats, I think Dan talked about it on the desk, but these two teams scrimmed pretty recently, and with these game types, they went in the favor of XSET.
Somehow they did. The scrim result is overwhelmingly in favor of Sentinels, of course, and as Dan said, you could check out Halo Data Hive, some great stuff on Twitter. You can see the exact scrim results we're talking about, so make sure to open another tab or on your phone. Check out Halo Data Hive. You can see the exact games that these guys have played against each other in this exact series. But I gotta say,
yeah,
just the sheer fact that you've got the games 2 and 3, the fact that those were XSET wins in a very otherwise one-sided victory for Sentinels. I mean, XSET essentially, if they win their 2 games that are those middle games, I believe it's Aquarius Slayer and Streets Oddball, if they win those 2, they only need 1 more in the whole series and they'll take it.
Yeah, plus the first game is Bazaar Capture the Flag, and we know how that can play, right? And
it can play anyway.
Exactly. It can be one of those really attritional, grindy games where one flag cap can be the difference between the 2 teams. And one thing that also stands out to me about this team, and some of the players on it, I'm looking at Suspector, put some respect on his name. We were jokingly saying we'll call him Respector then for the rest of this series. But, at the start of Halo 5, when you had a more sort of varied sandbox on the map, right? We had ARs, we had storm rifles, we had all of that stuff.
That's a very kind way to put it.
Hey, look, I'm getting paid here. It's similar in the fact that you look at Halo Infinite right now, and you saw the success that Kratos and Suspector had in the early stages of Halo 5. With this expanded sandbox now in Halo Infinite, it's not too surprising to see them in the position they are now.
Right, they can, of course, have a very different balance than what we saw in early Halo 5, but there are ARs on the map, right? You can melt, you can take people down. When you talk about pulsed carbines, when you talk about the shock rifle, and you talk about the stalker rifle.
Mangler,
Mangler as well. I mean, yeah, Mangler's maybe the best example there as a sandbox outlier in the current meta. It's a great point. I think these guys are going to know how to use that entire sandbox, and they're going to use it to their advantage.
It's going to be a fascinating series for me, and I think it's going to be a little bit tighter, maybe not in series score overall when we look back at it, but I think the games are going to be extremely tight between the 2 teams. Now, looking at this Sentinels roster, who do you want to see maybe stand up a little bit to be counted today? Because I think there's a few players yesterday who won't be too happy with their performance.
I think for me, it's what can Lethal bring to the table. I think Lethal, one of the most consistent players I've ever seen play the game. Very rarely do we see a bad stat line from him. I think he and the rest of the squad would agree. Like, when Lethal's on, it's pretty hard for the Sentinels team to lose games. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Lethal just because he tends to be one of the most consistent players, and if he just steps up to play his full potential, this team should win this series.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Lethal has probably one of the toughest roles to play here on Sentinels as well. It's something that isn't talked about enough. I think there's always one player on a top team who has a role to play, which is you're kind of sacrificing the ability to go +1 in your KD, +2 in your KD to get jobs done. That means jumping in the stronghold first. That means dealing damage onto 2 or 3 players before you fall. Lethal is one of the best in the world at doing that. Sometimes it doesn't reflect in the statistics, but at the same time, there's a variance, right? It doesn't matter if you go neg1, neg2, neg3, but you've got to be around that range, around evens, if you want to get the best out of yourself, your team to perform.
You bring up a great point, because Lethal right now, coming into this event, and also yesterday overall in the Pro Series, is a .88 KD, and yesterday is a .86 KD, and that tells you what the caliber of player he is, the fact that he's going just a slight bit negative. Like you say, he's an all-rounder, he's getting the job done, being where he needs to be in terms of objective. Being the only player that is slightly negative on that squad tells you a lot about what he has to do in order for this team to win games.
It's crazy how something so simple could change maybe how the Sentinels rosters look, though. If he boosts that up to a 0, maybe just slightly above throughout the games, then this roster can certainly click. And you're looking at Snakebite, you're looking at Frosty, you're looking at Royal 2. We know what they can all do. I just want to see the aggression yesterday. One thing that I kind of was chatting about with Royal 2 yesterday as well was when they really took the game to the Cloud9 roster back in Halo 5, the first time that we saw it, it was when they met aggression with aggression. Now, are we going to see that from Sentinels, or is it XSET going to be the team here who comes off and kicks off day number 2 here in Anaheim with a little bit of an upset? We're going to find out now. We're into our first map of the series. You can see we're heading to Bazaar. We got some capture the flag to deal with.
A great way to start off this series, without a doubt. These two teams going to be able to feel each other out just a little bit different from, say, a Stronghold's start or an oddball start where you're going to see a little bit more off the break. Here we go, game number 1.
Here we go then, and let me tell you, that grapple is going to become more and more important to these teams as we see Halo Infinite progressing. For now, it's going to be Suspector, who we watch off the break, but he's just watching 2 teammates fall here as Lethal and Snakebite pick up kills, and not only that, it's going to be Lethal who picks up the first overshield.
Lethal with very good cover there. You see he was the only one who went bottom middle. They did not send anyone extra double doors or over to the pillars, but instead that flag's going to start. Let's see how Lethal plays this one. He's got a little bit of extra time as well, and look at that perfect Dynamo nade off the wall.
And look at that, Royal 2 picks up 2 kills while Lethal stays alive and moves that objective. This is the roles you want to be seeing being played to a T here by Sentinels. It's a perfect start for them. Lethal's got that flag all the way back past the double doors. Now it's just about picking up those kills.
Yeah, Frosty just needs to play alive here. Oh boy, and Kratos starting things off there with a nice little win for himself. And we'll see what Spectre can do. Not able to go back. That's 2 dead.
Look who's picking up those kills as well. It was Royal 2 while Snakebite slid in to get that touch. And it's going to be within the first couple of minutes of this game. Sentinels put in that first flag. That is a hot start from the guys on Sen.
Very hot start, and you don't always see a flag cap. I should say you rarely see a flag cap that early on this game type. Certainly the way that they wanted to kick off this day number 2.
3 dead here once again for XSET. And look at Sentinels pushing forward already. There's a Mangler in the hands of Kratos who picks up a vital kill onto Snakebite. Manages to stay alive for a few seconds, but there's Lethal for the cleanup. The flag moving once again here in the hands of Sentinels.
Yeah, 2 dead though. We'll have to see what Royal 2 is thinking here. He's only got 1 teammate alive on the balcony, but they're able to get it pretty far there considering only 2 players were alive.
Great positioning as well here from Royal 2. You see he throws that flag out and then positions himself up in this hut, and this is such a frustrating position to deal with, especially when you got someone like Royal 2 with one of the best long-range battle rifles you can ask for.
Look at the awareness. Those 2 players fly through the bar. Royal 2 and co know exactly where Kratos is in the tree. Right away, they turn the corner. Perfect timing. Their great understanding of where they need to be and what they need to do.
That flag is going to be sent back home, but it's not going to be for too long because you can see the pressure coming in once again. The thrust from Royal 2, and I tell you what, there's a little tickle under the chin there for Kratos on his way into the death screen.
Not afraid to throw a little extra there. I think Royal 2 knew that his life was over, and at the end, he was going to add a little spice to this last moments of that life.
Well, Snakebite's here with the second overshield of the game for Sentinels, who have had a fantastic start here, but XSET have managed to slow things down ever so slightly, just for a few seconds. But as I say, that Snakebite's going to be moving this flag, potentially a second one, as Kratos is going to be in the bar, has to be dealt with here by Sentinels. Snakebite now going to turn his attention back to look for any spawners.
Oh my gosh, look at that play from Snakebite. Using that overshield so wisely, uses the thrust, takes those shots, gets the damage onto Kratos in BR, picks up another kill as well. This is great stuff. Look at the numbers on the left side of the board. Sentinels heavily outslaying, and 3 dead for XSET right now, flag through the double doors.
Kratos last alive. He manages to get the nade. He threads the needle to slow down that flag cap, but Kratos is the furthest player forward here. Sentinel should be able to rally this flag. It's Snakebite within his hands. Lethal picks up another kill as they go up by 2.
Sentinel's ready to play on day number 2. Like you said, 2 dead again on the side of XSET. Look at the numbers, folks. Royal 2, 9-3. Frosty, 9-3. Right now on the other side, it's Kratos, the man of the hour of the trash talk you heard before this series. 3-7 right now. We'll see how he responds.
One thing to point out here is how well the Sentinels have controlled everything on the map. A great example of this is the fact that Snakebite is actually taking his time to wait for those dynamo grenades off spawn while still having a rocket to play with as well. Sentinels controlling the map completely.
When I was a kid, they said eat your vegetables. Now they're telling the kids wait for your dynamos because it pays off in the end. Great pressure from Snakebite once again. Great use of the rockets. Just going to hold and patrol up on the bar. New overshield in 8.
Suppress picks up 2 kills. That means the battle for mid-map control is about to come forward for both of these teams. Lethal picks up 1 as well, but it's all about the overshield. And look at this Snakebite. That's back-to-back picks up of dynamos, and you can't push through those things, which is going to mean he can secure that next OS. Snakebite doing a great job there, just recognizing map situations where everyone is and what's the most important thing to pick up.
Arctic trying to get away with the peak shot. Eventually, he will melt the overshield, so it's well done. But Snakebite's a one-man show down there. Grabs the dynamos. That's all he needed to grab the overshield. He's able to throw it back into the hut, and just like that, they're able to secure that 3rd overshield.
2 dead per side here. Kratos is going to get taken down by Royal 2, who seems like he has a bit of a point to prove today. I think he was a little bit disappointed with his own performance yesterday, especially in the series that we've talked about enough, and I'm going to leave it to one side against Cloud9. But today, it looks like a different beast. You can see that in the stat lines, 11 and 4 for the Canadian.
Suppressed there, trying to get something going in the HUD. Actually, he'll get caught off guard. Nades will come through as well. That helps Royal 2 pick up the double. Nice control, nice teamwork in the tree, which is what you need when you're pushing on Bazaar.
Two teammates caught on the elbow here as well. Suspector, Suppressed, and Kratos all taking damage, and Royal 2 just waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Look at the teamwork as Lethal pokes around the corner to get the beat down. Lethal will pick up another one as well, so Suppressed is going to have to double back for just a few seconds here because you know the pressure's going to be coming, and Lethal, big plays from him. He's 10-8 in this game, and he's got his hands on the flag again.
2 dead once again. We've got a fresh spawner in Suppressed. We'll have to see in Observer mode exactly where those spawners are popping. You do see Kratos already across the map as well, playing low Arctic with a pull in the BR as well.
Now this is just a numbers game. You can see what's happening here. Sentinels trying to decide, do we kill this spawner over and over again to try and create some space before we get that touch on the flag? Now you can see Frosty picks up 1, Royal 2 picks up 1, Frosty picks up 3. All of the players consecutively fall here from XZ, and that is going to be the 3rd flag going in here for Sentinels. It was perfect objective efficiency. That is the standout of the difference from Sentinels yesterday and what we're seeing today.
It's a very different day 2 for this Sentinel side, and my God, you got Frosty 16-5 in this game right now. Royal 2 just make that 17-5. Royal 2 just behind him at 14-5 on the other side. Once again, Arctic and Kratos 4-14 and 4-12. Sentinels still dominating in the Slay department.
Overshield in their hands as well. I'm pretty sure that Frosty's going to pick up the rockets too. Lethal versus Suspector. He'll win that one. A double kill here for Lethal, who is now 13-8. Snakebite leading the charge once more.
My God, Sentinels, I don't know when they've looked better recently. They look incredible. Flag is going once again. Look at this, a perfect tag, a perfect toss all the way down. Snakebite will drop and shoot for a moment, thinking that the pressure would surely have come already, and knew that someone like Kratos might be on the pillars, finds him right away.
Yeah, Kratos is going to get swarmed in about 3 seconds. He doesn't even need to, because look at that. The team fight that came in from Sentinels, they know they can force this one home now, as all of the players are not going to be past that 50-yard line on the map. It was 3 a few seconds ago. Make it 4 as Sentinels move just 1 flag away from closing out map number 1.
Absolutely perfect play that we've seen from Sentinels. There's not really any other way to put it in this game. Keep in mind also, they're shutting down Suspector, the #1 KDA in North America, at a 1.43. Right now, he's been shut down to 7-13 as well. So this is just perfect play. A lot of things to break down, but as the moment slows down here for Onset, I think the #1 thing to watch is how Sentinels controls the opponent's hut, their tree, and their bridge, and how they're able to slay both on their side of the map and their opponent's side. They're ready for those spawners.
It's been really impressive so far. And look at this. This is impressive as well. The trade comes in, though, for Kratos. A good play from him to make sure that at least he got out of that situation with the kill to his name. The push now coming in from XZ. The first time we've really seen them being able to be aggressive, and they're making it count here. There should be a flagpole coming in, but unfortunately, it looks like Suspector lost a teammate. Arctic, though, into position to maybe get that flag moving.
Yeah, like you said, this is really the first pressure that we've seen. They've got 4 minutes on the clock. It would require a marathon of very, very good Halo gameplay in order for them to tie this game up. Possible, though, but first time we've seen them really get into their opponent's space.
Lethal doubling back. Snakebite going to be there as well. The teamwork has been exceptional from Sentinels so far in this game. It's very rarely that it's going to be a 1v1 battle. We've been watching from their POV, and when you watch it from XZ's POV, you kind of feel that, right? It always feels like one player's getting shot by multiple angles, and they don't really know where they want to locate their BR reticle to try and take a fight that they can turn in their favor. But for now, it's going to be the Dynamos again that are having an impact. Royal 2 challenging from the treehouse, but here comes Lethal around the corner. He's going to have the overshield, but it gets extinguished almost immediately.
Great pushes here. How many times on set have we seen a single Sentinels player pushing into hut, tree, or the opponent's bridge? I would dare say it's been either once or 0 times we've even seen that this game. Every time, even when you have Lethal with an overshield, Snakebite is behind him to clean up that kill. Perfect team pushes coming in from Sentinels as well.
3 dead here for Sentinels, though, and it will be Snakebite who's just been a pain for XZ. They need to find out where he is. He's got that Bulldog to play with as well. And the longer that Snakebite survives here, the more resources that XZ are going to have to send back to their side of the map. That's the last thing they're going to want to have to deal with here, Andy, because if they're fighting on their side, they're not going to be able to put numbers where it matters getting that flag moving.
Suppressed as well to win that battle there on the other side. Also, we do see a little grapple out, so Lethal's going to have to just reset on bottom middle. But like you said, they're waiting for those Dynamos. Suppressed, though, with some rockets in hand.
Maybe this is the opportunity here for XZ just to get a little bit of map control, but it seems like every time they get a kill at the moment, it's traded out almost immediately. Frosty looking to do exactly that for Sentinels, as Kratos is going to do some damage, and Suppress can now use that damage to pick up the kill. Can't quite connect with the rocket. That's 2 for 2, not connecting in the way that he would have wanted.
Yeah, a little bit of a prediction rocket there. He thought the player was going low rockets, not onto that middle side bridge. That splash damage just doesn't connect there, so that's going to delay their push a little bit, and that cost him. As you see, Frosty just pokes outside. He's got some help up top as well, and Frosty with a great double kill trade. That's the kind of trade you want to be able to do. They'll be able to reset almost certainly.
Kratos should be taken down here, but no, it's just going to be the shields that are taken down as he stays alive for now. Now Kratos looks like he's going to be doubling back, and that's a big challenge coming in from Kratos. He wins that fight. You can see Sentinel's desperate to get him out of the bar at the moment, trying to show that he can hide behind those draws, but unfortunately it's going to be Frosty too wise for that one, and now some nice shots onto Arctic cross map too.
Yeah, Frosty very quick to fly right into that bar. You don't want a player to stay alive there. You want to take advantage of the damage that was already done by your teammates, and he's very efficient to fly in there. Looks like a few deaths bottom middle though, but that flag is actually going to get pulled.
Lethal going to get that overshield, and one thing that has been a standout so far in this game is Sentinels have had everything, pretty much. There's only one rocket launcher I can remember being in the hands of XZ that we saw from Suppressed, and even when they had it, weren't too efficient with it. They didn't manage to pick up the kills and create the openings they needed to. However, it has been everything being put to use by Lethal and co. He's got that kill now onto Kratos. He's got the flag through the double doors. 3 dead here for XZ. This could well be the final flag.
Lethal, once again, this is your man. He runs bottom middle. He runs the opponent's flag. He does everything he wants. This is potentially your 5th and final flag. Lethal's going to come up top, and that will secure it. 5 flags. Sentinels will take the game.
Absolutely convincing. What else can you say about that first map from Sentinels? Every single piece of the puzzle clicked together there to give them that map win. And it's not just a map win as well. That's Bizarre capture the flag. That's a 5-0.
That's a 5-0. That's a very convincing game one. That gives you tons of momentum. The fashion in which they did it is not just a momentum building for Sentinels. It is, I will say, completely demoralizing for the side of XZ in a game that you could say, looking at that series layout, might have been a bit of a coin flip. It goes very clearly to the side of Sentinels, and XZ is going to have to hope that their games 2 and 3, which as we said, they won in scrims, they're going to have to hope that they click.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to highlight though, right? XZ are going to be looking maybe at this next game and the one after as the ones that they can kind of wrestle away with the historical wins that they've had very recently against Sentinels on these maps. Online in scrims, yes, we'll put that little asterisk there for you to kind of highlight that it's not a tournament situation, but it still tells you a lot about XZ's ability to win those games against this lineup.
Yeah, that's a tough result for XZ. I think, you know, we saw in their interviews as we take a look, I'll interrupt myself here as we take a look at the stats to see any big outliers. I think we saw what was going on, and it was really about Frosty going 24 and 13. By the way, with 15 assists, we call that a beautiful, beautiful set of stats. 24, 15, and 13, that's wild.
Yeah, they're the ones that you want to wrap up and take home and take into every single map. On the other side of things, you saw Kratos not having the best of games. 9 and 20 for him, just couldn't quite get anything going. But this is something to point out here. Just the teamwork was something that stood out to me. The baiting and switching from Sentinels, night and day from what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. Look at this. Once again, 2 players are pushing into the tree together. That is a death. Royal 2 dies there without Snakebite. Look at this help. Royal 2 gets a double kill because of the Snakebite hitting the Dynamo. Beautiful team pushes. We saw it in the tree. We saw it on the hut. We saw it in the bar. That is how you have to play this game type. And Sentinels is running a clinic. If you're at home, get your notebooks out. Start taking notes because this is how you play this game type.
One thing that really impressed me as well was how good they were at recognizing numbers once they got that flag halfway. You saw there was always a little stutter step because you know that you've got to pick up those kills if you want to get that second half of the run completed. They did that 5 times. They won that first map 5-0, but now we go on to Aquarius, where I've got to say Sentinels against Cloud9 yesterday, and I'll say many teams against Cloud9, didn't look too healthy. They didn't look like they quite knew how they wanted to play the map. Yes, that was CTF. Maybe Slayer is something a little bit different.
Yeah, XZ is going to need to see what they can bring here. And I also want to keep in mind, XZ did win this game type in scrims, but it was a 50-45. And when you start to get to the 50-45 range, any margin larger than that, I think, is a fairly convincing win when you talk about the highest level of professional Halo. When you start to get to 50-45 and lower of a margin, that game starts to look a little bit less impressive in terms of the stats. So I'm not fully sold on the fact that XZ is the better Aquarius Slayer team at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, it's scrims, right? Yeah. We always have to kind of throw that in there just so we don't get it twisted too much for the people watching at home thinking, hey, oh God, these guys beat them last time. It's like, it's online. Come on, it's a scrim. It's a practice thing. But I think Sentinels, one thing that they do when they see those kind of results is they will see that as the outlier and go, okay, why did we lose this? And they will put the time in to make sure that doesn't happen again. A little bit like I was talking about yesterday, where historically recharge has been a struggle for Sentinels, right? but the amount of time they would have put into it over the last week or so to make sure that they come in today and put in a much better performance when the tournament matters is something they do almost better than anyone at the moment. And this guy today, I mean, he's definitely going to be a player to watch.
I mean, yeah, even upping the KD further to 1.6 today, just to put that into perspective, a 1.6 KD, if that was his overall stat, would put him #1 in the league. So right now he is performing. Yesterday ranked 5th, but today poised to maybe take the first place spot in terms of KD if he keeps up what he started in game #1.
It will certainly will be difficult to do so, but if anyone can do so,
he's the man.
His name is Bradley Bergstrom. As I took a second there to get that name out because it's more difficult to say live on cameras.
The alliteration. Gets you.
Exactly.
I hear you.
It certainly makes me trip up. But let's talk about the other side of things for Xset here. Slayer we've seen on this game can be, anyone could beat anyone, it feels like, at certain times. If you can control certain maps, weapons, whatever it might be. Aquarius, I would say, maybe a little bit of an outlier for that, because I feel like you can actually put together quite good runs without power weapons too much. There's only the heat wave and the camo to really worry about. You got the sidekicks to play with a little bit, but it's more of a pure map, I would say, than some of the other maps, like, for example, Streets, where you've got Rockets, Bulldog, etc., which can really change the dynamics of a game. I would say this one is kind of more of a shootout between the two teams.
It will be. It really will be a shootout. It'll be a test of who can take those certain gaps, those moments to get the top middle angles, who identifies when we need to rotate, right? How do you tuck back with your team? One thing that Sentinels did so well on Bazaar is understanding when they were allowed to take damage, for example, to engage with an opponent in their bar, right? They know the exact delicate balance of when you engage with players who are across the map and when you don't, and that is going to be so important on Aquarius as well.
It certainly is. We're going to get into the game as quickly as we possibly can. We're just waiting for the players to feel settled and for them to get, everything set up in the way that they need to do for us to get our second map underway. But it gives us a little chance to kind of step away from this series for 2 seconds and kind of highlight some of the other games that we've got coming today. Because you look at one side of the bracket, Andy, we were looking at it yesterday. You got Optic, you got Sentinels, you got FaZe all on one side, plus E United. I tell you what, it's going to be a war today, an absolute war.
It's going to be fantastic. You and I were agreeing. I think we love Pool Play Fridays. I think they set the table very well for an event, but today really is when things get started. You have a different set of stakes when you get into bracket play, and you can already kind of feel that energy in the venue today. There's a lot more on the line as teams are going to start going home as early as the first series of the day in the elimination bracket. So certainly a lot more to play for, and I think Xset needs to make sure that they step up in game #1, because I don't know, I mean, outslayed by over a dozen there. They need to make sure that they reset a bit, because that was a slobber knocker of a game 1, and they need to get ready for the second one.
It certainly was, unless also something to throw into the mix here about this Xset lineup. Yesterday they played against E United. They lost that series, but they lost it 3-2. It was a very, very tight series between the two teams, which shows that this lineup can hang with some of the best in the game. I would say yesterday, E United, something seemed a little bit off. I know that Ryanu's been a bit under the weather heading into the event, and that might have affected their practice a little bit. But now that they're here, one thing to point out as well, as I saw, we have a Discord for this event going at the moment, and there's a little scrim thing going for all the teams and players who want to play against each other before things get underway. At the live event that you see, the two teams that were talking, it was Xset and it was E United. Anyone want to scrim? And those two teams have been playing since very early this morning, which shows how much that they want to make sure today is the day they perform, as every single team does, of course.
Absolutely. Just to go through Xset's full record there in pool play, as you said, it was a 3-1 loss to KCP. After that, it was a 3-2, as you also mentioned, to E United. There was a 3-0 against Torrance. So as we said, that brings them to an even record coming into this. And really, this can go one of two ways. I think they need to get ready to get set. Even if they don't win this series against Sentinels, you started to talk about it at the end of the Bazaar game. They need to make sure they're finding their footing. Even if this series ends in a loss and they find themselves in the elimination bracket, I think how they play the series will do a lot for their momentum and what kind of energy they carry into the bracket.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's important for everyone today to take as much out of every series as they can, right? I know it sounds like almost an obvious thing to say, right? But it's different when you're in that moment.
It is.
It's different to get knocked down to the elimination bracket and it be a 3-0.
At least a 3-1.
Exactly. Yeah. A couple of games go your way, and even if it's a 3-0, it has to be a 50-49. It has to be a 3-2 flag. You know, those kind of things which give you something to believe in, where you're looking at a series, you're looking at a game type, and there's a few little mistakes instead of you know how to play this. We've just got dumped on.
There's a lot of intangibles there, because keep in mind, these players are so much on these lands. They've been playing for online for weeks now. Some of these players, they were not able to be at Raleigh. Now they're here. This is the time to shine. There will not be a LAN for many, many more weeks after this, and you only have, say, after a series, you might only have something like a half-hour period to get your wits about you, to get ready for this next series. And what type of mindset you take into that series, it will dictate your weekend. And if you cannot come to terms with exactly the things that you need to polish up and work on, which can be difficult to do in 30 minutes time, it'll really catch up to you. So if you don't come into this event ready, it'll really be a factor. But take a look here, talking about maybe some opening strategies coming in for Kratos.
We need to get Kratos a telestrator out. That's what he needs.
He needs an iPad or something.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get him all the tools that he needs to illustrate to his teammates exactly what is going down. But you can see, obviously, the strategy is pretty clear. We can't hear it in the comms, but what they're trying to communicate is how they want to play this map. And I think it's these little breaks sometimes can just be good to reinforce things you've gone through in the build-up to these series. Maybe even last night, looking back on some of the VOD, to make sure we don't make the same mistakes and we're playing the game in the way we want to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, maybe this moment here looks like maybe a player just looking into some type of setup issue here, getting something just reset. These moments might slow down the momentum for the side of Sentinels. I don't think it's going to slow down the skill level that we'll see out of them whatsoever.
I agree.
Maybe more of a mental reset opportunity for XSET. Maybe this tiny bit of extra time here as we wait for the players to get into the game might help them, but it looks like actually it's time to go in game number 2.
Here we go then, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we got everything set up here. It's 1-0 to Sentinels in this series in our winners bracket. If you're just joining us, welcome along to this beautiful morning here in Anaheim as Sentinels look to now add that second game to their tally. If they do so, they'll only be one game away from finding their way through to that next round. For XSET, this is a massive, massive moment as we head into Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at the opening rush to see exactly how this one plays out. Sentinel's going to need to make sure they don't go 4 down early and set up a bad tone for the rest of the game. Lethal with some very good shots to kick things off here.
Yeah, Lethal looks like he's playing with somewhat of a point to prove today. He's won so many individual battles. Suspector, oh, I tell you what, he was close to winning another one. It was the heat wave that there was the difference this time. Suspector also will pick up another. That's a triple from Suspector. Kraos saying he believes Suspector is the best in the game right now. Kraos also going to win a big battle there against Royal 2. As Suppress also has camo. It's reflecting in the scoreline as well. 2-kill lead here for XSET. They've got all the tools to play with.
Frosty, though, with some very good shots against Camo. That will shut down any Camo run and bring the game just within 1. Much better start, though, for the side of XSET.
Much better start, but with everything that they had, it's only a 1-kill advantage. That's one thing that I will say you have to give some credit to Sentinels for. Suspector picks up 1, though, and Arctic another. So now Frosty's going to have to stay alive with that heat wave in his hand because he's the last player alive. And this has been a great push actually coming in, and what a stick that is as well from Suspector, taking Frosty down to the grave with him.
Just like that. Nice little 4-kill lead for them. We'll see what Snakebite can do. Going to actually just wisely take the heat wave and retreat. Now has the help coming in, and now they get the damage. They might go here.
Yeah, look at the difference in the scoreline, though. It's now 11-6 to XSET, and you can see why they're very confident on this map. Every single time they're pushing, it's convincing. Suppress is picking up another, and at the moment, they're just focusing on these players. Snakebite manages to get a trade, but that's about as good as it gets here. It's 14-7. XSET doubling up on Sentinels.
Very nice heat wave drop there to get the extra timing there on the frames just to get that extra kill. But like you said, still, XSET came to play in this game type, and the scrim results so far are proving true that XSET certainly knows how to play this game type and maybe knows how to play in terms of style against the side of Sentinels.
Royal 2 struggling on Aquarius once again at the start of this game. He's currently sat on a donut, 0-5 now for Royal 2. As Suspector picks up yet another kill. He's 8-2 at the moment, Suspector. You can see why he is #1 for KDA.
Absolutely, and you didn't see that in game number 1. Suspector had a little bit more respectful stats in terms of how game number 1 went, but certainly not the stats you expect to see from the best KDA in the league. However, it's a very different start for him, 8-2 right now.
I'll tell you what, XSET are picking apart Sentinels here. It is looking ugly for Sen, and I mean, that move there from Snakebite says everything you need to know, just running out, desperately trying to find anything, get anything going for his team. It's 23-9, Andy. 24-9 now, as XSET say, hey, don't write us off quite yet.
I'll tell you what, if you were hoping to see a spicy Saturday, that's what we're delivering here in this first series of the day. If you caught that game number 1, you probably didn't expect to see a 25-11 scoreline, more than doubling the score of their opponents, but that's exactly what XSET is doing here, and we have a series on our hands.
Sentinels trapped inside of the base as well. Snakebite's trying to push out with those dynamos. He's not going to be doing too much damage. Suspector's going to be here, teaming up with his Arctic to try and collapse onto these players. It's not going to happen for now. Snakebite and Sentinels will finally get 3 dead here for Exeter. Is this the start they need to get back into this? You can rally kills back to back here. Sentinels need to do it quickly, though.
It's true. It would be possible. We've seen teams do it, and we've seen crazier things happen, especially when you talk about Sentinels. This would be a devastating comeback. We'll have to see if Sentinels can slowly climb back in this. It'll probably take them till around the 40 kill mark if they're able to do it, but we'll have to see.
3 dead here for Exeter. 27-18. He looks a little bit more respectable all of a sudden. Suspector trying to get away from Snakebite and managing to do so as well. Suppress will pick up a kill onto Royal 2. At the moment, Snakebite's just been no shields for what feels like an eternity at the moment. Hopefully the Halo gods will shine down on him in a few seconds to get those shields back. But 28-20, it's now an 8-kill game.
Yeah, this game was just 25-10, and now it is 28-20. So right now we are on the trajectory of this game potentially ending very differently than it started. Make that a 6-kill game, and before we could even talk about it, Sentinels has done it. This game is now not just a 6-kill game, it's a 5-kill game. 23-28, Sentinels answering back, and this would be a dagger if they could tie this score right now. 4-kill game.
Oh boy, here we go. Lethal picks up another 24-28 now, and Kratos is going to be taken down by Frosty, who you might have noticed has got a little bit of camo to play with as well. 3 kills, the difference between the two teams. It's almost tied up here.
This was 25-10. That's a 17-5 run from Sentinels just now. And what a statement from them. Make it a 2-kill game. This is essentially tied up 1-kill game. And I don't know what you're thinking if you're on the side of Exeter. We are tied at 30-30. Are you kidding me?
20 kills to go for either team. I thought this one was over. But Sentinels did not. Suppress somehow stays alive in the base, though. Oh, the bloom from the sidekick not quite connecting. Lethal comes in. Frosty comes in as well. It's a 1-kill lead now for Sen.
This is absolutely outrageous. And this is what the best teams in the world can do. It doesn't matter if they're down by 15 in a Slayer. They'll bring it back. I predicted it would take them till the 40 kill mark. My God, did they ever shut that down. They did it at 30, outslaying their opponents by an unbelievable margin there. 20 kills to 5.
All of a sudden, it's a lot closer between the two teams when I'm talking about trades. Trades across the board now. It hasn't been those big swings that we saw from either side at the start of this game. 34-32 the score, though. 2-kill lead here. Make that a 4-kill lead as Frosty and Snakebite will pick up kills. There's a stick coming in, though.
Very nice.
Arstic making a play, though, to keep Exeter in it. If he falls in that situation, it's not going to allow his teammates to come off free spawn, but Frosty puts him in the bin.
39-35. It's a 4-kill lead for Sentinels. And if you are on the side of Exeter, if you are one of those players or the coach, you are wondering what the hell just happened. This was a runaway Slayer. This looked like a matchmaking stat and a guaranteed steak dinner, but now it is anything but.
Camo in the hands of Snakebite. It's going to be dropped down. It wasn't activated, so the camo still available top middle. Exeter pick up 3 kills as well. Frosty last alive here. Tries to get the stick onto the player inside of the base, trying to survive as long as he can. But now look at the score again. A little bit of a rally here coming in from Exeter.
This is what we came for. 42-39 here.
Snakebite knew where that camo was. He just picked it up top middle.
There it is. This could be big here. This could be game in his hands.
Frosty picks up 1. 7 kills to go now for Sentinels. There's Kratos, though, with a grenade to cross the 40-point mark here for Exeter. Arctic tries to stay alive. Not going to happen, son, as Frosty works with Snakebite. Suppressed, he's trying to hunt down Snakebite, but no! Snakebite jumps back out to pick up the 45th, but it's 3 kills the difference between the two teams.
Look at all the information from Snakebite. First of all, amazing trigger discipline, amazing timing, but look at all the information he's getting his team here on the flank. Camo's out, but he's already behind enemy lines.
Kratos gets beaten down from the thrust. Now Snakebite is behind enemy lines. 47 kills on the board now for Sentinels, make it 48-49. 1 kill away. Sentinels from taking home game number 2, and it's one of the craziest comebacks we've seen so far in Halo Infinite.
Here we go, the last one. It's in the fridge, and he finds it. It's a killing spree to end the game. And as you said, one of the most wild comebacks we have seen in competitive Halo history. Take a look at Kratos on the stage. Can't believe it, leaning back. That game was 25-10. And Sentinels brings it back in one of the most dominating fashions we have ever seen.
Absolutely ridiculous. And that is what can happen on Aquarius, though, Slayer. I will say it, and we will see it again happen. You can chain together 8, 10, 12, 15. I can't even remember how many it was in total. But you can do it on Aquarius if you get that 4 dead. Sentinels, though, not only did they get a 4 dead, they got a 12 dead, it felt like at one point. It was back to back to back to back wipes across the board of XSET.
They went 20 kills and 5 deaths in that comeback to tie the game at 30. That was overslaying the opponents 5 times in a row while only sacrificing 1 death on each rotation. That is crazy. We've been doing this a long time. I don't know if we've ever seen that clinical of a comeback and that efficient in terms of only exchanging 1 death for 4 or 5 times in a row. It's crazy.
And the most ridiculous thing about that game as well was XSET did that at the start of the game as well, and I thought it was done. I thought it was over. I thought we were heading to game 3 all tied up, but now as we head to game 3, it is Sentinels who only need to win 1 more. I mean, the scoreline is something just to keep your eyes on here, because if you're just joining us, I don't know what just happened.
This will now be the benchmark. This is now the textbook for when you are down by 15 kills. Is it possible to bring the game back? Someone will say yes. Take a look at HCS Anaheim. Saturday, series number 1. Watch what Sentinels does to XSET when they were down 25-10. It's an unbelievably impressive feat that we've just seen from the Sentinel side, and I really can't say enough about it and how devastating for XSET.
You know what the scariest thing about that is for everyone else in the bracket? Sentinels do that kind of thing, and they only do it when they're playing well. And so far today, they have looked pretty good against XSET. You have to say, a scary, scary start, but then when things started to click, boy, did they click. A killing spree for Snakebite to close things out. No emotion on their faces. A little lift of the eyebrows from the man with the most, what's the word, most active eyebrows in Halo. I'm going to put that.
I think you're right.
I think he's got that above his mantelpiece. But that's the series score. 50-43. Sentinels up by 2.
An amazing scoreline, not one we expected to see after the first few moments of Aquarius Slayer. We are now, though, heading to Streets Oddball. If you're just joining us, this was a bit different when these teams met in scrims and practice prior to this week. I believe it was something around 2:13 to 1:33 or so. So the game did end on time. However, that's still quite an impressive scoreline for the side of XSET. However, if the last game was any indicator, we probably shouldn't put too much stock, as you always say, into those scrim results. XSET needs to turn it on. They need to turn it on now, but I don't know, honestly, how you do that after that match that we just saw.
Yeah, what do you say? What do you say to your teammates in that position? It's like, well, we threw. All right, time to go to game 3. That's pretty much what you have to say.
You threw the game, and
you make a joke of it. You have to make light of it.
You threw the game, and you need to throw it out because you need to get ready for game number 3.
Well, here we go then. We're ready for game number 3. I'm sure everyone who's watching at home is ready for game number 3 as well. Sentinels look to march through the upper side of this bracket with a good, convincing win against XSET. They need 1 more map. Snakebite, our first POV.
Look at the presence from Sentinels there. They are not afraid to be bottom middle. They send 3 players on the bottom middle angles. Frosty's in right away. There's no waiting for rockets. There's no baiting the rockets. They are in there. They put the presence on bottom middle, and they win the power weapons immediately, but suppressed. Fantastic shot there.
Yeah, he's got the red gun, as it's affectionately called. That Stalker rifle is enough to counteract anything that you can pick up on the map. Royal 2 now. He's going to feel a little bit of the wrath of it, but not too much for now. Having to back up from those pillars to make sure that he plays his life. But even though Sentinels did get the rockets off the break here, even though they were the most aggressive, what's the one stat that we always look at in Oddball? It's ball time, and at the moment, no one's got their hands on it.
That's right, it's ball time, and it's only ball time. You might see a lot of other stat categories coming out of this game, but that really is all that will matter. It's an opportunity for another mental reset from XSET, as we said. Pretty talented in this game type, and they know how to play it, but we'll have to see if they can put the numbers on the board.
Now the question is, can Royal 2 get this ball back into Tram with his life? The answer is no, but Frosty is going to be there with a flank onto Kratos and Suspector. That's completely cleared out the arcade side of the map here where Frosty finds himself. Ball is down though. Suspector is trying to rotate through Tram to pick it up and take it back towards his teammates, but from the break here. Look 12-1 the score between the 2.
Yeah, pardon me. Look how Frosty does not prioritize the ball grab there. He actually goes back to rail, stairs, and bottom neon. Look at the nades as well.
Did he just stick someone off the wall? I need to see that back. Replay ops, and please clip that, because I need to see what happened exactly there to kind of break down if he just did something absolutely ridiculous. Not sure if Halo or Counter-Strike with those kind of nade spots, but Frosty showing that the man knows how to do other things that others don't.
And look at the patience here. How long has Frosty been at B Arcade? He's been here for about 45 seconds. He wins battles in Arcade. It's a killing spree at the B part of the map. Incredible stuff there from Frosty. He knows where he needs to be to anchor for his team.
Arctic picks up a double kill though, and that's a perfect time to do so because that rocket launcher is now coming up. 29-5 the score in this first round of Oddball. And it looks like the rockets have disappeared. Who's got them though? That's the question. It's Suspector from XSET as we see Royal 2 taking down Arctic in the feet.
I'll have to see what they do here with these rockets. It's a big moment. Already down by 30 points. They need to make sure that they step on the gas pedal right now. They cannot let this first round run away.
Ball 2.
Looks like Sentinels are aware those rockets aren't in their hands as well, so the positioning's been pretty good from them. Suspector needs to make a play here. Needs to take down the ball carrier. Snakebite, though, is going to survive. And look at that. Immediately, Lethal drops that outball to say to his buddy, I got your back.
And look at the angles that Suspector has. He does not have good angles for the Rockets. They brought those to Red Room because they were able to play great angles where the Rockets are not going to be that effective. And just like that, he's taken down with only getting 1 kill.
Frosty with the flank as well. Now he's going to be pushing up to try and take care of Kraos and Arctic. Little positioning, great positioning coming in from him, but the shots from Arctic equally as good. Kraos now taken down. A killing spree for Royal 2, 53-5, and the ball in his hands too.
Once again, leading on the board in terms of kills. Sentinels very comfortable in this game, and obviously a huge margin on the oddball scoreboard as well. Just like you said, 58-5. Now Bone Dog is patrolling on pillars. The Spectre has to run away. And look, Royal 2 can now watch the exact angles on Rail. He'll probably stay alive here. He certainly does. Now he's got a flank.
Now he's aware as well that there might be a player doubling back, but you're completely right. The flank and the angle taken by Royal 2. He was in perfect position to clean up those kills, but his teammates already killed him. Now he's on the front foot again, killing the respawners.
Suspector is being forced to run circles around tires and B-stairs, and Royal 2's happy to run behind him because guess what? All the while, they're putting a few more seconds on the board.
Yeah, and where's Royal 2 going to spawn? Pretty close to his teammates here, you would imagine. Suppress trying to do what he can mid-map. 66-5 to score. Sentinels doing a good job of at least making sure they turn these kills into ball time. That was our one question coming in from yesterday. Can they make the kills count?
That's the question now. Suppress does get the rockets in hand, and we have yet to see, aside from the opening of that Aquarius Slayer, we have yet to see control from the side of XSET in this series. An opportunity for them to do so. Still 2 minutes on the clock, rockets in hand.
We'll say this, though. XSET have controlled rockets for the majority of this game. We saw... I think it was Suspector, who had them the last time. Managed to pick up 1 kill, took a little bit of time to do so, but this time it's Suppress who has the rockets, but they need to make a play here. They're going to be able to pick up the kill here onto Snakebite. They also had the ball in their hands, and with the rocket launcher in the hands of Suppress here, they're going to be able to clear some space.
Yeah, he keeps checking. You see, keeps checking Rail, keeps checking to see if anyone's around. He actually didn't get eyes on either of those players there. Very great stuff from the side of Sentinels to not expose, but presumably should have a rocket angle here on Snakebite, unless he gets distracted. But right now, a little bit more time on the board for the side of XSET. They do hit the 30-point mark, and nice work here from Suppress as XSET's starting to catch a little bit of momentum.
Really, really impressive hold this from XSET as well. Sentinels find themselves 4 dead. Frosty and Royal 2 are going to be spawning by the red room, and now you can see, look at Suppress. Just taking some angles, making sure he backs away, can't finish off the kill onto Frosty. And now the push is going to come in. Royal 2 manages to take him down, but the damage done by Suppress, very, very impressive. On all of this, while the ball is the other side of the map.
Very, very impressive work, as you say, from Suppress. A great job there. Look at the scoreboard right now. Just like that, they brought this game back. It was about 66-5. Now it's 66-51. This is essentially a tied game, and once again, XSET is back in this series. We'll have to see if they can close out the round.
It's been a topsy-turvy series the last couple of games. First game was completely dominated by Sentinels. Double kill here for Lethal. But apart from that, it's been back and forth between the two teams. 71-51, the score. Only 20 points the difference between the two teams. And that's just 1 hold, even half a hold here for this game to be tied up for XSET.
Absolutely, XSET needs to make sure they do not let this one slip through the cracks. They've done it before, and as recently as the last game, a heartbreaking, devastating loss. If you didn't catch it, blew a 15-kill lead in that Slayer now, but all they could focus on is this game number 3. It's a 20-point separating in this round. As a reminder, they'll need to be the best of 3 rounds to win the game.
Royal 2 trying to get away with that rocket launcher. Sentinels managing to secure this for the first time in quite some time, and it reflects in the score, right? The last 2 rocket launchers have gone in the hands of XSET. They've managed to get that score in their hands, but now that the oddball is in the hands and the rockets of Sentinels, maybe they're going to get pretty close with a minute left on the clock here to taking home this first round.
Look at Royal 2 just waiting, so smart, so wise to not shoot that rocket on pillars. A lot of players would have been tempted to let that rocket go on pillars. Instead, he just waits, drops around in the rocket pocket, picks up a double kill, but a double kill answered on the other side as well from Suspector.
Frosty with the ball in his hands, though, more importantly. And the score is racking up here. 10 points to go. Snakebite clears the way towards Tram. Where are those kills going to be coming in, though? That's the question. Where are the respawns coming in? It sounds like, and looks like they're coming in towards Tram here. So Frosty's going to be cutting mid-map, trying to flank behind anyone who's going to be pushing down on that street. Picks up 1. There should be another couple of kills here for him as well, as the players are weak. Manages to get 1 at least, but 3 players do fall from XSET as his teammates clean up the mess that's left.
Suppressed, last player alive, knows he needs to rotate the ball. This is a great play. Able to stay alive, able to rotate the ball. Eventually he will fall, but he did enough because 3 of his teammates are up now. They have respawned, and now they can try to live to fight another day.
Now this is where Sentinels have to be careful. They know they only need 3 seconds more of that ball time, but If they fail on this push,
oh my god,
then this could be XSET's way back into the game. Suppressed, vital for him to pick up that kill. Frosty has managed to sneak behind enemy lines, but I think that Kratos has actually managed to sneak him out here. Frosty, where's he gone? Frosty gets taken down, or should I say takes down Kratos, who had that Bulldog. That kind of a play is going to open the map up, but look at this, 6 seconds left on the game clock, but it's going to be stopped here because they need to hold this ball in their hands.
They've only got a 4-second cushion here. Notice the ball timer has stopped there. 4 seconds left. The timer will continue now. 3, 2, 1. They're going to wait and let that reset. That will be Sentinels taking the round.
Sentinels put the first round on the ball here on Streets. Oddball, but again, a valiant battle being put up by XSET, especially in that sort of second third, I would say, of the game where they had control of those couple of rockets in a row. But for now, the story is Sentinels just need one more round to complete the trio.
And you have to wonder, does XSET have what it takes to put a round on the board and try to extend this series? It feels like there's all the momentum going towards the side of Sentinels, and even when you thought XSET was going to bring this game back, unable to close out that first round, now they're just one round away from defeat and a trip to the elimination bracket.
They have the ball in their hands, though. You can see the rotation is coming back towards the Spectre. White, he's got rockets. Royal 2 had no idea as he got caught out trying to cut that ball player as he made the rotation from the pink street. Frosty picks up one, though. The Spectre has to turn around and gets the beat down. There is one rocket down in the chamber. Who can get their hands on it?
Look at that play from Frosty. They just collapsed on that rocket player. Lethal 2, Lethal flies right in. Once again, how many times have we seen it? Sentinels, they travel in packs, they travel in pairs, and my God, does it pay off.
Royal 2 is trying to be aggressive as well towards Heaven, and Suppressed at the moment is going to get swarmed by players from Sentinels. Grenades coming in, Bulldogs beat downs. It's not a nice place to be, as he has to run the gauntlet and does not come out the other side of it.
Now back A is a dangerous place right now. Snakebite just going to try to stay alive with the Bulldog. Take a look at them screen watching there. They're covering every nook, every cranny. They've got the angles covered.
Kratos picks up one in the team fight, though. Royal 2 is going to have the commando in his hands and managed to trade it out almost immediately. But where is that ball? Is anyone in position to pick it up? Look at this, Snakebite. Luckily, just caught someone out the corner of his eye, the peripheral vision. Just good enough for him to see that player to get the beat down. 2 down per side at the moment. Spectre picks up that ball.
Slower start for this game. It's good news for XSET, right? Sentinels simply has not run away with this game yet. And I think XSET is slowly starting to put a little bit more points on the board right now. They've managed to get 20. They're trying to get these play balls as well. So if XSET can continue this, they might be able to squeak out this round. But they're going to need to make sure that they step it up in the slaying department.
Yeah, really important that I think it was Spectre who was on that tower, managed to throw that ball out for just a few seconds. And now, off the respawn, who's behind enemy lines? It's the Spectre, but so is Frosty's alarm at the moment. He knew that he was there and he zoned in on him and made sure that he wasn't going to be too much of a problem. Now the players are going to be trapped around tires here for XSET. So you can see Frosty immediately recognizes map situation, pushes towards this with the Bulldog, picks up one, 3 dead for XSET.
Look how efficient they are when they have that Bulldog out. Both Frosty and Snakebite, they barely peek around corners. They get the kill and they fire right back. They don't take any extra damage more than they need to. Snakebite also with 2 rockets here in tires.
And with that, the lead changes. Sentinels go into the lead. Snakebite connects with one but doesn't pick up the kill, but Frosty is going to be there to turn that damage into a +1 on his statistics. Now up in Heaven, he's going to have that rocket launcher in his hand, and look at the timing, the communication, perfect for that rocket to hit.
The only way you pre-fire that rocket from Heaven into tires is if you have that call-out bottom mid going tires, perfectly timed, as you said, perfect communication as well. It'll be a minor lead for them. 2 dead for a second on the side of Sentinel, so we'll have to see if XSET can come up the back of those slays and get a setup.
It looks like they've got the spawns coming in here. Suppressed has got tires control, and look at the spawn for Arctic as well. That's going to be on the pink street. However, Frosty with the Bulldog's going to pick up one, which is going to make this a little bit more uncomfortable, as Kratos now is going to be playing a very sneaky position. But look at this, already the swarm seems to be coming in, but Kratos should be able to win this battle here against Frosty, who is weak jumping up from the ATM. Ball is down at the moment, and Kratos a little bit isolated.
Yeah, Kratos trying to see if he needed to check an angle. He doesn't want to grab the ball and get slayed immediately, so it does very well to check the corner before he brings the ball back. Then he rotates the ball back to his spawner. So right now, once again, a scoring opportunity. The lead will change, and XSET will take the lead once again.
Snakebite is going to win that battle. Kratos not connected with the Bulldog. Very important for him to do, because that's cleaned out the pink street. Arctic had to be careful as well. A Snakebite nearly made yet another play there. Unfortunately, this time cannot convert that one into a kill. Royal 2 picks up the damage done by Frosty with the Bulldog in his hands now. Only one shell to work with, though, for Frosty, so he's going to be swapping to that BR almost immediately. Rockets popping in a few seconds too.
A few good slays there coming in from XSET, but it didn't really translate the time on the board. Only a 5-second lead after all that, and boom, boom, go the Rockets as well.
Only one out of the 2, though. being converted for Kratos. So not too bad of a play there for Sentinels. One player alive per side at the moment. You can see that Lethal decides, hey, I'm near the oddball, and I'm pretty sure that spawn is going to be across map, so there's a chance for me to scrape a little bit more time. With that, the lead changes once again here. Sentinels with a slim, marginal lead.
Look how much information Lethal gets. He's not afraid to peek neons to rail. He wants to know if anyone's pushing B Street, checking rail, checking B stairs. Also able to drop and shoot so fast. This is a veteran Halo player. A lead change again now. It's going to be the side of Sentinels leading 39-32.
I mean, look at the team fight that's coming into the moment from Sentinels.
Dude, if
Lethal's just playing on the ball, and there's always someone to shoot for him.
If there is a zombie apocalypse and I am hiding in my basement, I have Lethal with me, and I'm giving the man a shotgun, and I am pretty sure we will survive.
I don't know what to say about that one, because I feel like Lethal in a zombie apocalypse probably would be the first to go down. But anyway, Arctic's going to be inside of the cafeteria. He's going to have the Bulldog in his hand, and I'd like to see the amount of kills that have been picked up by this weapon so far across this map, because it seems like every POV at the moment we see someone with that Bulldog in their hands doing the damage. But Exet now with the ball in their hands, trying to rotate back, but Snakebite is the priority kill for them. Frosty picks up one, Suspected trying to deal with Snakebite, but at the moment he's being incredibly elusive.
The Bulldog has been so important here back. A very nice thrust coming in from Arctic. We'll see if he can help over on Frosty as well. Very nice jump into Tires as well to select that angle. He'll pick up that one. So 4 dead, as you said, only 1 fresh spawner, that's World 2, and now we have an opportunity. It will be a lead change again, one of the most back and forth oddballs we've seen in a long time.
Now, I will say this, World 2 just got a really good spawn towards Arcade, and I'm pretty sure he has a clear push towards where that oddball is coming in. Rockets are going to be coming up as well, and I think that Arctic's actually recognized the situation. He might have gone for a play ball there to try and get an angle on these rockets. Drop wall goes down as well, and at the moment he's trying to do it all, but at the same time doing it all but not doing too much. Had to be a little bit more decisive there.
Yeah, nice little 360 getaway from Frosty as well. Rockets will go into Tires, now into PD as well, and they're going to continue holding once again, and now it will be Sentinels taking the lead once again. Trust us, folks, this normally does not happen with this back and forth tug of war scoring. And oddball! Frosty very efficient there to not trade as well with that double kill.
Although Pink Street might not be the most intimidating of names for where Frosty picked up those kills, but it certainly ain't the street you want to tread down lightly, as you see the Rockets and the BR combining together for Frosty, and with that, Sentinels now have a more established lead than either team has had for the majority of this second round here, 74-53, as Royal 2 is going to pick up a killing spree too.
On a killing spree as well, he's 14-9. Teammate Frosty 15-9 right now. Impressive numbers once again. Almost turns 2 somehow out of that. I think he almost got a 2-for-1 back there. He'll pick up that one as you hear it nearing victory in the announcer audio, 81-53, and not so close anymore on set.
Ball rotated away from the push that's coming in as well from XF. If they can cross towards Arcade, this might be the game here.
They're going to keep going.
Kratos is trying to do what he can. Suspected now has to push because he knows if that ball gets away, then that will be the series done and dusted. Frosty is going to be taken down in the feed. Lethal falls as well. Snakebite now has the responsibility with this Bulldog to hold this push off, but what a push it was from XF.
My God, it's like a scene out of Mars Attacks there with that Sentinel beam. As hard as that thing hit, he'll pick up a kill on the bottom of B stairs. As you said, only 5th. Look at the timer here. That's going to be it. 2 seconds left. They got to hold the ball. It's going to fall. Presumably not a ball grab. He's going to drop it. Sentinels will win the series with a score of 3-0 and a dominant win for this side.
That reminds us of just what Sentinels can do that series. It's 3-0 in the history books, but we learned so much about what we can expect to see from them, not just today, but maybe even tomorrow as well. GG's to XSET, of course. It was a very competitive series at times, but Sentinels just showing a bit of class, something they may have been missing yesterday.
They are right now, as you say, fighting in a class above, especially when you look at what they were able to do with that Slayer comeback. Pretty wild results. You got to be proud of the Sentinels, boys, if you're a Sen fan. On the other side, as you said, XSET kept the series close at times. I think they've got a lot of things to look at, though, in terms of the tape if they want to be able to show up in the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one of the craziest comebacks we've ever seen in competitive Halo. Slayer-wise, that second map of the series. If you're only just joining us now, flip back through the VOD and make sure that you take a look at that, because it was a ridiculous run coming in from Sentinels. But I think what we saw from the Mandy was what we expected from Sentinels coming into this tournament, right? A little bit more efficiency, the kills are there, everything just starting to click for them.
Everything's there. I think you put it perfectly. If you look at that Bizarre Slayer, like we said, that is now the benchmark, excuse me, Bizarre CTF. That is the benchmark of how you play Bizarre CTF, and you look at Aquarius Slayer, if you start to throw the game and go down by 15, how you bring the game back, and you're talking about 2 rounds to 0 in the oddball game. So even though it was interesting at times, it was exciting at times, I think we saw some of the best of Sentinels that we've seen in a very long time.
We certainly did, and of course this isn't the end of the run for Exeter as well. They fall down to the elimination bracket, so they have an opportunity to now start their run down there, but not a lot of room to play with now. One more loss and they're out.
And not a lot of room to play with, and not a lot of confidence to take from that series. I think with the exception of the lead that they had in Slayer, which has an asterisk next to it, I don't know what else you take. I think you really need to sit down as a group, reset, get somewhere in this venue that's not around all the players, all the teams, find a quiet place to talk about how do we get this tournament back, because right now it has slipped out of our hands.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit flat from them, but on the same side of things, anyone who's playing against Sentinels when they're playing at the top of the game is certainly going to look flat. I will say this, though, even though it was, on the result of it, fairly convincing for Sentinels, right, 3-0, there was still a few things that maybe there is going to be something to work on for them moving through this tournament. But for now, that's going to wrap it up from us. It was a lot of fun to cast the series, of course, but now it's time to head over to the main stage. Blaze is there with Royal One.
And that had like a bacon, egg, and cheese kind of thing. Like a breakfast sandwich.
Okay. And so as we're talking about what we had for breakfast up here, okay, me and Royal One talked about how he had the coffee and the bacon, egg, and cheese, because I was trying to figure out what did they put in their systems to come out playing like this, all right? Royal One, y'all woke up to some fearsome competition today. How are you and the boys feeling?
We're feeling good. I mean, obviously we had a rough series against Cloud9 last night, but we kind of know what we did wrong. We started the series a little bit flat against them, and we kind of went over some things last night, talked about what we got to improve on, and we'll bounce back. Stuff like that doesn't bother us.
Exactly. So actually, can we go a little bit into the things in which you guys do want to improve coming to the day after that last series? Because it seemed like you guys were a little bit step behind, playing a little bit slower.
Yeah, I would say our communication was lacking a little bit the first two games. Like, we were kind of just like calling out and not really doing much more. Like, we weren't small talking, we weren't coordinating things with each other. So we kind of, once we kind of step that up and get the comms flowing a little better, I think everything else will just fall into place.
All right, now I want to talk about this series a little bit because I watched maps 1 and 2 fall into place perfectly for you guys. In maps number 1, Bazaar, the CTF, the rallies, the flags, back-to-back, so damn coordinated. You guys look so good on that map to dominate. And then also, tell me about map number 2, being down like 25-9, and then you guys come out with those slays, 20 kills, 5 deaths. It was just perfect gameplay.
Yeah, map number 1, we actually been pretty solid at Bazaar. Like, our power-up control is pretty good. Like, I feel like we know how to play that game type pretty well. So that was just like an easy one for us. Map 2, we had like a really rough start. I think we had a couple unfortunate things happen where we just went down big. But we're the kind of team where like all we need is just a little bit of control and get our footing in the game. And like, well, you saw like we came back heavy on those guys, and I had to let them know they choked that bad.
Yeah, you were letting them know, okay? Because we heard them up here on the main stage, and I looked at your players, and they were like chilling, locked in. And you was like, "Don't worry, I'll do the trash talking for you."
Somebody's got to do it on our team.
Somebody got to do it. All right. It was good talking to you, man. Lottie, we just got a lot of information up here from Royal One. Sentinels, they started the day out on top, 3-0. You and the guys break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much to Royal One as well. And yes, we did hear the dulcet tones of Royal One on the stage. Should I say dulcet? Should I say electric? My goodness, he did light up this this atmosphere here, because we could hear him outside of the convention center. We could hear him inside the convention center, but rightfully so. You know, I mean, that second game, that Slayer was just unbelievable. We're going to break things down here, and let's just start with it. Why not? Because that comeback was huge. I want to know, Clutch, from your perspective, you know, what really happened to Sentinels to have such a slow start, to really try and annihilate the snowball that Exet were trying to push forward there, and then create one of their own?
Yes, Exet started that game extremely hot. It was a triple kill from Suspector that got them into a great position off the break to get them camo, to get them heat wave, map control, and with that we saw what Exet is actually capable of. But Sentinels did the exact same thing later on in that same game, and unfortunately it was a matter of like how far can we push our advantages. Exet showed you they can push it pretty far, but then Sentinels showed you we can push it even farther when we get control. And that's why they were able to literally tie the game. After being down 24-9, we were tied up at 30 at one point.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And Gaskin, I want to get your verdict here as well on our last game of the series. Obviously, this oddball streets, I want to talk about getting that power weapon control. It is something you hear all the time. We hear it from the casters, we hear it on the desk, but it really is coming down to those rockets, right? You know, we saw Exet have rockets twice in a row and did try and honestly steal the lead at certain times in some of the rounds. So talk to me about the control and where Sentinels maybe have to really kind of push forward going up against some of our top teams.
We know full well that if you allow the rocket control to consistently go into the hands of your opponent, you're going to struggle to be in a place where you can hold those setups. But I think what's more important is controlling the Bulldog, actually. And I know it's not going to be a big time of this on your screen, but it's so influential if you're going to be holding the setup towards station or tram, whatever you want to call it, from whatever region you're in. I guess I'm in North America, I should say tram, like Clutch does. But you've got a lot of those up close and personal fights. And actually, the Rockets, they're not that influential in that scenario because sometimes you've got to get into the tram before you can even use them. And we see so many kind of pocket rockets which are just fired willy-nilly and unfortunately don't even connect. But yeah, the power weapon control was amazing by Sentinels, and a lot of that comes down to Royal 1.
I think what we saw was the good, bad, and the ugly of Sentinels there. You see they go 5-0 up in Bazaar. It's very hard to cap one flag in Bazaar, let alone cap all five. So that goes to show how impressive that was. They go down in the Slayer by 24-9. So that's such a jarring task to come back into it. But what we've seen them rally back, and like Wes says, like Royal 1 says, once you give us back control, we do not relinquish it. That's what we've seen. A really impressive performance of the Sentinels.
It really, really was. And quickly to also touch upon that CTF game, that Bazaar, it really was an absolute clinic. That was a how-to-play Bazaar CTF. I mean, it's a really difficult map to play for a flag game. You have these huge barricades up on each base. It's really difficult to get through. There's nades everywhere. Marketplace is such a dangerous place to be because you have rockets on your left, you have OV on your right, and it's about capturing those points, right? Making sure that you guys have everything in your arsenal to be able to get those caps in. But I also noticed the team effort across the slays, the assists, the objective was amazing.
Yeah, it was everybody from Sentinels that had that strong game one, and you wondered, what is the Sentinels roster going to look like today? All four of those guys come out shooting well in game one. The teamwork was on point too. Every time they found an entry into the base, it was off a bait and switch. It was off capitalizing on one player's damage and pushing your numbers advantage once you have that. I mean, Snakebite pulled the first flag in the first 15 seconds of the game. Having faith that the rest of the team was doing their job. Lethal got that first overshield. They got the slays. They got the first cap on the board in like a minute and a half. And it was all she wrote from there. Not often are we going to see 5 flags be capped on Bazaar. We won't see it on broadcast again for this tournament. That shows you how dominant of a performance that game one really was.
Yeah, it was nice to see them also pushing as a team, right? You saw them pushing in twos. That makes a huge difference when you're trying to outnumber your opponent in certain situations, and also being one step ahead of Exet the entire time as well. Let's actually take a quick look, though, right now at the bracket to see our results so far today. And as we're looking at this, we obviously know exactly the result of this game. It was a 3-0 against Exeter. Clutch, talk to me about this winners bracket though, because we have a lot of different games here. We have a couple of results right now. We see a 2-2 going on as well here in Fnatic EUIU, but there's a lot to be said.
Yeah, EUIU getting the best of Fnatic in that series. So far, I know it's in a game 5. We've seen Fnatic win 2 game 5s already this weekend. Will it be a third to try and get themselves to that winner's quarters? But the big story when I look at this bracket is that bottom half. Optic, United, FaZe, Sentinels, all on one half of the bracket. Only one team is going to come out of that side, obviously. And all these teams going to knock each other into the losers bracket. As a Cloud9 fan, you get to sit back and say, hey, they got to go through each other to get to us.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. I'm going to say that has to be the bracket side of death. That is so competitive in terms of those teams. And really, I think all of those teams have potential to upset one another, Shaz.
Yeah, looking at it there, I think Cloud9 on the top half side of the bracket, I think they'll be cruising all the way into the finals. I think we'll just kick our feet up and wait until winners finals. I think all the rest of the teams have to go through an absolute gauntlet in the trenches with one of their go-to war. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top, but it's not looking good for some of those teams down there.
No, it's not. I'm also very excited to see Pioneers, though, as well. What are you making of Pioneers and their journey so far and what they've got to go through?
Yeah, I think Pioneers surprised everyone yesterday, but now it's about putting that performance into practice in tournament play. And they are on that side of the bracket of Cloud9. I did say that actually it almost benefits United. I know that bottom side of the bracket looks awful, but there's no Cloud9 on that bottom side of the bracket. So United, by losing to Pioneers yesterday, avoid Cloud9 until the winners finals. That's one way you could look at it. Yes, okay, there's Optic, there's FaZe, there's Sentinels, but they're all squads that could be beaten by United. United were the second best team. So by avoiding Cloud9, that sets up maybe a winners finals rematch with United. But maybe the Pioneers can actually just surprise all of us even more today. Like, what happens if suddenly Pioneers go into that Cloud9 series if they were to get there and then blow us out of the water once more? Like, it could happen.
It could happen. Don't give away too much, though, Gaskin. We've got to keep people come back for more. But I'll tell you what, though, I do have a very cool giveaway for you guys at home, though. I do have an Xbox Series X giveaway. Do you want to win this? I think you do. Yes. And all you have to do is follow at HCS on Twitter. Done. You have to retweet the official giveaway tweet and tune in and enjoy the show. I mean, how easy is that giveaway to enter? It's very easy, isn't it?
I've just entered.
You just did it right now?
Yeah. Am I allowed to win?
I think you are allowed to win.
All right,
well, I don't see why not.
Rigged.
I don't.
For one of your viewers, I'm not sure which.
Hashtag rigged. No, it's not. It's not. But everybody has a fair chance of winning that. But it's an incredible giveaway, so make sure you guys do enter as well. We're actually going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we're going to have our next match of the day lined up on that main stage. We're awaiting some results to find out who Optic are going to match back behind us here. But when we come back, we'll have all of that. Oh, we've just been told. It's been updated. It's going to be United. This is going to be a big match, people. So Optic Gaming versus United. We're going to break down everything you guys need to know right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Zone captured.
again, welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim in California, and before the break, we saw a very dominant Sentinels roster perform their very best against XSET and really sent them home crying, especially after Kratos' interview and how confident he felt. I'm pretty sure it knocked him off his chair, considering of how well this XSET team have been doing as of recently and how incredible they are in terms of the best Halo players in the world. But Sentinels had something different to say, and my goodness, what an absolute clinic it was. That oddball game, I gotta say though, was getting a little bit touchy at times, and XSET were trying to fight back, but unfortunately, Sentinels were done with this series, and they were like, you know what, let's move along. Let's get on with the rest of our day. And honestly, what an absolute showing that was out of Sentinels, especially the bounce back after Cloud9 yesterday. But that's not why we're here to talk. We're actually here to talk about the next match, which is going to be Optic versus E-United. It's so very lovely to have you guys joining us. And I also have Bravo, Clutch, and Gaskin on the desk with me. Had a little bit of a reshuffle. But fellas, let's talk about the team in green. Let's talk about Optic. I mean, Optic right now are performing pretty well, I've got to say. You know, coming out of pool play yesterday, looking sharp. They're going up against the United, who have had a little bit of a rocky pool, to be perfectly honest with you. The results are probably not what they were looking for and intended coming out of their pool play, but they've got quite a hurdle going up against them. But Optic, feeling confident right now, do you think, Bravo?
Yeah, it was a tale of two very different Fridays. I actually caught Lunchbox in the hotel last night. I said, how you guys feeling? He came up with me and said, you know what? I don't know. We're feeling really good. And I think United was certainly a bit different.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I got to say, in terms of the stats for some of the players for Optic, Lucid is looking pretty damn good as per usual. The 1.29 coming out of yesterday, looking really, really good. Are you looking for anybody in particular on Optic to step up, do you think, for day 2?
No, I think it's this entire team's responsibility to step up. Everybody's got to play well this weekend to accomplish the goal this team is set out for, and that is a championship under this Optic Gaming roster. Now that the Green Wall is being represented back in Halo, they want to do that justice. They know that the Green Wall has expectations with it, and they want to fill those expectations. 9-0 is a good start, but the job is not done.
I actually want to correct myself. The 1.29 was actually the last Pro Series. Lucid gets better on LAN. He's at a 1.51 coming out of yesterday. So I need to do the man justice there. Gaskin, when we have Optic gaming players performing like this, how scared should their opposition be?
I think United will be a little bit concerned because Optic are one of those teams that when they're playing at their very best, they could beat anyone. But when we look back at Rally, Optic Gaming, they fell a little bit short. And I think that they will know that, United will know that. And if you look at previous performances on LAN, technically United are the favourites because they finished second in Rally. But in recent scrims, Optic have very much got the better of United every single time. It's not like it's been too close either. I'd say for the most part it was like kind of 10-3s, 9-4s. There were certainly better game types there for United. So series layout, as always, is going to be a big one here for me.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be huge, and it's going to definitely play a part into E-United and their destiny in this series. Let's actually switch the POV right now to E-United and talk about really their journey here, because obviously Optic is going to be a big opponent for them to start day 2. They, you know, obviously have got warm to get into this position here, but Bravo, you know, not performing on kind of firing on all cylinders like the E-United we saw in our previous lap.
I think if you're an E-United player or an E-United fan, you need to see what Sentinels just did in terms of let's make it a different day 2, right? Let's start this weekend off right now. We're into the bracket. Let's make this a very different day 2, day 3. I think we need to see a brand new E-United.
The best thing about E-United's performance so far this tournament is that they're coming off a win.
Yeah.
They played earlier this morning. Optic coming out maybe potentially cold here in this series. Seeing that this is going to be their first games of the day, E-United having that opportunity to warm up, having some experience of the day under their belt, that could bode well for early on in this series at least to come out swinging, maybe catch Optic Gaming off guard, but that's going to be difficult in its own.
Yeah, certainly, and I think as Gaskin said, it'll come down to game types, because there's some games you can get away with stealing, but with things like Halo Infinite oddball rules, it's harder to run away with momentum.
Yeah, it certainly is, and obviously looking at stats here, especially coming out of yesterday, we have King Nick at a 0.94 from yesterday. Should we be a little bit concerned about that, Gaskin, in terms of, you know, maybe a slip up in a player and somebody who needs to step up for the team?
Again, when you look at stats overall, it's so difficult to highlight a player and say that they were performing bad just because they weren't getting the kills, because some of the kills that King Nick was able to achieve might have been able to stop a team running a flag or stopping a team picking up a ball, and it's almost looking at it from an overarching point of view instead and saying how important were those kills that he got with that KD ratio. And certainly in the games that we cast and we watched from E United, he did have slow starts, but then as he got into the game and he got to the latter stages, he had some huge kills that really did change the momentum swings. But if he can find that same kind of latter stage performance and implement it right at the start, then maybe we're going to see a little bit of a different performance from United, because they can't keep coming from behind. Like, so many times they were trying to make a reverse sweep, or they were trying to get back into a series or a game. They've just got to start a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, you do indeed. We're actually going to move on, though, to back to the Green Wall for a split second, because we actually do have our USMC service record to talk about, and that's going to be APG from Optic. Now, this guy's actually been performing pretty lights out for his team. I think he's a great addition to this roster. And actually, he's been leading the charge as well in a lot of their slaying power coming through from actual Team Slayer games. He's actually at the top of actually, well, their statistics team-wise. Are you surprised by that, Brof?
Not surprised. I think APG has the nickname APG's for a reason. I mean, the guy knows how to play the game. I think there's a few people that doubted if he was ready for it on the same page as the rest of the team or the rest of the league in the first maybe week or so, first few weeks of Halo Infinite. I think he's shut up all those doubters in terms of the way that he's played recently. Of course, also quite a legendary career he's built for himself. We'll take a look at a few of his highlights from everything so far, but I would never, I think, you know, Clutch knows a lot about APG. He's played alongside him for a long time, but I would never count this guy out.
Big fan of APG and everything that he brings to a team with his aggressive play style, the space that he creates and opens up the map for players like Trippy and Lucid to have the success that they have. APG finding his stride is big for the Green Wall this weekend, and if he can get it going early, especially against a team like E United, that confidence will roll over for the entire tournament. I've seen it before, and we'll see it again.
APG is a very cool, calm, and collected person when he's off the sticks. Is that the same demeanor he carries in game?
See, like, everybody sees the cool, calm, collected, but I know Bradley so personally that, like, he gives off that vibe, but there is, like, a lot of there's a lot of energy in that little kid up there, I promise you. And I call him a little kid just because he's like a little brother to me, but I mean, he is very excited to be here. He's very excited to represent not only Optic Gaming, but alongside the teammates that he has. Lucid, he knows who Lucid is as a player. He's aware of how great his individual performance can be, and he knows that he's in a position to elevate his teammates. And not often is APG on the perfect team to have that level of success. I think he understands the situation that Optic is in right now. I'd be shocked to see APG have a bad performance, knowing that it's basically his responsibility to get his teammates into a great position.
It is indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, both of our teams actually have given some thoughts and feelings on facing one another on that main stage. I'm excited to see what they think about this matchup, so take a look at this.
I think the Optic are out to prove a point this weekend.
Yeah.
I really do. They're going to put in a big, big performance.
Throughout the entire game to try to turn this into a capture.
Oh, no.
I like this play. That's a 2-for-1.
That's a pull. That's another rocket. No,
so.
he doesn't. He dropped it. Sorry. Yeah. He would have already blown him up there. But that, oh my goodness, Trippy.
I'd say the advantage our team has over other teams here is that we have had a lot of practice. The most dangerous player here is Lucid. I'm gonna say that, wholeheartedly.
Okay, I thought that the spikes were gonna kill him. This is ridiculous. He still stays alive. He might be able to get the stuff.
Wow, I haven't even seen this spot.
Dude, Frosty is always showing us just the sneakiest spots.
For Frosty to be surrounded by three of the greatest players of all time, and for him to be the least experienced, arguably, out of all of those players as far as Halo history is concerned, and still be considered by a lot of people to be the standout player on that team, says everything about his desire to win and his ability as a player.
I think Frosty's early success is exciting because it feels like his career is just getting started. He's already achieved everything there is to achieve as an individual in the scene. He's got his MVPs, he's got his world championships. What's next for this kid?
I mean, he still said it in a very cool, calm, collected way, which actually to me is quite chilling. Actually, I find it more chilling when somebody deadpan
it's
says
scarier
to me,
for sure. Yeah.
"Watch out." like this, rather than screaming it in my face, which actually I think is more of the United style, to be perfectly honest, which is fine. Like, hey, look, whatever your style is your style. But both teams feeling pretty damn confident up there. And I think, you know, when you're at this level of Halo and you're playing at you know, the world stage, so to speak, you have to be confident. It doesn't matter about the past results. It doesn't matter about how you got there. You're there. You have an opponent in front of you, and really you need to be pushing forward and playing the best Halo of your damn life, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, especially when we talk about resetting from day to day, right? It doesn't even matter what happened yesterday. Who cares about the pools? You're now in the bracket. Now it's time to really make it happen. I think we're going to see what these two teams are made of.
We certainly will, and it starts with our series layout. Let's look at exactly what is going to be going down. Gaskin, you are the stats, the man. I want to know what you think about this series layout and who is really favoring here.
I think any series layout would favor Optic, just looking at scrim results and previous matchups between the two. I will say the outliers maybe Stronghold's Livefire, and that might surprise you because Optic Gaming have always been a team that has succeeded on Livefire, but it would seem E United do get their number every now and then. A very close set of scrims which saw E United actually take Stronghold's Livefire. CTF Aquarius has been 3-2s, 4-3s going in favor of Optic, so again, that's another one that could go in United's way. However, Oddball Recharge, I'd be expecting a comfortable victory for Optic there to set them up, and then usually when a team does get that early lead and they get that confidence, it naturally goes into that second Slayer game. So I'm thinking this should be an Optic series just based off what I've seen, but if we do get to that kind of Game 3, Game 4 scenario, Game 5, I actually think E United do have that clutch factor. We've seen it all throughout Pro Series. They seem to be getting those reverse sweeps. We've even seen it here already today, or yesterday, should I say, in the tournament when they played against Exet. They came back and they started firing.
And Optic has the 6-6 Game 5 clutch record, right? They're breaking even right now. So I think, just like Dan said, that certainly could become a factor in terms of the percentages that they close out those games or don't.
Yeah, it is, and it heavily does come to that. You know, the ice. You need to be able to round off a series no matter how far it goes. So I think Optic obviously are probably working on that. I think they're aware of the fact that they're not really kind of sealing the deal on Game 5s as much, but let's hope for them it doesn't get to that point. Now, we actually also need to talk about our head-to-head on the main stage, and that is going to be player versus player. APG versus Ryanoob. Now, we've heard from APG himself. A great overall performance from APG so far. I've got to say, though, edging him out on the KD, it's Ryanoob, but like we said, Gaskin, you know, can't read too much into KD. It's what you do with the weapon in your hands that counts the most.
Oh, I just love watching both of these players play. Like, you could watch this POV throughout the entire series, and you would be entertained over and over again. Ryanoob is a player who is always annoying, always in the base, always trying to be a thorn in the side. APG can sometimes do the same thing, where they're looking to overextend off spawn and really be that nuisance that is so difficult to get rid of.
The best thing about comparing these two players is that you could take the camera off both of their point of views. You could show me strictly gameplay, and I can probably guess in 3 guesses both of these players' performances just based off individual play style alone. They are such a nuisance. They are so much to try and deal with, and they do create so much opportunity for each one of their teams, but in completely different ways.
And I think also the skill ceiling for not only those two players, but also these two teams is sky high, right? Even with Optic going 9-0 yesterday, I'm talking to Lunchbox, and I'm like, man, the skill ceiling, though, for this team is so high. You have to wonder on E United, right? Do they have more in the tank? Was second place at that LAN the most we can get? We'll have to see what this series tells us.
We certainly will have to see. Well, I tell you what, you're going to have to predict, though. I need your answers. I need you to look into the future and tell me what you are thinking and feeling, gentlemen.
Okay.
I'm missing a couple of cards here. I'm going to have to find some, but I might have to steal one of yours.
Which one do you want?
That one.
You can't. Okay, this one. Nice work.
Yes, please.
Well done, Lana.
That's a bold statement from Dan.
Dan's going to draw.
Writing one?
Dan's drawing his now.
No, that's loud. I don't know if he gets the points from this. I'm ready.
My pen ran out, but we'll go for it.
Oh, wow.
This is embarrassing at this point.
PT.
All right, on 3, fellas. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Come on.
And Dan, just to confirm,
can we get?
Optic.
It says Optic there.
It says Optic.
It does say up. It says opt.
It's close enough. It's close enough.
My pen ran out.
I will opt in on Optic, please. Yeah, I think, honestly, just in terms of the series layout, in terms of the way that Optic have been playing, especially day 1, just such a clean record coming into this. United, a little bit of a bumpy road, but I really do think that this is Optic's game to lose.
For me, it's difficult to predict E United to win this series after what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah.
KCP, a very good team. Yes, you went to Game 5. You lost to Game 5. That's not a big deal. But it's really E United and their career so far up into this point that you've seen the ebbs and flows throughout tournaments. It's like they're inconsistent. They get second one tournament, they're top 8 another tournament. They get they can beat any team at this event, even Cloud9. If E United come out swinging, they can beat any team. but they can also lose to just about any team as well.
Which one are we going to get? That's the question.
Exactly.
Inconsistencies, and that's something you need to polish up if you want to, be on the same wavelength and level as Cloud9. They just have a constant winning ability about them. That's really what you want at the top level of Halo. Let's talk to two of our top casters, though. Let's talk to Golden Boy and Walshy. What's up, fellas? First of all, looking good. I think, have you coordinated your outfits?
Oh, looking very good, yeah.
And they're on time.
Yeah.
Rare.
No, we're the bomber boys.
Oh.
Walshy doesn't have a bomber on.
Whatever. I'm trying to create some symmetry with
he's trying to do a
my
thing.
duo.
He's trying. Keep trying.
Try again.
Keep trying, brother.
I brought out the palm trees because we're in California.
I like that.
I thought it'd be really nice.
It's very fitting.
Where's your palm trees, Dave?
You didn't tell me about the palm tree part.
You live in California.
He just told me about the bombing part, and I was like, all right, you've been doing that every broadcast. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, he's always trying to upstage you in some capacity, isn't he? Always trying.
This is my life. But all of you guys, one day I'll have my upper hand.
It's rude to point.
To be fair, from a man who thought that Construct was a symmetrical map, I don't think you should talk about symmetry.
I still stand by it.
I was going to let that one not go public,
Oh,
but
my goodness.
the cat's out of the bag.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna leave this in your capable hands. But on the other side of things, I'd love to know your thoughts and feelings about this matchup.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lottie. And yeah, I mean, as far as thoughts and feelings go, I mean, look, I was really gassed up for Pioneers yesterday because I felt like that was a big win for them. But on the flip side, I felt like they should have probably ended that one 3-0. There were opportunities for Pioneers to do it. United were able to dig deep, come back into that series, which goes to show the staying power of this United lineup. But Optic's not going to give them those opportunities to work with. Not when you got Lucid running around zip-zapping everyone with laser beams.
Yeah, no, all these players on Optic are so scary. One thing that stands out to me as we're looking at the stats as we look at yesterday and the stats, first off is that United faltered just a bit more. They did not win all their series. They dropped more games than expected, even just getting into this round 2. They won 3-1 against G1.
Yeah.
So not as dominant or convincing of a fashion going into this next match against Optic. And then when you look at the individual player stats, yes, some of this can be skewed based on if you're playing some teams that are lower in your pool or maybe some more gimme matches, which is a really tough thing to say at this high level of play.
Yeah.
But every member of Optic are having higher KDs than they were in the Thursday Pro Series, whereas only 2 members of United have a higher KD than they were through the Thursday Pro Series.
Well, here we go, folks. Optic versus United in the upper bracket, winners round 2 matchup, best of 5 as well, so we'll see what we're going to get out of this here from 2 very prolific squads in the game right now. And we are, of course, taking a look at Trippy's POV. Trippy has been so fantastic throughout this tournament, hoping to continue to add on to it there, but the Mangler does manage to do the job and get it done. Also does find a few more targets to boot as well. Now, the name of the game is going to be oddball, right? So you got to get possession of the ball, map control, and you got to work with your teammates to score as many points as possible across 2 rounds. And unfortunate for Trippy, but he did a lot of work over there to try and handle over by Yellow Pipes.
Yeah, Trippy did more than enough there, but their team is not able to transition that really into any sort of control and getting the ball out. Even more so than what Trippy had going on, we saw APG putting up 3 kills. In fact, acquiring the first 2 kills for the Optic Gaming side.
Yeah, and I think that now, as Optic looks for their openings, look for those opportunities to grab the ball, they finally have been able to obtain that. Whether or not they're going to be able to get a good setup with this, is the question. But looking at what we got here, this is pretty solid so far, Walter.
Great position now, but the true test is coming through at this moment as you see these couple members of United pushing in through glass, a couple pushing over through control. They're taking this time with this push from United, so they really have to make this work. A lot of times these teams opt to try to make more pushes a little bit faster, just a little less structured, but United really took their time with that one, and look at these snipes coming out of Lucid, maybe putting a shutdown to this.
Oh, Lucid with a nasty double kill, zapping him right in the face. Oh, but that was just disgusting.
That's one of the downsides or difficulties of taking too much time with one of your pushes, because these players are so good and play at such a high level that sometimes just a miraculous play, whether it's a sticky grenade or a headshot from the shock rifle, can shut down one of those pushes, and that's why you want to in many other instances, just give your team more opportunities to push instead of saying, all right, we need to make the one perfect push. Let's take those extra 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, like it's very clear that they had like they figured, hey, we have a lot of time, so we could take advantage of this and then go and push in together as a unit, right? But Optic were so prepared for that. They knew where it was going to be coming from. You could tell they had Pistol on the response immediately, and then it also helps too when, you know, you got shock rifle plays from Lucid like that.
And second time again, we once see United making this push. They like to go from control and from glass. You see they send players from both angles, and I love that repulse from Lucid. That player going in for that melee trade, and Lucid saying, nah, I don't want to trade right now. I'm just going to get the kill.
Well, that push, that coordinated push from United ended up working out in their favor. As now they're going to start to add some time to the clock here, or to the score rather, as the clock continues to tick forward. They got a good position, but they are getting pressured from Whirlpool, and that's going to be a point of contention that United's going to have to handle. Lucid doing some work over by batteries, but there was a lot of effort done by Whirlwalsh, and that's why they got the ball.
Yeah, the damage had been done. I mean, even though Lucid didn't hit that shot, they had killed 3 members of United, so we see these differences in setups. Optics, they get the ball and they hold it for 20 to 30 points before their setup is challenged. Whereas United, they get the ball and Optic is in their face immediately.
Yeah, they got the ball and they were like, great, let's go ahead and add some time to the clock. And then they got 8 seconds and it was like, oh, well, that sucks. And that's the situation they find themselves in. Great save as well. Beautiful double kill there from APG. Man has been absolutely clinical. Rain looking for the challenge. Ain't gonna happen. Triple kill, killing spree for a pure gangster. Love to see it.
And he's even grabbing the objective on top of it. Not even getting greedy, going immediately for that overkill like we would see from so many other, let's say, younger or inexperienced players. APG doing everything his team needs.
Smart play ball there as the challenge was coming in from Rain. 3 kills are going to be registered there. Actually, maybe 4, I think. Maybe Lucid was the last one up. But regardless of the fact, though, this is going to be a ball reset. The damage has been done. 11 points remaining for Optic to walk away with the first round win here in Oddball. Good support, though, from King Nick as they continue to patrol around. They have an idea, an inclination as to where these players are going to be. And the Camo player is going to be kind of instrumental in handling this. Along with that Mangler, they're going to shut down a few more. That melee is always going to be welcome. That's a triple kill for King Nick. Shut down finally, though, by Pistola. By Tower, but a great play to establish control. United now have the ball. Let's see how Optic Gaming can crack this egg.
And look at Ola, even being the last one alive, getting a couple kills, and still just holding down this area at top control, realizing it's such a strong, powerful position. The reason top control is so powerful, Ola, is because it takes somebody coming up from lower, where they have a height disadvantage when they're trying to attack Ola, and he just has escape routes.
Yeah.
You give Ola that window, he can jump out the front if someone's coming from behind. If someone's out in the center of the map, he can lay down a couple shots. He gets to dictate the pace of so many different fights.
And that's what's really annoying about playing against Pistola, right? Because he always has that escape route, that opportunity to make a play happen. But on the flip side of that, though, I mean, you know, praising a lot of what Optic has been doing, United, they're looking to try and make this one into a round here. Everything that they possibly can to hold on to this ball back elevator. And so far, it is working. Optic is going to start the challenge coming from Hydro. Rain is aware of this. They have the cross from Spartan as well. Rain, if he can't get to safety, and maybe they could take advantage of that Mangler if they have possession of it, which why wouldn't you at this point in the game? Spartan, though, had to get shut down by Trippy over by the distance. A big nade could have actually stuck there. Doesn't work out. 3 players focusing on Hydro. Rhinu's got a lot of work ahead of him, and that's just a smart play to get out of there.
I like it. Yeah, you don't need to fight to the death there in that instance when you're outnumbered and outgunned. Instead, reposition and fight another day and try to get that last push in, but unfortunately it does not work out. Optic wisely grabs the ball, closes out round 1 of Oddball, putting them up 1-0.
Yeah, and you know, one could say like, yeah, you know, I mean, they didn't really have a lot of time to work with there, but no matter what, like Ryan, if he had taken 3 members of Optic with the battle rifle, like he was going to die. There was not really much he could do there. They got to shake that one off and focus on this next round. Lucid, though, with another camo grab.
Yeah, 2 times here we saw it going in the hands of Trippy at the round 1 last time, and then this time on the flip side, where they're spawning on the opposite side of the map. Lucid and Optic acquire the camo. Just seems like Optic starts are a little bit better.
Smart play here from Lucid. Doesn't go for the shot because he had the camouflage teammate there to back him up. It's APG, sees exactly where Spartan is. He'll let his teammate handle that business. And so far, I mean, this has just been a great display here from Optic, and there's Lucid just toying with the sandbox again.
It's also been the APG show at the start of these rounds. There's been so many times where us as casters or even the fans out there, we continue to pinpoint, we're like, oh, look at Lucid and Trippy going off, getting all these kills. But all these members have the ability too. I mean, it just has this natural tendency for someone like Ola or APG to be in a more of a supporting role, but they can step up at any moment and be the main slayer.
Yeah, and what's great for Optic in this case too, right, is like how the round has kind of progressed. Their start was clean. They were able to get some results out of that, but you know, now it's time for the reset, right? You got to look forward here. That ball's going to be located lower elevator, and Spartan has to help out his squad mate here. He has to hold this door with the shock rifle. You're going to get a few clean shots out of that. Maybe a headshot would be huge for them. But it seems like this pressure from Optic Gaming, there you go. That's exactly what Spartan was hoping that he could get with that weapon. And he was able to make it happen cleanly, though. APG, another brilliant challenge out of him. That's going to be a 6th in this round.
6 kills for APG, 6 kills for all of APG's teammates combined at the moment. So he is just putting in work here. And we have a tied game at the moment, though. So it's not really like we're seeing this runaway that we saw previously from Optic, where they got the first camo, they got the first kills, they got the ball set up shortly after that initial engagement. Instead, this one's just a little back and forth, and I want to see how this plays, if this plays more in E-United's favor, where things get to slow down a bit, or if they're hoping to get more chaotic situations, because it felt like a really like slow, structured, pushing game that last round. It felt like E-United were like, all right, well, we're going to take our time to this push, and I feel like E-United, as we heard in United's interview with King Nick, he's saying our playstyle catches teams off. We feel like we can play this chaotic or kind of annoying style that, you know, someone like Ryan Noob is well known for.
Well, yeah, because they have the Slayers to be able to compensate for that, which, you know, when you think of big-time Slayers in games, one player should come to your mind, and that's Sparty McFly. And I would imagine that when he is frying, it is dangerous for any other team to try and match up against him because the confidence he has for so many shots. And look at Pistola there doing everything he could to just try and stay alive there, keep the drive alive here in Tower. And King Nick knew he needed to shut that down. So United have possession of the ball again. They're looking to tie this one up here. And let's see how Optic are going to try and force this push. They've had a lot of success in the Whirlpool pushes, where they kind of catch that tower player off guard and then they focus on the Whirlpool push. And I think United might be wise to that now.
Oh, and what a great grapple out from King Nick. Those little poke outs like that can just be so unexpected. And it's such great timing too. As the pressure is coming in on the E-United setup, there's a moment there where he says, all right, well, most of these people have probably already pushed in towards Turbine, or most of these players are already pushed in towards Control, and you can actually go out to the center of the map, and what is generally an exposed and dangerous area is now a safe spot as people are entering these corridors.
Even this moment here, Walsh, has been quite interesting because Optic thought that they could take that ball and bring it over to Whirlpool and transition over to the pipes. But while that was going on, there were still bodies left to be handled in E-United. That's why the ball's going to be dead in World.
Can I point out something with Rain right now, too? I love how his photo right behind is like Rain, like almost poking out behind, like, hey. Like,
yeah. It's like,
I can't wait till we go to his picture-in-picture again. Just look at Rain's again. It's just like Rain is sitting over the side of his chair, his own chair, just pointing out and kind of photobombing himself.
Yeah, you know, he's you know, he's big up in himself, you know what I mean? Who else going to have you back other than yourself, right? Now, though,
and he's photobombing on Spartans as well.
Yeah, Rain just photobombs everywhere. And also Ryan Noob's picture, too, right? Like, that's another fun photobomb. Well, look at this here, Dave. We're getting dangerously close for E-United to be able to take this lead. Now, your eyes don't deceive you. You see a 1-1 down low in the bottom of the screen. That's just a glitch, so don't worry about that. It is going to be 1-0 in favor of Optic. E-United looking to tie up this round here in Oddball. Jeez. Oh, that is unfortunate. I mean, the way that he flew out there.
I was just going to say, yeah, hitting those Mangler shots were a little tougher there, given that trippy movement. You saw just how fast he was sliding in and going up those stairs and up those rails.
All right, you got a few members of E-United, long haul, tower side, pushing out to the yellow pipes and top yellow, top glass. I guess a great area to hold down and force. don't give Pistola an opportunity to breathe here and an angle to work with. That ball's still going to be in play right by batteries. You got a minute left on the clock. Right now, the onus is on E United to go after that objective and gain possession of it. If not, the round will end and Optic walks away with a Game 1 victory.
Yep, Optic are fine just to trade slays here with the ball being out in the center near batteries. They want to punish them. They want to get a free kill at some point. And they realize that United are too smart. They're not just going to dive around the ball. That's why you don't see someone like Ola looking at the oddball right now. He is looking over at control. He's looking all the way towards long haul. He says, where are they going to push in on us to get kills before they grab this oddball?
I mean, Pistola's been back here and no one's been looking at him because there have been other targets that they have to worry about. And then here comes Pistola getting himself 1 or 2 kills. Like, that is just the effectiveness of this player. But hopefully E United with Ryan Noob and the sword can actually start to put some points on the board. And they need it now because time is ticking.
Finally their opportunity. They got 2 members of Optic down. That's 3. They know where the last player is. And they have the oddball across the map. And they have Camo and sword in the hands of Ryan Noob. This is going to be a tie oddball game here in round number 2.
Wait, not just yet though. You got 13 seconds left, 47-48. It would still be an Optic win here if they don't grab the ball, which they finally have been able to do so, but now it's going to be tied. 5 seconds remaining. Ball's going to be located long haul. Is anyone there to be able to grab it? Yes, they are. 49-48 now. Can anyone from Optic obtain it? No, they cannot. It was a 1-point differential, and E United tied things up here. Game 1, oddball recharge.
So smart and so patient. Even with their backs against the wall, E United played that so well, making sure they got the kills and then got the oddball. They did things in the correct order.
Got a little dicey for a moment there if you're an E United fan. It's been quite the weekend for the red, white, and blue.
One thing that's interesting as well is last couple rounds, we saw Optic make plays to grab that camo right away. This time they opt for a more passive start. And I wonder if that's just part of the mind games here going on, Golden Boy, as they're saying, well, if we grab the camo last couple times, they're going to expect it. Do not jump out and get this free death. So we'll have to see if that is, you know, I'd love to hear from Coach Lunchbox and Optic Squad later if that's part of their mindset during these, or if they're just like, nah, we just kind of, you know, do a couple different starts, or if we see somebody over here, we realize camo's safe versus it's not being safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of on-the-fly decision-making that needs to be made, right? Which is what's always impressed me so much about Halo players, because this is not a traditional type of game. Yes, in other esports, you have to make those micro and macro decisions, but Halo is just ever-changing, ever-turning. It's always chaotic, and it may not seem like it, but what's even more impressive is how the players have a grasp of what's going on at all times, because of the familiarity with the game. Like, it's just like walking and running to them. It's natural.
Yes, it is. These players are so smart and so strong throughout this game. And I do agree with you in that sense where it does feel like in Halo compared to many other games, especially when you have like 1 life round games, that you first off get more opportunities to make decisions and or mistakes. And that's why Halo is such a cumulative game where it's an addition of all those great ideas and plays you make and, you know, the subtraction of all those mistakes you're making.
Yeah, before you know it, every error that comes up, every small little detail can cost you. I mean, even just like the way that the start of this round went, E United just have not been able to get anything going. Look at the scoreboard on E United. They have 3 kills between the 4 of them, 3 kills between 4 players, and we're at 62 points for Optic Gaming. What a hot start for the Green Wall to just shut down E United.
Yeah, 3 of them dead again. Rain, the only member alive, and we saw the patience from E United in the first round. That patience is going to be running thin as this time is ticking down, so they have to make one great push right here, get a bunch of kills, and get some sort of points on the board. And that gets shut down right away by Tripping. He's running away and repulsing away from A grenades.
And you're not going to challenge. Oh, I was going to say there's no shot you challenge that around the corner when he has a sword, but he was 1 shot. So at least they were able to pick up a few more kills there. But my goodness, Dave, is the damage already done? The ball's going to be located in no man's land, and E United have been able to obtain it. So maybe, just maybe, they could fight back here and bring this game back. That, at least the new rules of oddball allow them to do so.
Yeah, but one thing I saw in this kill feed was that Trippy secured a first kill. Lucid now has a second, and this setup is just broken. That first kill is generally the very most important as you're trying to break some sort of setup. As soon as your team knows you're like in a 4-on-3 and one player's holding the ball, it's like, well, it's a 4-on-2 or it's a 4-on-3. Fly across the map.
Oh, that was an unfortunate series of sticks that happened there with those grenades. Lucid was a little disappointed with that one. You can see it in the picture-in-picture. Interesting kill there for Reindu. Maybe he can try and build something off of that. Trippy kind of caught between a rock and a hard place there as well. Another smart, crafty play from Pistola. The challenge actually is going to come through. Reindu versus Pistola. Pistola's going to win that fight outright. The ball's been obtained. You only got a few more points here for Optic Gaming before they walk away with this Game 1 win.
One thing that's interesting to me when Optic are holding this A setup is they seem to have control of the pipe still, whereas most teams, they get just cornered all the way in this elevator, and they don't have access to that. The opposing team generally does.
Clean.
So they just did such a strong job of controlling A, but not just A, controlling the pipes, using that as an escape route. You saw it with Trippy running over there with a sword. You saw it later in that round with Ola just running away towards those pipes. Using that as a dangerous spot, but somehow Optic know when they have it safe, or they just keep it under control while they have A.
Which is kind of scary and very impressive because having an escape route on recharge, which is not a very easy thing to do, is quite impressive for Optic Gaming there, and also kind of speaks to the way that they were controlling E United completely in that game. And just look at the start in round 3 after E United walks away with a very close, booty clenching round 2 win, 49-48. The start from Optic is as hot as ever. They just shut them down completely. We were at 70 points in the scoreboard before E United were able to get their 4th kill.
Yeah, I believe it was like King Nick still was not able to secure a kill at that point. I mean, you don't really have that many options. You have like, what, a couple pushes. He had 2 or 3 deaths at that moment, and it's just like, well, like, not much you can do. You can, sure, you can charge out and try to force something, but like, that's not the high percentage play. You need to wait for your teammates.
Spartan, though. Clean shots from him. That's the thing. When they are slaying E United, they are one of the best teams in the game. But, it is... I want to say it's easy because it's not easy, but when you get them playing off of the back foot, as is commonly happens in Halo, being able to bounce back, that is always going to be the big challenge here. Man, I thought if Trippy had gotten the sword kill there, that would have been just wild, but I'm almost certain he saw the sword glowing around the corner. But
so
yeah,
close there.
Just a great win there to start things off for Optic, but for E United, this is going to be an opportunity for them to get in the heads of the green wall on streets. We'll see if they could do it here, but it is going to be quite challenging considering how good APG has been for this team on Slayer game modes, and E United have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that was an interesting stat I believe you brought to me earlier, was saying how APG
Onset brought it to me, so I'll give him credit.
Brought to you. All right, you'll give credit.
I have no credit.
Say the stat one more time, though.
Yeah, basically, throughout all of Pro Series, APG had the highest KD of any Optic member for Slayers. So clearly performing at a like at another level in that mode.
Yeah, and that's
with Lucid and Trippy
so
on your
notable to say, like, how different a player like APG knows to play in objective versus Slayer. Saying, all right, well, yeah, I can have extra deaths. I can go near even as long as I'm doing the right trades, as long as I'm setting by my teammates in these objective games. But when it comes to Slayer, like you said, he has the highest KD ratio. He realizes how much more valuable a death is, or how much more valuable securing a kill is in certain scenarios.
Yeah, and then, I know we keep bringing up Lucid, Trippy, APG, but let's also not forget the setup man, the man himself, Pistola, who always likes to make other people look good. And I think that's part of the reason why this team is working so well. But I do wonder, though, like, because I feel like we're seeing a different Optic Gaming this event. Just in their demeanor, the way that they're even playing, everything that they're doing, it doesn't feel like they're coming into this and like, we're Optic Gaming, we're a popular team and everyone's gonna love us. No, they're coming into this, they want to win this damn thing. And I love that drive and attitude from them, and a great start there from Pistola to kick things off, but an instant response there from King Nick. See, though, this is actually exactly how I expected it to go. Kind of a back and forth with these two teams on this map.
And that was such an interesting start, too, from Ola, just being so aggressive, because I was going to say, when you push out towards that perp side, you could be very vulnerable to a couple angles. Someone either balcony or going towards little C stairs. And I would just assume rounding that corner, you're at a numbers disadvantage at the start of that game. But I wonder if that's just a smart play, because if you're at numbers disadvantage on that side, that means you likely have a higher likelihood of securing rockets or something in the center.
That's
so
true.
Maybe it's just a numbers game there from Ola's side, or maybe it's just the confidence sitting in here on land where he's ready to go in, fight a fight and win the 1v1.
Well, what's been really incredible to see is that the Rockets still have not been grabbed yet. Perhaps they're still up for grabs. So let's actually go over to the Optic Gaming side and do a listen-in with Optic to see how they can attain that power weapon and, most importantly, maybe for them, try and take this lead.
Yeah, let's go.
Go quick,
going down main ramp. Watch out cuts. Nick. Dead.
Nice shot. We have rockets.
Watch out bitches. Dead.
I rocketed you, my bad.
That's fine. 2 dead.
Where are they spawning?
Spawning market. Careful. Block PD.
Ivy.
Yeah, just
Ivy
look
right
yourself.
now. Right that.
Yeah, we have a rocket. I spawned market, guys. I literally spawned a fucking rocket.
Yeah, you guys go first. Alright. You're by yourself completely.
Already up.
One driveway, I think. Driveway for sure.
Driveway is thrust. I shot him twice.
Dead. No one but Commando.
I got hit by nade. I'm coming.
Brad is here. Just live, guys. Let Brad push.
Commando got 2 shots. Pushing on purple.
Nice. 2 dead.
2 dead.
One more reading.
There's a thrust on.
No, drive.
We're here.
Front sub. One shot.
Last 2 guys front sub.
More.
Almost there. They're spawning now.
Brad, I got a
Spawning. They're spawning PD.
Alright, you guys are all low. You guys are all low.
I'm pushing this guy.
Yeah,
Is he still railing?
on me. Railing.
We're pushing behind him.
Railing. So.
That whole setup was quite interesting from E United because Ryanu was chilling bottom steps at B, and they had the Rockets Optic Gaming. They were able to get a kill or 2 off of that, but they didn't really get to peel away with the lead here, which goes to show you like how E United play. They never really give those clear openings, and now E United have Rockets, which could be big for them. Let's see how they play with this power weapon.
Yeah, and I believe that, that's interesting. They have this full rocket. A lot of times when you grab that rocket or acquire that,
go for that
you're
first
going
shot.
You generally need to use one of those to get out of that bottom center area, like whether you're clearing out tires, whichever side you run into. And look at just this awareness from the Optic side, realizing where they know where this rocket player likely is, and just bombarding Rain with grenades.
Yeah, that actually is an awful place for those Rockets to be because it's awful for both teams, right? Now Optic do have the control on this side, and I don't know if anyone has gone to go and grab it yet. It was a fresh rocket. Nothing has been shot from that yet.
Such a smart spike grenade spot. I mean, that's just like an underutilized pillar in my eyes in that position. So I don't know if you could really use that effectively for frag grenades to anyone on the Perp Street side, but such a smart spot for the spikes.
And considering how much damage the spikers do as well, you don't want to push that at all. E United, though, do have the lead as they're up 21-20. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming managed to win Recharge Oddball, scored 2-1. It was a bit of a shutout in round 3 for E United. Now they're looking to rally back here and make this into a series and tie this one up 1-1. And they're up by 3 kills now. Things seem to be working out very well for E United.
And I'm also interested to see, like, how did those Rockets end up playing out towards the end there?
Yeah.
I didn't really get to kind of keep
a good
track of them. But my guess is that they just ended up like trading kills for kills. Maybe there's some sort of scramble going on at the bottom of the stairs and someone grabs them, kills himself along with the opponent. But we didn't really see anyone grabbing those and pulling away in any fashion.
Okay, so Rockets are going to be up now. Spartan does have the Stalker. One player is going to be in the overlook by B. I think there could be a challenge from the driveway, which is why they sent someone to go and handle that. I think Lucid also wanted to make a play for those Rockets. Doesn't end up working out in the favor, and APG does not have a clean angle to challenge a Stalker rifle. But Ryanoob is going to be the one that obtains the power weapon there. Takes out Trippy with a grenade inside of tires, and the good times continue to roll on here for E United as they add on to their lead by 1. It was a 3-kill lead for them, now a 4-kill lead. So little by little, they're trying to peel away here from Optic.
And they're also just being a bit more passive than I expect out of this E United squad. So this must just be something that they've learned with their play style or as they practice Street Slayer, is they're in a situation where they get a couple kills and they're not just all flying across the map. Instead, they're saying, all right, well, let's continue to hold C during this setup. Yes, we have 2 of them dead, but we don't really have a great opportunity to trap them all in a certain spot. And God, I love that arcade music. I don't know how you feel about it, GB.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. Also, it just always throws me off because, like, whenever I stream, I would play music in the background, and then I would hear that music, and then the music would be playing on top, layered on top of that. And I'm like, what's going on? My mind is, like, in a million directions right now. Speaking of a million directions, Lucid actually was able to get a nade and send that player flying, but now is it going to be what Optic needs to climb back into this as they're still going to be down by 3? They've been able to kind of, shave away at that gap that E United, the small gap that E United created with that 4-kill lead. But as long as E United just keep on trading, keep on getting the kills, it's going to look really, really good for the blue team here. And they could tie this series up on Streets if it keeps going. They're playing for one another as well, too. Ryanoob with great support, Spartan with great support there for Ryanoob. And this push that's coming out of B Street has been pretty successful thus far for
It looks all right, but I was just going to say, I saw so many members of E United all over on that B side. I like what Spartan's doing here. He's repositioning, saying, all right, we don't need another angle here over at this commando or towards, above dumpster. Instead, he reverts over towards the left side of C near the stairs to try to help and support these rockets.
Oh, the cheeky grab from Lucid. He went in there, yoinked the rockets. But I think part of the reason why, Dave, was because they wanted to get control of B and tires to prevent Optic from being able to do literally the thing that they did. So the credit goes to Optic for forcing them out of that and not giving them the space to breathe. Maybe these rockets are going to be the start, the beginning of the end here for E United. One rocket goes off, but he gets no value out of that. And instead, E United, they just need to chill out because they know that Optic need to come at them.
Oh.
And I stand corrected.
What a rocket taking out that balcony spot. I was going to say that's such a difficult kill to get unless you have something like rockets, and that's going to be the collapse. That's all members of E United getting cleared out of C and B. And Optic are going to know what's up. They're going to say, all right, they're now spawning over towards A or towards PD. And the map is now flipped.
Yeah, we're basically where we started, but on opposite sides of the field.
The grass is always greener. Like I want the C setup. You guys can have the A.
Yeah.
You have the A setup.
It was intentional. Yeah. But now, as E United look to get this win here, Optic with those rockets. And power weapons are always going to play that key role here. And the Stalker, we keep talking about it, is definitely a power weapon with just how strong it is. Bit of a tussle happening as well in the back by Tram APG, anticipating that this push is going to come through here, but that player decided to just GTFO. I was not going to be dealing with that whatsoever. And they'll go ahead and get a few more kills. And even with that great rocket play from Optic, even with them being able to get map control, flipping to spawns, E United still have that lead. And now it's even worse. It's a 5-kill lead for EU.
Yeah, this is just starting to get into a scary spot. Clearly, these rockets are necessary once again for Optic, but when they got them last time, I mean, the first one was underutilized. The second rocket was, I would argue, the rocket that broke the setup for E United, as we saw Lucid kind of flank through and get it. But
correct,
as you said, it didn't really result in them gaining that big of a lead.
Man, you see how much damage that Stalker does? Jeez Louise. It just brought him down to near half HP. That's nuts. Lucid gets the rockets again. Kind of familiar territory. They're within striking distance of 3. One rocket could maybe bring them even closer. And there it is. Now Lucid's going to be on the push. Rain knew that. He had no opportunity to be able to get away. The collapse could be coming from the right side too. Trippy's going to be inside of PD, but Nick does manage to get the better of him. Here comes Lucid though. Around the mountain, here he comes. Does find Nick on the bat ledge too. All these players scattered around B, and they're not really given the angles for Optic to play around with.
No, and also the Optic members that were over on the B side and supporting and distracting are now gone. Lucid realizes the opportunity to flank and secure those kills is no longer there. Let's try to catch them off guard somewhere else, and looks like E United one step ahead here over at C, as they are also vying for control of C and the balcony.
A push comes in. Trippy has to shut down Spartan 44-47. We've seen some glorious comebacks happen in Anaheim already. Could this be the case here? Only 2 more frags remaining for E United. It's been quite the game for these players. Everyone contributing at different points in the matchup. And again, it falls back to Optic to have to make this push happen. The 49th kill is going to be registered. One more top balcony perhaps as Trippy goes for the challenge, but it does not work out in his favor. Rhino will be able to secure that last kill, and that is going to be E United tying up the series against Optic 1-1.
That is a massive victory there for E United, without doubt. Clearly, you don't want to go down 0-2 in that series, but It always felt like, too, that they never really gave up control of that map. Even in a situation where all 4 of them got cleared out, it was like, all right, they took down a couple Optic members with them. They felt just as comfortable holding the A side of the map and playing from that side, so it just felt like United just were better at that game type.
You know, what's also interesting is that whenever we watch, like top 16 teams going up against like a top 8 team, right? And we typically say like that Slayer can kind of be a swing game because, you know, those players are going to fly and they're going to be very aggressive. That was not the case here. This was a very measured and controlled game from E United. They had their hands on the steering wheel the whole time, and Optic were merely just trying to figure out how can they make them, swerve off the road. And it just wasn't working out time and time again. So if anything, I do want to give credit to United, and this kind of harkens back to what happened in Game 1 with those controlled kind of planned pushes that they were trying to organize for Oddball, but they just weren't working out because you know, players from Optic were kind of just going around flying willy-nilly and making the plays happen. So I think that, if anything, this just goes to show that when E-United have control of the game, it is very hard for anyone else to wrestle it away from them.
Yeah, E-United just looking so, like, also not just when you said controlled, it's like they're also so reserved, kind of opposite what we felt like we saw in Raleigh or like previous E-United squads, where it just seems like, all right, United, when they get control, get numbers, they're just flying across the map and continue to make it chaotic. This one just felt like they were slow and methodical.
Yeah,
and they're playing it so good.
And now this live fire Strongholds kind of opens this series up here, because if you recall from the analyst desk, and for those of you who were joining us at the beginning of that after the break, right, you know, there was this discussion about live fire. Like, E-United have had some upper hand opportunities against Optic Gaming on live fire. Obviously, Strongholds is a, you know, can be a very swingy game mode depending on, you know, how things play out. So I do think E-United actually setting themselves up for success here, and could potentially go up 2-1 in this series.
Very well, yeah. I mean, when I think of a lot of Spartan highlights, for some reason I think of live fire. I think of like all these different flanks he's getting over at A Sandbags. I think of his pivotal Game 5 Slayer when we saw him in Raleigh getting the sniper over toward B Garage. Yes. It just felt like there's so many times where Spartan was just absolutely going off. And then even when we were looking at the highlight reel last night, or not last night, when we were looking at the highlight reel earlier before this match, we saw Rain throwing those grenades towards shortcut. Just seemed like a lot of live fire, like, you know, highlights
and
also,
also
this United squad.
No troll, okay? I'm just being real. I feel like every time I go to Spartan stream, I'm seeing either play live fire or before the update, Behemoth. So I don't know. And hey, look, Behemoth made it on HCS broadcast. Anyway, so folks, now as Optic Gaming kind of have this conversation, figure out what they want to do here on live fire. We know it's going to come down to that initial start, Dave, and Optic have had more success in that department than E-United have had. So I feel like at the start of this game, I'm really going to be focused on what is Optic's start going to look like, and how do they shut down E-United right out of the break.
That's interesting, because I think, yes, the start is important, but that's the piece I'm least concerned about for Optic. It seems like
for Optic,
for Optic, it seems like they've done such a good job getting those starting strats. They've done a good job getting like those first camos, which we saw on Recharge. So not too worried about the start on Optic. It's more of like kind of what happens on after that, you know, for Optic.
Yeah, but also the question then is, well, what goes on with the United, right? Like how do they know that Optic have these planned, controlled starts? What do you do to try and counter that? It will be quite interesting, and we're going to be jumping to the game. I know you guys see Rain. He will be sitting down in a moment, getting ready to go here. And hopefully everyone at home is enjoying the action of HCS Anaheim. So much more to come, and it's crazy to think this is just our second live event of the season. So many more events on the horizon, and we're so excited to have you join us for each and every one of those stops. And for those of you guys who are watching for those Twitch drops, you know, vaya con Dios. I hope you get what you need, you know, so that you can flaunt with your friends online. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a hard one. You know, the desk gets to do their predictions, right? It's fun to be a part of them. For this game, I think, like, if you're a betting person, you'd go Optic Gaming, right? But I feel like after game 2, man, like the scale has to be turning for E-United.
It's so tough to tell with these rosters, because I mean, you think of E-United versus Optic in Raleigh. You think of who had the higher placing. E-United were in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Optic.
Isn't that crazy? Like, E-United were in the grand finals, and then we're talking about them like, oh yeah, no, they're probably going to lose. Like the whole desk.
Yeah, they're not as for some reason by us on the desk and such. We don't seem to find them as favored, and maybe that's true because of how they performed in pool play. You know, they didn't have as dominant performance. They lost to KCP in pool play. There are reasons as to why we don't see them coming through as strong, at least as strong of a start.
Yeah.
Now, it's all about how they finish in this tournament. And I still believe in them. They clearly just showed on Streets how they have this new methodical playstyle, which I kind of, you know, we try to categorize these teams like, oh, this one plays slow, this one plays fast. And this is game number 3 just kicking off right now.
Yeah.
We're jumping in, so I'll just stop rambling.
Yeah, no map fly-throughs for us here, folks. We're into the action, baby. And it's going to be United getting B right out of the gate and flipping this A as well. So they'll gladly give up C to Optic as we are preparing for the power items to come up here in a moment. Overshield's available in 2 seconds. Saw some actually really nice plays for how to, like, this area right here, this Pillars area is so pivotal, and Optic were actually the ones that I was really liking how they were playing around this, and E United were prepared for it. A great response.
One-on-one for this OS. 3 members were down for each team. It is a Rain versus Lucid 1v1, but looks like the reinforcements from E United are here. They're pushing for this overshield, but nothing's been acquired yet. They are just trading kill after kill. That's 3 down for E United again. And Lucid is going to push over and flank over towards A and go for a cap.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ryan Noob's ready for this one as soon as he comes through. Ola does manage to obtain the overshield as well. It's going to be around half here as United has to fight out of this back B setup that they have currently. They have no other choice. Optic with the trip cap, catching up in the scoreboard. It was a great start for E United, but even better for Optic, and they managed to hold off that push from E United, the second push to get the power items and power weapons.
It was just, that was all the cascading effects from getting that overshield and that overshield fight. You know, all these teams and players just fighting over that one spot, and Optic Gaming coming out ahead. We saw the Slays coming out through that. We saw Ola grabbing the OS. We saw Lucid pushing immediately towards A, blocking the spawns, capturing the stronghold, and then they just collapsed on B. They weren't satisfied with that. They realized that they didn't want to hold A and C for an extended period of time. Instead, they'd rather hold this B stronghold.
So I think United got the call that they would rather want to focus on this OS here, right? Give up the points. It's still going to be very early in the game. And they also know, because you have to hear that Pistola was just chucking grenades over at that garage doorway here. Rain with the overshield, loses the overshield though, so you don't get much value out of that, but they are going to start capping B. So all that attention they put on OS has benefited them as they are now back in control of 2.
Can we highlight what that's going to look like on the stat screen? All that's going to look like for APG when we recite these stats layers, that's the stats for APG. Yeah. APG put in 4 bursts, got a melee, took down all of his OS, and did all that damage to just get a assist and a death on that.
Yeah, yeah. But, I mean, when you really think about it, though, right, like, it's not the end of the world for them because of the way that they play off of that. I mean, they drain the power
That's
item.
the correct play.
That's the way to go.
Saying, it just shows how skewed stats can be
Oh,
sometimes.
for sure. Yeah, it's like, what is a valuable kill versus what's not a valuable kill, right? Yeah, no, you're so right there, Dave. Like, it's oftentimes, and don't get me wrong, right, stats do tell a story, and I'm sure Gaskin has a million of them to share with everyone, which is great because that's what we want. But there's also, because it kind of goes back to that conversation we were having earlier about how Halo, you know, is a game of just these macro decisions that are happening so fast that you have to constantly be prepared for all the adjustments you need to make. And yeah, man, that's just the beauty of this game in a nutshell. But for Spartan in the back of the river, he actually ended up getting the kill though. So that was a confirmed shot against Trippy. I think it may have been someone else getting the shot, but it doesn't matter though because they're going to clear out those players to still hold B and C.
Doesn't matter, but one other piece that I really liked there that happened against Sparty was how I believe it was APG just doubling back and getting that melee. Just those small nuanced differences and movements that you see these players make, like faking like they're running away and just doubling back, trading in that melee, and getting in so much damage per life.
OS is going to be up for grabs. Oh, no. Oh, that is unfortunate. He got the tag on Lucid. Now he's going to be fresh. I think that shot may be confirmed, though. If it didn't, then I'm calling shenanigans, Tashi. But Ryan Noob looking to go for a cheeky jump as well here. He did not. Okay, there it is. So it did actually clear through. They do get the flip, but a lot of points have been gained here for EU.
Dude, I still can't hit that jump yet. I have not been practicing Skyway jumps, and yeah, it's
my hands are too dumb and too old, so I'm not even gonna bother. I watched the video. I was like, oh great, Skyway just put on another video for a jump I can't do. This is I'm so glad. Like and subscribe. You know, kills me inside every time.
I feel the same way with Shari videos too. It's like, all right, boys, I got a new in-depth strategy. Like, I have not, you know, passed course 101 of Shyway's jump and sliding courses. Yeah. I'm not ready for a 400 level class and lecture here on the next evolution of this. Like, let me get through the basics and foundational elements first.
Yeah, to just go on a quick tangent real fast. I was watching, because Wonder Boy, our friend, we love you, Harry, put out a video as well, and then he said, like, and it's very easy to do. And I see him do it in one try, and I was like, I'm going to load it up in custom game and try and do it. I could not at all. So, yeah, that's why everything you see from these players, like what they manage to pull off, it is so freaking impressive. And you think it's simple, but it truly is not. And that just is the complexity series of Halo and why we all love this game so much. But I think Optic is loving this game right now too, because they've managed to come back into the lead here. It was getting a little dicey for Optic at a moment, but now United, they kind of gave this one up. And I actually saw APG 10 assists though, so he's contributing so much, but even with not a lot of kills, they're still doing the work.
And we've been critical before, whether it's right or not, of who's putting up the kills, who's putting up the numbers here on the Optic squad. And Ola stepping up here in game number 3 with the most kills for his team, and that is only Ola's 4th death. So doing so much work there during the run from Optic Gaming.
And another overshield, Lucid with the sniper to boot too. He was waiting for that jump. He wanted him to challenge so bad, and Ryan Noob, he was actually, oh, surprise!
That's like the one spot he wasn't expecting. You know, he was ready for back C tower. He assumed the bridge was coming over again, but did not expect the flank to come through from B pillars all the way through the basement to the dummies.
You never expect that play to happen. He was looking like a player that was very confident that there was no soul there at all. Little did he know. Oh, that is unfortunate. But fortunate, though, for E United is they've been able to get control of the map again. B and C will be the hold here. The push is going to be coming out of Garage, and there's no one around B, but this looks like a retake opportunity here more so for E United because they realize they might not win this one outright.
One thing that happened there, as I saw those kills, or that kill go down in King Nick, is I was like, all right, like that could be, kills are always a good thing.
Yeah.
However, they had 2 players down in the yard underneath the B bridge, and that's not a good position. Like, you either have to go for a jump that we both talked about, Golden Boy, that we can't do, but you're also going to be in a spot that you don't really have great routes. Yes, you go to B pillars, maybe you go to back C, but you're not going to be anywhere anytime soon, and we saw those collapsing effects from E United just collapsing, gain all those kills, using their high advantage, and continuing to hold control.
Yeah, it is a unique hold that we're getting here because it has been a lot of retaking from E United. And now I wonder if that is the game plan or if it's because Optic are forcing him in those positions, right? Because they've done it out 2 times now, and one time it worked, the other time it didn't work. So we'll see how they try and get control of this again here as Optic now adds to their score.
Quick note, as I was tallying up the kills / deaths real quick, it's basically dead even. It was 1 kill difference at just a moment ago, but the objective efficiency was in the favor of United. So it's one of those things that once you control and once you have the strongholds, you can just trade for kills and you're going to come out ahead in the points.
By the way, this was a great spawn for Optic. They actually got a split, 2 players back tower, and then they ended up having 2 more players, I think, out in the open field by the overshield. So they were like, yeah, go ahead, United, go ahead and take B control. We'll go ahead and have that. We'll take C instead.
Look at that play by Rain. I mean, it was good, but it was not good enough as he's able to take Lucid, but not going to be able to chip away at Ola's overshield. So about the best you can do at some points when you have to plant up or post up back at B.
I think the response from E United too was beautiful, right? It looked like it was doom and gloom for E United, but instead they let Optic have that idea of safety and comfort, and then just went right for the play, like jumped on it like sharks to the to the blood in the water, right? I don't know. I will never be in the ocean. Never catch me dead there. But I think this has just been a beautiful game from both teams. But now for Optic Gaming, if they continue on like this with the trip cap, this is going to be quite scary for E United. They have to stop the bleeding right here, right now. Pistola, though, on a killing spree. 1 more target, a double kill for the legend. He's got another one right in front of him, too, but he's going to wait for his health to come back. The call has been made. He's going to be...
And he's got a flank. He's got a flank from APG. This is going to be a kill over on C, and now they can double cap it if needed. But Ola just doesn't dive right in. Instead, his spidey sense is going off, knows someone's over towards top center, and they are just starting to put the pressure here on E United. This game is flipping around, Golden Boy.
Yeah, I genuinely have no idea who's going to walk away with this win because of how this game has been playing out. Back and forth, through and through, exactly what you want to see. This next overshield is going to be quite pivotal, and that's why Pistola's posturing for it here. He's waiting. 5 seconds left on the clock for that OS. Ryan goes in for the challenge with the heat wave, and he's got support there from his teammates, but is anyone there from Optic Gaming to help him out so that they can get that power item as A is being captured?
One of you may at home might be wondering why Ryan Noob ran away from OS after getting those kills. Ryan Noob did his part. At this point, he was getting hunted down. He did damage over there, so he can't just sit shortcut and jump on that overshield. Instead, he would just gotten killed. So I like that flank. He repositions himself all the way towards A, is a new threat, not unsuspecting player, and helps put the stop on that stronghold.
I don't think this is the setup that E United wanted to see here because they have no time to be able to break this. They got to get in the beat right here, right now. Lucid wants to shut this one down, though. The drop of the Mangler is going to be clean, and that, folks, is going to be the game as Optic Gaming go up 2-1. But what a fight from E United. Went down to the wire. Small micro decisions could have gone in E United's favor, and I'm sure that they're going to go back to the VOD and review all of that after this event is done, because that very well could have been E United's game.
Yeah, that was just so difficult. I mean, it's neck and neck the entire time, but we did see those ladder overshields going in the favor of Optic Gaming. I believe we saw at least 2 in the hands of Ola. We saw the very last one going in the hands of Lucid, and what we were talking about before was like near even slaying game. Turned out to be in the favor of Optic. I believe when I last saw the kills at the end, it was 6 or 7 kills in the favor of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, good fragging from Optic there, and that's actually quite the interesting stat. A 4-1 record, Optic on Stronghold's live fire in Pro Series. So, and I think that
that's also an interesting stat too. The 32.2 captures per game, ranked first, meaning that maybe Optic aren't one of these squads that just sits on a couple captures and ends up being passive.
Yeah,
they're willing to trade a bit more. They're like, all right, you want to take C? We'll take A then. All right,
yeah,
you want to take B?
Look at
we'll
that
take
game.
C. Yeah,
that was constantly happening.
So they seem to be maybe, based on that limited stat we have right there, they could be the team that rotates the most during Strongholds.
Great game, though, man. Couldn't ask for anything
Here's
better.
that melee. I love that melee right there. Just those little additions of damage add up so much for these teams at the highest level of play.
And you always got, in most cases, someone looking at you to support you, right? These guys have the awareness, like at all times. They fully understand where everyone is in relation to their own positioning.
Also, the thing that's just so brilliant there when I saw that repulsor over at B is that these players can actually time and avoid these melees here on land versus online. Sometimes it's just not possible. Yeah, you just can't really gauge the distance difference. Like, people are still going to hit those lunges. They're going to still get registrations that, you know, are just going to be a factor of online play. But on land here, so perfect. They can just time those, make people whiff melees, make people miss shots. It's brilliant.
Now wonder what happens here on Aquarius CTF, because E United, we saw on Streets the way that they can control the map, but Aquarius is a different type of map. You don't have those clean cross-map opportunities. You don't have it's not like, you know, midship where, you know, you can support from bases over to P side or to car side like too well. You can, but it's not like the best.
Yeah, it's not the exact same. I agree with you there, Golden Boy. However, I was going to say, based on the game modes we saw thus far, which is like, you know, Recharge, we saw Live Fire, I would say this map, Aquarius, does play more similar to Streets than those other two. I mean, they're not very comparable.
You're right.
With, you know, kind of like those lanes, those alleys, a little slower play, maybe posting up somewhere, laying some damage, pushing together. So this is looking good, I would say, for E United, just on like those observations of overall play style. But it's also just tough to say. I mean, Aquarius, CTF is just going to be a game type that literally every single team and player here is going to be so comfortable and familiar with. It's the most true to past Halos as far as one of the most arena-style maps. It's most similar to something like Midship, as you alluded to. So every single team player is not going to, like, there's not going to be a player that's bad on this map.
Yeah, besides myself. I'm just absolute butt cheeks at this. I'm sure many of us at home feel the same way. But here we go, folks. This is it. For Optic Gaming, they'll move on in the bracket. E United, if they lose here, will be sent down to the elimination bracket. Not out of the competition quite yet, but you know, it has not been the weekend that I'm sure they were hoping for. But I'm not, in no way, shape, or form do I think this is going to be a gimme here for Optic. And Ola managed to just squeak right by and get that camo. Just a crafty lot that he is.
Yeah, and such a brilliant finish off there. I guess he assumed Ryan was one shot first off, realized he didn't get the one-shot finish, and drops down just to avoid any further damage in top center. And Ola just going to sneak on in and go 1 for 1, unfortunately. But that's not what you want to be doing with your camo. You don't want to be playing defense with a camouflage. You want to be on the offense. You want to be pushing into the enemy lines. Ola forced in a defensive position there that last time.
Rain will be the furthest pushed out inside of util, yellow side util. That pistol, man, because that rate of fire is just nasty. If you get up close, you have so much control with it.
Yep, and Rain's just playing this position perfectly. When you're fighting anyone in that doorway, your goal is just to get some damage, and you need to stay alive there. You do not need to finish off your own kills unless someone comes into util. You should have backup from someone top center or
really
someone across the map that can pick off any players that do not enter back into util.
Yeah, I think that is a credit to Optic for, even though they had to deal with Rain inside of their own utility, they were still in United's face the entire time. But with 2 players down, this could be an opportunity now for EU to start to make this push happen here. King Nick, though, dangerously low. Players off the spawn. A little bit of a mental reset here. Losing Ryanoob could potentially hurt for this push, and they know that with Ryanoob down, maybe that is going to be a Optic Gaming push inside of util, which is why Nick was prepared for that. And I actually kind of like the idea of taking the pistol and holding it for those doors because you can just spam that gun so fast.
Yeah, pretty much any weapon you grab out of the sandbox has its positional utility, and almost every single one of these guns too, like, ends up working out just fine in close range. And so even when I think of something like Stalker Rifle, not ideal. It's, you know, more perfect for something like long range, but you're gonna beat out a battle rifle if you just hit your shots. And these players are so good that they feel confident to hit their shots with like the pistol or the commando in close range situations.
A big trade there for United is gonna have to force APG to play defensively here. You got 2 guys located on the left side in their utility. APG is preparing. He knows that the push could end up coming, and I think EU, they got to play off of this. They have to make this push happen, but they need someone to be in a position to support them.
But here's what Optic's strategy is they're going to have somebody just hold the util side of their base, not let anyone push into their flag while they push out on the ping side. They say, all right, why fight a losing battle into util and run right into their hand? Instead, make them come to us. Pushing out of util onto the flag when you don't have someone weak is not as comfortable of a position.
They know that one more is still going to be around here. And there you go. It's going to be Nick. Trying to stay up, gets the kill. Ryanoob actually gets the kill on APG. Flag has been attempted for a pull here. Lucid does have the mark on a target up top as well. Their flag's going to be out too, and there's a lot that Lucid had to do there.
So much he had to do, but also I love that target switching. He's just giving so much credit to United, saying, all right, if I start shooting player A, player B is going to start shooting at me. And so he's going back and forth saying, all right, I'm going to shoot a shot Spartan, and I expect this player on our flag to be helping Spartan out. So Lucid had the right idea, and in many cases you're going to take advantage of teams poking out at those exact moments, but did not work out. Ryanoob and the United squad. Many players put themselves in a do-or-die situation saying, all right, I'm going to die, protect this flag, or I'm going to get the kill and it's going to be stopped. And no, there's sometimes middle grounds. You can sometimes let them get the flag, but still get a kill or 2 on your side and prevent them from getting some sort of double cap or having them have control after they capture the flag. It's a 5-cap game, Golden Boy. You don't need to make it all happen on that first cap.
Yeah, it's right. Everyone always tries to force the issue, but the top players, right, they'll only do it if they know without a doubt that they have that coverage, that they have that opportunity to do so here. United. There was a toss of the flag down low to try and just pull some attention over there, and it worked out very well for Optic, is now they're going to be collapsing inside of the United base, bringing this one over to the blue side. A very smart play inside of util to the top, perhaps, as well. And do they have bodies over by planners? It seems like they do, and so far, so good here.
They seem mostly fine. However, they're going to meet some resistance here. I would like to see the Lucid not go across the bridge. Instead, run it towards the back ramp if he's feeling too much pressure. Instead, he does go across the bridge, and you know what? Maybe Lucid knows a little bit more about Halo than me, Golden Boy, as he caps that second flag for Optic Gaming.
You made a right call, though. You said if he wasn't feeling the pressure, and there wasn't really anyone there to try and stop him at that moment in time. Yeah, sure, he was taking some damage, and naturally people are going to look over there. But he had the right idea, went for the capture. It worked out very well for them. Now APG in yet another position in the back of the enemy base, putting shots on players, grabbing power items, thinking that they're free, and he's just going to live around here until United do something about him.
Charges right through the grenade, knowing that if there's a player in there that's weak or one shot, take the nade and still hit the shots, you win the fight.
Lucid with camo and heatwave, a deadly combo. See Spartan. Does he go for the shot? Okay, yeah, he's going to go for it. Why not? The calls have been made, but he's got himself in a brilliant spot here. Rain's camo eyes were simply not going to be good enough, unfortunately, for him. And this is kind of going back to what you said at the beginning of the game there, Walsh, where this is exactly the situation you want to have your camo player in the face of your enemy.
Yeah, and I don't know how they still got the kill on APG there. Somehow from the fridge side of the map, it looks like United were able to pick off that flag runner, run towards Util, and I would say that flag run is done.
Yeah.
What seemed to be a near guaranteed cap in my eyes, or at least the flag going all the way back towards the Optic Gaming side of the map, was stopped in its tracks. I would love to see how that was stopped some point later on.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to try this one again. 2-1, Optic with the lead. E United doing everything that they can to try and fend off the attack here from Optic, as they'll be in the back of their base. E United with bodies over here on car side continues to make this push happen. And a good call there, right? Heard the shields coming up, popped the shots immediately. And this is going to be a smattering of kills back and forth. No one really having the advantage quite yet. But E United, I like the fact they got Rain all the way over here, and he's going to have some help and assistance. It works out very well for him.
And look at, as we go through both these teams' POVs and perspectives, the main focal point for both these squads is the util. They want to get control of the util and then push in the flag and then run it back that way. Every single flag we've seen run thus far is util side. Even across the map, as Rain's looking at his own flag being taken away, it's being taken towards the util side.
Yeah, it's such a great area to have that flag in, or at least for Optic, that seems to play right into their style, into their game plan. E United stopped that flagpole from happening, but yet another camouflage grabbed for Optic. And it's Lucid who has possession of that again.
I want to see him get aggressive with it. I like this, helping his team clear out all these pesky members from E United there, just scurrying around and getting in his base. Look at that, just exterminating all these players, killing out Car 2, 2 players in the bomb front courtyard in very unorthodox positions, not just the power positions. Like, Lucid would love to just go top center and fight someone top pink or top car. Instead, he has to get his hands dirty. He has to go down in the courtyards and get those kills.
Yeah, and get those kills he certainly did here. Trippy as well is going to join him, but around the corner, there will be a target there. Ryan, who got a little dicey for a moment. Flag is being pulled by E United. They brought it halfway over. Rain's got the clearance, perhaps. They have to clear out this player inside a utility to tie this one up. 2-2. 2 players are going to be located coming into the utility room. A lot of work is going to be left to Rain here to try and fend off the attack. Flag's going to be located down low. Does Rain have an opening to go and grab it? It seems like he's right there, and Ryan is trying to be a nuisance on the side. Does get the flag, brings it up. Nobody's on the jump up, so that's halfway there.
I was going to say, jump up's right, not the right play there. I think you need to just go straight for stairs. You're already such a sitting target there as you're in that front spot, so get it back towards a safer spot in the base. Looks like Ryan Noob's going to have to go to the bridge, and we got ourselves a tie game, Golden Boy.
We're all knotted up here on Aquarius CTF. Neither.
Oh, God. Okay, yep. Fnatic is coming out hot after these wins. They know, like, you know, we can take these guys down. They're not invincible. They're not immortal. Like, we can win this, and I believe that they can, too, after that hot start there.
Believe. Septify gets one with the Rockets, locks in Penguin, sends him out of town. Bar going to be taking control of, running riot here. 8-2 the score. Perfect start for Fnatic.
Against a team like Cloud9 here, you can't be a first half game, you can't be a second half game, you have to be a full game team here. You can't let up 1 inch whatsoever, and I think, you know, Fnatic has the momentum, has the energy to keep this up, and they do. Otherwise, you know, Cloud9 can steamroll right back once they get their footing.
Gotta keep your foot on the neck here. Do not let them breathe. Super CC trying to play his life, dodging left and right, shadow boxing almost at times, but unfortunately for him, has ultimately lost his life. All of a sudden, it's a 4-kill game. And like you said, Cloud9 starting to roar back to life. They realize exactly what situation they're in. Renegade picks up one down towards Sewers. 2 kills, traded back and forth. Still a 4-kill game. You're so close. Super CC, more plays like that, my friend. And you'll be sending Cloud9 packing to the elimination bracket.
That win there, I'm sure, is fueling the fire. He's super pumped after winning that Mangler battle here on tower. I feel like when you hold this tower position, you have sight lines, you know, people trying to cross that truck, people going for that overshield. So Super CC holding this position is extremely dangerous here for Cloud9.
Overshield, the Jen speaks of, coming up in 5 seconds. Trades come through in the shape of a Mangler melee. Septify picks up one in the feed. It's a 5-kill game. Overshield has just popped. It's in the hands of somebody. Where's it gone? It's in a Fnatic hand, and he's pushing over towards lockers. He's got menace in his eyes. Not falling for any ninjas. He means business.
Super CC playing the series of his life right now. I feel like he's been so consistent these past few games, and it's really showing in this one too. He is sitting at 8-2 right now, Jersey. 8-2. Unbelievable performance.
8-2. Penguin 0-4. We have a goose watch right now.
You got a penguin egg.
Penguin out in the sun does not fare well. That's what we're seeing here. Can Fnatic hold their bottle? Giving away 1 kill, that will open up the possibility for the map to change control. Super CC looking to play his life, waiting on these rockets. Up in 15 seconds, they're trading back and forth all this time. Still a 5-kill game.
It is a 5-kill game, and despite Penguin having
Stellar.
4, beautiful double kill by Super CC.
Super CC locks into Eco and Penguin combined to take down Envor, but Super CC answers back once more. Can he secure the rockets? Yes, he can. 1 fired, 1 secured, killing spree. Eco, though, pops his shield. I love this, back down. Do not ego chow. You're going to have the game of your life here, fella.
I love that play there by Super CC. You know, he could have ego chowed. I love the ego chow, but decides to play his life, live to see another day. Ends up getting a kill on Stellar as well. Didn't want to lose that rocket launcher because, you know, that's at least a free kill, free double kill for the enemy team if it fell into their hands.
It's a 10-kill game on Bazaar Slayer. Game 5 here for Fnatic. About to take the scalp of one of the best teams, the best team in the game. They just need to hold their nerve. Trade it out if you have to. It's going to seem like it's so far away here, but if you're in touching distance, you almost have your hands on it.
I think the only way for Cloud9, you know, to come back is for Penguin to get his footing because he is such a demon on the map, you know. When he's on fire, he's unstoppable, just like any other member of Cloud9. But once you have, like, one player that's kind of, like, not slacking, I don't want to say he's slacking, because I'm sure he has, like, a good map presence, but he's just getting in unfortunate battles where he's just getting 2v1'd. And that's exactly how teams like Fnatic need to play to, you know, take the win off of them. They just need to 2v1 them constantly, and that's exactly what's happening. You know, Cloud9 cannot get their footing in this game.
Are the tides about to turn, though? They have just got
Yo, what up?
Kicked it in almost. Overshield now for Renegade.
Oh, I had this covered up, brother.
Destruction in his hands. Looking to lock in some kills for his team. It's a 4-kill game. Envor turns around and stops on a dime and puts Renegade in the respawn screen.
Oh my goodness, it's a 5-kill game here still. You know, every time, you know, Fnatic tries to slip away and, you know, branch out, Cloud9's just right behind them on their heels.
Eco's in trouble. Manages to get
What's up,
it
bruh?
against the odds, it would seem. Super CC set up over towards Rocket, such a difficult place to clear if you're Cloud9. But they recognize
I'm chilling.
exactly what situation they're in, and Septify gets a little bit overeager, and he's going to pay the price
Really?
because of it. Needs to just temper his emotions. You're so close. Do not make misplays here. You've been playing so good all series long. But it only matters here. It only matters now. 4-kill game, and Penguin's got the mangler and the kill, but it's been traded out. They only need 16 more kills, but Cloud9 are right behind them.
Super CC still on the top of the leaderboard for his team, 13-5. Doing a great job playing his life and not giving them any free kills here.
No free kills. No quarters. Renegade gets one with the help of the mangler, drops it down, gets the finish with the battle rifle. It's a 2-kill game. Cloud9 are a wounded animal, and they're looking to roar back to life.
As we were saying earlier, you know, if it's any team that can ice up here, it is Cloud9. They're not going to go down without a fight. Neither is Fnatic, as they've proved throughout this entire series. It's going to be, I want to say it's going to be a 50-49 at this point.
It's an all, I was about to say it's a 1-kill game. We're all tied up, 35-35. Rockets and Overshield about to pop at the exact same time. Kills have been traded, but map control in the hands of Cloud9. Overshield picked up. Can he pop it into his chest? Yes, he can. He's already down and diminished to halfway. In the hands of Cloud9. Overshield picked up. Can he pop it into his chest? Yes, he can. He's already down and diminished to halfway. In the hands of Cloud9. Overshield picked up. Can he pop it into his chest? Yes, he can. He's already down and diminished to halfway. In the hands of Cloud9. Overshield picked up. Can he pop it into his chest? Yes, he can.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the gameplay, because I can hear it. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the gameplay, because I can hear it. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the gameplay, because I can hear it. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the gameplay, because I can hear it. Try this. Come on, Fnatic. I have an idea.
The trade there, you know, as long as Ego got that double kill, that was beautiful.
Cloud9 have
The
never
trade
lost
there,
in Halo
you know,
Infinite.
as long as Ego
Never
got
lost
that
a
double
series.
kill, that was beautiful.
This is going to be a huge upset. They were so far ahead, though. Has momentum swung against them? Have they run out of steam? Are they punch drunk now at this point? Have they given all they've got? Game has slowed down to a crawl. This next overshield is going to be huge. Fnatic have given up full map control. They're reeling. They're on the ropes.
I'm kind of nervous here for Fnatic. You know, they were able to beat Cloud9 because they were playing them their own game. You know, they were flying, they were playing aggressive, but now that it's so slow, I feel like Cloud9 can just, I think they got this.
Cloud9 do not have to move. And now this is going to be the catalyst. Renegade's picked up the overshield. He's swinging in, looking to play business, looking to play ball. Septify fires 2 shots to take that overshield all the way down to perhaps 1 burst. Not getting too much reward, not getting too much bang for his buck, but Renegade's not finished here. Chasing Super CC.
How's the gameplay now? You hear it?
But Stellar's got 1 in the feed. Make it 2. Penguin picks up another. It's a 5-kill game, and Cloud9 only need 5 more.
I like that play there by Penguin. He didn't overcommit to that player in Treehouse, and Renegade was able to help his teammate through the calls and decide to soar at him. They isolated that 1 player and was able to get 2 kills off of it.
Fnatic don't do things the easy way. They only do game 5s, it would seem, all tournament long. They've taken the best in the business all the way to the distance. A 2-kill game, all that's required. Stellar's gotten 1 of them, only needing 1 more kill to lock in this game 5 for Cloud9. And there it is, Renegade punches that one in. So close, yet so far. But Cloud9 finally clutch up. They've come to life in that Slayer. They get the job done, 3-2.
You know, despite Fnatic losing that, I think they should be proud of themselves. You know, they proved that they can go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with a team like Cloud9. I think they could have won. You know, if they kept up that momentum, kept up the aggression, I think they could have won. But you know, Cloud9 slowed down the game and eventually won it because of that.
It's very easy to feel dejected as we look at the stats. They ended up losing the game by 9 kills in the end. They were ahead at one stage by 10. Cloud9 do what Cloud9 do, and they flip the script and they come right back roaring into life. Renegade, 15 kills, 10 deaths, 9 assists. When you need a player to step up, Renegade is there.
Oh, Renegade is like a walking turret. You know, he's like a T-Rex. He sees someone move, he's going in for the kill.
I don't know why it's muted.
Sitting at 16 and 10 as well. He was playing a phenomenal game there as well.
Renegade, like a Terminator.
I don't know why it's muted.
Possibility, there was a chance.
He was playing a phenomenal game there as well.
Renegade, like a Terminator.
I can hear it on my stream.
There was a chance.
On my Twitch. Why my Twitch then? I can hear it on my stream. On my Twitch. Has to be my Twitch.
Space Station have lost 3-1. Space Station have lost 3-1. winning a
About
single
now.
series. Incredible stuff. But the story is Cloud9 march on. It wasn't clean. It wasn't easy.
Should be working now.
It was like, so I had fun. I was
I don't know.
stressed, but
Should be working
it was
now.
an amazing series to spectate.
I don't know.
They licked their wounds. G2 has their work cut out for them in the next series. We'll be looking forward to seeing what way that goes. Tony and Shyway will be up next. We're out of here.
Yeah, I had it muted in Twitch for some reason. I had it muted in Chillin'. Watching some Halo today. What's up with you? Oh, yeah. Let's see what's up. I haven't played Pokemon since the blue Game Boy edition.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins.
Probably.
Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you
Probably.
no one can take away.
I haven't even. I played some Pokemon Go there for a little bit. What other games you be playing?
This facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Oh yeah. I like to play some Rocket League. Haven't played that in a while. Busy with work? Busy with life? Oh yeah, I've been busy it seems like. I've been rocking some Apex. Taking a break from Halo. Halo makes me rage. Hopefully this new server update and this new gameplay update fixes the game. If it doesn't. You actually gonna pay me this time, or? Or what's up? Tell me your address. Tell me what you want. I'll need that again. Do, do, do. Do, do. You don't fly. Manage stream. I know many Michaels, so. No, too many Michaels. I probably know 30 Michaels.
Anaheim with a wonderful tournament so far, and man, have we had some incredible matches, and now have incredible guests coming over to the Bravo stream. That is
where I
want to
be, baby.
Golden Boy.
This is where I want to be. I'm excited, man. I can't believe
the American actor.
That we just saw just a little while ago.
This freaking
guy
taking
it to Cloud9. That, folks, is unprecedented, but most importantly, it is huge for Fnatic. And if anything, I think Anaheim, Tony, has been a big opportunity for these teams,
celebrity in here.
The of the worlds, the pioneers of the worlds, to really establish themselves as forces in competitive Halo right now.
Yeah, this is your time to shine right now. I mean, it's still early in Halo.
Shit, you are Batman. Where's your symbol? Where's your sign? You get that tattooed.
Squads like Fnatic, they really understand the meta, and they can change things up. You know, Cloud9 are expecting one kind of timing. They're expecting to win those individual gunfights and then count on their numbers. And Fnatic just threw them off almost all series long and literally almost stole it away as we took a look at the bracket.
To be honest, I have no idea.
Ultimately, Cloud9 did end up winning, but man, that Dark Horse squad.
I've seen like the Dark Knight series and some of the older ones a long time ago, but I haven't really been watching movies.
It's a big confidence boost going through them, even though they'll be playing the rest of their matches throughout the elimination.
I need to get back on that movie grind.
Reminds me of a funny wrestling thing that happened a long time ago where Brock Lesnar was bleeding in a match, and someone in the crowd said, "If it bleeds, you can kill it."
DM me your address. Tell me what you want, what you like.
Fnatic are going to be in the lower bracket. If you're Complexity or Exit and you look at the score line there and you see Fnatic, you're like, it's not going to go too well for us. But the
Done.
story,
we have a deal.
Space Station Gaming not winning anything A single game. It's complete shutout. So shocked. Esports Arena Red with a massive, massive win there. Torrent also, I think that they won their game against
Fucking
BYU. So
Space Station
really
Gaming
has
got
just been
0-4 this weekend. Trash
for a lot of
monkeys.
these teams that are developing their rosters as the season continues to march on. But our game is another one of those matchups where, you know, you have a Pioneers, a very ready Pioneers team, and then on the flip side you have G2 Esports, who carry the banner of one of the most prestigious esports organizations in the business. With the talent that they have, it shouldn't feel like this is a game that Pioneers could win. You should think that G2 should walk away with the dub here, Tony, but Pioneers have been
You're right. I can't guess.
Yeah, for those of you who know
Thought
me
you were
from
someone
Halo
else.
4, Halo Infinite, you know me probably from Halo 5, and always know that I'm a huge
From
fan
Ohio.
of the Pioneers. I actually know them very well.
I grew up with you.
Actually, I was schooling them in basketball a little just on Thursday, putting it on. I put them on them. I'm just saying. I mean, I didn't win, but I didn't win, but it's whatever. They already
Hints.
But meanwhile, G2 on the other side, you know, you have a red hot Pioneers. G2 came in with a lot of expectations. Not gonna lie, they didn't meet him at the beginning, but recently they've been red hot in scrims. They've been looking good in tournament play. I'm really excited to see the G2 roster, especially with Tusk, who got poached from Space Station Gaming, who they're the ones actually not looking good right now. Like you said, not winning a single series.
Yeah, I think Tusk is counting his blessings that he's on, you know, he's wearing black and red rather than black and yellow. Unfortunately, as much as I love Space Station and the organization, it's a difficult situation for them to be in here. But you saw the names on that lineup, Tony, right? You know, straight sick. Sab, so many people. You talk to like Clutch and Onset, Bravo, like even some of the fans, like everyone feels like Sab is one of those dudes where it's just like his skill level, the quality of player that he is so far up there, and he really brings a lot to this team. This G2 squad, when they are clicking, they have weapons across the board, and it is scary for any team to try and go toe-to-toe with them. So Pioneers have a lot of work in front of them.
Yeah, I really like the way G2 is constructed. You have, you know, two veterans who kind of have been there, done that kind of players.
Yeah.
And you have that within Gilkey and Straight Sick. And then you implement a player like Sab, for example,
And
like
Tusk.
you said, and Tusk as
Baseball
well.
and green.
Whenever you have players like, you know, for example, Clutch. Clutch has been an ace with these guys. And he's literally said, when I play against Sab, it feels like he makes literally no mistakes whatsoever. He's just that good.
Baseball
of a player.
days.
I really am surprised that G2
Red
took
caps
so
or
long
what?
to kind of ascend, but here they are now, showing what they're made of. And I would say on paper, G2 still should be the favorites, but I would definitely give
Freshman
KCB
squad?
a puncher's chance.
JV
It's
days?
tough, man, right? Because, you know, Sab's stats so fantastic, 117 assists as well. Shout out to the homie, John Momo7. But, you know, and we are on, Xbox, right? We're on Twitch.tv/Xbox.
Yeah.
So I think it's apropos.
Not PlayStation.
Yeah.
Damn, bud.
But the thing is that Pioneers, man, Pioneers. Yesterday, they shocked us all, and I was singing their praises from the beginning. I felt like I was you up there, just yelling to the gods about Pioneers. And I'm glad that people are finally starting to take notice of the quality that this team has. They are scary when they're hot, and G2 has to quell that fire as soon as the game starts. And one of the players I'm really looking forward to doing that, or looking
Baseball bat. Oh shit.
those moments of brilliance where he makes these spectacular plays, montage-worthy plays like that triple kill on live fire yesterday.
Cody Boger.
And that's just like another day in the office for Gilbert, right?
That's the only thing I can think of when it comes to baseball bat.
They have G2 weapons across the board. This isn't going to be an easy game, and if anything, this isn't going to be like United. This is a team that's still trying to find themselves, and they have a lot to prove, a lot of pressure on them, but I do believe that G2 are up to the task here. But if you ask me to predict this, I genuinely...
It's the only thing I can think of.
This is...
Is it wrong? It doesn't seem like I'm right.
You know?
If you ask me, well, you know what?
Baseball bat.
Why don't we do some predictions here? Let's do some predictions here. I know who I'm going for.
Wow.
I got mine.
Only
right
baseball
here.
bat I can remember is a
You know what?
wooden baseball bat I made.
I'm gonna, yeah.
Ah, it is you, you
all right, ready?
fucker.
2, 1.
The only thing I can think of when it comes to baseball bat is that wooden bat that got stolen
Not because I don't like Pioneers.
from the fucking
Obviously, everyone knows
cops.
that I love Pioneers. I've been loving these
Pricks.
You gotta stop throwing papers when I'm working with you, Tony. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah.
But I really, it's hard for me to predict, and I really just went for G2 simply because
What's up, bud?
are really starting to click this event. And even though Pioneers are as well, I do
What's
think
with the
that
name
veteran
Michael Keaton,
experience
though?
that G2 has plays very well into this upcoming matchup. But genuinely, buddy, it could
Yeah,
go
like,
either way. It really
the
can.
baseball bat wasn't even used, and they fucking took it. They act like I beat him up with it. I should have beat his ass with it. I could go back, I'd beat his ass with it.
They're trying to make changes.
Fucker.
Team changes all the time and trying to, get to that next step. KCP are like, no, you know what? We're best friends.
Yeah.
Let's grow together. Let's do film review. Let's get in the lab and just simply grind and grind and grind. And just, I love the idea of when you put in that hard work, you put in that grind, it pays off. And that's exactly what KCP has done. Oh, if you're talking about the latter half, Halo 5, where a lot of teams might have taken a break, KCP were in the trenches, going in tournament after tournament. And it comes to playing those money 8s and trying to get to the top of their game and doing that film review. Who's doing that? It's KCP, and that kind of mindset has carried over to Halo Infinite. That's why I love my boys so much.
Yeah, no, they're good. They have a it's very unique because they're young players, right? And typically for a lot of young players that are starting out in esports, right, and depending on the game or honestly just across the board, there's always that like gut reaction to just, oh yeah, we got to make a change. Let's make a change. Oh, this didn't work out, drop them. We'll worry about it for the next event, right? It happens like so much. So when I heard from, was it Soul Snipe, I believe it was, who was talking about how this squad has stayed together. The newest addition to this team is Manny, right? But when you really think about it, they're all kind of at similar points in their Halo career, and this is the time for them, kind of like Fnatic, right? This is the time for them to start to have that upward trajectory because Worlds is coming up. It will be here very, very soon, and if you want to have that moment of like the peak moment, that's when you want to have it. So heating up at a tournament like this and then carrying that momentum forward into like, Kansas City and then some of the other big events that are on the horizon, that actually could be a recipe for success for both Pioneers and Fnatic because they're both kind of in similar boats right now.
Well, it's actually funny you mentioned Manny and Fnatic. So when they went to the latter half of Halo 5, Manny was on the Pioneers.
Yeah.
They went into Halo Infinite thinking they wanted to make a change, and they went with Super CC as their fourth. Quickly, after a few weeks, they quickly swapped players with Fnatic, brought Super CC to Fnatic, but brought back Manny onto the squad. The reason why I like that is because a lot of teams feel like they need to make changes. I feel because of a lack of communication. You don't know how to communicate effectively with your teammates, so you don't know how to improve and how to criticize. Manny and Soulsnipe are literally best friends. Druk and Soulsnipe are that close, literally right then and there. They're a duo as far as two. So when it comes to that, when it comes to criticism, they can be hard to each other. Hey, Golden Boy, what's going on? That is not it. I know you, and that level of communication I think is really good. And another reason why I like the Pioneers, again, they are best friends outside. They hang out together. They talk to. They're hanging out in the Discord. We're watching movies all the time. Like that's what the Pioneers do. That's another reason why they're so good and how they don't have to make changes as far as in roster because they know how to communicate and make changes within their own game.
Yeah, well, Tony, here's our series layout. Now, we're going to start with Oddball Recharge and Slayer Streets, followed by Stronghold's Live Fire, and then, if necessary, CTF Aquarius and Slayer Bazaar. But honestly, I kind of like this Oddball Recharge start here, right, for both teams, because for Pioneers, they're going to play that, fast, in-your-face 2 style that is very traditional of players coming out of the tail end of Halo 5, and G2, I think they're going to be prepared for that. I feel like these two teams scrim each other as well, if I'm correct, right? So they're going to have this familiarity with one another, and let's see how this all shakes out. Big game here for the Pioneers, even bigger game for G2, because losing to Pioneers here, you have to ask the question, are changes on the horizon? I don't think that that's going to be the case. I don't think that they should even be considering or even thinking that that is an option. But Pioneers, they're in that position where they have upset potential. They have nothing to lose. And every single time they win, it's just forward progress for that squad. And it just continues to look better for those 4 players and that organization.
Yeah, so excited for them to be a household name. On the other side of things, G2, kind of like you alluded to before, I think Oddball really kind of plays in favor of them, especially when they have Coach Callis behind them.
Yeah.
If anything, Coach Callis is going to make sure that they slow the game down and watch those angles. And when you have a setup with the ball, whether it's gold side, C side, A side, doesn't matter where you have that ball, as long as you're watching your individual angles and you're winning those individual gunfights and playing those numbers, you're gonna be able to hold on to that setup. And that's what I feel like G2 are going to have a really good time doing, where KCP are gonna really have to break, really have to break these setups and try to win those individual gunfights, where I think that's where G2's specialty is. So I think G2 take game number 1.
Okay.
I still think KCP take the series, but I think G2 can open things up by taking game 1.
Hey, man, I mean, anything is possible at this point, but we do have the players still setting up on the stage. I just got word from the team that they're still, kind of sorting through all that stuff. We did get opportunities to catch up with the players, talk to them, get their thoughts on the matchups ahead. Let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, never mind. I was told it was about skins. I misheard that. I heard it was a video. I messed up, Tony.
Oh, no, I mean, I love me some skins, though. I love me some skins. Let me tell you. I mean, let's take a look at the skins. And it's a crime that Pioneers
I heard KCP video because I'm old. You know what I mean? Like, I'm losing my hearing, but here it is. So everyone in the chat, go ahead and make fun of me. It's perfectly fine. Very used to it. But here are the skins available to purchase. Tony, which one did you get?
I'm a fanboy. I bought all of them.
You bought all of them?
On day 1 of Halo Infinite dropping early, not even the actual release, of dropping early, I spent the cold 100 and bought every little
I bought the Envy skin because I know that, that's going to be valuable one day. But we're in the action now, Tony. G2 versus Pioneers. We stalled enough, but it is now time to get into the action.
That it is. And it looks like we're going to start on board now with Gilkey, quickly making his way over toward the goal side, throwing some denial nades here, but nobody home just yet. Either way, you don't want to get the shock rifle in hands, and he gets the initial kill that he needs, and now he has the rifle.
So Gilkey's going to look to put this rifle to work here, as well as the support that he's got from his teammates, and a pretty good setup as well. They're actually bringing that ball over toward yellow, and then they have a player positioned elevator, so that's forcing all of the contact to have to be made over at the long haul side, which isn't like really the most fun area to fight out of, because there's always, you have to make these like real sharp turns around corners. You have the steps here that you have to go through, which you can get naded out big time. So this actually is a great setup here for G2, but Pioneers with the crack, they have managed to break through the setup, and maybe it's because they got a little too overzealous there, Tony, and that cost them big time. Now Pioneers are adding to their score.
And that's exactly what Pioneers specialize in, is upping the tempo and going on the offense. And you see them breaking that setup as Manny ends up going down and going for a bit of a swim. Straight Sick going to take advantage of that, now making his way into the control side, and they're going to try to break a setup of their own.
Oh, and I like this play here from Pioneers, right? Because they knew that these guys were going to just start to like fly at them, so they got together to try and take some fights, as a duo, right? Focusing on the action, focusing on those players as they were trying to collapse on them. And even though it didn't quite work out the way they wanted, no one's been able to get ball control quite yet. So still, it's looking good for Pioneers. They're doing everything that they possibly can. Unfortunately, that ball gets reset, but they have time to go and grab that. Plenty of time left in this one, obviously.
Both of these teams fighting for that map control so they can ultimately get that ball in hands, but it's not going to be easy for either one of them, as Talik now going to rotate and watch the perimeter on this A side, going in for the challenge onto Tusk, ends up being taken down. Meanwhile, off the screen, Sab pulls off a double kill, and he's still alive. He's still maybe not.
A little cast a curse there for a moment. But you know what, though? That was even more time that they've been able to add to their total, Tony. And it is a clear thing that what G2's looking to do is they'll get those 10 seconds, they'll get those 5 seconds, they'll just keep adding on to that, and they're all right to put that pressure on Pioneers and force them to make mistakes.
Druck actually not going after the shock rifle there. He has to break the setup instead, able to take down Gilkey with the hold. This love the tech coming in, but all 4 members of Pioneers go down, and now you're seeing G2 lock in that setup once again. This is not looking good, GB.
Yeah, what they ended up doing there was with that control over by Yellow, now they have those opportunities for those rotations, but it is up to the Pioneers to get the cutoffs, which works out very well in their favor. They meet them at long haul. They've now gained possession of the ball, and it only just continues to put Straight Sick in a bit of a pickle here. Pioneers have angles, they have glass, they have shock rifle, but they have to be concerned about this push that's going to be coming from Pipes, because Druck could get shut down. But a beautiful shot there from Druck with the shock rifle, looking for another one as well. A double kill for him to boot. That is beautifully done there by Druck.
2 down, quickly go G2, and G2 was starting to look good. They were starting to catch strides, but Druk coming in and laying down the law. Finally, Tusk going to give him a little bit of a heat check kill, as once again, both of these teams fighting for that map control, not able to get a clear setup, and that's the reason why the points are so close.
Yeah, no one's really been able to grab that ball and bring it to safety. And in fact, this reset actually works out for Pioneers a little bit because of how they're positioning themselves. One by elevator, one at yellow. They simply just need to get in the face of G2 and bring that ball over. But that kill could actually open up yellow here for Gilkey and the members of G2. And Sab has been having a game so far. He's already at 10 frags, but so is Druk.
Gilkey slowing things down over the gold side. He has to be careful because there's going to be some pressure coming in. Ends up hitting the shot, but there's another player coming from the gold side. Beautiful collapse by Pioneers to make quick work of the shock rifle. Now it's going to change hands. Multiple players from G2 starting to put the pressure on, and Druk cannot alleviate it.
Here comes Manny around the corner. He had that plasma pistol too, so that's going to wipe out all the shields of a player if he managed to get the charge shot on him. Soul Snipe's going to be located in the back too, and I'm really, I do like how both of these teams are playing with a lot of respect for one another. Yes. You can tell that they're not flying at each other. They're really trying to just get in each other's heads and go for setups rather than trying to just swarm and take control of the map. They want to try and prioritize these setups as much as they possibly can here. Look at the help though. That is a smart play that Manny made, because most players, you know, in matchmaking games, they'll hold that ball until the cows come home, but instead you drop it and support your teammates so that you can continue this hold, because they have a clean rotation over to Whirlpool.
Neither one of these teams ego challenging. They're both counting on their teamwork. G2 utilize their teamwork when they have their setup locked in, and KCP flying in together to break those setups. Soul Snipe over toward the bottom elevator side of things. Excellent cross map shots going in, but there's somebody in his face, not for long, ends up taking down Tusk, but he has 2 more challengers that have decided to appear.
Oh, what a way to stay alive there for Soul Snipe. Does he end up getting some kills out of that? Because if he does, that would be beautiful. And they still have ball control. So even if they were getting pressured from long haul, which they have vision, they know exactly where they're going to be coming from because they got those kills and they have an inkling of where that spawn's going to go. This setup continues to work out for Pioneers. And now the battle's going to be for the camouflage. And Soul Snipe's just able to go there cleanly and go, or not cleanly, but he's able to go and prevent that from going into the hands of G2.
And because of that, Druk now having the camouflage in hands, and with the 71-43 lead going in favor of your Pioneers, they can really put some separation in the scoreboard here. Druk going in for the challenge onto top control, ends up getting the easy melee kill. The Mangler is so strong, and obviously Druk knows how to use it.
He has a little bit of time left with that camo. Just as I said that, it was wearing out. Ball's going to be available at Whirlpool. 2 players for G2, one's located in front back batteries, and then the other one was going to be yellow, but Taulik ends up getting the frag. Oh, stand corrected there. Sab was waiting for him inside of the yellow pipes, but the connection from Soul Snipe is going to be good. There is a player rounding around the corner here. No real opportunity for Soul Snipe to use that shock rifle, and it's going to go right back into Gilkey's hands. And with that ball in the middle of the field, it's really just this works out very well for Pioneers, because G2 have to go and get that ball, Tony. Otherwise, it is going to go to Pioneers. We only have a few seconds left on the clock, and they need every single second now.
Luckily for G2, every time they have the ball in hands, the timer stops. But unlucky for Pioneers, you have Gilkey with the shock rifle making some plays. That's going to be a beautiful double kill. And they once again have their setup locked in. Sab off a screen, getting a crucial double kill of his own. And that was a momentary 4 down for the Pioneers.
That was such a big play there, Tony. Now they have the ball. They have to break this setup right here, right now. But Gilkey gets the frag. They're going to get the lead, and that is basically going to be it. He doesn't have to do anything here because Taulik's nowhere in a position to grab that ball, and the first round's going to go to G2. So well done there from G2. They had that ball located right in the middle, and they knew that Pioneers wanted to just get that ball on their side, and G2 simply just needed to hold it for a few seconds. Well, actually quite a few seconds, and they did so expertly, shutting down Pioneers every time.
That They did, and now Pioneers with their backs against the wall. G2 are 1 round away from taking game number 1 and the momentum in this series. Both of these teams are going to fight over the camouflage. Manny tries to get away with it, has the Mangler in his back pocket, but he's down to 1 shot, able to click the camo on, and looks like he gets away with his life, and now going to trade that Mangler for a sword. Easy kill coming in, slicing and dicing.
Oh, no!
The second one was within sight, but not able to get the double kill. Does Mikey.
Ooh, he went back for the challenge on that one. He really didn't have many other options, though, Tony, if we're being honest here, because as soon as he was 1 shot, he was getting called out. You don't want to give the sword to the enemy team. But now it's going to be Pioneer's turn to strike here, Tony, and I think, like, at this point, they have to get a few frags so they can get this comfortable setup, but this little bit of time that they're getting at the early part of the round is going to be critical for them, because we saw how that kind of played a factor in round 1. Yeah, they would have liked to have been able to get a few more seconds there, and then it would have put the pressure on G2 to have to hold that ball longer. This is really where the early part of the game, Pioneers need to take advantage.
Straight Sick going in for the challenge, sadly not able to take advantage of those numbers because he is going to end up going down. Gilkey, having the sword in hand, is going to be very good for controlling this bottom A Whirlpool side, especially when you combine it with the grapple. He's going to immediately start to put pressure on the spawners, and that's going to be an easy kill. Coming out of Gilkey, quickly whips out his BR without any timing loss and goes to work across the map.
Beautiful grenade kill there from the distance, but Soul Snipe was able to pick up a few of his own, and there's Gilkey again, man. That one play that got Gilkey the sword has kept him a threat this entire time. He has the ball, but he needs his teammates' support, and you almost kind of want him to continue to hold this one here. He ran out of ammo on the sword, so he's going to play this more forward position. The repulsor should help him out here, because if anyone challenges at the door, the repulsor will send him packing down low.
Gilkey was the MVP of that little series of plays right there. Literally doing everything, but Druck easily going to shut him down. 3 down, go G2. Sab, the final player, having the ball. He's going to be slayed out. Druck has the camo. Pioneers have the momentum.
That was a great break of the setup, right? There wasn't really a comfortable setup for G2, but it still was a great break for Pioneers because they got so much out of that. Even though Gilkey ran around like running roughshod and got a bunch of sword kills, Tony, it was still just a very, very well done execute by Pioneers that got them this ball back, and they have angles covered now.
50-39, still going in favor of Pioneers. When we read this story before, they had the lead early in round number 1, and G2 ended up clawing their way back in. Pioneers need to keep their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, that will be the worst thing if it ends up happening the same way again. Gilkey with ball. They have Mangler to protect as well in the lower end. 1, 2 players located by tower. I'm expecting 3, as a matter of fact, and Taulik's going to be vital too. That's why they have that player positioned low to shut that push down and not give him any kind of opportunity to make the run happen here. Druck flying right into this to force that ball down, and I love that the help from Soul Snipe, the trust that these guys have to always have each other's back and make these pushes together.
Mangler on Mangler crime right there. Commando actually not going to be good for Soul Snipe as he's going to hit the black screen as well. G2 once again in their setup. How long can they hold it on for it this time as they have 2 players on the gold side of the map? They're watching the control side. Love this is locked in, but they need to win their slays. Tusk, well aware of it. He ends up getting a kill. Sab gets a kill onto Talik, so back-to-back kills going in favor of G2.
G2's game plan of keeping a body top yellow has been paying dividends for them this game. They've never really had to worry about people challenging from tower side because you want to clear out that player that's located top yellow because that player is going to be the one to handle the cross. So if you don't remove him from the equation, it gets bad very, very quickly. But finally, Pioneers are able to crack that beautiful setup from G2, and now we'll see if they're able to do the same thing. But they're giving up a lot of control on this map. Taulik has to basically clear out yellow from an angle that isn't ideal here.
Oh, but Soul Snipe having a good angle of his own, getting the back-to-back. Beautiful play coming in out of Soul Snipe. Mangler and Camouflage in hands, and he's starting to advance forward towards the Whirlpool. Easy Mangler into the kill onto Gilkey. There's a second one, but he's being oh so annoying, playing his life. Finally going to catch a stray nade by Straight Sick from all the way across the map.
G2 knows that Pioneers want to get that body inside of yellow, so they're still keeping someone there the entire time. They basically they're paying rent there. That's where they are. And they're giving no real comfort for Pioneers to have like a clean setup. 2 kills straight for G2. This is great for them. Even though with that ball located low, and you see the power of the grapple shot, and why it's such a valuable tool to have in your arsenal. When it's available, go and grab it, kids.
Gilkey ends up staying in an advantageous position, earns himself an easy kill with that grapple play, passing the ball to his teammate and getting right back to work. A second one going to go down, so 2 out of 4 players going down, courtesy of Gilkey. That's actually be a third one here. So taking down 3 out of 4 members does Gilkey, and he's not done yet.
I would really like to see Pioneers just focus on being more aggressive, right? But they just had no opportunities to do so. G2 had a game plan. They stuck with it the entire time. That's why they go up 1-0 in this series. Pioneers were really trying to figure out how to break this setup, and G2 gave them no quarter.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. G2 have been looking really good since they picked up Tusk. I mean, they've really, something's just clicked throughout the second half of the season, and man, they've been going off. Meanwhile, Pioneers, I mean, they're sitting with the 4th best win percentage record, and they also, it's weird because they have no actual Slayers that are within the top 15 as far as stats go, so they're known to be that objective efficient team, but somehow not able to come off in oddball. What are these stats telling you that you see on screen, GB?
I mean, it's telling me that for one, the fact that Pioneers, look at that damage dealt. Every single player over 6,000 and 6,500 for some of them. The shots were being put forward, right? They were applying the pressure where they needed to, or where they felt like they needed to, but that just gave G2 more time to work with. And every time G2 had a setup, Pioneers were really struggling to figure out how to break it. This kind of runs counter to the situation that they ran into with E United yesterday, where E United were very much kind of beating themselves up. I don't want to take anything away from Pioneers because they played really, really hard that series. But it does feel as if when Pioneers have to go up against structure, they struggle big time. And G2 have been in the lab, and structure's been their game plan since they've made foot in Anaheim.
Well, now we're taking it to the streets. Whenever you want to fight, you got to go to the streets. That's going to be game number 2 here. And this is a map that pays dividends to Pioneers type of style.
Yep.
They want to get aggressive. They want to keep that pressure on you. Once they get those slays and once they catch you making a mistake, they will pounce on you. Going to the streets, Rockets, Bulldog, Thrust, Drop Wall, everything you need on the map.
Yeah, I think that this is perfect for Pioneers. This is not because it's Slayer and the more quote-unquote unorganized team wins in Slayer. No, that's not the point. The point is there is a method to how this Pioneers team likes to play, and Streets is the type of map that opens that up for them and provides those options. But I would like to see G2 kind of do what E United did to Optic Gaming in the last series that I casted, where E United had control and Optic Gaming never really figured out how to, like with their slaying, how to try and like get in their face, right? If G2 can play that kind of game plan against an aggressive Pioneers, this could be big for them, and they're already up 3-1.
That they are, and Gilkey having the Rockets in hands is not going to be good if you're a fan of the Pioneers. Gilkey now catching somebody, ends up putting him down to one shot. The Tires player being Manny slides and gets the melee kill, so that's going to be a big kill, but Sab quickly coming in for the cleanup, and a triple kill coming out of Sab. Sab slides in, gets the cleanup, steals Rocket, and then immediately puts it to work.
It's just the thing about Sab, where he's the type of player where he's so efficient, so deadly efficient, that when he gets a triple kill, you're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He was in a position to really make that happen. It wasn't anything that was like, oh, he got the turnaround and did this incredible play and then sniped him in the face and back than what we did yesterday. It was like they were so driven to receive his teammates and help them out, and they'll go ahead and pepper the shots. That's what makes G2 teams so deadly.
Sword, if I'm honest, but it doesn't really matter now. The death has been and gone. 3 seconds until the camouflage is up. Now it is up. Both teams just kind of baiting this one a little bit. There's a lot of players down low for FaZe, and that's perfect for Sentinels. They can watch from an overarching position. Now they're going to get camouflage and more ball control. This is looking great for the Sentinels roster.
FaZe plan allowing Sentinels to dominate the story as far as power-ups are concerned, and how long is that going to go on for them to fall deficit in this round? You see the lead starting to get out of hand now, almost up to 30 points as Rule 2 with this camo paired with the Mangler. Once again, you can see a clear strategy from Sentinels. They like this pair How dominant can this combo be in Royal 2's hands?
We've been seeing it more and more. As soon as that camouflage is found, you either go sword or you go mangler. You have to have something that gives you the one-up of your opponent, because sometimes just a battle rifle shot is not going to be enough, especially if you start missing them. Usually you look for a back smack or trying to utilize something like that. Mangler, drop, hold this, reversal, easy peasy.
They get to play ball, though. The ball carrier does get down as Lethal. Unfortunately, Royal 2 getting that kill on the bounce overextends towards the blue side of the map. The rest of FaZe Clan push towards pipes. They take over the Sentinel setup. That ball doesn't quite make it off the rail. And because of it, FaZe Clan get to gently carry that ball back in the elevator, get a setup of their own.
And those are the little tiny differences between having an 8-second lead or a 28-second lead, right? Unfortunately, now Sentinels, they'll give away a little bit of the lead they had. They'll have to be somewhat more quick and aggressive with the push off of spawn. Otherwise, they'll give too much time here away to FaZe Clan.
Sentinels do a phenomenal job of getting a few kills, though, stalling the time of FaZe Clan coming back into this. But just like that, Sniped out of nowhere, able to take down Snakebite, and that's a big kill to give numbers back in his team's advantage. Now Sentinels down 2 members. Sniped loses a teammate of his own, and now he's got a responsibility here. Does he pick up the ball? Does he slay with shock rifle in his back pocket? You have to think he wants to get this ball out of his hands as soon as possible.
59-39, but most importantly, only 57 seconds left on the clock. Of course, it stops every time that ball is picked up, but it means that you've got less chance and less opportunity every single time that ball is being held to pick up time. Because if you drop it, if you try and slay, then you might struggle to find time later. Camouflage is also being picked up here by Falcated, I believe, so FaZe have done better this time to actually focus on it.
Will this be the one camo FaZe needs to close this first round out? Falcated gonna get the better of Frosty unless he switches it on him, can't hit the melee, and because of it, Frosty with another massive kill that will only show up as 1 in the kill feed in the stat line, but that kill could have won Frosty an opportunity to still compete in this round, because right now they have multiple members of FaZe Clan here back with the ball. The ball does get played, but Booba Dooba with a double kill with this sword, wreaking havoc on Sentinels. This sword coming into play so often so far in this first round, and it looks like FaZe is the ones that are putting it to use successfully.
No mangler, no sword with camouflage. That is why we see Sentinels focus so hard on picking up those weapons when they're able to at least pick up the camouflage from bottom middle. Only 29 seconds left on that clock, so you've got one last opportunity if you're Sentinels to really try and break any sort of setup here that FaZe have and retrieve this ball and get a setup of your own.
I like that play ball by Booba Dooba. Unfortunately, Sentinels is right there, bottom batteries to catch it. Booba Dooba needs to play his life. His Booba Dooba's... Oh my god, Booba Dooba. Staying alive there. 2 members of Sentinels go down, and he just has to play the clock right now. This is a perfect job by him. Doesn't want to leave pipes, knows the ball's in a very rough spot for anybody on Sentinels to pick up. And with Royal 2 trying to get to that ball, Booba Dooba is in a perfect spot to shut him down and steal round 1.
And a little Booba Dooba pop-off as well. Booba, take my Doobu, spam it in the chat, because FaZe Clan take the first round after being quite considerably far behind for some time to begin with on that game. Sentinels, they dropped the ball a little bit, quite literally and metaphorically. And even though they had all that camouflage control, just not able to close out as much time as they would like. FaZe Clan right back into it, and also getting very aggressive from the start, picking up the camo.
They do get this first camo, and that's big for FaZe Clan, because we saw how much success they had when they were able to deny camo out of the hands of Sentinels. Yes, Falcated wasn't able to do too much with the camo, but it was more so Sentinels not using that camo to a success against them at the end of that round that made them have that successful setup that won them that round. Let's see what they're able to do with it now. You're seeing Frosty try to apply some pressure here on Turbine now. He is going to be able to help Lethal pick up 1, but this second player is going to get the better of him. That's Booba Dooba, top elevator. And once again, Booba Dooba stepping up in the second round, having a great series so far.
Just needs to survive here. Trying to dance around any objects that he can find. He's got assistance as well. Really well played from Boo Boo there. Again, using that repulsor just to get a little bit of elevation as well to make it a bit more unpredictable. Frosty's going to toss that one to Lethal, but do they know there's a player in gold pipes? That's my question.
A great grenade from Frosty too. You think he's dead to rights on batteries? No, a beautiful grenade's going to get that kill, but unfortunately, Sentinels lose 3. Lethal is forced to play the ball bottom batteries once again. Try to fight for his life, but he's taken down. That was all 4 members of Sentinels being taken down. As Falcated quickly makes his way to the ball, gets it up into pipes, and this is going to be a great setup for FaZe. They have everything they want, but these nades are going to do so much because they've opened the door for Lethal to slide in and get that first pick.
Certainly in the start of the first round, there was a reluctance for FaZe Clan to pick up that ball. They were almost waiting for that perfect moment while Sentinels were picking up some scrappy time here or there. It seems like FaZe Clan have recognized that. They're now being far more inclined to get to that ball, pick it up, and pick up these extra 3 or 4 seconds when they present themselves.
Snipe down trying to get to this ball carrier. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, but his teammates are right there to get that kill. The ball, once again, doesn't quite make it off the ledge, and that makes it an easy pickup for Bound. Not only that, but they are going to regain the lead just now. That being said, Royal 2 in a great position to get Camo Mangler. We saw how much success Sentinels was able to pair this combination up in the first round. They're going to need to do that once again in order to build a lead, because right now, backs against the wall, this is a must-win round in game 1.
Just like Harry Potter and his invisibility cloak, sometimes you just have to stay still so no one can see the shimmer. As Royal 2 at least secures one. He knows that ball's there, but he also has had the call out someone's going to be in gold. So he has to play this one somewhat patiently.
Yeah, Boobadooboo is below him with the ball, but Falcated the duo right there to sniff Royal 2 out. Boobadooboo's senses were tingling. They take down Camo, and with that, they're able to accumulate a little bit more ball time and gather this lead even further in their favor.
It just seems like FaZe have been improving on this game type slowly but surely throughout this series here, because right at the start I was thinking Sentinels were going to be able to comfortably walk away with it. They were getting slays, they were getting so much camos, and Snipe down shuts down Frosty in that 1v1 engagement. Just needs to stay alive, play his life, which he will. And 44-19 with 3 minutes left, FaZe can afford to just slay a little bit here, try and assert some dominance over Sentinels and try and get them on the back foot with spawns.
Yeah, the lead's not comfortable, but the way that this FaZe Clan team is slaying right now pays so much for their playstyle and having an early lead here in round 2. They're playing free, right? Look at Falcated's stats already, 12 and 5 for the round. He just does lose his life, but he is being such a nuisance to the members of Sentinel so far.
Impressed with Snakebite's objective work as well throughout both of these games as Bound comes flying around the corner with the Mangler, but too much of a Sentinel's presence to stop. And now there's going to be 3 players down for FaZe, so Falcated on his own will have to wait for the rest of the team. Frosty's in a position with the shock rifle to maybe cause some damage.
This is where we see Sentinel struggle. They cannot hold successful setups for long. At least they haven't yet in this game. A big pick from Frosty is probably going to allow the first setup to be really substantial for Sentinels. I love this by him. He's able to find 2, but unfortunately, just like that, 2 members of Sentinels go down. Now Frosty's surrounded. He has to hit the shot. Can't hit the headshot. Does land a melee, but it's not enough. And FaZe Clan break the setup quickly once again.
There's a good amount of time, but just not quite enough, really. And that's maybe down to the pressure that FaZe Clan were able to apply from several different directions. And it can be scary sometimes when you do send too many players in different directions. You can leave yourself vulnerable to a lot of 1v1 fights, but FaZe are winning these 1v1 fights. You can look at the stats right now. Falcated 13 and 5 just in this round. He seems to be firing and very comfortable, and may find a 14th as I say that. Snakebite turns around, hits the shots.
Beautiful shots from Snakebite there, but I was going to say how great of a job Falcated did to not overextend in that turbine area. He didn't want to leave pipes, didn't give his life up immediately, and it's allowed FaZe to once again regain the lead.
58-67 then. Sentinels fell behind shortly, but should be able to tie this one up. Royalty will use the last little bit of the shock rifle. And even though this gold setup can sometimes be the best setup to have, I think a lot of teams are starting to learn how to break it, and it comes from grenades to start it all off.
Just 3 points separate this team. Make it 6 points as the ball does get dropped. Sentinels trying to slay out before they can accumulate any more ball time, but Snakebite, Lethal both go down. Royal 2 does find one to trade it out, but he's got a lot of work to do up here in red. He finds one. Boobadooboo's going to run away with the ball. Oh my, Royal 2, welcome back. The double kill, killing spree. Can't get the triple just yet, but Snipe down, you better hide because he's got you in his aim. Takes down Snipe down, and that could be the play that Sentinels needed to win this round.
Royal 2 just doesn't want to get too overconfident. He's been able to position himself to really hold off this FaZe Clan roster from being able to stop any sort of setup, but there's not been that much ball time accumulated. Finally, Sentinels get that ball back in their hands, but now we've got to see Royal 2 do something. He gets both of them.
The chain damage from the shock does enough to make that kill possible from Royal 2. Both those kills so influential. 91 points and climbing. Royal 2 is wreaking havoc right now with the shock, and he does it again. It's a perfect shot. Narrowly misses Falcated's dome, but he's done enough to get Sentinels to a round 3. That's Sentinels tying this one up.
The round's over, Royal 2, and he's still shooting. This man is on fire right now. He is so focused. He's zoned in. You can tell what it means to him. Just looking at his gameplay and the way he's been running around the map, how difficult he's making it for FaZe Clan.
As we jump into this round 3, I want everybody to pay attention. Look at the difference in objective score between the teams. Lethal and Snakebite have 70 and 85 points. All of FaZe Clan is doing the objective. Is this something the Sentinels will suffer from because only 2 of their players are primarily focused on picking up that odd ball. Typically, you want it to be a well-balanced machine because a lot of times, Dan, you want to be best player in position gets the ball, not an individual is known for being that ball player. But now, hopping on board with Lethal, pressuring this red pipes area, finds Falcated, very weak, an easy kill for Lethal, gives his team's numbers for now. They do lose Frosty, but the ball is going to be in the hands of Sentinels, or at least on their side of the map for now.
Oh, that was a big fight, and it's probably good for both teams it ended up in just a trade because they were the 2 single players. Distance from the rest of the team, as I say distance, Falcated and Bound were far from it. They are holding each other's hands right now, moving as a unit, and that is a scary thing that Sentinels need to answer. You need to be running as a duo to try and counter that.
I can't speak enough about how well Snakebite has been able to rotate the ball throughout this game so far. He does it once again, gets the ball all the way to pipes. So although FaZe Clan get kills, they have to continuously hunt down this ball carrier. Finally, FaZe take down Snakebite with that ball. Let's see what Bound can do now. The melee doesn't come through. It might have been blank, but Bound with the wherewithal to get that kill. Not only that, to continue to move this ball to Elevator towards his teammates. And now let's see what FaZe can do now that they have ball towards Elevator, but instantly Bound under pressure, forced to put it bottom middle and play it.
Good grenade work from Sentinels, just as we had seen previously from FaZe to break setups, but how quick Sentinels were to retrieve that ball. They knew they had to take it then and that now. Otherwise, FaZe were going to be off spawn and able to nade it too comfortably. Camo's going to be coming up in 10. Sentinel's going to retreat to kind of a blue setup, it would seem. That's where the ball currently is, around the control area. But Royal 2 in the perfect spot to watch over this Camo.
Yeah, he's got a decision to make, though, because they are hunting the ball carrier down. Are they going to fight for Camo, or are they going to try and protect the ball carrier? He looks away. Bound sneaks away with that Camo. Actually has grapple as well. And Bound is out of here with Camo. He's able to play his life. He's going to actually bring this ball right to himself, and I love this play by Bound. What a heads-up play, knowing, hey, my teammates are getting the job done on the other side of the map. They're getting the Sentinels team to play the ball. I'll be in position to get it right away. I love this by him, but now he's chosen to drop that ball and slay with this Camo. Let's see what he's got. 2 nades, make it 1 kill, make it a double for Bound. Everything that FaZe Clan needed from him with that Camo was done. Not only a setup was acquired by him, but they get to keep that setup now that he has a few kills as well.
Well, you talk about trusting teammates. It was 2 different stories there. Royal 2 maybe thinking his teammates were in trouble, so he looked away and gave up that camouflage. And because of that, now we see FaZe take the lead, 41-37 once more. Falcate's picked up 2. Sword also in the back pocket here, and because the green gun misses, that means Snakebite will get sliced and diced. And FaZe Clan starting to put some real time on the board now.
Yeah, the last thing Snakebite wanted to see when he turned that corner was Bound with Sword, and Bound getting that kill allows Sentinels FaZe Clan to release some pressure on this setup. Sentinels has to wait for Snakebite to respawn in order to try and get a push. But just like that, they get a pick on the Royal 2. The rest of Sentinels forced to push into BR. Down numbers. Are they going to be able to break this setup? I like this by Bound. He understands I got to get over to my ball carrier. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. He does lose his teammates, but he still has this sword. And Snakebite, you're going to fall for it once. You fall for it twice. And that's shame on you. Bound going off with this sword, specifically on Snakebite so far.
Bound just trying to survive with the repulsor. It's one of those things for Snakebite where you don't expect the sword to be there again. The sword was on the other side of the map earlier is what he's thinking. Ball will be retrieved by FaZe, and Bound's done his job. He had such a successful run there with that killing spree. So many important kills as Boobadooboo cannot escape with that shock rifle. And Sentinels can really try and get a setup towards gold now. You've just got to make sure you've got one player over towards that control. Royal 2 is going to be that player. Right now, he's on the Mangler spawn. If he can get some height and can really help that cross from lower gold, maybe Sentinels can put some real time together here.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Sentinels needs to figure out a way to hold this pipes setup a little bit more successful than they have before in the first 2 rounds. Boobadooboo is able to secure this Camo safely, able to get a shield back and maybe reposition. Let's see what he's got for us. How many legendary plays have we seen from Boobadooboo with Camo? Could this be another one that we put in the history books? Snakebite does spot him out, but can't get the melee, and because of it, that's free damage for Boobadooboo. Roll to the last guy alive for Sentinels, and it looks like FaZe Clan have done it yet again. They have broken the setup, and now ball in hand, able to rack up some time. A beautiful melee from Boobadooboo secures that kill, staggers the respawners of Sentinels, and 70 points in climbing every single second is going to matter.
Good movement from Boo, and also not panicking when he was up close and personal with the ball. Able to just secure that kill and give the information to the rest of the team. 20 points required to win map 1 for FaZe here. Sentinels have got one last push. 2 are over towards control, 1 down at Turbine. Royal 2 gets the opening kill. It's got to be here and now.
Royal 2 gets a second, the third comes through, and now it's up to Bound. Last guy alive, Mangler in hand. Can't get it done. Lethal takes him down. and Snakebite on top of the ball gets it back into Elevator. Now it's Sentinel's chance to try and end this game. One round of slays will do it, ladies and gentlemen. One round of slays, one setup will win you game one.
How do FaZe want to approach this then? Boo Boo is down low, 2 players towards control, and then 1 player are going to go Turbine from long haul. If they can get the opening pick, FaZe should be able to push this a 4 here, and they've got the sword.
Here comes the sword. Snipe down! Doesn't go down easy. Gets another kill with the sword, and FaZe have broken the setup. That could be it. The rest of Sentinels trapped into pipes, bound there to clean up the last one alive, but the ball is down in battery, so Sentinels did a phenomenal job to get the ball in a place where it was going to be very difficult for FaZe to get it out of, and because of it, this game isn't over yet.
9 seconds for both teams, and off spawn, Sentinels were able to get grenades towards that ball. Bound is in such an important position. He's got gold, and he's got the sword, but now the ball can get away from Snakebite. He survives,
again,
and this is such big time.
Not again. Snakebite turns the corner for the 3rd time in this game. How influential can this be? Can they rack up the last few seconds? They can't quite get that ball time, yet they are surrounded by members of FaZe. Bound goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive as long as possible. It's up to Lethal. It's Falcated versus Lethal. Falcated's got teammates on the way. Lethal knows this is the situation. Actually kills Sniped. He turns his focus to Turbine, and now Sentinels are here.
Lethal has just done an absolute bamboozle job. The ball is still there, though. Is it going to reset? The ball resets! FaZe are in a position to maybe just nade that one, but Snakebite, the closest player, can move it once more to Turbine.
Snakebite's going to try and stay alive behind these batteries. 3 points is all he needs. His shields are starting to go. Nades are coming in, but it's not enough. Snakebite in position once again to get the ball. Clutch that round for Sentinels, and it was really Snakebite the entire game, rotating that ball perfectly, that got Sentinels the win. And FaZe, you got to be frustrated after that because you had every reason to win that game. You outslayed Sentinels, but it really was those rotations that got the better of him.
Snakebite's rotations and his objective work, but just that little merry dance that Lethal had in the elevator, not only delaying the kill from Falcated, but turning around and winning the engagement versus Snipedown, who was being peppered in the back. Everything that Sentinels did in those final moments was just that clutch factor that you need from every single individual. You could look at any 4 of those players and what they did in those moments, and someone was doing something so important to that moment. But you are right, FaZe will kick themselves. They were able to get that initial push, get that ball time. They just had to hold on in the corner, get 1 set of slays, or just even 1 more kill, and they probably win that game. We've seen this game type be close in scrims between these two, and that did not disappoint.
It doesn't get any closer than that, Dan, and if we can look on to this best of 5, you can only hope that every single game is going to be like that, because if we have that in store for us, ladies and gentlemen, we have some action to show you. Sentinels and FaZe Clan are once again going at it, bringing it all they got, and that all-ball game literally could not have been any closer, 97 to 100. And how many plays did we see from all of the individuals up there on screen to give us those kind of performances?
So what's crazy is in the scrims when we saw a 2-1 advantage in favor of Sentinels, again, it was 250 to 249 in the actual points totals, and we've just seen something pretty much spot on identical from Sentinels once more, which, you know, it just suggests that this one can go either way from either of these teams, which would suggest we're going to go even further into this best of 5. But looking back at some of these replays, there's just so many moments that really changed the footing of how this game was going to go. 1 missed shot, 1 missed melee, then that could have been an entirely different game.
Unbelievable. Right here, shock rifle and hand roll too, doing so much damage, but it was really this fight that determined the game. Falcated could not get the kill onto Lethal. Lethal actually couldn't get the kill onto Falcated. They both played their lives so well. Snipedown was actually the first guy to try and get there, but because Snipedown took the route he took, Sentinels had an angle to get him weak enough to where Lethal actually got that kill, and that was just about where the game was decided. An unbelievable job by the 2nd best player of all time in Halo, and rightfully so. I mean, that's what makes Lethal special. It's in those moments he has the awareness to look at Snipedown instead of focusing on the one-on-one that he's been in for the last 10 seconds.
Well, as you saw there on the series layout, Street Slayer is going to be game number 2 between these 2 mammoth teams, and it is a game type that both have been able to win in recent scrims. It's not really a favorite for either of them, a 50 to 47 in favor of Sentinels in the most recent scrim, but if you go back just a week prior, FaZe were able to win it 50 to 42. So it's going to be one of these swing games that is really going to come down to that rocket control, the bulldog control, and sometimes just even being able to get that position so you can overlook those weapons. Sometimes games, bait them, and stop the other team from being able to pick them up too easily.
Now, when I think of Street Slayer and I think of both these teams, I remember FaZe having an unbelievable performance at a loss where Bound dropped 25, Formal dropped 25 for Sentinels at the last tournament. Will we see a similar individual performance here and now? We're going to hop on board with Snakebite, the man who got the objective done for Sentinels. Can he do it in the Slayer? Already applying some pressure over here in Pipes, but Bound doing a phenomenal job of getting Rocket secured, bringing him back to his team. They don't have a ton of space right now, but can Bound create that space? He does so with a kill onto Lethal, and those Rockets create a little bit of an opportunity here for FaZe to get an early lead.
FaZe really able to grab those Rockets, maybe a little bit too easy, but we saw that from Sentinels with their approach for the camo in the previous game as well. They like to sit off it a little bit, maybe thinking if they can bait it, Royal 2 eventually gets taken down. I was worried for a second, but a nice early lead for FaZe here, but it's only 4-2. And they're a bit concerned about, I think, the position of Frosty. They know someone is going to be around PD or towards that arcade area. They just need to bound together here, Falcated and Bound. Make sure they take him down in a Snakebite, and they will do. That's 2 back-to-back kills.
A beautiful bait and switch. Bound doing a great job to interrupt that battle. A phenomenal job by FaZe Clan to fight from a very close position back tower there. Come out on top. Not often do you see that, but now that's given them a bit of an opportunity here to create some space. Snipe down with some pressure on the tires. Gets a kill on screen as well. Boobadooboo coming out of PD. Shot it to the body. Drops Frosty outright, and now Sentinels look to be trapped back tram. I love this by Boobadooboo. He knows the situation perfectly, and he wants to get in their faces quickly.
Does take a grenade from his teammate, but as you said, he wants to get into station with that Bulldog. This is a push that he has to make just to make sure that Snakebite is not able to escape. Rocket's going to be up in 20 seconds, a 7-kill lead now for the FaZe Clan, and Sentinels are on a weird spawn cycle. 2 of them at PD, 2 of them over towards Cafe, but at least they're all on the same side of map right now.
Yeah, this is all because that bait and switch earlier that we referenced, Dan. This is an unbelievable job of FaZe getting map control and then applying dominance once they have it. Now Sentinels need to figure out a way to get out of this, but Boobadooboo's not going to let that happen. He gets a kill, Snipedown gets a kill. Not only that, secures the second pair of Rockets, and 3 straight dead again for Sentinels. Roll to the last guy alive, and Tires Bound, boss him out. Can't quite finish that kill. I love this by Bound as well. He's going to play his life, stay alive, not over challenge. This series is all about individual performances stepping up, because both these two teams are full of some of the best players in the world, and right now hopping on board with Falcado being one of them, finds himself 2 kills as well.
So FaZe a 7-kill lead, and this was something the desk brought up. Sentinels, they were down by what, like 11, 12 kills in a series earlier against Exit, but were able to bring it back. But FaZe Clan, maybe a different kettle of fish. Are they able to have that same kind of comeback ability against one of the best teams in North America? I guess that will remain to be seen, but at the moment, Snipedown's being a real nuisance, just hovering around the middle of the map.
This is where the game could get ugly, Dan. You see the push coming from FaZe Clan. They do get traded out, and Sentinels to trade kills out here is big. 3 for 3, both teams go, so they keep this at a 7-kill game for now. But if this game continues to be this way, FaZe is going to have so much space. You have to think the scoreline's only going to get uglier. Look at Falcated trying to make a decision here, though. Which way does he want to go? It seems like he's going to try and push through arcade. Maybe not. Maybe fall back, as he knows he gets the comms that players are starting to push towards the Cafe side of the map. Does spot Snakebite bottom middle. Does enough damage for Snipedown to capitalize. 3 dead again for Sentinels, and 26-19. This lead is not getting any closer.
I have to say, it's been quite a structured game from both teams, where you have a 4v4 engagement. There's 2 or 3 kills shared about. Both players back off. They get the spawns, and then we see the 4v4 engagement happen over and over again. What we need to see from Sentinels is them to get that opening frag, then be able to capitalize on the player advantage and get all 4 dead from FaZe, so they can retake pure map control here. And what better time to do it than when Rockets are coming up right now?
Bound with a large responsibility to try and win a 1v1. Does so against Lethal. Lethal having a very rough game statistically so far. 1-7, and that big kill has now secured. Actually, FaZe don't get Rockets off that first pick. That's a surprise. Somehow Snakebite gets in there, gets a Rocket, gets a kill of his own, but unfortunately, that's all they're going to let him do. FaZe Clan traded out efficiently. Keep this at a 6-kill game for now, and Boobadooboo finds himself trying to compete for that last Rocket, but can't quite make it there, and it looks like Snakebite has gotten there off spawn.
Eventually he fires it. Sometimes you get that little bit of delay when you pick up the Rockets. If you don't YY, he does the damage but doesn't get the kill. And FaZe Clan still hold that 6-kill lead. Boobadooboo able to shut down the Rockets. Gets blown out by Lethal, The grenade at least will tie things up slightly. 33-29.
Okay.
So Sentinels, even though they were down by 7 at one point, it looked a little bit scary. It was actually Frosty, and he's pushing on his own quite often, and he's been winning those fights. But as I say that, Boo will shut him down from a distance.
A beautiful nade from Boo makes that a very, very easy kill for his team. Great damage there. Even better job by Bound to look over his shoulder, finish that headshot off for him, and now Falcated able to play his life so perfectly, get his shield back, and he's already done so much damage with this one life on screen so far. He's got the lead right back up to 7 for FaZe Clan. They look to close this out and tie this series up, and they can do so with just 12 more kills.
Sentinels were scattered for a little bit. They were quite vulnerable. A lot of them were on their own, but they've been able to group up now. Snakebite is found, but not killed because Royal 2's there to save the day. Up by 6, make it 7 once more. And Sentinels, they need to slow down this game a little bit. They can't allow these trades to be happening too often because otherwise they're just slowly but surely going to be giving one kill after another, and that 50 mark will start to encroach on.
Is anybody there to capitalize on that melee from Snakebite? The answer is no. Snipe down, plays his life perfectly, backs up to Red Room, gets his shield back, and I love this by FaZe Clan. Slow this game down. Let's get Stalker Rifle in one of the best snipers' hands of all time, and that's going to be Snipe down, getting in a great position to secure his team. Rockets, unfortunately, they're a second too early. They're not able to pick up those rockets. Snipe down does opt to try and push shotgun, finds a kill, but just like that, Sentinels find 2 of their own.
Okay, it falls. Rockets in the hands of Boo. Will secure 1 kill with them, but is that enough? I'm sure he'll say yes because I took the rockets away from Sentinels. That was what's important. Still a 7-kill advantage. So Sentinels, they need to make sure they get that 1-4 dead if they're going to get back in this game. But with how things have been trading out, this is looking like FaZe kind of heading to win round 2.
And that's a testament to how strong FaZe has been able to play this game type from just about any position they've been, and we've seen them trapped. We've seen them with the entire map. They have traded efficiently since gaining that 7-kill lead so early on. They have not relinquished yet a point. And beautiful shots by Bound almost put a guaranteed exclamation point on game 2.
49-41, and it is all about and will be sewn up here from FaZe Clan. We got a series on our hands between these two teams, and of course, we knew it was going to go down to the wire. 1-1. And unfortunately for Sentinels, after the early deficit, after FaZe had been able to get that starting strategy on board, Sentinels were never really able to recover. There was a few moments of hope where I saw Frosty pick up a nice kill and it allowed the team to push in, but what FaZe did very well was they would escape those fights. They wouldn't just directly take a 4v4 or a 3v4 when they'd lost someone. Instead, they would get one player to run back towards PD, hold on to arguably one of the better spawns towards the tower side of the map, and then because of that, they had so much map control throughout.
Something that stuck out to me throughout that entire game too was just every single time we went to an individual's point of view, no matter if it was FaZe or Sentinels, the amount of damage that some of these players can do with how much shield they have is absolutely insane. They're always getting a melee off before they go down. They're always throwing phenomenal grenades, and because they capitalize on so much damage, I mean, we saw it from FaZe's point of view most of the time, but it just creates so much opportunity for your team. Looking at the stats right there, Dan, Lethal having a very rough game too. It's not nearly over for the series, but you have to get more out of Lethal if you want to win that Street Slayer, and unfortunately, they're going to have to wait till Game 5 for a Slayer performance to be remade.
Lethal didn't look confident in any of his 1v1 fights. I think we saw a fight right at the end from Bound's point of view against Lethal where Lethal was kind of jumping out, and I know that there was a thrust that was also involved from Bound, so that makes things difficult as well. But you could just see by the way he was playing it in that fight, he didn't see him himself. So I'd like to think he will bounce back going into game number 3. This was the fight I was talking about. I think because of that thrust, it just bamboozled Lethal ever so slightly, but he still wasn't positioning himself the way I used to be seeing him position himself. But what a series this is going to be. Livefire Strongholds is going to be map number 3 between these two. And now this, if I was to look at all 5 of the game types and tried to pick out one, which I feel like was a really strong map for one team, this would be FaZe's map. Livefire Strongholds, they seem to be so successful on it. It's been quite a dominating performance actually against Sentinels in scrims, so I'd be favoring FaZe here.
All right, FaZe may be able to get some momentum off that game too, a little bit of confidence. Things are going in their favor. They have outslayed Sentinels both games 1 and game 2. Can they do it in the third? But more importantly, can they get the objective done against Sentinels? Sentinels was able to be so scrappy in that first oddball game. You cannot allow Sentinels to out-rotate you if you're FaZe, but I don't expect that to happen, especially with how strong of a map that you're saying it is, Dan. But the game type that stuck out to me in that layout was game 4, the exact game they sent Sentinels home in Raleigh.
But, and it's always going to be a big but, that was Formal. And Formal is not going to be the player on the team anymore. It's going to be Royal 2, and even though they have some similarities and they tried to get a like-for-like replacement, this Sentinel squad should be, and I hope will be, an entirely different task that FaZe are going to have to try and take down if they want to send them home or even send them into the lower bracket in this case. But we don't have to worry about Aquarius CTF right now. Instead, I just want to talk a little bit more about Stronghold's Livefire and why I think FaZe are so successful. When you look at those stats of Falcated and how he's been performing in Slayers, and he's got the second best slaying statistics in terms of KD throughout this tournament, if you've got a player that confident in so many of their 1v1 engagements on a map like Livefire, where you can just move around and constantly isolate other players on the team, then that's going to give so much confidence to the rest of the team to actually just focus on the objective whilst he's just almost like running around like a madman.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Falcated, one thing he doesn't do is miss. The next thing he's not going to do is overextend. So it's a phenomenal opportunity for him to kind of try and anchor in some of these situations as well. I mean, like, honestly, Falcated does it all. He's in your face. He finds those picks. And if he can find picks in this third game, he's just going to open up the map. Once you have the numbers advantage in a map, mode combo like Strongholds, Livefire, you just swarm into that B Stronghold. You swarm in front of tower, and it just allows you to trade out damage efficiently. I think we saw a bit of that in game 1, but not enough from FaZe Clan. They're going to need to pick it up if they want to take the lead in this series. Livefire Strongholds is going to be our game 3.
Game 3, and this is a real chance for FaZe to try and put their foot in the door on this series and maybe try and demonstrate to Sentinels that they are the real deal. They are the team that is going to be progressing in this winners bracket. I want to keep an eye on Falcated. I think if you've got a player who's firing that well right now, it doesn't matter if you're holding B, C, or A. He individually can hold off 2 players comfortably, I would assume.
Interesting starting strat from FaZe. They send 2 players, big door, already sniped down. Or Bubadubu, I'm sorry, in the back of B. He is able to get a trade. And it is going to be a one-on-one for this B Stronghold. And that repulsor's going to allow FaZe Clan to jump out to an early lead. And look at this. Falcated not going to waste a single moment on his way to C. He is going to hesitate just a second, though, making sure the coast is clear. He doesn't want to lose B with this overextension, but in the meantime, Bound with Snipe gets the kill on the roll, too, gets Heat Wave out of the hands of Sentinels, but more importantly, tries to get this overshield, but Frosty shuts him down. Big kills for Sentinels to get this overshield player hesitant, but just as I say that, I mean, we left Falcated's screen. He was on bridge. He made his way all the way to sandbags, and he's already got overshield now that he's been able to influence the entire map so far.
Yeah, he went from B to C, back to A. He is rotating. He is slaying exactly as I expected to, and he found an overshield on his way as a little merry present. Lethal is going to be a remaining player in A, will get shut down, but the pressure from FaZe Clan at the moment is relentless. Every single time Sentinels are looking to try and push into one of those strongholds off spawn, FaZe are there. FaZe are waiting, lurking in the wings. C is going to be taken temporarily by Sentinels, but again, here comes Falcated to try and stop it.
We have 57 points and climbing for FaZe Clan. Sentinels stop the trip cap for now. They are able to acquire C, but right now they need to figure out a way to get the slays, because without kills, you are not going to have a good time against FaZe. And right now, FaZe clicking on all cylinders. Bubadubu taking down Lethal with that snipe. Gets snipe in hand. Now, what can Bubadubu show us he's capable of?
I think that's where you've got to be careful if you are a Sentinels member. If you're off spawn and you're down this much and the other team has so much control, you can't afford to just run bottom middle and look to try and take a stronghold on your own. There has to be a plan of action. You have to be coordinating an attack here, or at least playing together. Overshield's popping, so we're seeing a massive scrap over on this side of the map.
Interesting decision by Bubadubu to flank here, and it's the perfect decision. Oh my! Snakebite does activate that overshield, so he does get it out of the hands of FaZe Clan. But unfortunately for Sentinels fans, Snakebite does get assassinated. Falcated in a perfect position to get that kill. A nice headshot onto Lethal is going to give FaZe Clan numbers as they look to push into B. And once again, Sentinels is on the ropes.
Sentinels need to find a way to shut down this momentum and this speed from FaZe Clan right now. They haven't been able to get a footing into this game whatsoever. And maybe that's why, because everyone from FaZe Clan right now is stepping up individually. It doesn't matter which POV we're on, there is always just that aggression and raw aim being demonstrated from every single member.
A killing spree for Bubadubu. What an unbelievable play that was. Not only the no-scope, but the jump paired with the kill and the reset onto C. Bubadubu doing it all. Those kills giving him so much space, and a trip cap once again for FaZe Clan. 135 and climbing.
Snakebite scratches his head as he dies, and I think the rest of the Sentinels fan base will probably be doing the same watching this. 140-2. Finally, it looks like maybe Sentinels are going to get a little bit of control here. BNC taken, but here comes FaZe once more to push in. Royal 2 at least shuts down Snipe Down. That is Exhibit A of getting the job done, but now they need to move forward to Exhibit B.
Oh my god. Booba Doobu just shoots the grenades right below Royal 2's feet there, and that's such a big kill to stop the pressure from Sentinels. So right as you think Sentinels have some momentum, have some bit of map control to work with, kills come through. That was 3 dead momentarily for Sentinels, and A is being transferred. So Sentinels needs to figure out a way to get momentum and keep momentum for a little bit if they want to crawl back into this, because the score, it's ugly, Dan. It's 145-17.
And Sentinels know exactly where FaZe Clan are, but it is also the reverse as well. They saw that Snakebite was taking A, and now they can just watch. They can hold them in this A area. Royal 2 will just about get the damage done and will get the assistance, but that next overshield that's popping, if FaZe Clan are able to grab this one, this could be so detrimental for Sentinels' hopes of any sort of comeback.
Try as hard as Bound might, he's not able to take down 3 members of Sentinels, and that's overshield going in the hands of Frosty. Frosty finds one, hops into C, but understands they're going to need a trip cap, dude. They're going to have to capitalize on every single kill if they want to come back in this game. Can't quite finish Bound as he runs out of ammo. Bound with a massive kill onto Frosty to keep control of B.
It's such a big responsibility when you're holding B on your own, and this is why I figured FaZe Clan were going to have success here, because they've been winning engagements, and also they've been surviving so much, just waiting for the rest of the team to try and come and assist. Lethal misses the first shot and won't be able to be rewarded with a body either. And all this meanwhile, while we're having this scrappy fight happening top, middle, and C, points are still being scored by FaZe Clan as they go for another trip cap.
Yeah, FaZe Clan doing such a great job of somehow trading kills in this situation where they're able to control both strongholds. Now they flop C for A, and just like that, they're continuing to score. B has been in the control of FaZe Clan almost the entire game, and Sentinels need to figure out a way to get some kills now. Snipe Down last guy alive, but so is Royal 2. So in a one-on-one situation, Snipe Down tries to make a play over towards C. Unfortunately, he starts getting shot in the back, having to play his life now. Back tower doubles back immediately, and the cavalry has arrived. Is somebody top tower to meet Snipe Down's heat wave? Unfortunately, the answer is no, but there is a player back tower. A great grenade from Royal 2 takes him down, and that nade could save the game for now.
Where do FaZe Clan try and decide to go here? Do they go top middle to contest C, or do they just try and push towards B? You don't want to leave yourself too vulnerable to a crossfire, and maybe they're just going to play this one patiently. They've got so much room to work with in terms of scoreline. They can actually focus this overshield so heavily right now.
Yeah, I love this by Snipe Down and Booba Dooba. They both make their way out there. 3 dead for Sentinels as well. So FaZe Clan not only win the battle for overshield, get that overshield, and now look at Snipe Down. He said, Frosty, I saw you make this play earlier, but Snipe's actually up, so I might make a little bit of a different play this time around as he reroutes for that snipe. And now we have seen this so often in Halo. Snipe Down in a phenomenal position to close a game for his team. Can he hit the shot? Misses the first on the Royal 2, but the second one, he's not gonna miss. Misses. Snakebite narrowly, but so much damage. 2 dead for Sentinels, and FaZe Clan have every bit of time to work with.
Could have been very different if he had hit that jump, but that shows how difficult it is to do in a competitive environment. But still, 221 for 50 here. Snipe Down eventually goes and falls. And now, Sentinels, I mean, I think at this point, we need to see them suddenly have a miraculous turn of form. B is at least going to be contested, but 230 points on the board for FaZe Clan. This is all but over at this point.
No room for error in Game 3 for Sentinels. From here on out, a trip cap does come through. How long can they hold this is the question. Snakebite in a position to rotate to all 3 strongholds. I love this by him, but he needs to help his team fast. Booba Doobu is taken down with some nice shots. A killing spree for Snakebite, and immediately you're seeing that translate in the score, but it's going to be a frenzy, a riot that's needed from Snakebite to keep his team in this right now, because you literally cannot go all 4 dead.
Well, Sentinels have had comebacks already in this tournament. It's definitely possible as Bound gets repulsed away.
Wait a minute.
And oh my
goodness. He gets the melee too. Big damage out of Snakebite. Does lose his life, but all 4 dead for FaZe Clan. If Snakebite plays that life any poorer, Sentinels could be looking at a 1-2 series lead for FaZe, but right now Snakebite does enough. Now it's up to the rest of Sentinels, who are on spawn right now, continuing this curve cap in hand, but Bound has made his way to the heat wave, put it to use already with Overshield coming up. Sentinels actually pick up 2 of their own, and they could be able to secure Overshield, but where is FaZe Clan on the map right now? Are they able to take advantage of Lethal's positioning?
FaZe are really struggling right now. Off spawn, they're running one by one, maybe just getting a little bit panicky. Hectic performances from them as Sentinels are slowly but surely eking and creeping their way into this game. FaZe just need to focus on the fact they are so close to winning. They just can afford to slow it down, wait for all 4 of them to be up, and make that one push. What do you want to focus on? It looks like A is the focus. How will they attack it?
All 4 of them going towards A. I love the comms by Dan there. Slowing the game down is what FaZe Clan just did, and they were able to transfer A over, and now with 15 points is all they needed. Sentinels have to make a play. Lethal gets 1, but unfortunately it leaves Roll 2 in a one-on-one. But Roll 2 in a one-on-one comes out on top. Mangler in hand, able to get that kill onto Boobadooboo. Now A and C are controlled, but Sentinels is not going to be able to control A and C for long because FaZe already in C, but the rotation, Roll 2 makes his way from A to C, gets the reset, but just like that, his teammates need to figure out a way to get into a stronghold because they lose A once again, and 10 points now is all FaZe Clan needs.
Sentinels need B. It's so difficult to hold A and C because of the spawns. 5 left to go.
You don't have time to do this. You have to make your way over to B, and unfortunately, that's not the decision made. Staying alive was not an option. You had to get into B, Dan, and that could be something Sentinels needs to look over after this series is over because you have to play desperate in desperate measures or desperate times.
So FaZe Clan taking game number 3 then, and a 2-1 lead in the series after losing the initial. It seems like the FaZe roster have found a real workaround against this Sentinels roster that, I'm going to admit it, they struggled in that game. And even though there was so much promise, so much hope in those final few moments, where was that at the start of the game? We needed to see it a little bit earlier from Sentinels. This was my worry though. When I looked at the scrims, I knew that Live Fire Strongholds was going to be one of those maps that FaZe should, and they did, win. But then we move over to a map that is going to be a little bit closer, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. I think, just looking back, Sentinels, there was a lot of focus around the overshield. And I know that you do want to prioritize it at times, but every single time they tried to focus it, there was always one member of FaZe just making it their life difficult. There was never a comfortable overshield pick whatsoever.
Yeah, overshield not quite giving them the power curve they thought that it would. And because of it, FaZe able to take control during that poor positioning because overshield's so far away from any of the strongholds, you're able to potentially out-route the enemy team when you don't prioritize that overshield, or you're just not in a position to go for it as safely as Sentinels was some of that time. But it really is a difference in slaying early on that gave FaZe Clan the lead that they had. A beautiful job by Falcon and an even better route by Bound in that clip there to have such a good position on the flank there, removing Sentinels' opportunity to get that overshield secured and do work.
I think one of the biggest takeaways as well was the individual pushes from Sentinels. We saw several times a player either pushing through bottom middle on their own or trying to push into C or A strongholds on their own and constantly being punished, and sometimes in a 1v1 engagement as well. And if you're losing that 1v1 engagement and your teammates are elsewhere in the map, it puts your team at such a advantageous position.
I do it all
we
the
move
time.
across to Aquarius
All the time.
CTF. It's one of those words. It just gets you sometimes. For scrims and in terms of performances from both of these teams, again, this is one of those flip-flop maps. It's gone both ways. A 5-3 recently in favor of Sentinels, but also a 4-3 in favor of FaZe. So I would say this could go either way, but with how FaZe have been playing, and from what we just saw when it came to teamwork and cohesion in map number 3 there, maybe this FaZe prediction that we saw on the desk wasn't so radical after all.
Sentinels did not look good against Cloud9 on this map mode combo yesterday. Can they rewrite the ship? Can they fix the issues that we saw? This is the game type. FaZe Clan put Sentinels out of the tournament in Raleigh. Will this be a similar story here to knock them into the losers bracket? FaZe Clan look to advance to our winners bracket round 3 and secure top 6. It's going to be on the back of someone like Snipe Down to get the job done here. And who better than to start this game with a gunner in every sense of the word, finds the first kill of the game, and that's going to open up the map for FaZe Clan.
Ro2 opening with a double kill, just has to try and survive, but that's already going to be a flag on the move here. And certainly something I saw FaZe Clan do when they played this game type yesterday in pool play is they were relentless with their pressure. They're always pulling flags. They're always looking to take control of that car side of the map. Sentinels have to take those fights to them in car, control the dynamo area.
I mean, look at this. FaZe Clan lose 2 members. The flag was down in Closet, and the last 2 members of FaZe Clan somehow make their way over to the Closet. The return can't quite come in yet, but Slays all being forced on the side of Sentinels' base bodes well for the amount of pressure FaZe Clan is able to provide.
And that's what it's all about, pressure. Both of these teams have to apply that pressure at the right time, and even though, yeah, it's all good picking up kills and being the main slayer on your team, it's about when you get those kills. Can your kills directly correlate to a flag pull at the right time, and then focus on those fridge spawns so you can shut down any sort of overextension?
Sentinels being forced to play defense so far throughout this map 4. Flag on the move once again. It's already past the halfway line, and a big win for Snipe Down right there as he gets the kills, gives his team numbers advantage, gets another touch on that flag. And when your flag carrier is getting kills, usually that means you're going to punch this one in. Falcated has a large responsibility to try and stay alive as well. Unfortunately, he goes down the flag, still does get moved. So inch by inch, kill by kill, FaZe moved this flag forward, but all 4 dead Sentinels slay out. Maybe a little bit of an overextension of active desperation will come back to bite them.
Sentinels get the kills and they stop the flag run, and I want to jump into an Astro listening and see what the comms are like.
Oh, got camo, guys, camo. Camo's up now, camo's up now.
Yo, Matt, I left MP. I can't, I don't have angle speed.
He's going for camo. He's there.
Their picture. Guys, we killed this guy, we killed this guy.
Nice.
Okay, I'm getting camo, I'm getting camo. Use their picture.
And their flag, guys. What's up, P1? Nice shots, PJ. Their flag's still bound.
I have camo. What happened to you,
P1, our side.
Yo, listen, I have few wave their engine. Yo, I'm gonna get info front of base.
I'm gonna go P jump.
I'm gonna get info front of base. Okay, it's on P. They're PJ. They're P2 right now. I'm gonna come behind him and kill him. Okay.
Last guy.
Just don't die to this guy. I'm behind him. Go, PJ. Pull it. Pull it. Pull his engine.
Going engine.
Yeah.
Peter, right behind you.
Okay, I heard.
All spawners, guys. All spawners. See the flag weak.
I heard you.
Watch top P, man. Watch top P.
So as we join Sentinels with the listening, they managed to put 1 flag on the board, and they've got another one moving as well. Frosty and Snakebite timing their push excellently. Shouting from Frosty, pull that flag, when he manages to push in. Great timing, but the flag is not quite there yet, and Snakebite knows full well. Finally gets the kill. That was worrying for a second.
Falcated is not an easy kill, let me tell you that. Having the time to play him, he's always a difficult kill. Maybe a little bit more shield on that Spartan than you would have thought. That Heat Wave does get the kill finally, though, but Sentinels during that listening does take the lead 1-0 nonetheless. You thought a second cap would go on the board, but unfortunately for Sentinels fans, not just yet. FaZe Clan's defense was very strong in order to stop that cap from happening, and now once again in control of the Sentinels base. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo gets rocked by a nade. No shield. Finished across the map, and that's so frustrating because FaZe Clan thought that this was going to be a flag run of their own, and unfortunately it's the complete opposite. Sentinels had the flag on the move from FaZe.
Those are the type of kills that sometimes don't happen online, but on land you cannot escape the bullets tracking you from a distance. Snakebite doing really well to be aggressive and push the opposition space, but also still finding kills. And Lethal doing what Lethal does best, sometimes putting his life on the line just to get that flag a little bit further, and maybe gets it further than he'd expected. Re-challenges, gets the kill, and Lethal's done so much in that period of time.
3 members of FaZe Clan, all bottom middle. Sentinels are going to be coming off respawn, trying to compete for this flag. It is on their side of the map. Snipe Down, taken down with camo. A big kill from Frosty once again. Could it be enough to get this flag on the move? Roll 2 tries to deny the return from coming through, but Bound does just enough to get the kill, get the reset, and that's the second cap once again denied by FaZe, keeping this game within striking distance still, but Snakebite is starting to heat up. So is Rural 2, 11 and 12 kills apiece, only Bound on the other side to match.
Sentinels have had far more control of the car side. As I say that, Snakebite maybe just pushing a little bit too aggressively into the bottom middle courtyard area. There's been a lot of bottom middle fights, it has to be said, a lot of courtyard pushes, not necessarily as much control on the side towers that I would have expected from these two teams, but I think that's because of the pace and because of the trades that we've seen from both of them. We've not really seen any real control from either side.
No, it has been FaZe trying to control this closet side of the map. Haven't had an opportunity to really get a successful flag run going, but this could be just what the doctor ordered. Snipe Down finds a double. Falcated in the back of Sentinels' base right now, needs to try and play his life. He knows that 2 members of Sentinels are coming. Unfortunately, that nade keeps him no shield, and because of it, is he going to suffer the consequences? The answer is maybe, as he turns the corner, no shield still. He hadn't had his shields back for almost 30 seconds, and he's finally taken down, but that flag already in front of FaZe Clan's closet. This could be exactly what FaZe Clan need. Can they get this place to match?
Well, Boobadooboo opting not to drop onto the flag. It will allow Frosty to get the return, and now the flag can be moved on the other side here. But Frosty is there being a nuisance once more. 3-4 for Sentinels, 3-4 for FaZe Clan. It's a 1-versus-1 between Snakebite and Falcated. That's a 1v1 that, I mean, I'd pay to watch, I'm going to be honest. But it's 1-0 to Sentinels still with 6 minutes remaining.
Both players choosing not to engage in combat right there. Falcated does get that return, but Snakebite takes the long route. Route man gets paid, and he's got the flag in hand. Jumps up top. I love this route by him. Gonna throw it bottom middle, but do they know a member of FaZe is in their closet because he could ruin everything. It's gonna be Falcated. You're gonna see that one-on-one, and Falcated wins it, but unfortunately, the damage is done. The flag already across the map. Is anybody from Sentinels there to get a touch? Because Frosty is top middle slaying, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes. It's going to be Lethal coming off spawn, getting that touch on the flag, but he's risking it all, baby. He's got the flag in the window, no shield. Can't quite get it, and that kill could be massive because no one from Sentinels quite in a position to punch that one in. Snakebite hesitant, he knows. He's going to be looked at. Everyone from FaZe is focused on making sure this cap doesn't go in. And now with 5 minutes left, the flag goes in. Sentinels take the lead 2-0.
All 4 dead for FaZe Clan as well. That's going to be another flag being run by Royal 2. And this should be an easy cap because they're all going to be spawning Fridge. As long as there's eyes on it, and as long as there's not going to be some crazy nades, this is going to be back-to-back flags for Sentinels, who take a 3-kill lead.
A 3-cap lead.
That's what I meant.
21 kills for Royal 2 in his debut back from prison, and what a show it would be to push your team to a Game 5 against FaZe Clan here in our winners bracket. Royal 2 looks to continue the pressure on the FaZe in the back of the base. Boobadooboo, you're for lunch, baby, because he's got another flag in hand.
And Royal 2 just throws one more out. This one's a little bit of bait, but Snipe Down is going to be there to contest it. But for FaZe Clan, I mean, being rocked here, 3 caps down. With the camouflage coming up in 20 seconds, maybe that's got to be a priority. Maybe that's the way they regain a little bit of control of this map. But I think this has been perfect for Sentinels. It's been such a scrappy game through bottom middle, and it's been about decisions and quick fire spots when you spawn and making sure you can get the grenade out or making sure you can get that final shot onto a team. There hasn't been as much structure, and I think FaZe kind of suffered because of that.
The kills are just always going in Sentinels' favor in this Game 4 for the first time in this series. You're seeing Sentinels outslay FaZe right now, and with it they have so much map control to work with. 3 dead again for FaZe Clan, and right now with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, it's going to be very difficult for FaZe members to kind of fathom coming back in this game because it takes so much effort to just get 1 flag on the board, and you need 3.
Again, Snakebite just pushing through the courtyard, but has a camouflage this time. Lethal and Royal 2 combined to pick up 3. There's going to be 1 remaining player, and I think Snakebite had already spotted him, but unfortunately, maybe I was wrong. Maybe didn't see him in his FOV. What's important, though, is they're still on the aggression side here, Sentinels. They're making sure that they take the game to FaZe Clan, because as long as they're being aggressive, FaZe aren't going to be able to get in the base and get any of those flags on the go.
Yeah, FaZe forced to play defense right now, and defense is being shredded by the heat wave once again. Royal 2 is in your base, in your face, getting another kill with this heat wave, making it 26 for the game so far. Flag is on the move for FaZe Clan, though, so maybe if they can punch this one in with 2 minutes and 56 seconds, there's an opportunity to try and get something done, but it does look like that flag has been stalled. Royal 2 hesitant to run this flag, knowing, hey, I'm on fire, let the fire burn, let me get some kills, and there's no way we lose this game if we get another cap on the board or I put FaZe in respawn. So Royal 2 is actually going to opt to try and put the flag on the board, but unfortunately FaZe do get that flag all the way to their base, so we're seeing a bit of a standoff for now.
And that's fine. That's absolutely perfect for Sentinels. Any sort of delay here to this clock is going to be great, as again Royal 2 picking up even more. He's on 29, Snakebite on 18, and that was a ninja apparently. But yeah, I say apparently. But either way, it doesn't matter. Sentinels have been able to secure so many kills in this game that FaZe just haven't been able to keep up with the pace of it.
Okay, what can Falcated do? Because still 2 minutes on the clock. If he's able to make a play, maybe get a cap, this becomes much more realistic. Unfortunately, just too much pressure from Sentinels coming off respawn there. Too many angles they have on him. He's not able to play his life. He gets taken down, and FaZe Clan, a minute 50 left. You're starting to think about Game 5 already, because this is going to be all she wrote, especially with how hot Sentinels are looking right now on Aquarius.
It's mad to think that on Slayer Aquarius, Sentinels have struggled historically, but here on Capture the Flag, they look at home, and it's all been down to Royal 2 being able to so easily overextend and get behind this FaZe roster. Doesn't get the trade there, but actually, I think the nade's going to come through, and the assist helps out. Lethal A camouflage picked up, that should realistically deny any real chances of FaZe getting back into this one, and it's looking more and more likely that we're heading to a Game 5.
Absolutely, just a minute and 20 seconds to get there, Dan, and it would be our third Game 5 of the tournament. We might be cursed, but it may be a blessing, because right now we're seeing some of the best Halo players in the world push themselves and each other to the distance of every single series so far this weekend. And Boobadooboo has had so many special Game 5s, he's going to need to muster that up, because right now, FaZe Clan struggling here in Game 4, but have put themselves so far in this series in a position to get to Game 5, and sometimes that's all you need.
This is just winners bracket round 2, a place in the winners bracket semis on the line between these two teams, and it's going to be decided by a Game 5, I'm sure of it at this point. FaZe maybe will kick themselves a little bit, the fact this is going to go to another Slayer, but remember, they did win the Game 2 Slayer, they did take down Sentinels, so perhaps that's going to be a good omen for them.
Yeah, this is actually the only game that we have seen Sentinels outslay FaZe. What does that mean as far as the series is concerned, Dan? I have to ask, do you favor the most recent game that they played? Do you think Sentinels is coming here with some momentum off of this Game 4? Or do you think the story of the entire picture is more important, favoring FaZe Clan?
I would say that in the game types that have had a little bit more structure and they haven't been as fast, they've been slowed down a little bit, that's when FaZe have really been able to succeed, as they will unfortunately go down. Sentinels take map number 4, and we will be heading to a Game 5. That Game 5 is Bizarre Slayer. So if we're going to be seeing a team that is better when there's structure, when it's a bit more slow paced, then maybe that does favor the FaZe clan. However, you can speed that game up. If you are the team who controls the middle of the map and you're consistently getting the rockets and the overshield, you can really take it to the opposition. You can get aggressive on those bases, and maybe that's what we're going to see from one of these sides. But what a Game 4 it was, and what an amazing performance from Sentinels just to quieten down the FaZe clan a little bit.
And much needed Game 4 from Sentinels, because this series had heavily gone in the favor of FaZe Clan after that Game 1 where they were able to sneak by. But FaZe Clan has pretty much dominated the next 2 games in this series, so it was a much needed Sentinels performance to tie this one up, reset the bar, and now it's going to be 50 kills to separate these two as we go into Game 5.
Well, just talking about Royal 2 though, in that CTF Aquarius, I mean, when we look at what Formal was able to achieve on this roster, who, may I add, did phenomenal as a substitute. The way he came in and the way he performed at Rally and in the Online Pro Series was amazing, and I think Sentinels will be ever just happy that he was able to achieve so much, and they'll just be so grateful that he was able to jump in. But now with Royal 2 jumping back on the roster, it was always going to be the question of how are things going to be for Sentinels? Are they going to be a little bit under practiced? Is Royal 2 maybe not going to have that competitive edge because he's been out for so long? Well, I think we got answered there in game number 4. Every single time we were on the POV of Royal 2, he was behind enemy lines, whether he would have a heat wave in hand or whether it was just a battle rifle, he was always getting the job done.
Yeah, think about last night and what we saw against Cloud9 from the Sentinels team as well. Royal 2 having a very rough time on Aquarius CTF, so a major bounce back performance from him. He's found his groove. Obviously, it helps when everybody's getting their kills. When we got flies on the moves, you're not playing from a deficit. But that shows that Sentinels really is learning in the middle of a tournament, because this FaZe clan can win this whole thing. But in order to do so, this series could determine how their journey goes for the rest of the weekend. Will they do it through winner's bracket? We have Bizarre Slayer coming up next, Dan. And this is a game type that they played with Formal against FaZe, had a major lead in Raleigh, and gave it all away to FaZe.
They did give it all away, and in recent scrims as well. This has been a 50-48 in favor of FaZe, and then a 50-49 in favor of Sentinels in the 2 last times they played against each other. In a Game 5, could we get that down-to-the-wire teeth moment where you're just wondering and you're just shattering and you're asking the question of who's going to be able to get that next kill? It is definitely going to be very nail-biting between these two. And I'm setting up, and I'm hoping that no one's going to just absolutely destroy the other team now, but certainly Scrimsy would suggest no one's got a major advantage on this game type. We definitely need to see both of the teams off the rip get that starting strategy nailed. We've seen several different starting strategies when it comes to Bizarre, running out of the double doors, nading the opposition double doors, and then pushing to get the dynamos and the overshield, also prioritizing that grapple, so then maybe you can steal away either the overshield or the rockets. Very interested to see how these two teams play this.
I'm actually really surprised to hear how close some of these Bizarre Slayer games are, because I honestly find this map, Mo combo, being one of the heavily invested in who has control of the map.
It's a snowballing map.
Typically, it's very difficult to try and come back when you don't have the map control and you're trying to fight for mid-map, but you don't have the angles in order to do so. So both these teams obviously knowing each other's strategies, having a great job of keeping it close even though one team is in control. Even not seeing the game, hearing 50-48, 50-49 makes me excited for this game 5, but I'd have to say it's not often we see close games on Bazaar Slayer, but maybe these two have that in store for us.
Yeah, we can't promise you a 50-49, but boy, are we going to hope for it. We've had a game 5 every single time we've casted, so maybe we can get a nice, close,
we can almost guarantee
We can almost guarantee it's going to be a game 5, so you're welcome, I guess. But certainly when it comes to Bazaar Slayer and the fact that, you know, it can be snowbally, but we have seen comebacks in this tournament. Cloud9 against Fnatic, they were about 10 kills down. They came back into it, but we're going to get into game number 5 then. FaZe versus Sentinels in winners bracket round 2, a matchup for a guaranteed top 6 and a place in those winners bracket semis.
We saw Fnatic win a game 5 with a play from Envor. We saw KCP last night win a game 5 with the whole squad popping off. Who is going to do it here and now as we advance through our winners bracket? FaZe and Sentinels, here we go. Royal 2, the man of game 4, trying to get out of his tree. Good damage onto the first player. No snipe downs in this closet. Aim down, sight, and now Royal 2 and snipe down, 2 of the best shots in the history of Halo going at it.
A trade 2 for 2. Bound is still alive, but Rockets went in favor of Frosty, and that means that Bound is just going to have to hide, tuck himself away, and hope that someone from FaZe is going to help soon. But a grenade lands right on his forehead, and now it seems like Sentinel's got the better in that opening.
Frosty needs to stay alive. Wisely backs down from that position, but more so pressured FaZe into staying in that bar. Now they do have FaZe trapped at that base, but you see FaZe members pushing out shotgun side. Royal 2 does go down in that corner. Boobadooboo gets fried like a chicken in that corner. And unfortunately, Sentinels don't have enough firepower to keep FaZe contained in that base. A great job from FaZe to break out.
And I think that's a massive demonstration of why this has been a really close game between these two teams. Despite the fact that Sentinels got the opening kills, they had a little bit of control in the middle of the map.
Nice
FaZe
shot.
had the perfect answer to quickly push out off spawn. Snipedown's going to wait for these dynamos. Remember, they're like every 30 seconds or so is when we see the spawn, so it's so quick that you can constantly pepper your opponents and fry them.
Snipe down using the Mangler to perfection, backing down Snakebite on that big door, using a little bit of Apex skills with that Mangler right there. Beautiful job by him. A great job to get some damage right there. Snakebite does find 2 in the kill feed to trade it out, but the rest of FaZe are going to get kills they need to push this to a 10-7 lead. And I love this positioning by Snipedown. Even better idea here now that he's got grapple in hand. Makes that an easy kill with that Mangler, but a good job by Lethal to trade it out with a nade.
Seeing the benefit of the Mangler and the extra damage from the melee there, just winning the engagement against the battle rifle melee. Bound's going to have the Bulldog in hand, and he's going to be able to get aggressive. Snakebite just about gets away, and that's going to allow the reversal. Snakebite gets the assistance, overshield's popping, and that's the perfect time to get 3 members of FaZe down.
I mean, everything just changed because Snakebite, once again in this series, turns the corner when he shouldn't have gotten away. Because of it now, Sentinels has this overshield. They look to push. Frosty with the Needler kill in the tree. Lethal trying to get Bound taken care of, but Bound gets out of dodge, similar to the way Snakebite does. Will Bound now be able to make a play because he played his life so well? Lethal wisely backs down because he doesn't know what's on the other side of that wall, but unfortunately Bound somehow gets caught out front the base, does get back smacked, but Sentinels lose 2 in the process.
Can't split the difference between these two teams right now. 14-14. Both trying to get aggressive when they have that map control, but both have been punished for it on different occasions. Boo-Boo's trying to do what he can from behind at the moment, but a team nade is going to connect with him to keep his shields low. He needs a little bit of help. Snakebite's going to be behind him here, and you know, honestly, these next rockets are going to make such a huge difference and could really be the swing for either team.
Yeah, Boobadooboo actually not getting shot this entire time. Slightly surprising. I love this play by him. Gets the grapple, wisely grapples those rockets to himself, and now relocates in the corner. As Sentinel's going to expect this play. Frosty pokes his head out, eats a rocket, but somehow only knocked to no shield. The second rocket gets knocked by a nade and doesn't quite go where Boobadooboo wanted it to, but Bound is here. He's able to get a couple of kills, and so does Snipedown. Last player alive, Lethal with a big kill to release some pressure on the respawns of Sentinels, and because of that, they make this just a 2-kill game.
I cannot stress enough how important that kill was from Lethal, and you know full well that he knew it. That engagement, if he had lost it, there would have been so much more more map control for FaZe, that Sentinels would have been struggling off spawn. But because he stays alive, now he can be joined by the rest of the Sentinels roster, and instead they still hold the middle of the map here.
Yeah, Lethal needs to be careful though. Multiple members trying to push him Rocket side of the map, and with Overshield coming up in less than 10 seconds now, Lethal knows the Sentinels want this Overshield to try and fight for the mid-game lead. Right now, he goes down though. Frosty's gonna try and back that up, trap these players. Bottom shotgun does a good job to help Royal 2 get that kill, and unfortunately, he's not gonna hit that combo, so he's gotta wisely back down from that shotgun. But in the meantime, Sentinels have secured another Overshield, and what can they do with it now?
Has to be said that the Overshields have gone in favor of Sentinels, but now the Dynamo Nades are going to be ticking. There's going to be a lot of information gathered. Who's there to clean up, though? Of course, Royal 2 is going to sweep in and pick up the double kill. And alongside Snakebite, this is an excellent push, which finally sees us create a gap between these two teams of 4 kills, and maybe even 5. Will be 5.
Yeah, let's see what Sentinels can do with this kind of control. It's up to FaZe to keep this game close, to get out of this space before Sentinels can double back. They had to push all the way in to kill Bubadubu. Is it enough time that he bought for his team to come off respawn? Snipedown did make it to bottom middle, and that's 2 kills for FaZe Clan. That's a great job. That's all because Bubadubu stalled and allowed them to come off spawn, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's enough because right now, the jig is up. Royal 2 picks up 2 of his own and regain map control.
You can learn so much from watching both of these teams, how quick they are to re-engage into fights, even if their shields are only just recharging. They don't wait for that moment where they're at 100%. Instead, they trust their team, they trust they're not going to be shot, and they help as quick as possible. And that's why Sentinels have got this lead right now. The team shot has been superb.
The reason Sentinels have this lead is the performance from Snakebite so far. 12 and 6 here in this game 5. Is he going to be the player that makes the difference here? Royal 2 has 11 assists of his own, so Sentinels doing a phenomenal job working together, getting those kills, and it's off the back of the duo, the legendary 2, Royal 2 and Snakebite, that have done this so far. I love this positioning by Frosty because so far, FaZe Clan have broken their setups by pushing bottom shotgun.
The game's slowed down a little bit with a 6-kill difference, and the reason why, we've got Rockets and Overshield coming up. This is arguably one of the most important parts of the game, as Frosty will back off away from that fight. And if one team can secure those rockets and take down the Overshield, you could argue that can sometimes be the better strategy, but Snakebite's going to be there with the grapple, so at least that's the Overshield secured.
Great job by Snakebite to secure Overshield, but it does look like in the meantime, Snipedown sneaks by, gets rockets, gets them back to his side. So now it's Overshield in the hands of Sentinels, rockets in the hands of FaZe Clan, but where is Snipedown going to take those rockets?
Oh no!
He's actually taken down Frosty with a double. Frosty does so much work towards Rocket's side of the map, and because of his Snakebite finds an easy kill. And now he has both Overshield and Rockets. The nade comes through, knocks him to no shield. Both Rockets get used, but Badubu goes down, but more importantly, an 8-kill lead for Sentinels.
And you were saying it's kind of a snowballing map. It's difficult to come from behind, and FaZe, well, they've got to demonstrate that it is doable. They've got to demonstrate as to why this has been such a closely contested game between these two in scrims. But right now, another kill going on board for Sentinels. FaZe are in a rut. They're stuck off spawn. They're really struggling. Their backs are against the wall, and Sentinels just seem to be oozing confidence.
He does get frustrated. He pushes out front rocks, trying to get a kill on Royal 2, and it's just good shots from Royal 2 that take him down. And unfortunately, it's just so difficult when you don't have angles, when your teammates are coming off respawn. What do you do on a map like Bazaar Slayer? Unfortunately, FaZe not having the answer just yet.
Dynamo grenades in the hands of Royal 2. He got lots of information that were players in tree. If he throws another one towards Bar, he'll get even more info, and they can just watch these angles. Instead, he's going to help a teammate.
Going to kill a teammate.
Going to kill Lethal, but also takes down Falcated. It's a 44-34 lead. That's what's important for Sentinels, is they just continue these trades. They continue this aggression. Don't allow FaZe to slow this game down.
The 17th kill on the board for Snakebite, the man of Game 5 here so far, 17 and 8. As he goes for the Mangler, you can guarantee he's probably good for 1 here. Can't quite finish Falcated. Falcated doing a great job staying alive bottom middle with that grapple. Can they get this overshield? Because right now, FaZe Clan need it in order to mount any kind of comeback. 47-37.
Snipedown takes the fight and gets aggressive so he can try and secure that overshield. Sentinels know they don't need the overshield. They can bait it a little bit here. Snakebite, if he gets a kill, which he won't. 47-38, 48-39. A couple of kills going in favor of FaZe, but now Sentinels are so close.
1 kill will decide the match right now. Sentinels on the brink of a win. Can Lethal finish it off? No, he gets the player to no shield. And who else other than Snakebite gets the 50th kill? And that's going to do it for Game 5. Sentinels will come out on top, and FaZe Clan forced to the elimination bracket.
It's a series that went back and forth, and I really didn't know which way it was going to go, but Snakebite put on a demonstration for us in Bazaar Slayer. It's one of those maps where if one individual is able to roam around the map, get so much presence and pressure, but also survive, it makes it so difficult for the opposition team. There's one key takeaway, one moment that is going to live in my brain for quite some time, and it was Snakebite running around the corner, surviving in tree, and then turning and getting the nade kill to give not just himself the extra kill, but to secure a little bit of control for the rest of his team.
Absolutely, and that control gave them the overshield as it was coming up just after that. If Bound's able to get that kill, I mean, it would have changed the entire outcome of the game. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the story FaZe Clans want to hear, because what-ifs aren't going to get you the series win, as Sentinels do such a good job of being down 2-1 in that series and coming back all the way to take that game 5. I mean, if that goes 7 games, Dan, I literally think it goes the distance. So we can only hope that these two teams once again match up later on in the tournament because of how closely contested I believe these two teams are together. But it really was Snakebite, the player of Game 5, 18, 9, and 7, doing it all. And not only that, but staying alive when he needs to as well.
There was another key kill during that game, and it was when Lethal was the last remaining player holding rockets, and he took the aggressive fight to kill the player who was fighting him on balcony. If he had lost that fight, they lose mid-map control. But to be that aggressive and that confident to hold the middle of the map on your own speaks volumes for me. Even though Lethal wasn't the main slayer, he didn't manage to get all the kills, but that one kill maybe generated 4 or 5 to follow it because they were able to keep mid-map control.
Yeah, before the series started, we highlighted Lethal's kill-death ratio. We put it up against Snipedown, and of course, not many players have Snipedown's kill-death ratio, right? But there were 2 significant games in that series that were decided by plays Lethal made. Even though he didn't have the best statistics, if you can continue to give your team life because you're making the plays at the right moments, it speaks dividends for your opportunity to take this whole thing. Lethal doing a phenomenal job when it mattered most.
I'd say the quietest member of Sentinels throughout that series was probably Frosty. And then that surprises me because Frosty has always been one of these players who steps up and he's amazing. But that's good news for Sentinels. If Frosty's the quietest member whilst he's slowly about just slaying everyone in the background, then they're certainly going to be succeeding here.
Talking about how quiet some of the members of Sentinels are, we actually have Blaze
this February.
Frosty.
Thank you very, very much, Clutch, all right? And Clutch just called you the quietest member of the series, okay? He said you didn't do too much, but it was a team effort at the end of the day. How you and the boys feeling coming off this win?
I mean, feeling really good. Obviously, it was a huge match. FaZe got 3rd last event. So, I mean, we knew this is how the series could have gone. We just had to stay mentally in it the whole time. But yeah, I mean, obviously, win Game 5, feeling pretty good.
There you go. It was a close one. It went down. It went down to Game 5. Now, what was the most difficult moment in this game? Because there were times when you were down. There were maps in which you guys had to come back on from the oddball and the Slayers. What was the most difficult moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the most difficult moment in every single game was just mentally staying in it. Like I said, we just got to battle. Like every single game, it's not over till it's over. Especially Live Fire Stronghold specifically.
Yeah.
We've actually gotten really good at that map. But we played in the series, and I don't know, it just didn't work in our favor. Like I think we just mentally were in our heads during that game. But every other game, we just stayed in it. We stayed composed. That we knew at the end of it, we could come out on top if we just kept battling.
Well, hey, you guys did stay composed in that one. Now, I want to talk about a player on your team who has strong mental fortitude, and he don't get enough credit, okay? But I watched him make so many dirty plays to keep y'all in it, and I'm speaking on Lethal, okay? Can you tell me about his performance so far in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he's our anchor, you know what I mean? Like you said, his mental fortitude, he's just always there, mentally staying in it at all times. He's never really complaining, never really, making a terrible play, and he's just always going to be there to be our constant, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, Frosty, that's going to do it for us, okay? I've been chopping it with you back and forth so many interviews, and I'm pretty sure I might see you on this main stage once again.
100%.
A lot of you guys, take it away and break this series down for us.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much, Frosty. Incredible job from Sentinels overall. I gotta say, we did our predictions. I came out on top. Just saying.
I was wondering how long it would take it to bring
Yeah,
that
I know.
up.
I was just going to say 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah.
What you don't see off camera, though, is when the Sentinels were down series, I saw Light taking off the engagement ring for a moment, doing that sort of stuff. So, like I was just saying, she claims it now, but she was not such a ride or die fan during that one.
You know, I'm disappointed because I put all my stakes on the Boo Boo Tingle, and what happened with the Boo? I thought the Boo Boo Tingle was a real thing.
God.
I'm out here
the
believing.
The Tingle, yeah, that was taken away with the shot grenades, unfortunately. But I'll tell you what, though, there were moments of that series that were very shaky, weren't there? And I think that's also testament to how close these two teams are, how well matched they come up against each other. And I also think, you know, the fact that they scrim each other a lot gave us that really exciting series because they know what each other want to do. I quickly want to talk about, I know we've got Bazaar on our screen at the moment, but on set, let's talk about that first oddball game because, my goodness, first of all, super close, and I was like, yeah, we're in for a great series here. But let's talk about the man himself that they talked about main stage, you know, Lethal. He made some plays there. Talk to me about what happened on elevators.
He made one of the plays of the tournament, and I want to highlight it because if you're new to Halo Infinite, whatever it might be, you're always looking at stat lines, right? You go, this guy's amazing. This guy's making incredible plays. He's going plus 10, plus 12, plus 11. It was a play of the tournament. He didn't even get a kill, you know, and he ended up actually dying at the end of it. But what he did, he survived long enough in a 1v1 scenario where there was a player with height advantage, with angles, with more shields, with the direct shots onto him, to allow his teammates to get back into the fight, to keep that player away from an oddball, and it won them the game. It won them the game. It's such a crazy thing to kind of break down, and we could talk about it for hours, but I got to give my hats off take my hat off to Lethal there, because that kind of play wins games. It does not show up in statistics, and that is the kind of thing that he does.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. That was a pivotal moment in winning that game, and honestly won them the series, to be perfectly honest with you. I want to talk quickly about the Game 5 ice, the clutch factor that we see from Sentinels, and we've had the stat line before. We know that they can clutch up when it matters most, and Shyway, we saw that today again. You know, the first Slayer that we saw from them didn't quite go to plan. They were getting snowballed out of control here, and it was really hard to try and switch that snowball into their favor, but that didn't happen on Game 5.
It was interesting because I feel like everything happened not like we thought it would, but I think all the kind of key points that we hit on kind of developed in the series. We had the Street Slayer that I thought would kind of be lopsided on the side of FaZe because of a player like Bound, who is so quick, so efficient on the map, and with the slides and the way that he moves, it's kind of a 50-50 play style in how aggressive he is. Sometimes it works. It worked on Streets. It didn't work in Bazaar. I don't know if you remember that play, and honestly, more so because Snakebite was just popping off the whole game, but there was that one play where Bound sees Snakebite down below on top of double doors, and he goes for the chase with the shotgun, gets 2 shots in, can't finish the kill. Because he can't finish the kill and then dies, Snakebite gets shotty, Snakebite gets a kill. The whole game completely cycles around Bound's 50-50 play that he went for, and I mean, like I said, in part due to the fact that Snakebite was insane in that game. He was putting on so much pressure and not wasting any time. Like, you see some players, they'll do the drop combo with the Mangler. They'll come back and pick up the Mangler. He knows how to perfectly time his play where he doesn't have time to go back for it. He just keeps the pressure up. He'll fly in with the BR and take names. It was beautiful to witness, honestly.
It was indeed, and you know, you actually highlighted Bound there for a moment, and I actually want to talk quickly about Bound because we kind of named him as the X-Factor player, and he really is that X-Factor player for FaZe, and I'll tell you what, because the balance is so specific for Bound. He makes really risky plays. He challenges, I think, honestly, in lunatic environments. Like, you know, I saw him grapple up to balcony and push somebody when he was half shield, and they're full shield. They have their eyes lasered on him, but he didn't care. He pushed that anyway, and I think it came to a certain moment in that game, and I wouldn't say it fell all the way on Bound there, but there were 50-50 moments, or even 70-30 moments that he was pushing, and maybe he shouldn't have. Talk to me about the balance there, Walshy, the fine line an X-Factor player has to really walk on to really do it for the team.
Yeah, when you're a fast-acting player, you really have to be hitting those plays and be working with your team in those situations. And so when it came down to that Game 5 scenario, it felt like FaZe reeled back a little bit. They played a little bit more timid. You saw them not sure when they should charge out. They started charging out when they shouldn't, like snipe down, chasing down, I believe it was Lethal in the very center of the market as he saw just the feet poking out from the side. So it just felt like they didn't have that right cadence that they wanted. They weren't fast when they needed to be fast, and they weren't slow when they needed to be slow. And that can be really difficult when you're trying to be that playmaker.
Yeah, it can indeed. It is sometimes really difficult to make those decisions as a team, and because it was working for him earlier on in the series, just didn't quite work out against that icy Game 5 that Sentinels can provide. Let's take a look right now, though, at the bracket to see exactly where we are at. We're heavily into day 2, people. It's so good to have you guys joining us, and if you have just joined us, this is what day 2 looks like. We did begin bracket play here, and we have had a couple of different things happening. A potential upset was on the cards in our winners' quarters, against Cloud9 and Fnatic. Didn't quite make it. Cloud9 pushed through. They are in our winners' semis, but you may notice they're going up against Pioneers, and I got to say, really impressed with Pioneers and the results there on set.
Yeah, it was a reverse sweep as well.
Wow.
You didn't catch it. G2 were up by 2. G2 doing what they do. They get 2 up. They look like they're going through, and then G2 unfortunately lose the series. It's happened numerous times now. I don't know what quite is going wrong for G2 when they get into those positions, but Pioneers, again, just proving that it's not a one-event wonder for them. They are here to play, and they have been really impressive.
And Pioneers, like Sentinels, they have a very high Game 5 clutch statistic. I think they were 7-3, now they're 8-3 in Game 5 statistics, similar to, I think Sentinels has like a 12-3 or something. So when you bring them to a Game 5, they tend to clutch up. Unfortunately for G2, I think it's the opposite. Bring them to a Game 5, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, reverse sweeps, I think, tell you a lot about a team as well. And I think the fact that Pioneers were able to get over that hump of being 2-0 down and managed to take that entire series, what does that say to you, Walshy?
Repeat that again?
The whole thing from the start.
No.
So welcome back.
Dave's getting I felt like it was one of those moments in class where it's like, Mr. Walsh was answering that question. I'm like, 4?
He was looking at me. I saw his eyes. There's no one home. Walshy, no, in terms of Pioneers, you know, being able to reverse sweep a team like G2, we've seen what they can do. We know what they're capable of. What does that tell you about Pioneers, you know, being able to get over that hurdle of being 2-0 down in a series and then seal the deal?
Yeah, it says that the longer the series goes on, the better that they're playing, the more that they can figure out about their opponents, the more comfortable that they get in a situation. They aren't just like a flash-in-the-pan team that says, we need to get on a streak really fast, get to a lead against the team, and then ride that out for the victory. They're saying, actually, we're in the long haul. Like, we need to get past these first couple little speed bumps in the series and go the distance.
Yeah, love to see it, and I think that ice is exactly what we're looking for, and it makes it really, really fun as well to watch at home. So if you were watching on the other stream as well, I hope you enjoyed that ride forward. We're actually going to give you some discount codes now. That is right, it isn't Christmas. I have been told I'm not the Santa Claus of Halo, even though I'd like to rebrand to that. But I do have a discount code for you guys. So obviously in celebration of this weekend, of course, you get 15% off all this gorgeous HCS gear in the Xbox Gear shop during this tournament. So all you have to do is use the discount code HCS Anaheim 2022 at checkout. Make sure you go to the link right there on the screen and look at Brav right in the middle there, guys. Come on, look at him.
In the middle, on the top
He's
right, in the top middle.
He is just
He's loving it.
The top right corner, that's a tried and true model face right there.
It is.
That is planned out, strategic.
He's got that side hustle going on, isn't he?
Dave's waiting for you. Well, no, I was going to say, like, we're one away from having a Tic Tac Bravo on the, from top right away to bottom left. We're just one away.
Do you know what? I love the dad jokes from Walshy. I'm here for this. I'm absolutely here for this. And I'm also here for another giveaway, folks. We have an Xbox Series X giveaway. You guys can get your hands on this custom Xbox. I mean, come on. Look how gorgeous that is.
Kind of too gorgeous, to
It's
be
way
honest.
too
I don't know
gorgeous,
if I
isn't
can,
it?
Yeah, it's too much
You need to make sure
responsibility.
you're dusting that every single day and make sure it is super clean and gorgeous, but you can actually get your hands on that. Follow at HCS on Twitter and retweet the official giveaway as well to enter. So amazing stuff to be won here. Discount codes, got Twitch drops, we've got everything going on this weekend, and we have a trophy that needs to be lifted by tomorrow. But we do have another match coming our way. Gentlemen, I'm gonna have to let you go now. We're gonna head to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, we have Xset versus Fnatic on the main stage, battling it out. Who is gonna come out on top? We'll find out right after this.
his body to make things happen. There's nothing going on that possession. Shot clock going down. Hunter Dickinson with a great duck in.
Young into the lane. No. Rebound for Michigan and Jones. Dickinson couldn't handle it. He had a chance at the ball there. Went underneath Young, and we have a whistle. And the alternating possession will be with Michigan.
And Devontae Jones had him. It probably had a little too much heat on it. But again, in pick and roll, he had Hunter Dickinson rolling to the rim. Give Hunter a lot of credit for getting on the floor there and tying up Ohio State. But that's one end of this game. I'm sure Devontae Jones is going to look back and say, man, if I could just take a little bit of heat off that pass, that's going to be a layup.
Hero with Ohio State, I should say. By the way, Michigan has 21 field goals and 10 dunks tonight. And a kick.
Kick ball. Ohio State possession.
Here comes Jamari Wheeler. 3 fouls. Zed Key has 4. Diabate with 4. Dickinson with 3 as we hit the stretch run. Into the corner it goes. And a 3 for E.J. Liddell.
I don't think Hunter Dickinson knew what defense Michigan was in. He was in zone. The guards had matched up in man, and if that's the case, you have got to get out there to Liddell. Hunter Dickinson guarded that like he was the middleman in the 2-3 zone.
Trying to spin on Liddell here. Dickinson scores.
Dickinson.
Out for Russell. Russell pull-up. It's in.
Cedric Russell.
And a timeout called by Ohio State.
Second charge timeout. 2 timeouts remaining. Media time on the floor.
Buckeyes by 8. 3.5 to go in Ann Arbor. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is presented by 5 Hour Energy. It's the one when you gotta get stuff done.
There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed. All these places had their moments with lovers and friends I still can recall. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I love you more.
Having a 5G phone that's not on T-Mobile makes as much sense as playing ice hockey. Using pool noodles. Get out of the penalty box with 5G coverage like this. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. T-Mobile, more 5G bars in more places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
We gotta tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. And we gotta do it fast.
Woo! New personal record, Limu!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tower cam for a... Hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like...
Looks like you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $69.95. Book an exam today.
MasterCard is working alongside Black women business owners with ways to get more businesses online and hundreds of millions in funding. Join MasterCard in showing respect and start something priceless.
expand your limits in the 2022 Lexus GX with Apple CarPlay support.
Get 2.49% APR financing on the 2022 GX 460.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamode.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Panthers Wild, Friday on ESPN+.
Michi Johnson out with an ankle injury tonight, so Cedric Russell playing 24 minutes, knocking down a big shot. Look at how this E.J. Liddell becomes almost a ball screen, and because of that, no Michigan defender picking up Cedric Russell. He has had a big night, 12 points, 5 of 8 from the field, but no two bigger than that one right there. Russell making a play here late.
It's an interesting time for Michigan. They get that big win against Purdue on Thursday. Last year on the very edge of the Final Four, losing in the Elite Eight, but certainly a Final Four hopeful last year. This year they come into the season Final Four hopeful. They need to pile up some wins down the stretch to make the NCAA tournament. Eli Brooks got an opening and knocked down a three.
Iowa State coming out in 2-3 zone, and much like Dickinson earlier, I'm not totally sure that everybody's on the same page in terms of what actual defense they're in. A pass back to Eli Brooks, and he is wide open on the left wing.
Young on Williams. And they're going to foul before the shot.
I just feel like that contact has been there all night.
To the free throw line when we come back. Ohio State by 5 over Michigan.
Five-hour energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're gonna need some energy, lots of energy. 5-hour energy for every workout.
You are an electric vehicle. Electricity powers your heart. Want to feel your heartbeat faster? Drive an electric car, made by a company whose EVs have gone 5 billion miles. For every highway, every driveway, and every speedway. And where the loudest sound is the beat of your electric heart. This is the new Nissan.
Are you kidding me? I'm getting sick of the industry. Oh, please.
These stuff's gonna kill me, but I won't let it. And I try to give it all, but they don't get it. So I tell myself when I sleep at night, don't lose sight, baby, don't lose sight. This life will get you down, but I keep living. So I tell myself when I sleep at night, don't lose sight, baby, don't lose sight.
The Capital One Saver Card, baby. 4% cash back on dining and entertainment.
Rewarding Chuck for dining and entertainment?
That's all he does.
That's like rewarding me every time I use a curse word.
It's like rewarding me every time I say hello, friends. Like rewarding me for every time I plunder. Hey, Garth, thanks for the goat cheese. Don't thank me, thank her. This goat cheese is from that goat? What's in your wallet?
Whoa, hold up there, partner. That's my line now.
Tell him, Sam. Tell him who's the GOAT.
It's a touchdown, football fans. Come into Arby's now and touch this brisket, bacon, and beef dip down into a cup of au jus. Arby's, we have the meat.
And I walk out, and my car is dented.
Well, Geico does offer 24/7 claim service with personalised attention from an assigned team.
24/7? That's a lot of attention.
They're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Oh, okay, good. Because I took an online quiz, and it turns out I'm an introvert.
Oh, I actually think I'm an introvert, too.
Oh, no, it's incredibly rare.
I don't think that's right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Geico. Your claims team is here for you 24/7.
UFC 271 is next. The main event will be on ESPN Plus pay-per-view. Adesanya Whitaker, John, the feature bell.
Adesanya, the last stylebender, one of the most fluid, graceful, adaptable fighters I've ever seen. Like, adapts to the fight. I want to find, if I'm a basketball coach, I want to find the hoop style bender, right? I'm going to be better at you at what you do best. Love it.
Prelims coming up here on ESPN after we go final, Jason.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Under 3 to go in Ann Arbor. 57-52, Ohio State with the lead over Michigan. Paul Sells, one of our 3 officials, is over here talking to Robbie Hummel out of the timeout. We'll get the explanation from Robbie in a moment when we go back to gameplay. But for now, Michigan 3 for 13 from three-point range. Kyle Young is at the free throw line. Is that something we'd like to share?
Yeah. So apparently the DV Sport is only getting one camera angle. So he was asking if we are getting more than that, which I assume we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are, now that it's confirmed. So if there's a play that needs to be reviewed, I think the rest will come over here instead of going over to the scorer's table.
That's exciting. We've not had anybody over at the table for a while. Last time somebody was at the table went through you. Robbie gives the thumbs up to Paul Sells on the way by, and we are off and running. 59-52, Ohio State over Michigan. Williams, and that's deflected by Young, unfortunately for Williams. That's not a good post.
I like the play call, but it's a really poor pass from Terrence Williams. And Michigan is incredibly fortunate they did not turn the ball over right there.
Halfway through the shot clock, Michigan trailing by 7.
There you go. It's 10 seconds to go, and we're still out near half court.
Young against Jones. Young got the body into him. Crowd wanted the foul. Bodies everywhere, and here comes Ohio State. Big screen from Brown. Freed up Wheeler for a moment.
Dante Jones into the basketball right now. He is not giving Jamari Wheeler any room to breathe.
Liddell and Dickinson. Back tap by Dickinson. Sprung it free. 4 to shoot. There it goes, and there it goes down for Malachi Branham.
How pure was that? Shot clock winding down. That's a freshman making a monster pull-up jumper. Malachi Branham racing to the occasion and knocking down the 2-point field goal.
For a 9-point lead for Ohio State. Eli Brooks got to have it, missed it short, and the rebound for Brown out of bounds to Ohio State.
Like Michigan used up all the makes on Thursday. They were just unconscious. Hunter Dickinson makes 4. Eli Brooks made 4 threes. Caleb Houston knocked down 4 threes, and tonight it just hasn't gone their way. As a team, they are 3 of 14 from the 3-point line.
And you can shoot as well as you can inside the arc, but that's not going to do it for you.
You said it to start the game. I mean, you got a lot of confidence, but it can disappear on you in one game. You know, it's just, we've seen it with so many people here, and that's going to be a 10-second violation. I don't think Cedric Russell had any idea of where that shot clock was. But in his defense, you got to help him too. He's going to come to the basketball, give him an outlet. He's getting pressured and didn't have a whole lot of help.
So Russell comes off. Brown is on. Minute and a half to go. Michigan would love to have this game to pair with the Purdue win from Thursday. And we have a whistle.
Good timeout. Timeout. Going to be a turnover.
Juwan Howard just executed on the timeout before the ball was loosened. So we step aside for 30 seconds. The Buckeyes by 9.
I'm a fancy exercise bike newbie, and I've gone from 0 to obsessed in like 3 days. Woo! Come on, Milwaukee, after riding 12 miles of nowhere, I'm taking a detour. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you could be working out a way to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem for a whole lot less.
61-52 Ohio State, the 186th meeting of these two fine institutions. And coming up later, two more fine institutions, UCLA and USC, to cap the night, 10 Eastern time in the Pac-12. Crosstown in Los Angeles, just short of the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Bengals coming up tomorrow. Who you got in the Super Bowl?
I'm going to go the Rams.
I like the Bengals.
All right, well, rivalry renewed here.
We just hosted our own talk show. How about that? Call programming. I think the Bengals by 10, actually. I think they're going to pull off a major upset.
I think Cooper Kupp is a beast.
I agree with you. I think Jamar Chase is a beast.
He is.
That has been your Super Bowl breakdown from Big Ten Talking Heads.
I just think that Matthew Stafford has paid his dues with years of poor team records, I will say.
That's a good way to put it.
I think the Michigan fans know what I'm talking about.
4 to shoot. Eli Brooks got to go. Into the corner, Houston. No. Rebound, Jones. 1:10 to go. It is Brooks. Another miss.
That's been the story of the night. I mean, Michigan has not been able to make an open shot.
There's a foul against Jones. You know, we talked to Joe Lunardi before the game. He said if Michigan won tonight, the Wolverines would be back in his field for the NCAA tournament, where they ended up in the Elite Eight last year with hopes of getting further this year. Preseason, very highly ranked team, but now the first 4 out for the Wolverines, as Brown missed the free throw.
Last one of play in regulation, 1 minute remaining.
Jones on the attack against Branham. Tipped out by Liddell, and Young runs it down for the Buckeyes. And he is fouled with 49.1.
Michigan fouls to number 55, Eli Brooks. His first personal foul, team's 10th, double bonus for Ohio State.
Double bonus coming up, and Ohio State had the schedule change a little bit on them. Adding the game against Iowa next Saturday, then Indiana on the 21st. At Illinois mixed in there as well, but generally not the toughest road of the contenders.
No, not at all. Now they're going to come fast and furious with the makeup games, and certainly Chris Holtmann is going to have to use his depth, and hopefully they get Michi Johnson back in the mix, but I'm sure he's hoping that this defensive performance can carry over. Michigan right now, 23 of 56 from the field, and if you take away layups and dunks, they are 8 of 34. They just have not been able to really get anything going of any sort outside of that painted area.
Why do you think that is?
It's just been one of those nights. I think maybe a little bit of an emotional hangover. And you said, what is this, the 4th game in 8 days?
Yeah, 3 and 5, 4 and 8.
Yeah, I think that some tired legs out there, and this is a situation where we have never seen anything like this in conference play because of COVID-19. You're going to have these cancellations, and weather plays a part too. We had the Landon or whatever that storm was that came through, had all those cancellations, and between those two, we've had some teams get dinged for games, and you got to make them up because they're just great opportunities to pad that resume.
Get a foul on the inbound against Williams.
Michigan foul is number 5, Terrence Williams, the second. His second personal
Michigan goes to Iowa and Wisconsin next week, so certainly not easy there. Iowa just put up 1,000,000 points Thursday night against Maryland, 110 on
Jordan
the turf.
Bohannon just made another 3.
Jordan Bohannon made the Iowa school record for threes.
Oh, he was on fire.
Yeah, that was outrageous.
He was also wide open a lot.
Yeah, yeah, that'll happen. Ohio State by 9 here. And I see coats being put on by Michigan fans. Timeout, Chris Holtmann.
Timeout, Buckeyes. The second charge timeout.
He's done a marvelous job. He's had a pretty similar situation to Brad Underwood.
Yes, he has. And I don't think that's getting talked about enough for Ohio State's deal. Talk about COVID, injuries, illness in general. They don't have 2 guys that were in their top 8 from last year. Justice Suing is a really good player. Seth Towns in their rotation last year. You've had Michi Johnson in and out of the lineup. You've had Eugene Brown in and out of the lineup. Same goes for Kyle Young. I want to say the only guys for Ohio State that have played every game are Justin Arns, E.J. Liddell, Zed Key, and I think Malachi Branham. I think those are the 4.
Here's the upcoming schedule for Michigan. That Michigan State game on March the 1st. Illinois, obviously. Michigan State, Illinois will be next Saturday on our airwaves. Don't sleep on Rutgers coming in here now.
No kidding. They grinded a win out, really stole one against Ohio State on Wednesday, and they got it done on the road today. That's been their kryptonite. They have not been a good road team.
Moving screen on Dickinson is the cherry on top tonight. And there's a technical foul for the road for Juwan Howard, who is not a happy camper today.
Technical foul has been issued to the Michigan bench.
I thought that was a hard screen, but I didn't think it was a moving one.
Juwan Howard didn't either.
he agrees, but
you know what I like now? If you just got a technical foul, you don't want a second one, you put your mask on to try to temper your emotion.
The ultimate protection.
Free throw good for E.J. Liddell. Look, this is a major win for Ohio State here. With 4 losses in the Big Ten, just 1 back in the loss column of Illinois. There's Juwan Howard, not happy. Don't believe he said all we're saying is give peace a chance. If I'm reading lips properly.
Michigan foul is number 12, Devontae Jones.
Foul is on Jones.
Moments later, a goal by Tappany gave the Finns a 6-1 lead. Sani Hakala finished out the scoring. The 3-time Olympian Fujimoto would watch the remainder of the game from the bench as she was replaced in goal by Kanishi Akani. The defending bronze medalist
And just like that, folks, we have gotten ourselves right back in here with a little bit of magic and some sorcery
A 2-0 lead for FaZe, not to forget. We've had a reset. We're going to have 15 minutes on the clock still to play, but FaZe have a 2-0 lead. They need 3 flags to win the game. UIU need full 5, so we're right back into the thick of things. Here we go.
It looks like UIU actually took our advice. It's like they heard us or something. I think they rallied up, and we're talking to each other. This is what we need to change if we want to stay in this tournament. And they're already running this flag. Great kill on Bound there. Carmea trying to capture this flag. He's so close. Is he able to capture it? He does. Great cap by Carmea there.
Okay then, 2-1 now the score. UIU showing they're not just here to take part. They're going to try and take over this series. Snipe down, gets him face to face and comes out on top with the help of the Mangler. It does its job and now he's in position to pull a flag.
Looking at this reset here, I know it's not super accurate with the stat line, but UIU actually has more kills than FaZe Clan. So I do like the strong start out of them. They're actually on this return, unable to get the trade there. Looks like 2 players alive for FaZe Clan in the treehouse. Might be able to continue running this flag. Unfortunately, it gets the return.
A reminder, once again, it's 2-1 now the score. FaZe do have that earlier lead that we spoke about. So now 4 flags required for UIU. FaZe still requiring the 3 when they've gotten this flag over the halfway point and Snipe down with the help of that Mangler, using it a bit like brass knuckles, putting a shot in, hitting the uppercut to the jaw, putting people to sleep, and you see him there again, prepared to drop it once more, put a final shot, the final nail in the coffin of Cycle. Piggy's in big trouble now, bottom middle, he's like a pig to the slaughter, he goes down at the back of the Bulldog.
I was gonna say, that was an interesting play by Snipe Down. Decided to leave the flag and fight that player in their own treehouse, but this is why I'm not the pro player. He was able to keep those players off of Boobadooboo, who was able to run this flag and secure, what is it, the 3rd flag cap for FaZe Clan.
Ever the objective mind is Boo Boo. Always rely on him to pick up the slack when needed. So now it's 3-1 to FaZe Clan. Sizzle stick over the top, lobbed up, gonna tank up Cycle just a little bit. He has to back down accordingly. Piggy down towards pillars once again. Maybe looking for his Kermit. Not gonna come this time though. Carmea with a backstab and momentarily behind enemy lines, but thinks the better of it. Gonna put some shots into Bound. That thruster pack's gonna get him out of dodge. Recharge 2, and Falcade gets the cleanup.
Unfortunately, it goes down there because the new rocket launcher, it looks like, just came up.
Oh, a fumble by Falcade, but Snipe Down gonna
No
be the beneficiary of that. Says no problem at all. I'll sign for that. Initials here, here, and here. Cycle. Shield's gone down. Falcade gets the clean up, so they're trading rocket for rocket, and splash damage enough there to get the job done. Tonneson hits the respawn screen. Piggy last man alive once more. Snipe Down soars into the base. Piggy putting down some shots in anger, trying to play a little bit of defense. Comes out on top, gives Snipe Down the wiggles, and backs down to his own palm tree.
That was an absolutely wild rocket. I blinked and almost missed it. That came out instantaneously, so good job on Snipe Down. Unfortunately fell. But Falcade trying his best to stay alive in the enemy base. Goes down. Cycle coming out on top, grabs this thruster pack. Trying to help his teammate.
Snipe Down. So used to playing on 50 ping or so when it comes to scrims and online competitions, but a different beast, a different animal when it comes to LAN. Has so much experience. Still so young too. This team, he's invaluable. Falcade and Boobadooboo pick up 2 in the feed. They're looking to collapse here. Overshield though for Cycle. What can he do with it? 2 members of his team have gone down, so that's going to stop the push just a little bit. But he has got control of the enemy lockers.
Looking at the stat line, Falcade sitting at a pretty 12-6 after this reset.
Oh, there goes the overshield, Jen.
Unfortunate there for Cycle. Good job for FaZe. They were able maybe to push across lockers here if they could play their cards right. Falcade already making his way through the enemy alley, shotgun in hand. Sniffs out Piggy, checking his corners to make sure there isn't another teammate there.
Sniffs out Piggy. Bacon on the menu now.
Oink, oink.
He's going to hit the respawn screen. Butcher's going to hold to him. Carmea puts some shots down to play defense. Boobadooboo says no. And adds him to the grave also. The obituary's looking thick here. Cycle spawns up towards what must have been lockers. Came back to play defense, unable to do so. Boobadooboo's got his hand on the flag, but it's going to be a flag standoff here. They're trading flags. This next few slays are going to be pivotal.
Oh, for sure. I love this run by Tony. Throwing it out to his teammate who is sitting top rockets. There's 2 members of UIU sitting in the enemy BR. I'm not sure if Boo Boo has any idea. He's running it through the main doors. Hopefully no team. Oh, yeah, the one teammate actually was able to take him out and is on the return.
Two members drop down on the return.
That was a great play there by UYU. Played it super patient, sat in the BR, knew Boo Boo Doo Boo was going to push through those double doors, and just dropped in and murdered him. Straight
up murder, and it looks as though, unfortunately, we have seen another crash on the side of the Observer. It is the way it shakes out sometimes. That's the way it goes. We've had no situations where that's been a problem really throughout, but of course, when we get a good series like FaZe against UYU, it decides to act up just a little bit, but gives us more to digest, more to talk about again. FaZe looking good, but UYU, they're right back in things.
They came out much stronger than they did the first time, I would have to say. So hopefully, you know, they can rally up again.
Yep.
We did much better, but we still have more room for improvement if we want to win this game.
Yep, definitely more room for improvement for them. They are still down in the match, of course. It was 3-1 when we did get that Observer crash, so we will get confirmation of exactly what's going on. Perhaps in the background, although the Observer crashed, maybe the game is continuing and we just don't know about it. We will get confirmation of that and fill you guys in. But another point, another time to bring up where exactly you can watch the streams. You know, you got twitch.tv/Halo going to be the main stream. We're over here on Xbox. Thanks again once more. C and D streams also have some games going the whole time, and there's going to be some serious streams going on, serious games. We're into the business end of the tournament.
Oh, plenty of Halo all weekend. So like he said, you know, you can watch here. You can watch on the Alpha channel, twitch.tv/Halo. You can check out HCS Red and HCS Blue, where there is no commentary, but still awesome gameplay here in Anaheim, California.
Also, lots of watch parties going on as well, Jen. We've got some streamers in the mix. We've got the likes of Maniac. We've got Formal, Oath, you mentioned, Ubernick. They're all doing their thing. And we've also got some Twitch drops to go along with it. But any of the streamers that you might be think that will be a good watch for anybody at home?
Oh, you can't go wrong. Honestly, I watch all of those people every single day. You know, I get on my lunch break at work and I throw on a King J stream and I have the time of my life, and my lunch break unfortunately flies by, but it's just non-stop entertainment in the Halo category.
So what we're going to have to do, unfortunately, here is take another break. When we come right back, we'll have a result for you guys and we'll be jumping straight back into game 2.
We're 0 for 6. We're 0 for 6. Like, I gotta try to get more than this guy, but there's no way.
Okay, what are the names of the 3 Covenant prophets in Halo 2?
I should know it, man, because like you don't know. Like I literally played so much Halo 2 campaign. I should know this. Like,
wait, Truth. They're all Halo 5 maps. Yeah, like Regret. That's 2. Truth, Regret, and I know the I know the prophet of Truth.
I'll give you a hint. These are the names of 2 of the maps in Halo 5.
It's not going to be a prophet called Fisher, bro.
All right, we'll think of like more generic.
Yeah,
that's not even a map. That's a forged map.
Yeah, it's still a matchmaking.
All right, okay, not a forged map. How have you gone with Fissure out of all the Halo 5 maps? You picked Fissure.
Because he said maps, and if you say maps, I'm just
Colosseum, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would have been closer.
Okay.
I think maps that are purple. I'm literally giving it to you, Robbie. There you go, there's one.
Is there one?
Yeah.
Wait, prophet is called Truth.
There's 3. Okay.
Yeah, Truth.
Come on.
Lie.
I'm one of them. I'm literally giving
it Stasis?
No!
Bro, you said DLC, bro.
Yes! There's so many DLC maps you can play. It's a remake of a Halo 4 map.
Mercy, bro. Yeah.
I would have fed through so many maps and you guys would have laughed so much.
Fisher, you didn't even see it. It's a forge map.
Yeah, but it's like, if it's a map or matchmaking map, I'm going to say that. But okay.
Which generations of Spartans do you play as in Halo Infinite multiplayer?
Which generation? 7.
So generation 7? No. I have no idea. It's got to be like some crazy number. 6? Spartan 4's.
Spartan
Halo
4's.
4. Oh.
Which city is the Earth portion of Halo 3 set in?
Which metropolis?
I can't even pronounce this. Void? Did I say that right?
Void?
Yeah, Void.
That's a city?
Yeah.
Where?
Okay then, folks, let's try this one last time, shall we?
Third time's a charm.
FaZe up 3-1 in game 1 of elimination round 2. Lose this series, you are eliminated. Win this series, you qualify for Kansas City without any if, buts, or maybes. 3 dead for the boys on FaZe. Make it 4 and an overkill for Cycle.
Unbelievable. Cycle with the overkill and gets the overshield. This is a much stronger start than we've seen this entire map. So, you know, this benefited them somehow.
The reset, they've come to life. Overkill for Cycle, but taking far too long here. Decided to play his life. Overshield diminishing all the time. Bound gets tagged up just a little bit. Falcate is there to assist. He's going to get eliminated very shortly and does. Killing spree locked in after that overkill. 2 more members hit the respawn screen for FaZe. They're in trouble. Flag out on the move and already towards the treehouse.
I was nervous they were playing that a little bit too slow, but, you know, they played it super calculated. Karmea already has it to their jump up. Phenomenal play by UIU here. Cycle trying to cut off the players, trying to overextend. Keeps them at bay, at least doesn't get a kill, but allows Karmea to flag capture there.
Flag punched in then. UIU close the gap once more. 3-2 now. The score to FaZe after the reset. Sizzlestick's gonna go down onto that balcony. Not gonna tag up anybody, but Bound's in big trouble. He hasn't paid the electricity bill, and because of that, it's gonna take him out. Boo Boo Doo Boo over towards Rockets, getting faced full of might, and he goes down. 3 dead here for UIU, but 3 dead also on the other side for the boys on FaZe. Falcade trying to claim some sort of map territory, and with perfect shots like that, he does just that.
Falcated trying to sneak into the enemy cafe here, playing it nice and slow, waiting for his team to push in. Decides to take this 1v1 against Karmea. Realizes there's another one in there. Unfortunately goes down. Karmea beats him down.
Beats him right in the snot. Sends him packing. Karmea then catches Bound on the double doors. Clears him all the way out. Tries to turn 2, but with the help of a teammate, did not need to. Cycle got that final shot into the back of the skull, sniped down. Plasma Pistol going to take Falcate down just a little bit, going to give him a bit of a tickle, but not enough to put significant damage down onto him. Now we see what can Tony do, just enough to take down Falcate. Snipe down, picks up one of the feet as well. Trading back and forth, this game still remembered. 3-2 to FaZe. Booba Dooba's got the flag in his hand.
It's super interesting. UIU is doing a pretty good job overextending and getting that flag out. I think they have a sneaky player that always gets by and somehow throws it out. And sometimes it works out in their favor. Unfortunately, this past time it did not. But that is fine because Tony does not get the return bound. Was able to get a touch on that. Hopefully gets to live here in the lockers. That would be super dangerous for UIU. Does go down, unfortunately for them. That could have been huge, but the flag is down in no man's land right now. Snipe down, being the warden of top tower. Gets taken down. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo still running this flag. Playing Spider-Man Simulator here. Might grapple hook this flag to himself.
That looks to be his plan for sure. Unfortunately, he has been back down. Took just a little too much time. And that gave UIU all the impetus they needed to get right back on top of things. Bound gets that flag touch once more like he did to keep it alive the first time. He has paid the price with his life, but Piggy's the last man alive. He's desperately trying to stay alive over towards Fruit. But Snipe Down does not concern himself with those matters. He gets the flag and he's looking to punch it all the way home.
I do like how each member of FaZe takes turns going for the objective. You know, they're not like, oh, Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo, can you grab that flag? Like, I'm just going to keep slaying. They are each doing their part, and I love to see that, especially in the elimination finals. Everyone has to do their part if they want to stay in this tournament.
FaZe require one more flag cap to secure game 1 in this series. It is 4-2 here. Falcated, with the help of the Mangler, gets one onto Carmea. Piggy scampering away once again with the overshield. He's got 2 members of FaZe here. Realizes straight away he's in a sticky situation. The assist comes through from Tony, who picks up a double kill, so the damage not going to waste. Falcated, isolate over towards Rockets. UIU have the flag on the move.
Great teamwork and team shots there from UIU, allowing Tony to run this flag, hopefully throw it at least bottom mid. Maybe he's going to turn and slay, maybe he's going to choke that flag juggle, but that is fine because he went back and threw it out, trying his best to stay alive here on the Dino spawn. Snipe Down being an absolute menace on the enemy pillars, goes down, thankfully for UIU. Maybe they can get this through the double doors. I feel like if they do, that's an easy flag cap.
Did Snipe Down delay that flag just enough for his teammates. Grenades are coming through and almost taking Tony down. A swift breeze would have eliminated him there, but unfortunately for FaZe and fortunately for UIU, it's now 4-3 in the game. FaZe need 1, UIU need 2 to close out game 1.
He's a runner, he's a track star. Tony Sun with the flag cap, nearly tying this game up. Who would have thought?
We have a series in our hands here.
We have a series in our hands.
It keeps happening. Every time we think there's going to be whitewashes, the underdogs let us know we're here for a reason. Bulldog, though, will do the damage over towards Treehouse. Falcated recognizes this flag might be dead in the water. Opts to stay alive, keep control of UIU's Treehouse. And he's going to be paying a serious tax to get evicted from here.
He's just begging for one of the players from UIU to push into the treehouse so he can just shoot them right in the mouth with that shotgun. Gets a perfect kill on Cycle. Still waiting to use this bad boy. Nice skin he's got going on.
Just wants somebody to get up and give his Bulldog a kiss.
Oh,
give it a pat in the head. Unfortunately, though, nobody looking to get up close and personal with that. And who can blame them? Cycle puts down a couple of warning shots onto Bound. You can see him trying to grapple the Rockets, does so successfully on the second time of asking. Will this be enough security now? Is this the insurance policy he needs to lock in that final flag cap? It's already over the halfway point. Snipe Down playing defense for his team. Assist comes through. Bound doing a fantastic job. Turns 2, 3 dead now. This should be the final cap, and is. FaZe take game 1. In the end, 5-3.
I think they put up a good fight. I think they put up a great fight. Despite being in the ring that long with FaZe, I'm proud of them. I think they could really take this map 2.
Map 2 is going to be a Slayer. It's going to be Recharge.
Ooh.
Let's try and dissect this just a little bit. After those restarts, FaZe were unfazed. Recharge Slayer is going to be game 2. You were a little bit worried. You were talking about that shock rifle already. Why is that going to be so detrimental to UIU?
FaZe doesn't miss. That's all I have to say. FaZe does not miss. And they will get up in your face and use that shock rifle like a shotgun. And Snipe Down will use it like a sniper. So long distance, short distance, they're just dangerous.
Dangerous. Hot and dangerous are FaZe with the sniper rifle. They make sure that they do not miss their shots. And in the hands of any single one of those on the team, they can do the damage required in this Slayer here. It's going to be very important to control the power-ups, the power weapons. Indeed, that camouflage is going to be instrumental.
Oh, for sure. I think towards the end of that last match, UIU was starting to wake up. I think this next match, they will be fully awake, I hope. I'm thinking FaZe is going to take this map, but you can't count them out. I don't want to jinx anything. It might happen. But I'm hoping UIU comes out strong and shows FaZe, you know, we can win this. We can be a strong team.
They don't want to go out and whimper. They want to at least take a game off them.
Take a map.
Take one.
I'd love to see them to take a map.
This map here, maybe. Let's take this map. What do you say, Jen? Give them this map.
Screw it.
Yeah, let's just
mess around and take this map.
I'll tell you what, production, we're going to cancel this whole game.
Yeah.
And we're just going to give it to UIU, and we're going to go to game 3. How does that sound?
Take a screenshot, put it on the fridge.
Yep.
I'd do that.
Frame it.
For sure.
Possibly.
Sign it.
Hang it on the wall. Sign it, maybe. But game 3 is coming, or game 2, excuse me, is coming right up right now.
Here we go.
FaZe Clan already up by 1.
Snipe down. Going for that shock rifle. This is dangerous.
Going for the shock rifle, secures it for his team.
Ping down, letting his teammates know there were 2 in tower. Sniffs out the 3rd. Can he get this win? He can. Karmea unfortunately goes down. So sad. Snipe down with the shock rifle still in his hands. Hungry. Waiting. Bound. A shark in the water. With the Mangler. Able to take down Tony. And Cycle.
Hungry is the right adjective to describe exactly what's going on here, and he's feasting right now. Picks up another kill to make it 3 without reply. He hasn't died a single time just yet. Gonna get back down here just a touch, but not before on the way out, taking down Tony with that frag grenade.
Not only FaZe Clan is picking up the momentum, Bound, I think, is starting to feel himself, pushing in with this Mangler, getting in their faces. I think as time goes on in this match, it's going to be drawn out.
Oh my word. Somehow, some way, Bound turns that with the sword charging at him, gets that kill, and also secures the one behind it. He's popping off right now. Bound still yet to register a single death. He's got 6 kills already.
In the kill view, we saw Boobadoo with the shock rifle, so it looks like it changes hands, but not any less dangerous from Snipe Down. Everyone, like we said on FaZe Clan, is dangerous with the power weapons.
Anyone wants to poke their head through the door, an uninvited guest, they'll be having it slammed on their nose extremely quickly. Jazeera trying to cross towards gold as well. Super CC trying to make a play up towards the glass, as we are going to see 1 kill fall in the favor.
Ball take.
Two-point game, make it a 1-point game once again.
Yeah, Envoy managed to pick up 3 kills without response before being taken down, but here now is that response in handwritten form coming from Xset. Fnatic managed to get into a lead, but now it's tied up at 20-20.
Suppressed in the same spot with that Mangler. No camo this time, so it might be a little bit harder. Nope.
Not able to get touch side to either one of those members, shooting him in the back, in the front, left, right. Camo, like we said, they could not let it get into FaZe Clan's fingers, but fortunately for them, they've shut him down before he can get ahead of steam.
Bound sitting at a sweet 10-1, 11-1 actually as we're speaking. So he is, you know, feeling himself. He's in his element.
Well, I spoke about if Bound can have many more lives, like a 6-0, 6-1 life, and he's just turned up and done it again. He's got 5 kills. That's his 2nd killing spree of the game. The man is not missing. He's locked in. He's lasered. He's focused.
If he keeps this up, this game is going to be over sooner rather than later, unfortunately for UIU. Snipe down with the shock rifle. Goes down. Tony's like, that is mine now, mother trucker. Unfortunately goes down as well. It's just a hot potato with the shock rifle. Falcated. Gonna push this bottom mid here.
Nobody really able to take control of that shock rifle. Changing hands like it's at an auctioneer's house. Piggy! More like bacon now, you've been fried.
I'm trying to see, you know, the shock rifles stay in someone's hands for more than 5 seconds. I want to see some highlight reels in this match.
Let's get some clips. That's the challenge now that we laid down for you, Karmea.
Yes.
What can you do for us?
I
You see Snipe Down's about to go into your line of sight. You're back down with that plasma grenade, though. Opting to re-engage at a different time. Different line of sight now. They know exactly where that shock rifle is positioned. Boobadoo just slips away, hits the body shot. Not going to be enough, though, to get the kill. Boobadoo backs him down. He's also got a bit of trouble pushing him. Oh, and Falcade shuts him down. A nice play there, trying to clamber his way up with the use of the grapple.
FaZe Clan definitely called that out, isolated that player in the turbine. They're like, let's just get this guy. This guy's by himself. Let's just take him out, and we can just take out the rest of the team, and that's exactly what happened there. 30-22, FaZe Clan up by 8 kills here in this Game 2 Slayer.
The camouflage just popped up. Repulsor play, but Snipe Down still manages to pick up that kill. Camouflage has not been picked up just yet, and you can see exactly why Snipedown's got his interests and where they lie. Is he going to try and expose himself? Sword coming through. It's Sword versus Sword! And Boo Boo Doo Boo, he's a man of the Sith.
His was a little stronger, a little larger. Unfortunately, Cycle gets taken down though. Looks like 2 swords are still dropped in the tower. And there's a camo player bound with a Mangler in his back pocket. I'm surprised he didn't pick up that sword instead, but he's a man of honor, I guess.
A man of honor.
I
3
respect
dead
that.
momentarily for UYU. Darth Doo-Boo was put in the grave. Cycle's trying to scamper up to get that kill, but Boo Boo Doo-Boo's back for more, back for blood. And no doubt he's got that sword once more, a 15 kill advantage. FaZe only need 10 more.
Falcon is sitting at 11 and 6. Got the shock rifle, trying to make that maybe like 12 and 6, maybe a couple more. Unfortunately, mentions that shot on Carmea.
Oh.
His little falcated senses were tingling there. Knows one guy is in his pipes, maybe 2.
Shocking people left, right, and center is sniped down.
Yeah, Cycle seemed pretty unaware that he was in that position, but Carmea was able to get that cleanup. It might be too little too late. This game is running out of UYU's hands. 5 kills to win here for FaZe.
5 kills to win before they lock in game 2. Make it 3.
Killing spree.
Bowen stats, snipe down stats, super impressive. Boo Boo Doo Boo as well, contributing as he always does. Tony picks up a double kill. Okay, I see it, but it's just so much work to do here. It's almost out of the realms of possibility.
No, for sure. If you look at the stat line for FaZe, the assists, there's so many more assists than UYU's. They're just playing so well together. They're isolating these players on UYU, and they're pushing together and just steamrolling them, unfortunately. But Cycle is putting in a lot of team damage. He has 9 assists, unfortunately going 7 and 12, but he's trying his best to get some damage in. Hopefully his teammates can come clean it up, but like we said, I think there's just isolated fights everywhere.
Boo Boo Doo Boo somehow spun around there, popped that player's shields and Bound on the rest, locked that one in. Bound like the bot that he is, the Terminator. That's going to be the final kill in the books. That's all they need. That's all she wrote. 50-39 for FaZe. They go up 2 in the series. They're on series point now. 1 game away from not only progressing in this tournament, but qualifying themselves for Kansas City.
The next map, Live Fire Oddball, they got a couple chances to take this back, UYU from FaZe Clan. It's not just 1 round, there's 2 rounds of Oddball you have to win, so.
Well, they managed to hustle and bustle in that first objective game, Bazaar CTF, so there's chances here with the way it shook out. I know the Slayer didn't go their way. We spoke about how important that Slayer game was going to be to get themselves back in the series. Momentum, though, heavily on the side of FaZe. What can UYU do here?
I think they just need to look at their game 1 gameplay and pick their heads up and be like, we need to play like this if we want to win. And I feel like they did even though they lost that map 1, I feel like they played phenomenal Halo. They were pushing together, they were calling out, they were playing slow, they were playing smart. They weren't just flying in. And I think if they do that in this next Oddball and they pull themselves together, I think they can at least take a round, if not the whole map, off of FaZe.
Confirmation then, 5-3 Bazaar CTF. Slayer recharge, 50-39, so 11 kill advantage in the game number 2. Live Fire Oddball is going to be our game 3. UYU lose this one, Jen.
They're out.
And they're going home packing.
And if FaZe wins this, they automatically qualify for Kansas City. Poggies.
Poggies in the chat. Not piggies in the chat at the moment. We're open.
We'll take some piggies.
We'll take some piggies.
Take some piggies.
On the flip side, maybe a silver lining to this, if UYU do get eliminated here, that gives them some more free time to perhaps visit Universal and Disneyland. There's plenty of options.
That is the bright side.
Right?
That is the bright side. I like that.
Yeah. So maybe, I'm not saying throw the game, but if you want to go see Universal, if you want to get on some more roller coasters, maybe losing it here isn't too bad.
Yeah, and go get some sun. You know, work on that vitamin D deficiency that we as gamers have.
Oh, we all have.
Or is it just me? I don't know.
I have vitamin D deficiency and I've got a bad case of nerd neck from sitting forward, but here we go. Game 3, FaZe Clan, like we spoke about, on match point. We're already well underway. 2 go down this time for UYU. No oddball time to speak of here, but FaZe Clan just feeling UYU out here.
Boo Boo Doo Boo already going for this objective. We love to see it. Snipe down with the sniper rifle, trying to take out the members, sniffing out Boo Boo with the ball. Takes out 1 player. Piggy unfortunately goes down to that sniper rifle. Already looking for that 2nd kill. I don't think he's aware that there's 1 nest. Tony might get the better of him.
Oh! Snipe down. Turns that battle on its head. Tony being extra sneaky. He had his Sam Fisher pants on. Fortunately for him, Not able to get that stealthy kill.
Good
Perfect
reference.
4 shots from Bound. Doesn't need a sniper rifle when you hit every single shot. 1v1 against Tony here. Who's going to come out on top? Gets the wiggles.
That would have been insane. Those were some pretty nasty strafes there, but Bound unmatched in his aim.
Those strafes were starting to give me a bad case of cross-eye. Booba-doobu, though, back tower with the heat wave. The meat wave, as so affectionately known as now.
Yes.
Grenades picked up in his back pocket. They can be nukes at times. 42 seconds of ball time here already amounted for the boys on phase. UYU are letting this game drift away from them.
Booba-doobu just sneaking around this tower with the heat wave. Tries to avenge his teammate Bound by killing Karmaya. He does. I'm not sure if anyone is going for ball here. Oh, UYU. Unfortunately, gets taken down. That looks like 2 dead for UYU for a moment. Falcade already set up for this new, what is this, overshield? Yes.
New overshield then.
This could be bad news Bears.
Bad news Bears indeed. Falcade has picked it up, but I like this from him. Choosing not to pop it straight away. Waiting for the appropriate time. He decides that is here and now. The push is going to come through. Karmaya over towards this sandbags here. You're going to be face to face with the overshield. He's going to have that mangler. He knows he has to back down. Does Falcade keep the distance? And he does just that. Not able to do the significant damage was Karmaya. So he secures that kill for his team. Tony trying to scamper away top middle. Mangler round drilling into his back. Ball's going to be played by Bound. Milks a little bit of time on the way out. 63 seconds to 6. It's a significant lead here, Jen.
Falcade doing a great job trading there. 2 down for FaZe Clan, 1 down for UYU. Tony doing his best to stay alive, goes down. Dies with the Mangler. Booba-doobu, top mid with the heat wave. Dangerous position here.
Dangerous to the extreme. Is handled. Is
That was a
eliminated.
good play. They just need to double team. UYU just needed to double team. Although FaZe is doing a great job of sticking together. You would think, you know, when they're up in the series, they can just run around all willy-nilly, just take 1v1s, 1v2s, and be super cocky. But they're actually doing a really good job. They're like, we don't want to lose this. Like, I think they acknowledge, you know, this is a good team. And if they play silly, they can lose it. So they are sticking very well together here in this series.
Hunting in the pack. Tony's got the sniper rifle. What can he do?
Oop, get a body shot.
Lands the body. Unable to pop the spud.
Go for it.
Falcade, 2 warning shots sent his direction. None of them connecting though. Tony needs this for his confidence, needs this for his team. Has to pop off, can ill afford to misplay here. Lands the body, gets the clean up. They have ball. It's going to start to move towards tower, or at least it should. It doesn't, and now all of a sudden the sniper player is completely isolated from the rest of his team. 1 down for FaZe though, Bound in the respawn screen. UYU have it all to do.
Cycle trying his best to rotate this to his teammate, spawning back tower.
Oh,
Tony takes,
my word.
What a beautiful shot there by Tony. Gets the double kill and the overshield. Can he live? He cannot. Sniper and OS down on the OS spawn, but that was a great play there by Tony. Great shots.
Some beautiful goodies there for whoever can get their hands on it. Karmaya stops one player from doing it. Unfortunately, Piggy's picked it up. Overshield in his hands, how he would like to drop this off to a teammate and play a little bit of defense elsewhere. But unfortunately, no teammate within receiving distance of the ball, so he's forced to milk this time with the overshield, and all the while it's going to be depleted. At least he's going to be a bit of a juggernaut to take down on the ball. Grenades flying in his direction, scampers away, clambers away, top middle. 2 kills go in favor of UYU in the shape of Booba-doobu and Bound hitting the screens. Karmaya picks up 1 also, and now they're clawing their way right back into things.
Looks like Cycle earned the Top Gun badge, sitting at 12 kills, the highest in this match so far. He's doing a great job staying alive, getting some kills, allowing Piggy Saiyan to get some ball time to try and bridge this gap. They're only down by 23 points, it looks like. I can't do math.
Only down by 23.
Yeah.
Trust yourself, trust your gut. You knew what you were doing there.
True.
14 seconds now. FaZe have their hands on the ball once more. And with every second drifting away through that hourglass, precious, precious time goes towards FaZe in this round number 1. No players in position to stop it. Round 1 of our game 3 goes the way of FaZe. They are 1 oddball round away from winning this series and sending UYU to Disneyland.
They gotta pull off some crazy stuff here, I'm not gonna lie, if they want to stay in this game. Instead of pushing top mid, they decided to drop bottom mid for a quick ball grab, it looks like. Nope, going right past it, getting the heat wave, going for this flank. I like this play. I don't think they were expecting it. Falcaded, unaware, has a sniper rifle.
Falcade with
Can
the
he
sniper
live?
rifle. Can he live indeed? Being hassled, harried by the meat wave. Sniper shot in the back of Cycle. That's going to do the job. Overshield about to get picked up, but whisked away with the help of Boo Boo Doo Boo. That's going to be an overshield for FaZe. They've got 3 seconds. They don't quite have ball time because it's been reset. A huge play by UYU and a huge play by Carmea as an individual just to reset the map a touch while his teammates are in the respawn screen. But unfortunately, Boo Boo Doo Boo going to work with the overshield.
Looks like they can get a lot of ball time here. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the overshield. Unfortunately, it's out now, but he had the heat wave. Snipe down, bringing this ball back tower. 2 dead momentarily for FaZe Clan, but they can still rack up the ball time. They have members of Uwu, I keep wanting to say. Yep. I keep wanting to say Uwu. I should just lean into it. Spawning in A, trying their best to make it across map and stop FaZe Clan from earning more points.
Carmea, as he soared off sandbags, got a shot at the heat wave for his troubles. Boo Boo Doo Boo on the hunt here and cooking people all the way through. How do you like your Spartan? Well done.
I saw Bound just fly in there like a crazy maniac. You can tell he's feeling himself when he's just flying in like that past 2 members of UYU. Snipe down with the ball time. Love to see it. Like I said, everyone doing their part, except for Falcon, of course, not going for objective.
Yeah,
okay.
0 objective time.
It's like, you guys can do that. I got the kills.
Bound, after an impressive performance in round 1, finds himself with 0 kills in round 2. 2 assists to play with though, 4 deaths, so perhaps he can pick it up, but Bound hasn't registered a single kill for his team, but somehow, some way, they've got 51 seconds and another overshield for Bound, so perhaps a kill coming his way very shortly.
Oh, for sure. This is guaranteed.
Unless, speak of, there it is.
Oh, no, he's good.
He's punched it
He's
in.
like, all right, we can win now. I got a kill. Waiting for Donnie to push this dummy door here. Wonder if he's going to ego chow. Of course he is. Goes down. Tony asserting dominance there.
Tony gets the
Xbox
job
flip
done.
that.
77 seconds here. Snipe down, recognizes he's in big trouble. Gets in the position to play the ball. Cycle's trying to head him off the pass before he's able to do so, but members of FaZe in hot pursuit to escort him home. They have that insurance policy, scampering away bot middle, opted not to play the ball at all, milking it all this time. 87 seconds. They're chasing him all the time. He's the last man alive, but he's still milking time here.
This is Barry Allen. He's just running this around the map. UYU trying their best to catch up. Able to grab it, trying to throw this A, get some ball time going. And they are on the board, 4 seconds and counting, but I'm not sure how long this is going to last, although 2 just went down for FaZe Clan.
I know what you people at home are thinking. Snipe down with the ball. Was he traveling? No, we could very clearly see he was dropping it, he was dribbling it. The ball was hitting the ground, so we can't flag him up for that. That's not against the rules. He's playing by that. 9 seconds required now for FaZe Clan to qualify for Kansas and also punch their ticket into the final and next round. Not the final, excuse me, just the next round. Getting ahead of myself, getting all excited. Sniper rifle here for Tony. Needs to go huge. Can ill afford to make any more mistakes, can UYU. Overshield in 16 seconds or so now. And how UYU need this more than ever.
They can definitely rack up some more ball time if they get this next OS. And Tony still has the sniper rifle in his back pocket. Although the ball is left scoreboard, Falcated is going for it. Overshield's coming up in a moment here. Looks like UYU is going to secure this. And they're going to rotate this back tower. I love this play out of Cycle. Being the warden of scoreboard, trying to get his teammates to safely travel to that back tower there. Trying to hold them off, get some picks.
Overshield almost completely obliterated. Gets traded out there. A great play. But FaZe have got the ball in their hands once more, and they've done it here and now. Not interested to go into a game 4 nor a game 5. Job done. GG no re. UYU eliminated FaZe, qualified for Kansas, and punched their ticket into the next round. An impressive performance for them at 3-0, and the momentum well and truly on their side now.
They put up a good fight. You know, they can go back in theater and see what they have to work on. I think they can come back much stronger next tournament. So I don't think this is a complete loss for them. I think they did a good job against FaZe with all of these legends lined up. I'd be proud of myself, you know.
UYU, they don't lose, they learn. Is that what we're going to say here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't lose, you learn. You've got the job done. You learned as much as you possibly could, and with the way the tournament shook out, who would have expected they would have gotten as far as they did? So great performance out of them. Fantastic stuff. Game 1, 2, and 3 though, it's a clean sweep. No signs of reverse sweeps this time around. 5-3, 50-39, and 2-0 on live fire oddball. A very convincing performance out of FaZe. Bizarre CTF was a bit of wobble after those restarts, but they got the job done. They maintained their composure, and they lock it in. And there is the bracket then. What does it all mean? Cloud9 up against Pioneers, Opti Gaming against Sentinel, still to play. And as we drop down to the elimination bracket, what does it all mean? What was it for? FaZe will now play E United as after they got the job done, as Jen's nerves
I'm
go
not
through the
stressed,
roof.
you're stressed.
No, you're stressed.
No, you're I'm not sweating.
FaZe
Nope.
E United round 3. That's going to be a tasty one for us to watch here. G2 awaiting their opponents, awaiting the winner of Fnatic against XSET. So we'll find out what happens there. No doubt Fnatic XSET's going to a game 5 with the way Fnatic have been playing.
I hope so. For my own viewing pleasure, I hope it goes to a game 5. I love the cheat clenchers of a series, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it's important to note, not only have FaZe then, because they have advanced, they've got themselves to Kansas City. It's also good to note then, so have United, they've qualified for Kansas City. That's all from us. Tony and Shyway will be back after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan.
captured.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to HCS Anaheim, our NA regional tournament. 16 teams is what we started with, but we no longer have 16 teams. We still do have a $150,000 prize pool, though, so a lot to fight for. But things are getting down to the end of the line here for some of these teams in the elimination bracket. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined with Tony once again. Tony, my man, welcome back to the B Stream. How you doing? You got to be on the desk a second ago, too. How you feeling?
I did. It was actually really good. I made my A-Stream debut and back here to the B-Stream, which, I mean, we turned the B-Stream into the A-Stream. That's what we do around here.
That's literally it. You know, I know that you wanted to come back to the A-Stream, and I think you will. I think it's the first of many. We got plenty coming up, Tony, but like you said, we're going to turn the B-Stream into the A-Stream. Let's pick up the energy here because we have a hell of a series coming up. We've got Elimination Round 3, E United and FaZe. One of these teams are going home at the end of this series, and let's take a look at the bracket as well because it's been quite a journey to get here.
Yes, although we have E United and FaZe on the screen here, we have Cloud9 and Pioneers in the winner's bracket semifinals to make it into the top 3. Same thing on the other side as we have Optic going up against Sentinels. We are down to the nitty-gritty.
So I believe these matches will be taking place tomorrow, by the way. So that is already settled, done and dusted. Those teams will face off winner's side. What matters more today is the elimination bracket. Things are getting dicey down here in elimination phase. E United have yet to face off. E United having a couple close shaves today, but they do seem to be looking pretty good in their last series against Esports Arena Red. FaZe with a 3-0 off of UYU. They did lose to Sentinels, though, and that was a heartbreaker for them. On the other side, Tony, what do we got?
Yeah, we have G2 waiting for the winner between Fnatic and Exit.
Can now Super CC. He's trying to bait the oddball, but you get the feeling he's going to have a nasty moment happening in just a few seconds.
Yeah, they were not letting that one happen around the corner, but we are essentially tied up here now, 89 to 83. Exit only need 10 points.
3 players alive for Fnatic. You got to go, and you got to go now if you want to have an opportunity to keep this game alive. They do go. They go hard, and they go fast. 2 players do fall on the backside of it, though. So Spectre says, hey, all this fighting's cool. I got the oddball in my hand. I'm going to run away from the battles. I'm going to pick up the win for my team as Exit go on 2-1 in the series.
Team is popping off. Kratos is jumping up as well. He's pumped. The team is ready to rock. And after a dominant game 2, they find themselves with a very, very good performance in game number 3 as well. On the other side of the stage, though, very different spirits.
Oh, 100%. Fnatic completely broken, it looks like, at the moment. And understandably so, because Exit dominated that game. They never looked like they were under pressure. It always looked like they were in control of the game. And one thing that I love is, like, all of a sudden it smiles on the side of Exit. They love taking games off of teams who are being talked about for their great performances.
And you know what Kratos was just popping off about? He's looking at suppressed stats. You hear him saying, oh my God, he might be able to read some of the lips there, but he was hyped when he saw that final scoreboard, just saying, oh my God, there's only one thing he's looking at, it's the PGCR, and he's looking at what Suppressed did in that game. And, you know, Kratos, you love him, you hate him, either way, he's going to hype up his teammates and get them fired up for what could be the final game.
Yeah, it's one thing you want, right? If you've put on a big game, you've put up big stats, especially if you're a new player, to the main stage, to have an experienced player looking over and going, you're popping off. You are popping off. It just fills you with belief. And that's just not popping off, by the way. There's a new word for that. That is suppressing the other team. 41 and 22 for Suppressed. That is a big boy stat line.
Look at the KDA category. There's one of these is not like the other, and that is going to be Suppressed 22.3 KDA. As you said, it's a 40 bomb plus 41 and 22, and that is why Kratos was getting loud. And you know what I love is Suppressed. That tells you one thing. Suppressed during that game never said anything about his kills, never said anything like, okay, I'm trying.
Dropped nearly
like
10K.
My God, huge numbers from Suppressed.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there.
No, I'm just as excited as you are.
You know what I mean? I almost saw it, 10K. I haven't seen that for quite some time, especially on the the stage. Not since I played with you in matchmaking. I know that you can put up those big kind of numbers, Andy. But let's take a look at these replays now from the series. And it is going to be mostly just the POV, you would imagine, of Exet. It was just them winning the battles the majority of the time and having the ability to control what was a scrappy game. But when it was scrappy, one thing that always stood out to me, as we see once again the play from Envor as he does his best Michael Jordan, kind of hovering through the skies looking for the slam dunk. But one thing that stood out to me is when they made a play call hit Exet, it was always committed to. We saw 3 players at certain points running onto a last player alive to make sure that they cleaned out those areas. That was the difference.
It really was. Take a look at more highlights here. This was towards the end of that round, and just great stuff once again from the entire side of Exet. I mean, what else are you more? Excuse me, what more can you ask for? Look at this play. Here's Suppressed though. What else can you more? Suppressed though just peeks down, hits that nice little shot, and make sure to clean out the little bit of wait and bait attempt from from Super CC is not going to come through. And in the end, Exet with 2 rounds to 0, they will close out game number 3.
I mean, one of the stats that isn't shown in that game as well is height gathered by one player. Because I mean, in those replays, I've never seen a man.
I mean, repulsoring off of C-Plat, he was, you know, we saw it yesterday. We did see a repulsor play coming in on live fire once again, where you take to the skies to try to get an angle.
Big Gilk making the play.
It was Gilky on G2. It did not work out for Envor that time, but we'll have to see what Envor and co on Fnatic have in store for game number 4, because they are 1 game away from a lot of things. Elimination from this tournament, a really terrible night, and open bracket in Kansas City, but Exet 1 game away from all 3 of those not being true.
Yeah, and on top of that, I'm not just kind of...
Oh gosh, what else?
That was a misery after Fnatic. Just it raises the performance against C9 as well. It becomes almost irrelevant, right? Because of the fact that they haven't been able to capitalize on all of the hype, all the success, everything that went right in that series by just losing the next one here to Exet. For Exet, you gotta close it out there now, Andy. We've seen some crazy game 5s already today. Fnatic were involved in one of them against C9. They don't want to go there again. If you're Exet, for Fnatic, maybe they want another shot at that game 5, and maybe they want to see if they can turn around their fortunes.
And here we go, scary stat. You just saw 42 assists per game on average on Streets. Of course, that's not a Slayer average necessarily. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out, but Exet with some very good team shooting on this map without a doubt. And can it pay off for them? Can they close this series out in 4?
Well, Streets is where the game and the series will be decided. It's 2-1 now to Exet. Fnatic need to send this to a game 5 to keep their tournament hopes alive. For Exet, it's a chance to send Fnatic home. Suppressed the man who impressed in that last game.
4Dead right away off of the brakes. The Spectre shake of the head there with the Bulldog. Great work. It's also going to mean a rocket grab for Kratos. By the way, we did see this game type played in scrims. Fnatic narrowly won it here. We'll have to see how this plays out. Triple cap immediately.
Triple cap immediately. Rockets in the hands of Kratos as well, and he's just baiting this stronghold. He picks up one, he picks up two. And that's 3 dead again for Fnatic. Make it 4.
Oh my God.
That's 4 dead back to back at the start of this game, number 4.
The time elapsed overall where Fnatic has been alive or dead is about 90% dead. That's back-to-back, dying back-to-back off of the opening of a game in Strongholds. You are in deep trouble. Triple cap continues 50-0.
Talk about big trouble. This is the deep waters here for Fnatic. This is where you learn a lot about a team, and at the moment, it looks like the game plan isn't quite in place. They managed to at least get a hold of B, but XCS are aware of their position now. Fnatic are trapped over at B. They're trying to make a play towards A. It looks like Super CC will be in position to maybe convert that, but as I say, look at the feed. Arctic stopped it, and maybe there'll be a chance for a reset to come in.
2 dead for Fnatic once again. Somehow, though, they were able to get A and B off of all that. So the Spectre, the man who needs to make sure to control this middle of the map right now.
Gets taken down. Bulldog is going to be down outside of tires as well. Super CC looking to put the pressure onto Suppressed. Suppressed does a great job of actually converting that back into the favor of XCS. 74-5 to score. And at the moment, Fnatic look like they're on the ropes ever so slightly. They're not picking up the kills they need to. Maybe now, if they can clean up this kill, the numbers advantage will be a way back into this game.
Yeah, there we go. Finally getting 2 dead. All 4 players of Fnatic are alive, so they're going to have their eyes on C. But pressure comes in right away from Suppressed.
However, those spike grenades are going to slow things down for just a second, but look at that, just unrelenting pressure coming in from Suppressed. That is a confident player carrying over the confidence from that last game's performance.
2 dead for Fnatic once again. Every time I look at the right side of the scoreboard, it feels like there are at least 2 players dead on Fnatic. It is 91-5. We talked a lot about Envor making some fans this weekend, but also on the other side of the stage, it's Suppressed making a name for himself big time here in Halo Infinite.
Suppressed just putting on a show at the moment. Suspector doing likewise. Looking at the stats, it's Suspector who sat at 7 and 2, Suppressed at 5 and 3. But more importantly, the only stat line that matters is the score. That is 107-5 here for XCS. They're going to be converting B, but they also have Fnatic trapped at C.
Look at the push here. Look at the cohesion from the side of XCS. They're flying in together. Suppressed is a man with a plan here on the hunt, just trying to sniff out anyone who might be around.
My goodness.
Finds the kill. That's the second time that Suppressed has essentially solo pushed C and then won the battle there for his team. He's not done yet, picking up all the kills that he needs to. It's 128-5.
Fnatic are just being strangled in C at the moment. They cannot get numbers back on their side. Finally, Super CC will that kill. It's going to allow his team to move up towards B. They stem the bleeding and they start scoring. That's an important thing to do here for Fnatic, just for confidence, let alone the score in this game. They need to believe there's a way back into this as Super CC flies into C for the reset.
They'll hold BC for just a second here, and now going to be 3 dead, though. Jazero the only player for the moment, so presumably they will have to reset. B is going to come in for the side of XCS, and we'll have to see what Fnatic can do. As we saw in scrim results, we saw them win this game, but narrowly, but this has been a very, very different game in tournament play on the main stage.
Jazero just taking that middle lane, and that will be a flip of A and C now going to Fnatic. They need to jump into B as soon as possible. That's exactly what they're doing. Fnatic's starting to find a little bit of rhythm now. Finally, making some decisions and committing to them. There's a little bit of teamwork coming in. Jazero on that flank to help out Super CC. He picked up that double kill. XCS now trapped to A. You can see that ticking. Means they know where those spawns are coming in.
And let's not forget, Strongholds, it's a marathon. It is not a sprint. You need to play the entirety of the game, and they're thinking about teasing a trip cap here. They have BC, might even get the reset on A. 3 dead. Make that 4 dead. Fnatic is right back in this game. It's a trip cap, and you're going to see that scoreline get ever closer by the second.
And it's off the back of Super CC's killing spree. So he's the man who started to heat up for Fnatic. He's been a player who really has put in some big performances for them as well today. He needs to put in the biggest one maybe of his career so far as Envor and Jazero are going to pick up more kills. Arctic taken down, and I tell you what, a couple of minutes in a Halo game and how things look very different. C will be converted here. Kratos is still trapped at the back of the base, but he can live for as long as they want because A, B, and C are all in Fnatic's hands.
This is where we find out how bad Fnatic wants it. Talked a lot about this team over the course of the weekend, and now they need to win this to stay alive, to force a game 5, and also to see if they can hopefully get a pool play spot in Kansas City now, 110-133.
It's crazy how a game can look over just by the way that a team starts. It's not how you start in Halo Infinite, it's how you finish. A being converted. There is a player inside of B as well, but it looks like the play and the play call is on C from Fnatic. They're going to flip things here. Arctic is going to be caught off guard, taking down no shields, and more importantly, there is that reset, and all of a sudden, it was about a 100-point lead for Xset. Give it a few seconds, it's going to be a lead change here as Fnatic should take over B and take the lead.
It was just 110-5. Look at that run from Fnatic. If that doesn't tell you what you need to know about this roster, they're going to go ahead and take the lead now. They are here to play. Never count them out. Like we said, Stronghold's a game that you can bounce back in. Fnatic, a team that can bounce back. They've not only done that, they've taken the lead.
You get the feeling this series is going to be going all of the way to that game 5 if Fnatic can keep that pressure on, but one way to stop things is to pick up kills. That's exactly what Xset have just done. That was a 3 dead. They get control, but also the timing of it perfect. They now have the rockets in the hands of Arctic 2.
Xset said not so fast. Once again, you're going to see a lead change on screen, and they're going to be ready to get right back in control, because I tell you what, they are probably pretty upset about the run we just saw. It's a double make it, a triple for Arctic there. Beautiful play in tires.
He's looking to move into B as well. That kind of play could change your fortunes. A and B converted. C as well is currently in the hands of Xset. It looks like Fnatic are making a play towards it though to convert it, but it's been stopped at the last second. It gets converted though to 0. Makes that play. Arctic though in position to add another kill to his tally.
Fnatic's social media manager was finger on the trigger with the memes about game number 5. Hold the phone. Not so soon. Xset wants to end it right here. They want to end it right now. Killing spree for Arctic.
And it's been 2 players, right? Killing spree for Super CC that turn it back in the favor of Fnatic. Then a killing spree now for Arctic that's tipped those scales back into the favor of Xset. A triple cap again now. The lead starting to extend. We're getting into those deep waters, Fnatic. What have you got?
Arctic here with a combo of Disruptor and a Microwave in hand. Does a lot of damage on both players. That's going to help as they're going to continue to hold on B.
Kratos picks up the kills as well. Damage being dealt by Arctic. He's playing some phenomenal Halo in the last couple of minutes. 212 and rising to 147 the score here. Fnatic need to do something, and they need to do something now. It's so easy to get drawn into that trap, though, of going for strongholds, Annie, when you need the kills.
Suppress there. Very wise to just not peek one last time. Instead, just lock down AB. They're going to continue scoring. Look at this. It's 223 to 147. We were just tied at 130, and Xset has answered back with a huge swing of their own. They're 20 points away from taking the game in the series.
Press working with his teammate Arctic again. Kratos picks up another onto Jazero. Septify, last player alive, but manages to at least pick up 1 kill. Also manages to pick up another by the looks of things. Septify might be able to turn a triple. Maybe that's the way for Fnatic back into this game.
We'll have to see if they can. No room for error. 240 to 147. It will be Fnatic with control of BC. They will continue scoring once again, but as we said, no chance for any slip up here for the side of Fnatic. They need to maintain control. Only 10 points to go for the side of Xset.
Kratos trying to bait out these rockets. I love the play though, coming in from Super CC, holding on to that rocket until he knew he could pick up a kill. With that, he's going to exchange the rockets out for the Sentinel beam. Kills going in the favor of Fnatic. Yes, Xset only need 10 points, but who's scoring? It's going to be Fnatic.
Look at Super CC so confident. He does not go back up B stairs to help. He was confident that his team would get the B reset. That's exactly what happened. That allowed him to continue patrolling around bottom middle, but look at C.
Kratos has managed to sneak behind enemy lines here, and he's managed to jump into C, but as he does that, they won't be scoring for now because it's going to be Fnatic who are inside of A. They will get that conversion. 177 is the score for Fnatic, but now Suspector's inside of A. He's going to deal with this play. No! Super CC makes a super duper play.
My God, and doesn't even trade. He stays alive at A as well, so this is getting absolutely crazy here with C getting converted and constant base trades back and forth.
Oh, B just about gets picked up, but as that happens, a huge 1v1 will be won by Suspector. Can he get away with his life, though? Xset look like they're going to make the play to hold B for now.
Man, they just need a game plan. Xset needs to just lock on exactly where they want to go, how they need to push out. They only need 1 good push to win this game, but the game's just about within 50 points.
Xset making the play onto A. Kratos picks up 1, Suspector punches Envoy in the face. Jazero picks up another, but here comes the push from Fnatic onto B. Here comes the hero play, maybe. Jazero gets taken down by Kratos.
Huge.
244 and rising, and that might be the game here. Kratos positions himself perfectly. The desperation play now coming in, but it's not enough as Xset clutch up in game number 4.
And popping off like you'd expect that they would. Jumping out of his seat is Kratos. Going to be very happy with that. And Fnatic, a team that took the best team in the world to 5 games earlier today, will find themselves eliminated from the tournament. It's an early departure for the side of Fnatic, but XSET will continue on in this bracket. They will continue on in this tournament, and they will also lock in pool play for Kansas City. On the other side of the stage, Fnatic will have to play through the open bracket at our next major.
They certainly were. And my one thought about Fnatic, I'm taking nothing away from XSET here, by the way. Amazing composure in those final moments of that game. How much did that C9 series a little bit earlier maybe take out Fnatic coming out on the losing side of that? But that's all excuses. That's all hearsay. There's one team we need to talk about, and that's XSET, the winners of that series. That was a really fun series to cover.
That was awesome.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of fun.
We hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, of course. Fantastic set of matches there between these teams, and a lot of each team with a few up-and-coming players who absolutely put on a huge show. But in the end, it's all about XSET. That's the team we're going to remember. That's the team we're going to see continue on in the bracket.
And who else to pick up that final kill? The clutch kill on B.
Yep.
It's the man himself, Kratos. We heard from him. He calls himself the best in the game. Well, that play was the play that was probably the most important in the game because it did secure that version of B. He managed to pick up the kill that won them the game and won them the series. But I just had a crazy feeling in that game with a comeback from Fnatic. Maybe we were headed to that game 5, but one thing we're learning about Strongholds, Andy, I think it's one of those games where we are going to see big swings because of the ability for teams to control the map so well.
And you just can't let the enemy team get past really 235, right? That's when you are in trouble, and one single push will burn you. And I think if Fnatic can give themselves a little bit more cushion, turned on the Jets just a little earlier, kept that game at 225 instead of 240, I feel like we might have seen them bring that game back. But when you don't give yourself enough room for error, it's going to bite you back, especially in a game like Halo Infinite.
It certainly is. And the Fnatic roster, I think there's a lot to be proud of as well. Unfortunately, you know, it's not the result they would have wanted. They crash out of the tournament, but at the same time, there's a lot to be proud of for them moving forward in the rest of the season. And to be honest with you, I was looking at the elimination bracket, and I think no teams here really wanted to play them.
No.
And when we get to the open bracket in Kansas City, no one's going to want to play them. It's going to be Sentinels Mark II. As Fnatic, you would expect them to stomp their way through that towards maybe getting back into pools a little bit later on in that tournament. But a good debut for them. I think they'll probably be pretty happy with some of the performances. A little bit disappointed to fall out early.
Yeah, I think it's disappointing, especially after we saw what them do earlier today. We had everyone here in the venue just absolutely huddled around TVs, just watching that B-Stream match. I think you and I had to jump on the Alpha Stream, but we were just watching that B-Stream match so intently, as I'm sure so many of you were at home as well. But it's XSET that takes the win. Let's go ahead and throw down over to the stage because we've got Blaze here on the stage with our man Suppressed.
Thank you very much, Andy. And yes, XSET just came out with a big W, and it was actually Suppressed first W on the main stage, okay? So he got it done today, and your performance was not nothing to to talk down. It was the best of the best, dropping 41 kills in that map. How you feel right now getting a W with your squad?
We feel great. Honestly, we just wanted to work together and just loot up on the weapons like manglers, stalkers, thrusts, nades, everything. And like that's what we did all series, and we knew that we were gonna come up with the W because we've been hot all weekend, honestly. It's just unfortunate stuff that happened. But day 1 and day 2, honestly, I just been frying.
Yeah, you have been frying, okay? And so going from day 1 to day 2, you talked about how y'all had some struggles in there in some of y'all series, but how did y'all change y'all gameplay from yesterday to today, and what you guys want to do going forward?
Honestly, we just wanted to step out our comms. That plays a huge factor in winning. All 4 of us were kind of like, you know, like not working together, I would say, like not as much as day 1 as today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like communication was a huge factor that played in today as well.
Okay. Making sure you guys keep the comms clean because the shots are there. The individual skill is there. Just making sure that you guys are shooting together to get the objective done. All right?
Right.
And so you had 105 kills in this series, okay? That is crazy, all right? Like you said, you are absolutely frying. Going forward here with XSET, who are you guys, you know, who do you guys want to play next, okay? What's the next goal?
I think we play Oxygen. I mean, honestly, we're ready to fry. We're feeling confident and just like we're gonna bring up our comms and just bring it to them.
All right then, man. Hey, any shout outs you want to give out there to the XSET fans? Any shout outs you want to give to your teammates?
I just want to say like thank you for everyone that's supporting us, my family, my girlfriend, and the XSET supporters obviously, and my boss Marco. You got me. Thank you.
Hey.
I appreciate everybody.
Give it up to the XF family, Marco, and everybody involved in this big W. Lottie, guys, break this whole series down for us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, amazing stuff across the board, Max. I gotta say, I'm quite shocked here, but pleasantly surprised. I mean, what an incredible performance from XSET all around. And look, it takes a lot to take down a team like Fnatic. We've seen what they can do. They have shown a lot of promise, and for XSET to come out there and give us quite a dominant performance, I think honestly says a lot about this roster. Talked about this clutch. You know, what did you see overall from XSET that made them so different from what we'd seen earlier today?
Yeah, I think especially after losing game one the way they did, tragic format, you have to go into an actual replay of the game, first to one cap, they lose that. You wonder how much left they have in the tank, and they show you exactly what they got left in the tank. 3 straight wins against a very strong Fnatic team, playing very well. Took Cloud9 to game 5 earlier today. XSET started to get something going in that series. A lot of individual plays being made by just about everybody on the team. I mean, Suspector and Suppress really leading that charge with a ton of individual skill. And they just created some fire. And I feel like this team, they like to get loud. They're very proud of themselves. If they can get hot, watch out, because that belief in themselves will go far.
Yeah, I think Suspector and Suppress, you know, they were the two to watch out for on XSET. They were the two that needed to really step up and show their slaying ability when it comes to playing Fnatic. You know, Golden Boy, do you think Fnatic are going to be a little bit disappointed going out in this fashion against XSET? You know, surely they would have wanted to proceed a bit further, but also maybe be knocked out by one of the top 4 teams. You know, they took Cloud9 to a game 5. Are they going to be disappointed with this?
Oh, 100%. You know, they played that Cloud9 game like a team that had nothing to lose, and I kind of wish that they continued operating in that mindset and didn't really show the, you know, respect to their opponents and just played their game, because I do think that that would have been a recipe for success with them. But that said, you know, I do want to give that credit to XSET, because coming into it, right, it was all of us here, well, not you guys.
No, don't put my name on it. I got the XSET coach pointing at me like
he just doesn't want to get tweeted again by some person.
I don't know what you guys said about XSET before the series started, but it obviously was heard by the coach.
But the safe money would have been on Fnatic. They literally took the best team in the world right now to a game 5 and looked good, and it looked like they belonged there. So, and XSET, I thought it was interesting because Suppress was like, oh yeah, you know, we've been frying all weekend, but I feel like the match results kind of show a different result. I think he's been frying all weekend, but I just don't know if the team were necessarily there yet.
Yeah, I think that it was a surprise just based off form. I think if you look at statistics and you look at history between these two, XSET were the favorites. They were the highest seed, but with how Fnatic played against Cloud9, I think GB is completely right. That's why those predictions were there. But you've got to answer those critics sometimes. You need performances like that to demonstrate that you are a top 8 team, and XSET have demonstrated just that. I will say they think they're playing Oxygen next. That's not true. Just to make sure they know it's going to be G2 that they're playing next for top 6, which is going to be a much tougher match, I think, than maybe they're expecting.
Before we kind of end this discussion real quick, Clutch, I want to ask you here, and I think a lot of viewers at home would like to know, just because of how heavily weighed it was in Fnatic's favour for us on the desk, you know, did that come down to Fnatic not playing well, or was that all down to XSET and how they played up to them?
No, I think Fnatic still has a lot of room to grow as a team. I think XSET really stepped up in the series. I don't think that was Fnatic not playing well. Fnatic played fairly well. Those were close games, and I don't really know what the analytics are between these two teams when they scrim, but in my head, this was a toss-up. This is a coin toss series. One team's going to win, and the team that made the more plays obviously came out with the win. XSET did a good job of making plays. First time this weekend we've seen that on the broadcast. It was good to see a little bit of that smack talk they got going on backed up.
I think we saw, between the two teams, Fnatic have some really good maps, and we saw them play those very good maps against Cloud9, and it's one of those best of 5 things where some of their worst maps came up in this series, but it will demonstrate that XSET have got a larger map pool when it comes to what they're well practiced at, and they've been together longer, so I kind of understand that. But maybe that's a learning lesson for Fnatic, is to try and extend that process of what they practice and where their best maps are.
I think GB said it best, though. When they were in winner's bracket against Cloud9, best team in the world, you got nothing to lose. It's really easy to play loose, free, aggressive, play your own game when you got nothing to lose in a series against the best team in the world. Fnatic's going to have to learn how to play similar, even though they're in elimination bracket with their backs against the wall. When they need to bring up their best, they're going to have to figure out a way to play their best. I think that they were playing a little tight in that series, but that's growing pains that you can experience and improve on in the future.
Indeed, I think they had everything to win and gain there, and I think they knew it was their last chance, and they probably fancied themselves in the odds going up against XSET, and based on what we've seen this weekend. But I got to say, GG's XSET, incredible showing from them, and I'm excited to see how they push forward in the bracket. And speaking of, let's bring it up. Let's see exactly what is going on the winners side of things here. As you can see, we do have our winners semis lined up, ready to go. We got Cloud9 versus Pioneers and Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. This is going to be big, and I think it's interesting to kind of look at the journeys of the two teams. We're going to be watching Cloud9 and Pioneers next, but we do also have that elimination bracket as well for you. So that safety net that happens in the winners bracket, if you do fall short, you will end up here. You have a chance to bounce back, but you're going to have to do a bracket reset if you do want a chance to lift that trophy up. Gaskin, talk to me. What are you seeing here?
Can I just say, I'm still angry that Sentinels have ruined this bracket completely by being 8th seed. You've got G2 versus XSET and then FaZe versus E-United. Just flip that around. Put FaZe versus G2, E-United versus XSET, and that is a more proper bracket, and that's probably what the game should be. However, for G2 and XSET, what an amazing opportunity this is for one of them to get that top 6 placement, maybe even push forward to a top 4. You can only play what's in front of you. It's not their fault that Sentinels skew with that bracket, but I think as tournaments go on now and Sentinels start to move up the ranks once more, I think this bracket will start to solidify a little bit like it should have done.
Yeah, I think the hurdle is high there for sure, and it's about who can get over that one. But if you do, you're in a pretty good position going into that elimination bracket. But I tell you what, though, we need to talk about Twitch drops and what you guys can get your hands on at home. And if you are watching on Twitch, then it's your lucky day. And you might also have tabs open for our co-streamers who are also streaming this event this weekend as well. So make sure you go and show them some love and some support. But it does mean that you get your hands on some absolutely epic things. We have a ton of free stuff here. I mean, look how good your assault rifle, your sidekick, and your battle rifle can look. It's all free. Make sure you get your hands on the Twitch drops, and we do have our grand final celebration pose as well for you. So make sure you're doing that. Send us some pictures. Get on Twitter, tweet us at HCS, and let us know how you're feeling about this weekend going forward. But we also do have another little thing, guys. I've been talking about it so far today, but we have PC Game Pass giving away 30 free Game Passes for 3 months.
That's incredible. I'm just going to say this right now. No one paid me to say this. Game Pass is the best deal in all of gaming. All right, and if anyone doesn't believe me and you're like, oh, go play your show, shut up. All right, because it's that good. Okay?
Yeah,
sorry,
you can play all new Xbox games from launch.
It's just a fact, bro.
It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. But it's not just 30 overall. No. We don't do it in half measures here in Halo. It's 30 per day. So 30 today and 30 tomorrow. Ooh. So 60 of you guys will have some Game Passes.
Math checks out.
Analytics guy. Stat guy.
Stats guy.
Thanks, Dan.
60.
Thanks so much, Dan.
Oh, wait, hold on. Stats guy.
My math teacher right now from school will be awfully proud that my addition checks out. So thank goodness for that. But I tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have a big match on the main stage here. So this is to continue on the run in the winners bracket. Pioneers have had quite the journey so far. Cloud9 want to put a stop to that one and send them down to the elimination bracket. We will see you guys with this matchup right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path. where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody, good evening, and I hope you guys are enjoying all of our HCS NA Regionals action, because before the break, we saw XSET versus Fnatic on the main stage, and I'll tell you what, it was a brawl. It really, really was a brawl, and XSET, I think, shocked quite a lot of people with the result at the end of this series. They really brought it forward for Fnatic. Despite Fnatic showing up against our Titans here in Halo, they actually did lose to XSET. Unfortunate result for them. They will be going home packing. Anaheim is over, their journey is done, and XSET, they will be going forward in the elimination bracket. And I'll tell you what, if they weren't confident before, they're confident now, because they are continuing their journey. They like sending people home. They like that feeling of winning. We saw the pop-offs happening behind us. And my goodness, what a good feeling it is for Kratos and the boys. Epic result for them, but we need to talk about our winners semi-final, which is happening behind us very shortly. I'm excited about this match. I think there's probably a strange imbalance of people on the internet right now thinking, oh, well, Cloud9 are going to run away with this. You know, it's versus Pioneers. But I don't know. I'm kind of split in terms of this one because we saw what Fnatic can do to Cloud9, so I am a little bit indifferent about this at the moment. I've got Clutch, I've got Scherzi and Gaskin joining me on the desk. Clutch, let's talk about Cloud9, right? You know, they are the titans here of the HCS. They are our 5P champions. They're looking to go back-to-back again. You know, let's talk about the kind of like mishaps with Fnatic. What did it mean to you, and what does it mean going into this series now?
It means that there's an opening, maybe some vulnerability around this team, at least today, right? They kind of slept on Fnatic going into that series. Maybe they weren't just mentally prepared to go to battle because Fnatic definitely brought battle to them earlier. But now that they're battle tested for the day, are they fully warmed up? Are they fully into it? That's the big question going into this series. I do not expect Cloud9 to take any winners bracket semifinals lightly. They know the value of going through the winners bracket and what that means when you get to the grand finals at the end of the day. I think that they want to take that route. Knowing these guys, they've been there, they've done that multiple, I'll say it again, multiple times throughout their careers. And one more wouldn't surprise me at all.
That was a lot of multiples.
It was.
What
multiple and multiple.
I don't think it bodes too well for Pioneers that we saw Cloud9 at their worst already, because that is going to mean the game types that we most likely saw them fail on against Fnatic are probably not going to feature in this series. That's how a bracket usually works. So that means we're likely to then see Cloud9's strongest game types appear now in this series. So I think this is going to be a concerning time for Pioneers, but at the same time, Pioneers very much impressed me yesterday, and they really are hot off the block at the moment.
I think the reason why we've seen Fnatic play so well against Cloud9 is because what they've done was they matched their pace stride for stride. They really put them on the back foot. They showed them no respect, and I think if Pioneers are going to see any sign of success here, they need to do just that.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, Clutch, in terms of Cloud9 and game types aside and the series layout aside, can you learn anything from the Fnatic game that they had? You know, can Pioneers take anything away from some of the mistakes and try and capitalize on them themselves in this series?
Absolutely. I think that they can learn how to play, just to make sure that they're playing confident. I think something we saw from the Sentinels series yesterday is Sentinels let Cloud9 kind of dictate the pace of the game. If you want to take games from Cloud9, you're going to have to control that pace and put Cloud9 on their back feet. It's a lot easier said than done, but if Fnatic is able to do it, Pioneers are looking at themselves like, maybe we can too. So checking out this team, I mean, there's a lot of talent, a lot of personality there. Young, inexperienced players, but they do have one lane under their belt, and because of that, maybe they have just enough to create this upset.
Speaking of young, up-and-coming individual players, I'll say up-and-coming, maybe not even fair. He's been playing Halo 5 quite a lot. Soul Snipe, in their scrims, outslayed every single player in the lobby on Cloud9, on his own team. So he's going to need to show up for his team if they're going to see success.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of Pioneers here, what firepower are we looking at? You know, not individually, but as a team. What are their strengths here? What should Cloud9 try and be shutting down Gaskin?
Well, I think if Fnatic were matching the pace of Cloud9 and finding success, Pioneers need to do something similar. And actually, that was one of their strengths yesterday when we watched them in pool players. They were flying at people. They were being relentless with their pressure. They weren't really trying to set up around strongholds or with the ball. Instead, they were always looking to be aggressive onto those spawns. So I want to see more of that here from Pioneers, and hopefully, you know, we can see another team push Cloud9 right to the brink, because I think for North American Halo, that's what we need. We need more teams to be pushing Cloud9 even further so that you can kind of bridge that gap, and we're going to have more competitive series once we get to the latter stages of the tournaments, like Winners Finals and Grands Finals.
Indeed. Now, you know, these two teams actually haven't met in the HCS since Open number 2. And just to take you back, that's in November. That's quite a while ago. That's some months ago now. You know, is there a level of unknown entity about that for both of these teams? And whose favor would you say that works in?
I think it works in Cloud9's favor as long as they don't play the team that they're, or practice against the team that they're matching up against in the tournaments, because Cloud9 do play at that rare pace that gives teams such difficulty. I think you hear Sentinels talk about it all the time. I think that is a trickle-down effect across the board with every one of our great teams here at this tournament. People struggle to find pacing against Cloud9, to find space and time and to be able to catch your breath against them. It'll be very telling very quickly in this series. Is Pioneers on board with that pace, or are they outmatched?
Yeah, it will be very telling indeed. And talking about telling, let's tell a story right now of both of our teams. I want to know exactly how they're feeling about this weekend and what they're going to bring to this main stage as a team. Check this out.
With teams wanting to beat us, you would think that's more pressure on us, but we don't see it that way. It's less pressure on us, and we just play our game. So I guess, yeah, it's like less pressure on us if people want to beat us more.
Starting to light things up a bit against Frosty, finds another one.
Frosty taken down, who else but Stella? Now he's on that return, trying to finish off the kill onto Royal 2. Such an important double, making a triple.
This is definitely our event to win. I mean, first of all, like for me, losing's not really an option. We just want to prove everybody that, you know, we're the real deal and we're here to stay.
The team to beat without a doubt.
But certainly, United are doing very well to stop these flags from being run, but they just need to get one of themselves.
We all came from Halo 5. Like, we were all just like grinding the game like on separate teams and just like, well, we always all like knew each other and stuff. Eventually, we started like playing like really well against like the top teams.
They can find a chance to show it to us. What? I don't think they're gonna get that chance. You know, they keep dying. Oh, double out of Mandy.
I feel like we've been performing pretty well, to be honest, because like adapting to like a new game is like kind of hard for some people. So we adapted kind of quickly.
One does get returned. Got Arctic sitting on the other. Vitalik not worried about
going in for the third one as well. Able to take him down, so 3/4 of the enemy.
Honestly, our confidence is through the roof because like we feel like we can beat like every team. We are the dark horses.
Hey, look, it fits their brand. They are the dark horses. They're the pioneers. They're feeling confident. You know, they feel like they can go all the way. To be perfectly honest, you know, that's the confidence you need. You need to have that belief in you. Otherwise, there's no point in getting up on that main stage whatsoever. But with that being said, let's take a look at our series layout and see exactly how this journey will be going for both of our teams here. We're kicking things off on Stronghold Streets. Now, this is going to be very difficult for Pioneers. And I'll tell you why. Cloud9 are amazing on Streets. The routes they take, the way that they can completely control this map, and then put strongholds on the side of it. Your rotations have to be perfect. You have to be working like an absolute machine if you want to be really, really good at this game type. Clutch, is this looking too good for Pioneers right now?
You know, I kind of like it for Pioneers, to be honest. I think that if you can win game 1, game 2 is a very winnable Aquarius Slayer. You can pretty much play at a very, very, like, these are 2 of our smallest maps in Infinite. I think Pioneers benefit from small maps, coming from Halo 5, playing at a very fast pace. You know Cloud9 likes to play at that pace, but some teams struggle with that on some of our bigger maps. So I think for Pioneers to see those as the first 2 game types is a good thing, but in reality, there's probably not many good game types that you're going to have against Cloud9. You're just going to have to figure out a way to win 3 no matter what.
Yeah, I think something that Shorzy pointed out is we're not seeing any of the games and maps featured that we saw Fnatic take Cloud9 down on earlier in the series. So these are going to be stronger maps here for Cloud9, especially Bazaar CTF. When they scrimmed last week, it was a 3-0 victory on Bazaar. It was a really comfortable one for them. As for Pioneers, Richie will be able to tell you there is actually a chance for them if they can get past those first 3.
Yeah, have to get past those first 3. Live Fire Ball went to 2-1 to KCP, so it means they're in with a chance to maybe sneak that Slayer game. And also, it has to be said, that Strongholds, we're going to see straight off the bat, if they can match the pace of Cloud9, there's no bluffing over on Strongholds on Streets. That game plays really fast paced, so you got to do it there. Yeah,
there's really no room for error, I think, at all on Streets, Strongholds, let alone going up against Cloud9. So honestly, that is just tripled onto there in that deck of cards. But I tell you what, let's talk about our head-to-head though. On the main stage, player versus player, we got Renegade versus Tarlik. Now, I gotta say, Renegade is just unbelievable. As a player, he is just, I can't say enough about him and what he can do for his team as an individual, but as a team player as well. The prioritizing that he does in terms of the power-ups and power weapons while also outslaying and rotating with his team is just absolutely amazing. And I gotta say, Tarlik, incredible stats from him coming across for his team. But when you do put them head-to-head, Clutch, it's really, really hard not to sway in the favor of Renegade here.
It's really hard to put any player in this venue head-to-head against Renegade and take the other player, because Renegade, what he's been doing over the past few months in Halo Infinite is something special. He is the best player in the game right now. You have to take him down in order to try and even have that conversation, I think, at this point. And if he sets the tone for this Cloud9 roster with those kind of stats, 1.46, that is absolutely insane. Those numbers should never happen, and he's doing that against the 16 best teams in the world.
Shorzy, Tarlik, on the other side of things, what is he capable of on this Pioneers roster? What should we be watching out for?
I think if you want to win the series, Tarlik has to be firing on all cylinders. He can't be affording to start this game slow. and we're going to see exactly what he's made of on Stronghold Streets. I think he's one of the players that we look forward to watching in those rotations. He'll be calling them for his team along with the coach too, so it's going to be really interesting to see whether he can keep up the pace, and it's going to be a big task shutting a player like Renegade down.
Something that I saw Talek struggle with yesterday in pool play was just panicking in some close quarter situations. I don't know if it's down to him having paddles on his controller, but there were times where he would try and melee, he would hit a repulsor, or he'd try and reload and he'd hit a melee, and it just all seemed a little bit kind of, I don't know what's going on, and I don't know whether he's changed his binds recently and something's not quite right. I'm hoping he sorted that out today, because there were like 2 or 3 occasions where if he had made those kills that could have made a massive difference in the game, has to clutch up in those scenarios.
Yeah, indeed. I've got a little bit of a question here about Pioneers and just the way that they arrange themselves. I think we've kind of noted some players who really love to pick up weapons that make a big difference, especially with the sandbox and how to use them. We've got Lucid, and honestly, Renegade picks up tons of different weapons for his teammates as well. We see Stella going off on the shock rifle so many different times. Who's that guy for Pioneers? Who is that, weapon master who's consistently mastering the sandbox and being a real nuisance?
To me, it's Soul Snipe.
Yeah,
every time
absolutely.
Soul Snipe's got the power weapons, usually good things are to follow with Pioneers. They're going to need a big series out of him, and unfortunately, on the other side of the table, you're looking down the barrel of Renegade and Stellar with power weapons. So to try and outdo them in that power weapon case, it's going to have to be the entire Pioneers roster that helps alongside Soul Snipe to get that job done.
It's going to be some power weapon snatching happening, I think, in these maps, gentlemen. With that being said, it is time for our predictions. So, please,
I don't know.
give me what you are thinking. Give the viewers at home how you are feeling, and put your name out there. I'm excited. Any?
I'm just waiting to see what Wes is going with.
It's important to know these two
I
boys
love
are on
how
100%
he has
record.
both of them lined up.
All right.
We have both of them lined
I
up
got a 100% record, and let me just speak to the viewers real quick.
Go on.
Heart says KCP. I really believe that they're possible of an upset of this magnitude. That being said, I got an undefeated record to defend. And
So you don't want to take a risk?
I will have every bit of doubt putting my confidence in Cloud9. And if I bet on Cloud9 and they lose, this is 100%.
Then no one can really say anything to you about it. Is
If
that what you're
I
trying to
bet
say?
on Cloud9 and lose, then I'm okay with it. If I bet against Cloud9 and they win, how am I supposed to sleep tonight?
Oh my goodness, I'm excited
what's
for
happening
you,
here?
buddy.
See,
I'm a chicken.
Dan
so
wants to take the lead against Wes. He has to take a chance on KCP.
The real thing is Dan said he was going to take KCP, so I was like, I'll just take the lead here and now.
For Pioneers to beat Cloud9, they need to be aggressive. I'm going to be aggressive with my predictions as well.
Bold.
And you know what? If I'm wrong, it doesn't really matter. If I'm right, I look a bloody genius. So I'm going to go for it.
You do look like I did earlier on when I chose Sentinels as the only one. So I feel you. Well, we'll see exactly what happens in just a moment. Why don't we talk to our casters though and see how they're feeling? A little bit of a split decision here on the desk. We got Gaskin with Pioneers, Walshy, Golden Boy. Are you guys, you're always in a split decision, you two. You're like a married couple, so you're probably not agreeing, are you?
Yeah, no. As a person who's been married for over 13 years now, it's incredible how I have more disagreements with him than I do with my actual wife.
That's probably not true.
I was gonna ask you.
Well, actually, you all know Cynthia, so I guess maybe that's
That is true. I was gonna ask you, how many married years have you been with Walshy now? When is your anniversary?
Oh my goodness, when did we start casting
I
together?
didn't realize you considered what we had a thing.
You never
This is a
asked
little
him?
awkward.
Oh,
Just gonna
no.
cry real fast. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay, we're good. All right, tears are out.
Amazing stuff, gentlemen. Well, I'm gonna give you this cast in your very capable hands. I'm excited to see the result, and Gaskin's hoping for a Pioneers win, but it's over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yes, so Gaskin made the bold play, the Matador bold play. Callback for anyone who remembers that. Going with Pioneers, which, Clutch had the right mindset. He was like, my heart says Pioneers, but you got to go.
It's such a safe choice.
Yeah.
Cloud9, I mean, they've proven it event over event, online series after online series. So, I mean, just the stats really back it up, despite how good of a gut feeling you have around Pioneers.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's hilarious because I've been gassing up Pioneers so much, you think that I have like a financial investment in the organization.
Do you? I think you have to disclose this at this
No,
moment.
I do not. But I got to hide this tattoo. No, but I really do think that the reason why, too, is just these 4 players, you heard it from Manny in that content piece earlier, right? Like, they've been Rein and Halo 5. They were out there for a while. They were playing against these guys. Like all these players right now, the 8 players, excuse me, that you see on screen, they're all playing against each other constantly in H5, right? Duo matches, right? Going toe-to-toe against one another. And that's really where all of that, I guess, camaraderie for these squads formed on isolated sides for C9 and for Pioneers, right? They all formed this, like, camaraderie that has now led to the success of this lineup. But I will say, Streets Walshy is a good chance for Pioneers to catch C9 off guard.
Yeah, they look good on this. I also recall you saying when you saw Pioneers outside here, you heard them talking about something, and was their strategy against Cloud9 here?
Just play. What do you have to lose?
Just fly, right?
Just fly. What do you have to lose? And that's literally what Pioneers have to do against Cloud9. For C9, you know, losing this game, yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world, but ideally they would not want to. And it kind of goes in the same boat for Pioneers, right? They have that cushion. We'll see, though, how you play around this info as we start with strongholds on Streets. And Eco already obtaining the rockets, and you're already seeing Cloud9 push forward and get control of A and B.
Yep, he's got the rockets, he's got the thruster, he's going to secure that kill, and then just wisely go back and defend, looks like on B side. But I'm a little confused here. It does seem like Pioneers are putting some great pressure on A, and we're now seeing Eco actually go back to try to defend A, and at this point, Pioneers putting points on the board.
That was a very smart play. One player went out driveway, but the rest of them charged out Neon Street and then got control of it. Now, this is where Pioneers are going to try and take advantage and capture B, because they'll put C9 on the back foot, forcing them to have to make a play. That play was over at C.
And that aggressiveness coming out immediately, Golden Boy. It was so interesting because, like I said, from Eco side, I was like, oh, it's interesting. He's going to go back and he's going to counter cap C. Wait, no, he's now going back to defend A, and it almost felt like you saw that indecisiveness coming out of Eco, which is very rare.
Yeah, exactly. Keep Eco on your toes, and who knows, or on his toes rather, and who knows, right? Good things could potentially happen, but for Cloud9, that will be easier said than done because of players like Penguin picking up a double kill to open up the map. Only one player left alive. It's Taulik being chased by Renegade. Got some support from Druk, though. Just look at the way that they all play around one another.
Yes, look at that, like you're saying, that twos teamwork. Eco realizing that he chased him near Commando, meaning Renegade chased that player near Commando. He was there to shoot a player towards top dumpster and just keeping that player weak or getting the finish.
And another thing of note is just the way that Cloud9, right, and Eco, he just gingerly walked up to the rockets and grabbed them. Any other match that you see, these rockets, everyone's like, well, when do we go? Oh, the nades are here. No, not for C9. They know that they have all the lanes cleared. They can go get the power weapons. And speaking of power weapons, actually, Eco used out the entirety of the rockets, has the Stalker now, and is, well, I think Cloud9, they're in full control of this match.
And I believe he got the rocket kill on Manny. The more impressive part to me was that Manny realized this is too good to be true. He's like, I'm not just jumping into C. Like, there's no way Cloud9 does not have this defended, and just started checking all the corners and found Eco down the corner with the rockets.
Eco looking for the target. Did find Taulik in front of him here. The Stalker's going to miss with the nade. Oh, never mind. The BR is going to be good enough there. And the trip cap could potentially continue as 3 players, Scratch Out, are going to be down yet again. And the help from C9 that they're receiving, you have to think if you're Pioneers, you're playing at a speed right now that very, very few can keep up with. In fact, the only ones that can are the 4 players in blue right now.
They are just absolutely dominating. What seemed like some indecisiveness earlier is clearly Cloud9 and Eco grabbing the reins of this match here on Pioneers. They just are doing everything right. They're reacting just perfectly now. Like we said, there was maybe a slight misstep early on, but it does not matter anymore.
Yeah, and another thing to keep your eye on was that whole cycle where they trip capped and got to like the 150 range. They were just cycling death. So players were called, my word! So they were cycling deaths. Players from Pioneers were respawning, and another like 1 or 2 would die. And then they'd respawn and another 2 would die. And at this point, Pioneers never had an opportunity to take a fight with their full 4.
Yep, once you have the advantage of capturing the strongholds, you can trade kills and still put points on the board.
Renegade making it look easy. He's got 2 players pinned down in Cafe with the Commando. That's going to be 1 pop. Maybe looking for a triple kill, and he gets it. Triple kill for the best player in the game. Renegade popping off in a trip cap for Cloud9. This is their world, and we're just living in it.
And look at how strong how good he knows the spawn system. Even though he didn't see anyone in PD yet, he still ran in there expecting a player to spawn. That's how good these players understand the spawn system.
And it has to be doubly frustrating for Pioneers because they had such a great start, but the game is over. Before it even started, Cloud9 just walk all over Pioneers in game 1. The game mode that we said Pioneers needed to be able to show up on, that was not the case. Cloud9's like, oh, you guys need this game mode? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, you needed game 1? Oh, no, what a shame. Dave, this seems scary.
This roster is just looking terrifying here on Saturday night. We're not even seeing them in Sunday form yet. One point we brought up earlier on the analyst desk when talking about Pioneers is it seems like this roster is fine to get a groove. It felt like, if the series goes longer, they're gonna be fine. However, I'm not sure if that holds true against something like Cloud9. It seems like Cloud9's scary no matter what. You know, they have ice in their veins, as Renegade has said before, when they're playing in game 5s. He's always credited his teammates that they're so icy.
That was a 5-minute game, Dave. That's icy. That's ice cold. That was a 5-minute game. It ended, and I legit was like, oh, crap, it's over? Like, that is how fast Cloud9 just took it to Pioneers. No one had an opportunity to apply any effective damage. I mean, Penguin was like, hey, guys, I still want to play the game. You know, he was barely able to get 2K.
Can we run this a little bit longer so I can pad my stats a bit? It's not going to look good on the stats when...
Put it at 300, you know? Let's change the settings, HCS. But, oh, man. And Eco, I think, you made a great observation earlier about how Pioneers started and their attempt to kind of bamboozle Eco. But then it was like as if just something changed.
Yeah, and maybe it's just like a better execution from Pioneers early on where it's like, all right, Eco played that same way the entire game. It just felt like the very first rotation just didn't work out.
Yeah, and then after that, they said, oh, well, we know what we got to do here. So that was 250 to 33. Pioneers, unfortunately for them, just could not find any success on streets besides that opening engagement. Now we go over to Slayer on Aquarius, and what should people at home be looking out for here, Dave, as Cloud9 prepares and Pioneers prepare for this game?
Well, there's a few different weapons and utilities they can grab across the map. Obviously, thrusters, camo, the Magnum, and the Dynamo grenades. So we're going to see who's going to prioritize what utility to grab on the map, but for the most part, it's going to be a lot of flying and collapsing from these players. You know, they're going to get their numbers advantage and likely fly and try to continue to stagger the other team's spawns.
Yeah, it will be very difficult for Pioneers to try and prevent that speed from Cloud9. And sometimes, you know, based on what we saw in that Fnatic game, the best answer could be the same strategy, right? Just be delusionally confident and push them in every single fight you possibly can, and it might work out. But, you know, Pioneers, I think they might be licking their wounds after that game 1 because that was a shellacking.
Well, the nice part here going into a Slayer is that the Pioneers really can play at their own pace. Yes, Cloud9 can force some action. They can be very aggressive while they're staggering spawns. But for the most part, they don't have this impending doom of like strongholds where just time is ticking against them and they have to forcefully run over to a stronghold and try to stop the bleeding. At this point, they can say, all right, like slow it down a little bit. We can hide in this corner if we need to regather, get our spawns all together and push out. So we're going to really see a more true test of how Pioneers play here in the Slayer game.
Getting ready for the action, and we thank you all so much for joining us. It's been an incredible day of HCS games here in Anaheim, California. We've still got so much more to come as well, because after this, it's going to be a great matchup. Optic Gaming versus Sentinels to close out the show. I couldn't even tell you who will walk away with the dub on that one. Not even going to try, because I won't be on any segment after that. It's kicking me out. But boy, oh boy. For Cloud9, though, if that game was quick, maybe they're looking to end this one.
This one's going to go longer.
You think this is
going to go longer than 5 minutes.
I would really like to commentate at least a little bit more, Dave, you know? It'd be great. All right, well, here we go. On board with Manny, the young blood from Pioneers. These players have been so impressive, but just the way that they're able, Cloud9, to just like juke around when they know that they're in a bad position, but yet they still find success despite the problems that they may initially face. They're able to get themselves out of it. It's so impressive.
And they're just so slippery. All these players, look at how Druck just perfectly maneuvered around towards bottom car. The fact that he was just able to thrust around that corner, not take any more damage from the 2 players from Cloud9 over in the red courtyard. It was just marvelous.
Marvelous indeed. A split spawn as well. One player is going to be tucked away in the back of the base, and Druck knows that and is looking for it. They have to be really concerned about any players that are going to be popping up on the flank. But still, though, they have managed to be able to get this lead 7-5, and there's that player, right? He knew it. He's like, I knew that someone was back there, but now he has no choice. He has to take this fight ahead. Big win there! Druck with the double. I'll take it, man. That was a great play.
Yeah, I mean, you walk into a utility room with Renegade and Stellar, it's usually going to be, you're dead, they're both alive. Instead, somehow Druck single-handedly turns that into a 2v1.
Yeah, I think that for what it's worth, I do believe that Druck is like like a rising star in competitive Halo. Like every time I see him on screen, he's just incredible. Like literally putting in the work, and he's a grinder, man, and that's exactly what you want. And well, Pioneers are actually grinding away at this scoreboard here. They still hold on to that 2-kill lead, and honestly, that play from Druck, that double, that's the difference there. Being able to pull off a kill like that, who knows what could have happened if he didn't get it.
I mean, at this point, it feels like you need that sort of level of play to take down a squad like Cloud9. You need somebody that's going to pop off, that's going to not only win their 1v1s, but also in a time when they are down, they are going to win those battles that are against them.
And one thing to note as well has been a lot of C9 players have kind of been caught isolated from everyone else. And this is going to be another camo picked up for Pioneers. Let's see if they can put this to good use. Shots are going to go out. Talik, he's made the call. He knows where the two players are going to be located around the corner. Finds one. Gets stuck, though. That's unfortunate.
That is just so frustrating when you're in someone like Talik's position where you do everything right. You take the shots at the right time. You cut off Renegade. You catch him off guard down there. And he just has the foresight to throw a grenade and realize that's his best chance to get a kill and get a trade.
Despite that, though, big win there. Actually, Druck had the help from Soul Snipe, 23-15. Pioneers starting to rip away with the lead here, but they can't get comfortable quite yet because in a blink of an eye, Cloud9 can pull off 2 kills in a heartbeat, which is exactly what we just saw. But they're up by 6 still. And this is where they're going to have to really continue to shut out C9 and don't let them get comfortable.
But they're playing at their own pace this time. It does feel like I said that at the beginning where you saw Druck in a situation like that before. He may have charged over towards top pink to try to fish off a kill or try to force some action if he had that need for an objective to do it, but instead just backed up towards the base, wait until his teammates spawn, and then they can all push out and do something together. And we're seeing how powerful Pioneers are when they're together.
Yeah, they're rolling deep, man. Every single time you see a player of C9 dead, that C9 player is usually isolated, and around that C9 player is 2 bodies, 2 players from Pioneers. So it's very clear that they're hand-holding whenever they come off spawn, going to their teammates, backing each other up, and that's why they still hold on to their 6-kill lead.
Another thing, too, is it doesn't feel like Pioneers are making just these obvious moves across the map. You'll see how many times Cloud9 are like, when you saw Stellar there a moment ago, checking towards bomb util, checking towards top util, just like taking all this extra time, checking all these corners where no Pioneers members are to be found.
Camo is going to be available. Soul Snipe's been having one hell of a game as well as Druck. I mean, that's not taking anything away from Talik and Manny, but this has been a great showing. And yet another camo has been picked up for Pioneers. So they have had the power item control, and they've benefited from it greatly. Sometimes it's been better than others. This is certainly going to be one of those times where they got a decent amount out of that camouflage.
One thing I've just seen continuing throughout this entire series and throughout this entire tournament is how well these players just use the thrust to be aggressive and go for those melees. They realize when they can use the utility to thrust forward, they can time that melee and generally get a melee hit and not even a trade. They time that with their couple shots of the VR, go straight in for that, and it's generally unexpected. Even on a map on Aquarius where thrusts are very abundant across the map.
Yeah. As soon as I saw Thruster was available on this, I thought that is going to be a very vital piece of equipment. And, you know, it certainly has been, right? The equipment in Halo Infinite has been the talk of a lot of players' perspective of the game, right? Like grapple shot, how impactful that's been. Heck, even the drop shield, we've been seeing it used quite a bit because you get that little added that protection from, you know, the like another BR shot or even soaking up an entire rocket. It's all possible with these with the drop shield. The equipment's been amazing to watch, and also amazing is this 9-kill lead that Pioneers have been able to accrue, and it shows no signs of slowing down here. Heatwave in front of Penguin, he gets it.
And look at this movement once again from Soul Snipe and the Pioneer squad. Soul Snipe just taking his time, getting on this flank, and then these members of Cloud9, as they're trying to make some action happen over towards top car, he's just shooting on the side and then also catches Penguin off guard. It just feels like very rarely we see Cloud9 caught off guard like this, and Pioneers are just doing this continuously throughout this game.
They only need 7 more kills, and Stellar got hit with the Sizzle 6 in the corner. Camo's going to be available again. Manny, what a great heads-up play from him. He's in a fight with someone, but he's still worried about the power item and causing a distraction just to keep that player occupied.
Yeah, that selflessness to lay some shots across the map, but also the trust in your teammates that they're going to be able to turn that advantage into something. That shows he has a lot of trust in his teammates, saying, if I get one shot into someone across the map and they get into one-on-one, my teammate's going to win that fight now.
First time that Cloud9 was able to attain the camouflage, they weren't able to do all that much with it besides just bring the lead within 6. It was previously 8 or 9. But look at the hand-holding, man. They're working together, and C9 starting to do the same thing here, but could it be too little too late as the 49th kill is about to be registered? Penguin's weak down low. Soul Snipe's going to be on the target, though. Actually did find, it seems like Penguin just managed to get away from him completely, but
Penguin
I think
slipped away somewhere, but yeah, it's kind of too little too late. I mean, especially when you start to see the Sizzle 6 in hand, and there it is, 50th kill going to Soul Snipe on Renegade. That's going to be a 1-1 series, Golden Boy.
Awesome stuff from Pioneers, showing that they, even though game 1 was a bit of a slobber knocker, it was all right because they picked themselves up and were able to get that Aquarius Slayer, and it just speaks volumes about this Pioneers team because they got manhandled in game 1, and any other squad would have been down on their luck, but not this team. They know that they're playing with house money, and they're going to keep it going.
Truly impressive. I mean, as you stated before, it's like Cloud9, they are the team to beat, the #1 squad. Generally, if the #1 squad comes out and they're just dominating away, it's like, all right, this series is over. Let's, this one's going to be a quick 3-0.
Yeah.
But
like with
I'm
a 250 to 33
super
score.
impressed here from Pioneers. Another thought that you brought up earlier off stream, which I'll give you a little credit to, was it was a really interesting thought. You said, I think the first team to beat Cloud9 is going to be one of these younger squads with all these young guns versus like, a Sentinels or Optic.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that further?
Well, because, I was talking a lot with Tony, and I mean, the guy is just a cornucopia of knowledge when it comes to especially like Halo and the H5 and Pro Series era, because he'd been involved in it so much in the trenches with a lot of these guys, and he knows the capabilities of these players. And I just feel like, it's this group that kind of came up in the twos, the duos, right? How they play and trust one another, that kind of format, and you saw it play out there in the Slayer game. And if Pioneers can keep that going, hey, right, who knows what would be possible. They know that gun skill wise they can match up against C9. It's just that the way C9 play around their advantages because of the trust and experience that this team has at a 4v4 level. But give Pioneers and Fnatic a little bit more time, and I genuinely believe that they'll be taking even more games off of teams like C9, Optic, right? Like all these squads.
Yeah, I mean, based on that analysis, we saw earlier today, like you said, with Fnatic taking 2 games off of Cloud9 on the Bravo stream. Taking a look at our series layout, though, 1-1, and we are going into game 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, looking forward to jumping into the action as soon as it pops off. And, I love that Pioneers have had this, this success story, the Cinderella run. They had it in Raleigh, but even more so here because of the win against E United and just the way that they've been kind of carrying themselves. This is a team that's here to stay, man.
It's special, yeah, because there's so many times throughout Halo's history where we just see these players all get kind of picked up on different top squads and all get to shine and be top players, but for the first time, while these players are getting really the most limelight, is they're doing it together. They didn't all get their opportunities through these other top squads. They've made their own opportunity. As Bravo said before, you cannot ignore them. They just got so good that you just can't ignore them. They're too good.
Yeah.
And they also have so much trust in each other now too, as you said, Golden Boy, through all these 2v2s they've been playing,
Pro
all those
Series
practices.
events and
They
random,
know what their teammates are capable of, and they said, all right, well, if we find the top individually talented players, we feel like we can make a squad here, and that can be a top squad.
And sometimes, right, in theory, that would work out, but also personalities matter a lot as well. And part of the Pioneers' charm is that they genuinely all get along with one another. They hang out with one another like they are friends. Like, that is a very important part of team camaraderie to, really feel like you're in a family environment. It's one of the reasons why Cloud9 had done so well when they were spliced back in H5. Those 4 guys were inseparable. You would see them all over the place. when Shotzi was a part of the team, it was very clear that these 4 kids, like they were like best friends. That's how it felt like. And I think that is just a really, really cool thing to see. And it's even cooler as well because if you look on this stage, and not to disparage the legends and the veterans in the space, but, you know, they're all very young. All 8 players are incredibly young. And yes, some have a little bit more experience than others, obviously. But these are all fresh faces in competitive Halo that weren't playing in H2, that weren't playing in H3. So it's just cool.
Why are you looking at me so wide-eyed there during that one, making those statements?
Because you old, Dave. Because you old. But it's just great, man. And now we're jumping into our next game. It's going to be bizarre. And I think that Jersey had said that they simply need to survive the first 3 games. So if you're Gaskin, you are like your butt cheeks are so tight right now, and they're usually already tight, but now they're even tighter. You know, chat's probably like, what? Keck W? Well, here we go. Game 3, 1-1 is the series. Pioneers managed to walk away with the Aquarius Slayer game, but now we're jumping into some CTF on Bizarre. Everyone's favorite game mode.
So much damage off the bat, though, from Soul Snipe. Not afraid to push out that bridge, take a fight over at the tree, take a fight over at the BR, and eventually take over his own locker. So doing a great job taking up ground for his team, but that's just a small glimpse of the story because clearly in the center of the map, this is all C9 control at the moment. That is 2 down from Pioneers. 3rd player about to go down to the double doors, and this is going to be a flagpole momentarily.
Oh, and I love the double back for the Dynamo grenades because that is...
He also has the sound cue right there.
It's the sound cue. You're going to know when someone's overextending, so they got the cue and they know that they could focus on it. But look at that. All 3 you have 3 members of Pioneers inside of the Cloud9 base despite them getting fragged out in their base. That just goes to show you how absurd Bizarre can be sometimes.
That is amazing how 3 members of Pioneers all flanked over through the alley towards the Cloud9 base, have full shield. They
Da 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 da.
They're done. He's about to lose. I just don't believe in them. Missing one player who needs to be dropped, but they're missing one key player, I believe. Boo Boo needs to get off. Pick up formal or something. They done. Trash. This is done. Fucking phase, bro. They done. Yeah, they done. Can't trade, bro. Why are you going bottom mid? It makes no sense. You can't trade and you're going bottom mid. Fucking bitches.
And they clutch things out. Like you said before, literally the moment that game ended, I heard Spartan. I'm pretty sure Ryan was just screaming on the top of their lungs at the same time out of excitement. They take down FaZe once again.
Understandably, Spartan's going to scream. It's a well-deserved pop-off. E-United, well-deserved win. They move on in the tournament. It's just wild to see that two teams of that caliber would face off this early in elimination bracket. Unfortunately for FaZe, their tournament life ends here. We still got other teams in the competition, other big hitters that remain, and other big matchups yet to come, right? Cloud9 in their series with Pioneers, I think, is still going down, and apparently a 2-1 as far as what we can see on winners bracket. So Pioneers, we know they can clutch, and maybe Pioneers can push that the distance. We'll see. You can check that out on the Alpha broadcast, twitch.tv/Halo. Optic and Sentinel still have yet to face off a winner's side as well. Tony, that should be a hell of a matchup. E-United, they move on. G2 have yet to face their challenger. But man, what a series, like a storyline, right? XSET, I think, are still in too. XSET defeated Fnatic to knock them out. And Kratos and team, they're still in this tournament now with a higher placement than FaZe, which is wild, I think.
Yeah, well, FaZe a little bit further in the actual elimination bracket, so technically not.
Okay,
but
we'll work out the
having
details.
a chance to do so. They get to FaZe G2, and they have a chance to go further, but they're a little bit behind in the actual bracket itself.
That's fair.
But yeah.
I think we're going to find out the concrete details on this after the break, so stay tuned. We still got some tournament left to play for Saturday evening. A hell of a tournament it's been so far. Make sure you also have the Alpha broadcast, twitch.tv/Halo open. We got Charlie and Delta. All matches are being streamed in this tournament. It's the action. We'll be right back.
title?
I mean, it depends on, if you're just counting the LAN tiles, you're counting all the different online qualifiers they've won, but I would say this is their 5th LAN title, right? I believe they won the last 3, or it was the last 3 or last 4 events of Halo 5.
Hopefully the desk can cover us there, but either way, I mean, this has just been a clinical from Cloud9. Pioneers, on the other hand, taking that trip to the elimination bracket, as I mentioned previously, not going to be the worst thing, right? And Dave, you're so right. Every team on there has to be put on notice because Pioneers, they did look good against E9 despite them having some rough spots here and there.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see what their fortitude's like because they can make a run. You know, it's very even plausible that they could be back all the way in the grand finals.
Yeah, which if that happens would be unbelievable. But folks, I just want to say that's it for me for like the weekend. It's been a pleasure. I just want to let everyone know I love you all, and it's a pleasure to be here with the Halo family. I love this guy too. But for now, though, enough about me. Who cares about me? Let's send it over to Blaze. He's got one of the members of Cloud9 waiting on the stage. It's actually my man, Hulkster. I love that dude. Go ahead, Blaze.
Thank you very much, G, and we all love you, okay? You have a fantastic time, but Cloud9 is having a fantastic time as well coming out with this victory. Now, Hulkster, when I was watching this series, I want to take you back to map number 2. You're going to have these guys score the first flag cap, okay? And from there, it was looking scary for you. Down a map, down a cap. What was going down through your team's minds at that point for you guys to start rallying flags the way in which you did, and then really dominate the series from that point on?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't really too worried about it. You know, for CTF, we play pretty strong, even if like the team gets down by 2 caps or whatnot. We're pretty confident on the OBJs, and I mean, those are where it's the breadwinner maps, game types. And so, I mean, we were straight the whole time. I mean, we weren't worried.
Yeah, it seemed like the Pioneers, especially on that second map, was wolf packing a lot, okay? And that was a big key to their success. But then y'all slowed it down, and y'all kind of took control back from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what we do. You know, we have a good understanding of numbers and where we can allocate our numbers, in response and whatnot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, we've got the arithmetic in the head type, situation with our mentality. So,
yeah,
I mean,
definitely
like
showed.
I said, we were pretty confident.
Now, throughout this tournament, I feel like you guys have been challenged more than you have been in the past, okay?
Yeah.
Going to multiple game 5s, but you guys are still coming out on top. Now, do you think that is more on the competition getting a little bit better, or just you guys just a step behind in your normal form?
I mean, well, historically, we usually have rough first day, series. And that's kind of the one that like wakes us up. Like, we have to like bleed to feel something,
a little scare.
And get us, woken up. And Fnatic, those guys, they did that today for us, and kind of like jump started our day.
Got to be down in the series to feel alive, to feel something. Yeah, right.
Need to feel something. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, and if we drop games, I definitely feel some type of way if we drop like OBJ game types, but Slayers not so much. They can go
they can go
kind of way.
50-50.
But today was it's relatively good day.
Yeah, it was definitely a good day for y'all, okay? And I'm going to let you go because I know you want to get with the boys, get ready for tomorrow, break down this film. Any words you want to give out here to the Cloud9 fans that's been supporting y'all this weekend?
I mean, shout out to all the Cloud9 fans. We appreciate you guys holding it down for us, whether it be online and, unfortunately not on LAN at this event, but, we appreciate you guys in the stream, hyping us out. I know we got a lot of haters, but, it's all good. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, you still gonna get that dub. All right, Hulkster, okay? I know the fans gonna be back in Kansas City supporting y'all. Lottie, break this whole series down with the boys.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Look, Hoax is right. They might have a few haters, but it actually means some pretty good things for a team. It means you're doing pretty damn well, because it just means that the fans from other teams don't want to see you succeed. So if you do have those haters out there, it's because you are literally annihilating the rest of your competition. That's exactly what Cloud9 are doing. I want to talk about that first map we saw. My goodness, you may have forgotten it, and I'll tell you why. It's because it was over in a blink of an eye. That Stronghold Streets, I did tell you in that series layout that it would be very dangerous for the Pioneers, and my goodness, I couldn't have expressed how dangerous it was. That was clinical from Cloud9. It was an education for Pioneers on how to play Strongholds. Talk to you about, Cloud9 and how dominant they were at their objective.
Yeah, it's very often we preach if Cloud9 gets a trip cap, they can keep this for the entire game. They almost did just that. You blink and you almost miss game 1 of this series with how dominant they looked. 250, I believe, to 33 it was. And that 250 came so quickly that I couldn't believe what the score was when the game ended.
Yeah.
But it wasn't without push, though, because Pioneers rebounding in Game 2 is important, Lot. I love the fact that they were resilient enough to get beat that bad in Game 1 and then showcase some skill for Game 2.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I think it was interesting also to hear the Cloud9 coach talk about that Slayer as well, and talk about how they kind of like at certain points to get pushed to a limit where they feel something, but they weren't really that bothered about a Slayer. He feels some type of way is what he said when they kind of lose an objective game, but they're okay on the other side of things when it comes to a Slayer, because Slayers traditionally are kind of 50-50 sometimes. We do see, I think, the underdog in a series have the potential to take a Slayer, and actually, more often than not, they do end up taking Slayers. And we do have now suddenly Golden Boy, who was once Jersey, on the desk.
I was going to do an Irish accent. I was very close.
Thank
you. But part of me realized.
Can we hear it though, please?
Oh, but of course, you know. But I'm back. No, Shursey's going to go cast with Walshy, and I really want him to get that game in. So
absolutely.
I was like, screw it. Just jump in here.
Take
you know.
one for the team. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
it's
Lovely to have you.
It's a Cloud9 analytical segment. Guys, what are we going to talk about? Cloud9's good at video games? Har. You know? Come on, guys.
I thought for sure we were going to see some selfish moment where GB wanted to come up and say, I predicted this to Dave Walsh before it happened 3-1. I knew they'd drop the Slayer as well.
Well,
but now you're actually being a nice guy.
We can break it down just a little bit here. I was actually really impressed with Pioneers at the beginning of the CTF game on Bazaar. Yeah. I thought their positioning as a team was amazing. They were taking control of mid-map. The marketplace was theirs. They were running, honestly, a clinic on Cloud9 for a very small portion of the game, but it did lead to a really nice cap. And you know, Gaskin, talk to me about what you noticed about Cloud9 there and how they're trying to bounce back from Pioneers, and they totally readjusted their gameplay.
Yeah, there's a lot of resilience from Cloud9. That's why they're one of the best rosters, if not the best roster, is they can adapt on the fly. I think we've always said that historically about any of the best rosters throughout Halo history. It's how they analyze other teams and they change their strategy to try and match them. And whether that be a match of pace, whether that be slowing things down, or whether it just be prioritizing certain areas of the map where we're seeing strength from the other side. And I think that Cloud9 looked at how KCP were actually stopping them from getting flags, and that was by all 3 of them or 4 of them off spawn, overextending, pushing into the base. They weren't splitting off where one person would like go pillars and like 2 would go to the base or anything like that. All of them would just rush, overextend, get in the opposition base, and then fight their way back out. As soon as Cloud9 realized that, they were then going back to their base, taking that fight, and they were being a little bit more patient with the flag. The flag guy was actually the last guy who was coming into the base at times. So it was really good how they adapted to that, and it was a shame that KCP couldn't find the victory, because I think that was their real chance to take the series.
Yeah, I was kind of excited at the beginning of that CTF game, because I was like, oh, hold on a second. If they can continue this type of gameplay going forward, I was like, you know, anything could happen at this moment in time. It would have aided really nicely into that series score and potentially pushed it to that game 5, but nonetheless, it didn't happen. Cloud9 looking damn good as per usual. Let's take a look at the bracket though right now and see exactly where we're situated. Here is the winners bracket for you. As you can see, we just saw Cloud9 versus Pioneers. 3-1, Pioneers will fall down, but we do have Optic versus Sentinels coming your way next. I'm actually excited to see the elimination bracket because I want to see where Pioneers are going to be situated. And as you can see, literally moments ago, as our game on Alpha finished, on Bravo, we saw FaZe get knocked out of the competition. I repeat, they are going home. United did manage to take it to a game 5 and they won. My goodness, 3-2. Incredible stuff. But I gotta say, FaZe, no ice. No ice in the game 5s. The Slayer, actually the Slayer was pretty heavy-handed into the way of United there. You surprised by that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think after the showing that United put on yesterday, coming out second in their pool, and the way FaZe was playing yesterday, you would have thought FaZe would probably get the better of them, but we get an opportunity now after looking at that bracket that KCP is going to have to beat United twice this tournament. So United with an opportunity for revenge, and with that, you know, one person is looking very much forward to getting loud in that series, and that's Spartan.
It is indeed, and Golden Boy looking ahead to that series because obviously United, you know, they've had quite a bumpy road this LAN. Yeah. They took down FaZe, who were quite the opponent going up against Sentinels, and we saw exactly what they could do. And United really stepped up to the plate here going up against FaZe. But Pioneers now, a rematch, did take down United. So where's this matchup in your head?
Honestly, this is going to boil down to the tape, right? I'm curious what United does to prepare for Pioneers, because I do think that they have to. They have to. They can't just be like, oh, yeah, we're going to win this game, because they clearly should recognize the skill that this Pioneers roster has. That being said, you know, I want to see Pioneers take some learnings from this game, the speed of which that they were playing at, the mid-game adjustments, and if anything, I hope that they're looking at this tape more so than they're looking at their United game to kind of like get that style down, because they are very capable of playing that way, and if they do that against United, they could very well be packing their bags.
Yeah.
So, but that being said, I am feeling like revenge is a dish best served warm, and United might actually get the upper hand here.
You never know. They do seem to be on fire just a little bit, and if it is served warm, then United do stand a pretty good chance going up against Pioneers. But I'm excited to see how that one goes down. But we're heading to a quick break. Actually, just before we do, I have a little bit of something for you guys still. If you are still joining us.
What is it? Is it up your sleeve?
Oh, let us know.
Let me see. Hold on.
Those are some big sleeves too. I
It
mean,
is.
poofy as can be.
Yeah, I have
He's just jealous. He
a
wants poofies.
discount code for you.
Oh,
there it is. In celebration, of course, of this weekend here at Anaheim at our regionals, you get 15% off these gorgeous pieces of HCS gear. And you can use the discount code right now in the Xbox Gear Shop. It's HCS Anaheim 2022. There is the link. Go to it. We've got Bravo on there.
Why are they
modeling
gassing him up? You know,
in his side hustle.
Yeah, you're right. Like,
why wasn't Golden Boy?
No,
I don't know why Golden Boy wasn't asked.
I think
come on, look at this face.
know why Golden Boy
Look at this
wasn't
face.
asked.
Isn't this face the face of a model?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants the what face modeling
right?
all of their collections.
Family dinner just got better. Every meal is the
He's in ahead of us.
Tasha's like,
At some point when you're trying to make, maybe any.
Listen to all the good stuff.
Home
Have a
do
phone.
too. Well, this is your chance right now to get your hands on an Xbox Series X. We're doing a
You gotta have confidence in. That's something that Kratos clearly has.
There's something that he said that was very interesting. One of the interviews he did was he's not here to make friends. He's here to win tournaments, and he almost has that back to the wall mentality. It's us against the rest, and you think that's going to put him in good stead?
I mean, it is a powerful mindset to have. I mean, it's shown through history in different ways, whether it comes to like different sects of like political parties, or you could even argue like culture side, where it's like this mindset of like us versus everybody style thing, and so that can be very empowering. But I'm not sure if it's the right recipe for success out here. I mean, at some points you can have teams, like a couple teams that might be your enemies or your rivals, but I don't know if you want to be enemies with everyone.
You gotta have friends somewhere, at least hopefully in high places. But let's take a look at the series layout then. Strongholds live fire game 1, Slayer Streets, CTF Bazaar, Oddball Streets, Slayer Recharge are our game types. And I'll tell you something, looking at some of those game types, Walsh, what do you have to tell me?
Ooh, when I look at these, I see a lot of fast maps. Especially in the form of like Streets and live fire. However, you do have a couple that are slower in Bazaar and Recharge. So what I tend to do when I see gameplay like that is I'd like to see how these first ones play out, where it's like, all right, like when it comes to a faster map or faster game mode, who's coming out ahead in those scenarios? When it goes to a slower one, like if we see Streets Slayer turn out into a slower Team Slayer or to a faster Team Slayer, who's coming out during those different moments. So I like to kind of dictate it on the pace of the game and who's coming out during those moments.
I like to look at my stats sometimes. Every now and again I do a little bit of research, and Recharge, Oddball, and indeed Bazaar Slayer did go towards X set, so let's do some predictions.
Okay.
I'm going to drop that on you right before we do it.
Okay.
Okay. I've got my predictions ready to go.
All right. We're just gonna throw the team up there.
3, 2, 1, throw it. Oh, okay. Okay.
We're a little split here.
We're going against the grain, huh? That's what we're doing here. You're going to come onto my show on Xbox, which I've been holding down, and they're trying to make me look like a fool.
I mean, it's hard to bet against you. I mean, like you made it out of Squid Games here recently, so it's like if you somehow made it out of Squid Games, who am I to bet against you?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Recharge Oddball is going to be game number 1. Dave, what are some of the keys to success these teams need to look out for?
Let's see. Live fire, Oddball. The key to success there, I would say, is figure out the setups where you can get the play balls. We do see times where you're forced to bring it over towards the garage, just based on whether the team's spawning and what control you have. However, more ideally, you want to be over towards BRC so that when the slays don't go your way, which naturally happens against these top teams, you can play the ball.
player Dave mentioned just before we start chit-chatting was Sabinator, how good he is and how instrumental he can be for his team. There's his kills, deaths, and assists. Fred Welch, super impressive.
Yes, that's super impressive here at this live event, especially considering the squads that G2 has played against. They had a tough pool. They have just been playing so strong thus far, and every time I've seen Sabinator's screen, I've just seen so much work done, where it's like, seems like he's playing off his team very well, seems like he's flanking, seems like when he gets caught off guard, he still somehow wins those engagements.
Well, in the interview, Kratos was giving high praise to Sabinator, saying that he could play on any one of these top 4 rosters, and not putting him in the shop window, but definitely saying that, you know, I've got a good player on my hands here.
Yeah, I mean, Suspector, I think he was totally praising Kratos, or Kratos was praising Suspector, right?
Yeah.
And in a situation like that, and Sabinator. Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. So that's interesting that Kratos is giving some love to some players and other squads.
Sorry,
as well.
no, you're dead right.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
sorry for mixing up.
Yeah, scrap the whole thing.
No worries, but yes, Suspector clearly seems to be this watch-out player here from XSET. Anytime we've gone to a screen, he's been doing such a great job, and getting even praise from Kratos is so powerful. I mean, they've been kind of this arguable duo for a long time now. They saw their success in Halo 5, taking 2nd place in the first Halo World Championship, and you see them return once again here under the XSET banner and doing work, knocking out some top teams here today. And they want to continue that run. They want to get it into the top 6 and take out a Titan known as G2.
They need to do it here and now. XSET up against G2 Esports. Recharge Oddball is going to be our game number 1. Scrim results favoring XSET ever so slightly here in this best of 5. But G2 are no strangers to an upset. XSET being through the wars. G2 have been in the trenches. Who's going to come out on top here? It's win or go home. It's an early ticket to Disneyland or Universal. And here we go. We're underway.
I mean, that doesn't sound so bad now that you put it that way. It's like, all right, I guess we can go to Universal tomorrow. Maybe it's not going to be as happy sitting in the lines, but we're going to see it. What a triple kill off the bat here from Arctic. That is all 4 members down from G2. We're going to see the strongholds going in the favor of XSET, and they're putting the pressure on immediately.
Triple cap put into full effect. I mean, you start a game with a triple kill like Arctic just did and looking to go to war, but Tusk shuts him down before he can get out ahead of steam. Any more kills put in the grave. Suspector last man alive with that sniper rifle, and it looks as though C's gonna get transferred, but Suspector rips the skull right off of Tusk.
That is just such a powerful start, and here we see G2 dividing their attention into 2 separate strongholds. They're trying to get A and C at the same time, and I don't blame them. Feels like when you have your resources divided, you divide the attention also of XSET, and so they're starting a couple fires in a couple locations and seeing what XSET can react to.
Divide and conquer, exactly what we're seeing on our screens. A and B in control of XSET here. G2 Esports on the back foot already.
I also like how I think we both kind of had the game type wrong off the bat. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's oddball on live fire, and whatever.
I love
we're into it now, so we'll move along.
Moving on nicely. One team moving on. XSET right now, 61 points already on the board. Straight 6 though. He's got the snipe rifle as he cracks the shields of Kratos. Backs him down over towards back green.
But that has to be the opening that G2 take advantage of. I mean, you get somebody to one shot over on side, you need to see the members of G2 flying across. But when that player can just sit back behind B, get their shields back and nothing happens, that doesn't really amount to much. But Gilkey taking it in his own hands by getting a double kill and gonna take B as well.
Gilkey saying, I've seen enough here. No more popping shields and backing down. I'm going straight into B, taking it over. It's mine now. Triple cap for G2 Esports.
You have to wonder, though, if Gilkey being all the way over on the B side is going to limit his team getting from overshield, but I believe I kind of see in the distance Tusk acquiring that overshield. So looks like Kratos and squad gonna reacquire B, and we're just gonna have an exchanging of hands a couple times here from B stronghold, just kind of being with whomever wants it.
Both these teams trading blow for blow, jabbing one another, unable to land a haymaker just yet. We've seen triple caps traded back and forth. Melees, speaking of melees back and forth, shadow box, and that's exactly what we just seen there. Back B. A now being transferred over to Arctic. B being traded back and forth. Rotations coming through here. You take one, we'll take the other here, Dave.
And I believe that's the correct response. If you don't have the firepower to match and defend your stronghold, just make the other team be reactive. Go steal their stronghold. They only have so many resources they can spend across the map, and they can't capture and defend at the same time.
mistake teams make more often than not, trying to defend what you have instead of going and getting what you don't. And we're seeing these boys knowing exactly what they need to do. Ditch one, get the other. Tusk though, back tower. Straight Sick gets eliminated by Suspector. Player down to no shields, he gets handled. Kilkey sends him off the map with a force push too. Picks up a double kill, but pays the price with his life.
Well worth it, though. I mean, we're now seeing G2 get a little bit more comfortable. I think one thing we did see with XSET is just not how hot and cold they were, but how hot they were when they did have trip caps rolling. They looked so strong in their previous series that we saw them in. And so in a situation like this, where you're able to kind of at least put a damper on it, you know, we now see G2 in the lead, but more importantly, just kind of slowing the pace of the game. You want to try to see a team that's, you know, kind of runs on those streaks. Try to make them, you know, you run on fumes, make them run on that energy. Make it a slower paced game and a more methodical game.
Don't fuel the opposing team's fire.
Sitting in the same spot since like
confidence. Gilkey trying to do just that. They're eliminating Kratos. Two
You
members
shit
of
moved to the basement.
Now
nah, man, they couldn't.
Full members up for G2.
They couldn't get a port working down there today.
Going to be getting a point of contention here.
Why don't they just move the whole entire modem?
So it's going to be a B spawn
There's
for
no
the
port.
boys on XSET. Can they battle and rally out?
They're
They
gonna
can drill it into a wall.
Not in the basement.
Go in the favor of
Cement.
G2, just the time has been ticking up massively.
You gotta have a company
Even
come out and rerun a line.
Are spawning at B, they don't really have much of a chance of capturing this. Look at this
Dude, they're
pressure coming in from Savenator and
What?
Yeah, they're first part. Unless your basement, unless your whole entire house is fucking,
My basement's finished. That's the issue. You can't just drill through the wall because there's
you
cement.
can.
There's cement in the basement. All the way up to the ceiling.
Occasions there, but suspect.
They're called Home Tech. They're coming tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Holy shit.
to hopefully run a new line from that box on the outside and finagle it in the house somehow. Don't know how it's going.
Or gotta cut one of my desks up. Really feel like doing it today.
Why?
I got home from work and I was like stupid tired. You like out? Or?
What's up?
You like out of a game?
No.
In a game? Alright.
Just chilling.
Halo.
Hopefully Sentinels lose this match.
Dude, no.
Let's go Optic.
I think Sentinels can beat Cloud9.
You're high. No way. I mean, the three teams that could beat them are still in it, so
yeah,
that's good. FaZe are just missing one player. I don't know who. Like, it's either Eric or Boo Boo Doo that need to go.
I think it's Eric.
Why is that? He's just like.
I think it's more of he really. I don't know. He's probably better at Apex nowadays.
I feel like some games he brings them up, but some games he brings them down.
Yeah, good.
He's not like super consistent. Falcated though, I will say I did say Falcated needed to go, but Falcated is a beast. I'm gonna grab another beer real quick before we start.
That's good.
We playing duos or ranked?
Yeah, I like ranked. Whatever, honest.
Sade.
So.
Sade. That. Sade. Oops, I didn't mean to start this.
Alright, I was ready. So.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Ah,
G2 took first game.
Chica chica, yeah.
Fuck.
Today's a good day to see death.
No sacrifices on my watch.
Strong work, head finished.
Oh.
Introducing your champion.
It all ends the same way. With me observing. I say we land here.
Oh yeah.
Looks fun over there. Come by Casa de Octe for a cold one. Just spotted someone out there. Come by. Can you feel the speed? Yeah, baby.
Round one.
Looks like we're in the next ring.
First blood.
All right, let's do this thing.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Heads up.
Pick that up, dude. This game is so whack sometimes, bro.
Whack.
Whack.
Like waxing? Like waxing some ass?
Yeah, whack some. You know?
Drunk with victory.
Time.
Kill leader eliminated.
Standard stock here. Level 3. Evo shield here. Level 2.
How far we gotta go? Oh, we're in it.
We in it, huh?
Yeah.
Let's go craft. Backpack or something.
Attention.
Come on, amigos. Gonna find out how fast this baby can go. Care package coming in. My legs are cramping. Gonna bail. It's go time. New kill leader. Not for long, pal. New kill leader. Show off.
Level 3. Level 3.
Yo, crafting over here. Have a look here.
You guys see a site anywhere, let me know, please.
There's one over here.
Check out this way.
Okay. Set up here.
Let's go over here.
Yeah, and that little ledge.
Crafting. Hold up for me. Optics here. Close range. Optics here. Close range. Only half the squads are left.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Or I can use here.
Optics here. Close range.
I like this one better. We're in it.
This game is boring so far. I hope somebody tries to attack us.
Good.
I doubt it. No one even came here.
It's go time.
And we looted it all too, so.
Yeah. The whole thing. Here they come.
Where they at?
I thought I heard a car. Oh, I did. I think it went this way.
Over here.
I could be wrong though.
Our replicator descends.
Oh yeah.
We could check out here.
Oh, car.
Fuck is it at?
I think it's like right on the other side of this. Oh, it's right here.
We could check out here.
Don't shield out.
Charging up my shields.
Knocked one.
Enemy shield.
One's rotating on you.
There's one more up.
I will assist you. Un momentito.
Fuck.
Reloading. Charging shields. Come on.
Drone.
Charging on my shields. Shake a leg. We've only got a minute. And the wind's right
Pushing
there.
up. Damn.
Alright. The fuck did he shoot at me? I don't see what he shot at me. Like, what made me weak? Took away my whole shield.
I don't know.
Look at that drone thing. G2 about to knock out Xset.
Yeah, United will be Xset.
Xset's about to lose, so they're not. What do you mean?
No, I said GT's gonna beat him, so yeah.
I can't stand some of these teams.
I don't like Pistola.
You don't?
No.
Why?
He's too nice.
What do you mean?
He's just too nice, man.
Pistola's a G.
Trust your senses. Embrace the hunt.
It's gonna be our day.
Eventually, you gotta pull the trigger. Just make sure you know why.
Pistola's G, baby. Yeah, Xset done, bro.
This is your
Nice look
champion.
over there, 3 dead.
Better watch your front. I'm always in the lead.
I fucking hate creatives.
On the jump, master.
He's a clown, bro.
Hey, it's gonna be hot.
Hit the jets. We're dropping hot.
Ah.
Yeah, no one's complaining.
Bro. Next time, go to your own place. Like, it's pointless to loot next to each other.
You get your own place.
I'm not even talking to you.
No. Talk to me, bitch.
Just loot the same fucking building. It's smart.
Attention.
Yeah, I'm talking shit.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
here. Sniper. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. We got ourselves a new kill leader. Who wants to go for a spin? Gibraltar's drive. Oh, see you, brothers. This is my stop.
Attention.
I got an extended sniper mag here. Level 3. 1 minute till ring close. Come on, brothers, hop in. Gibraltar's got the wheel. Keep your eyes on the map. We're spread out a lot.
Let's check out this area.
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far. See you, brothers. This is my stop. Gibraltar's taking the wheel. Hop on, brothers.
3-0, rings close.
There's a car here.
It's our car.
Oh. Word.
Not too far from ring. Got 10.
See you, brothers. This is my stop. Ring's moving.
Let's go this way. Let's reposition here.
Let's go, brother. We're riding to victory. Heads up. I'm jumping out.
Taking the wheel. Get on and hold tight.
Like soul hunter chariots, we ride. Hey, care package. I love these teams. Gibraltar's got your back. Let's end this team. Let's check out this way. My ultimate's ready to join the fun.
Delete.
From here, I target
I don't have shit.
My stop. Over and out.
Heads up. I'm jumping out.
I'm here too, bro.
A little bit back.
Oh, he's right here.
Let's check out this area.
One's really weak.
Give my shields a recharge.
Heard that.
I'm spotted.
Recharging my
Shit,
shields.
this dropped him.
Marking our surroundings.
Half the squads are left. Let's smoke them.
They're above us.
Oh, he sees me now.
Attention.
All three of them.
Careful, new kill leader.
One's big.
Reloading.
right here.
Ah, man. Fucking hate rank. It's so sweaty and stupid. Like, how much damage can they take, bro?
Yeah. Dude, I like unloaded too.
Dude.
How much damage did I do?
A lot.
I did 432 damage.
Yeah, how they are not dead is beyond me.
And overall, who do you think has the best chance of beating Cloud9?
Optic?
You think Optic?
Yes. I just hate APG. I just wish he wasn't on Optic.
Why do you hate APG?
I just don't like him.
Because he's black?
The clown? No, not because he's black.
Is it because of the do-rag he was wearing yesterday?
Yes.
So you hate him because he's black?
No, I don't like his attitude either.
He's a good person, honestly.
Is he?
Yeah, he used to be on the Sentinels roster. They dropped him roster.
Break a leg. Mine are
Good
made
for
of
them.
steel.
It's a smart move.
Amateur hour's over. Time for the big leagues.
The ring is one hell of a beast.
I like Trippy, Lucid, and Pistola more than any other team. That's in it, anyways.
They say death catches up to
No,
everyone.
anyone but Cloud9.
You can certainly try.
Yeah, I can't. I don't want Cloud to win.
Hey, I'm the jump master. Ready up.
Fucking jump, master.
This might be a good place to land.
Yes.
And Trippy is a god, so at this game.
Hold on tight. It's time to drop shot and run.
Going to this one.
Let's go this way.
Alright. Go bottom.
I didn't even make it up here, so that sucks.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Trying to go top.
Watch it.
Team
Hostile
here.
landed near me.
Dude, right behind us. He's on me. Oh, he's going up.
First blood.
Let's go up then. Guns.
First blood.
I don't have any gun, but I'm going.
Throwing some cover for my
I
friend.
think he ran out already this way.
Let's reposition
He
here.
did. He's over here.
Target over there.
There is a new
Taking fire, brothers. Making
Alright.
contact with enemy.
New kill leader. Call him if you spot him.
Let's go here.
Another one.
Come on, come on, come on.
Reloading.
Knocked one.
One down. Don't shield out.
He's up top right here.
On my marker.
No kill. Bam, get it. No good. Up and down, bro.
Taking fire! Go faster! Down that one. Reloading.
I think it's all of them.
Come on,
Did he kill him?
Get up. Come
Yeah.
on, come on, come on.
Where'd he go? El Chip, bro.
1 minute till ring close.
El Trip's a god. El Chip is a god,
No
man.
worries, brother. I got
When's
you.
the last game?
Recharging shields.
45 seconds. But we could just walk it.
Healing. Watch my back. Three 0. Ring's close. I need health.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2. Till ring closes.
There. Only half the squads are left.
I'm not.
Ring's closing. I like pushing limits as much as the next guy, but we gotta go.
Healing up. Give me a sec.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Care package being delivered.
Care package incoming. Let's get to the LZ. Healing. Watch my back.
Syringe here. Syringe here. Backpack here. Level 2. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
Ooh.
There's someone over on me.
Making contact with the enemy.
Okay.
He's right here.
Hostile close.
He's looking at me too.
Grenade out!
There's two.
Okay.
Calling the airstrike. Heads up, we have an airstrike on us.
Engaging! Taking fire!
I'm out of energy ammo.
Give my shield.
Free NPC.
I'm down, bro.
Double timing it.
I'm weak from that, dude.
Oscar Mike. I'm spotted.
I'm dead. Two teams. Fucking A, dude. Third partied.
We're getting better though.
Are we?
I feel like I am.
I'm playing awful. Actually. Can't get anything going, man. can't get anything going. Frosty was on getting interviewed, and he was like talking about how Lethal's their anchor.
Yeah.
Because he's always like so calm and collective, and like brings them back.
Time to put some lead down range.
Time to end this.
Everyone, we will be gifted with victory.
No bloodhound in this game?
Nah, I like Trevor.
Introducing your champion.
Baby.
I'm the jump master.
Oh,
Not my first rodeo.
Are you sleepwalking?
Yes! Eat it, sucker.
Are you sleepwalking? Gonna mark that spot, Chris?
Let's land
You're
here.
jumping.
I know.
Hold on tight.
You wanna mark
Stop
it?
and drop, shock, and rock.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Gotta be someone. Glad it's not one of us.
Standard stock here. Level 3. Heavy ammo here.
Oh, there's someone over here.
Contact with hostile.
I see him. He's running this way.
Let's check out this area.
I'm taking fire. I have fallen.
Ring closes in a minute.
Contact. Contact.
There's two of them there.
Target.
Oscar Mike, I'm spotted.
They'll never shoot you.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Coming to
Get
you.
in the chimney.
Just us, brother.
You can stay alive. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Enemy shield. Reloading. Remain far. Fire.
One's coming up on top of that hill right now.
Hostile spotted.
Enemy shield.
I don't like threes, man. I like duos.
They don't have a ranked duos?
Nope. We die. Haven't gotten 1 kill in 4 games.
We're in this together. Remember that. Tap.
I do like Bangalore over everything, though.
Yeah.
Looks like I do the best with her.
Hey now,
It's like get away.
to be the best. I worked
Smoking
for
shit.
it.
I like Gibraltar only because I run into everything.
This is your champion.
I'm speechless. Me, actually, I wrote a speech. Yeah, I forget it. Let's just fight.
Hey, stay on me. I'm the jump master. Get the jets. We're dropping hot.
Let's go here.
Ain't making that.
Hell no.
Because I fucked up. Going here. I fell off the wrong side.
Attention. First blood.
Haha, first blood.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Eyes on the map. Next ring's not close.
Oh, yeah. Get the icon.
Oh, man. One.
Yeah.
Attention.
Listen up, the ring is hostile over there. Hey, we got ourselves a new kill leader.
don't really have anything to fight, so.
I'm following the.
Got some extra supplies.
Oh. Right.
I'm following our team.
Ring's moving, brother. Keep the hustle.
I think someone's been here.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming in.
No, Peter Kraft, it's been hit. I'm coming.
Listen up, I'm calling a live.
Eyes up. Crafting.
Care package, Evo shield here. Level. Enemy over there. Target over there. Got some extra supplies.
Long way to go, man. I don't think we're gonna make this.
Yeah, this one you can outrun.
Oh, I'm not even that far away. I thought it was a lot farther.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Of the squads left.
Up top. Like a decoy. Oh, I'm dead. Dude, this game is so fucking whack and ranked, man.
myself there.
It's just not even fun, man. Every game is like that. Ranked.
What, just trying?
Dude. It's getting downed. I don't even get in a fight. I get downed every time. In ranked. I've been silver 6 for like ever.
Spent gunpowder. Smells like victory.
Ever feel the freedom of soaring through the sky? Do you wanna?
Try to knock me down. I'm here to stay.
Introducing your champion.
Got a live one. Let's touch down here.
Copy.
Forget that.
Hell yeah!
I jumped on accident.
It's okay, so
I didn't mean to.
this is a very hot drop.
Yeah.
Touchdown near me.
Grenade. Enemy shield. Reloading.
I'm out of heavy ammo. I've been snared.
Fuck.
No good, brother.
It's 2 down.
Top in the chimney.
Oh, last one trigger.
Reloading.
Fuck yeah.
Stand up at the farm.
You'll be alright. I gotcha. Just took first blood. Kill confirmed.
Stand up at the farm. Got a ways?
Hostile. Let's enemy spot.
Same, different game.
Reloading.
Same shit. Same shit. There's only like 10 teams there. Literally, like 7 teams out there. I want 4 points. Yeah. This shit is frying. 19-8. 20-8. Jesus.
I'm at 23-10.
How are you always ahead of me, bro?
My internet's better.
Not. Internet's garbage. (24-11). Okay, I had to refresh.
We got this round squared away.
Race you to the LZ.
Let's go get the job done, brothers.
Introducing
He's
your
gonna drop a
champion.
40 bomb this game.
No, there's like 6 left.
Chris,
Let's land
Let's
here.
land here.
your jump master.
Por favor.
Hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers.
Charge right.
Accelerant here.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
What the fuck is this robot?
We're already inside the ring?
Above? Yeah.
Brody Lou Marvin here.
Oh.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Tastes like victory.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Really? Okay.
Got my ultimate. Ready to fly, compadres?
Always ready to fly, bro.
Champion eliminated.
And your next champion is right here. Must go faster.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal. It's go time!
Crafty, hold up for me.
Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader. Ah, hold on. Crafting. Ready, set, go!
Cover me. Crafty.
We're already in the ring. Yes, I'll run in circles for fun. Thank you.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Care package. I love these things.
Alright.
Scoop.
Close range.
Half toast, half to roast.
I don't need a scope, bro. Have one.
Need a stock, goddammit.
Care package over here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bolt SMG here.
Got an Evo shield here.
Shotgun
Level 2.
bolt here. Level 3.
Take what you want, man. It's all you.
Oh, you, bruh.
Take.
What was that?
Hitting the eject button.
You have blue shield? Nope.
Evo
Good.
shield here. Level 2.
Dude, like, out of nowhere, bro.
People. Firing! Getting shot at. It's go time! I'm down. I actually got hit.
Signaling an airstrike. Shield up.
I got some bad guys here.
He can crawl over it.
Bad guys, let's
No.
do this.
Thank you.
Behind you.
Got company out there.
Hit enemy shield cracked.
Target spot.
Taking damage over here.
Hands up, we're not alone.
Reloading. Incoming grenade. There's another squad here.
Oh, damn.
I got the win this time.
It's like they're just camping in that building and I can't even see them. Fully loaded, like.
You fellas keep telling me this game's a death sentence.
If you don't have purple
But
or
here I am.
other than purple armor, you're not living in this game.
Amateur hour's over.
No, it depends on how early you fight. There's another team here too.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 2. Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
First blood.
All right, let's do this thing.
Beginning ring countdown.
Is it just one blue shield?
You.
Did you get the other one or? I see it. There you go. Thank you.
Let's reposition here.
Optics here. Sniper.
activated.
New kill leader. If they're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy.
Light ammo here. Light ammo here.
Let's go this way.
Anarchy, get in the bloody car. Stop, drop, and roll in here, cuzzy.
Team over here, you think?
I thought so. I thought I saw someone, but it might have been our teammate.
Crafting, hold up for me.
Just playing so slow. I don't know what it is. I just went up. Probably since because I've been up since 7:30.
So you're an old man.
Too much. I never play this slow though, bro.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Warning. Ring closing.
Looks like we're in the next ring. Good.
Cover me. Crafty.
Crafting. Do not bloody disturb. Care package being delivered.
Care package touching down. They
Big
usually
boys.
carry rare platforms. I got crafty.
Wrapped in a backpack.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Someone's about to land on us, it sounds like. Oh, that's the care package.
Optics here. Sniper.
I stole that from you here. Oops.
Didn't steal anything, right?
Crafting, but I'm still ready.
Shield battery
I
here.
stole that from someone on accident.
Read the feed. Half the squads are out.
Backpack here. Level
I'm
2.
loaded. Okay, I'm stacked. Stacky, stacky. I just need 2 stocks. Yeah, Stocky. Where are ya?
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Stocky.
Oh, there's someone here. Someone's here. They just landed.
I don't see him.
They're here.
Let's be a shot at. Give us this. Recharging my shield.
Champion. Off the mic. In spot.
I'm hit. Could use some help.
Yeah, nah, healing.
Recharging shields.
You fellas know the drill.
Raining down some destruction.
I don't see anyone still. Like, I'm blind tonight, bro.
Contact with target.
Still. They're in again. Someone's over
Enemy
that way.
over there. Brothers. Replicator. Incoming.
Kill leader appointed. You kill leader? That egg's got a Maggie-sized target on their back.
Purple chest.
Level 3.
Helmet here. Level 2. Mind those headshots.
Being shot at.
He's cracked.
I hit one for 45. One's coming around, one's coming around.
Dude, like.
Let's relocate.
Can't hit me shot. Let's get down so quick.
Hostile. Danger close.
Zombie doing power move.
Attention, there is a new kill leader. Warning, ring movement in progress.
I think I'm done, bro. Like, I just can't see people. I can't aim. Like,
On new duos?
not really.
Play Halo?
Halo.
Halo.
I play some Halo.
Alright.
Fucking over this game right now.
It's a fun game, by all means. The longbows.
Huh?
I picked up the longbow sniper that game. That's a fucking good sniper.
I should do a custom game.
Yeah. Hold on. They said for you to turn on a setting. You'll get like better shots.
What setting was it?
Can't remember.
Quality preset?
No. Hold on. I thought I put it in the chat. Simulation quality.
I don't even see that.
Neither do I. Oh, it's right below terrain quality.
In video?
No, so under settings in Halo.
That's where I'm at. Under video?
Alright. Under video, yep. It's sort of towards the bottom, so if you go all the way down to the bottom, you'll actually it's at the top.
Oh, I see it.
The screen.
High?
So, Ultra. Select the quality of specs up for vehicle suspension systems and vehicle audio. Higher quality, yeah. They're going to turn that on high. This setting drives a few of our game systems. Most importantly for this discussion, it controls the amount of time we give for our system that corrects terminum errors. Setting this setting to Ultra should result in better determinism between client and server.
I had to restart.
All the way down. I don't know what async compute is.
Dill's on.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a team of 4. I haven't played Halo in weeks.
It's been like a week. Come on.
No. Oh man. Yeah, they're gonna pull this one out. Oh, no,
APG looks so pissed.
Huh?
APG looks so pissed.
Slayer.
Nice nade, Lucid. Wow. GG's. Whoa.
It feels so slow.
Whoa. Holy moly. Not too bad. I have my sensitivity like 6.5. I find you seem to make it slower, honestly. Everyone has it slow.
No, most people run it with 6.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so.
No, I'm saying there's like a chart that everyone should.
Kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Overkill.
I cannot believe they've lost that for the series.
Glad I'm in your head and not that head. What's left of it? Double kill.
Yeah.
Double kill. Killing spree. M41 spanker available.
Man.
Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill.
Why do the bots turn their backs to you?
I don't know.
What the fuck? We're on Legendary. On Xbox, you can't have field of view, can you?
No, you can.
Oh, really? I feel like some of them have their field of view so low.
Well, the lower it is, the better your aim actually is.
What should I put mine?
Mine's at 104 right now.
I'll try that.
Because the closer things will appear.
What's up?
Like when you're at like a lower one, the closer things will look.
Try 104. I kind of like it.
Killing spree.
God, I suck dick at this game.
Oh, you fucking serious? How'd you not die? The fuck, dude? Everyone just keeps spawning around.
Triple kill.
That triple? Watching pros all day and watching me play?
Double kill. Killing spree.
Way different. Their aim is just so good. Like, consistently good.
One spanker inbound.
What look acceleration do you play on?
M41 spanker available.
I think 2.
Yeah, I put mine just to 2 just now. Game 5.
Yeah, and optics wrecking him right now.
How are you that far ahead of me? I think mine keeps freezing is why. I ain't wrecking him. Frickin'... Can't remember who it was.
What's left of it?
Someone was down. Our Cloud9 was down like 25-9 to someone. Came back and won. Might have been,
Minutes remaining.
Got to.
Better them than us. Off the rack. Thank God that's over.
What the fuck? Launch.
Double kill.
is winner's bracket is tomorrow. like grand finals,
Yeah,
right?
final. Yep.
So after they get done with losers bracket, they're done for the night.
Yep. This is. Oh no, this is the last one of the night.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Isn't losers bracket still open though?
No. Whoever loses this one goes to loser.
Yeah. Don't they have to have losers bracket finished tonight?
No.
Killing spree. Double kill.
M41 obtained. Please be there.
remaining.
Yeah, this one's over. Need 10 kills.
Remaining. Double kill. Triple kill. 10 seconds.
M41 spanker inbound.
There it is. Losers bracket, they go. Optic Gaming, baby. Let's go. Winners finals. Where you at, Chris?
Dude, Sen will off it.
Huh?
Sen will pull it off.
No, they won't. Optic's gonna put Cloud in losers bracket. If you know what I mean. Slayer happens, man. Sometimes you just have a bad Slayer game. Let's That's it for tonight, everybody. OG baby. Face it. Face it. Browse tournament.
What's your ping, Brandon?
I don't know yet.
I don't know if you're in the game.
38.
38? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So it's actually bounced.
Compared to what it used to be?
Yeah.
They're all over their tree. They're hit hard on the tree.
God damn, whose game is loud?
One's the locker. Two of them in their locker.
One more their locker right now.
One shot in front of their. One shot their pillars.
Pillars.
One's their front door.
Their locker, their apartment. Their apartment, one hit.
Their front door.
Their alley. There
are two of them. Their rockets one.
3 dead.
Yeah, they're spawning rockets.
Back to base.
They mean rocket side.
He jumped down alley. Our rocket.
One's on our side rocket.
He's dead. Another one our rockets. He's in our pillars. Dead.
Nice.
They're marked it. Nice. One shot. Nice.
Our pillars.
There you go.
If I can run it.
Our double doors. Look down.
Flag captured.
They put this new box here? This box has never been here before.
One's our alley.
Our double door.
Our locker's one shot.
2 our alley. One's weak.
Got him?
More. On our
Flag. Still up there.
He's one shot up there.
Dead. OS and palm. I think it might be gone. Gone now.
One's gonna be pushing our alley.
Our jump up.
There's one shot, double door.
One shot on our palms. Two of them.
Our alley one. He's going back our jump up to rockets.
One more on our flag.
Mangler versus Mangler, baby.
They have our flag. Not good. I see him. The enemy carrier.
And our flag weak. I got shots. He's dead.
Over there. Hostiles in sight.
Flag return.
Our bomb. Our bomb one hit. Another one on my axe.
Okay.